Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Lofty mountains loom. The setting sun bleeds crimson. In a tranquil courtyard, Chu Xiu gradually opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing temples. He surveyed his surroundings, and then glanced down at the dark attire of a constable he wore, along with the badge of authority hanging from his waist. Memories surged in his mind like a relentless tide. The Great Zhou Dynasty? The Six Doors of Songlong Prefecture? A solemn expression crept upon Chu Xiu's face. In his recollections, it seemed he was a constable. Dynasties, aristocratic families, sects, martial arts, demons, and the peculiarities of this world. These elements, layered upon one another, rendered the role of a constable an exceedingly perilous vocation. One could meet with a grim fate at any moment, disappearing from the world without a trace. But where am I now? After a while, Chu Xiu began to pace within the courtyard, eager to glean more information. At that moment, a hurried footstep shattered the serenity of the courtyard. A burly man clad in the uniform of a head constable strode in, grasping a young girl of approximately 17 or 18 by the wrist. Chu Xiu recognized this man. He was Tian Lin, the copper badge head constable of the Six Doors of Songlong Prefecture, and also his immediate superior. But who is this girl? He inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The girl was dressed in coarse fabric, struggling to conceal her delicate beauty. Yet her eyes were hollow and devoid of life, and streaks of tears marred her visage, clearly a victim of abduction. Chu Xiu, keep an eye on this young lady, and ensure she doesn't escape, Tian Lin commanded, roughly tossing the girl to the ground. Who is she? Chu Xiu, this? Haha, how should I know? I saw her looking decent by the roadside, and simply seized her, Tian Lin sneered. Isn't that tantamount to abducting a commoner? Chu Xiu's expression shifted, feeling a profound disturbance in his worldview. And so what if it is? This is a gift for the third young master of the Gao family. Tian Lin replied nonchalantly. In Songlong Prefecture, the Gao family is everything. What's it to the third young master to entertain a few women? Moreover, I've eliminated her family, so no one will ever know. As long as she ingratiates herself with the third young master, even I, the head constable of the Six Doors, might find an opportunity. I only brought you along because I saw your potential. You could become familiar in the eyes of the third young master. If he enjoys himself, a mere pill could elevate you to extraordinary realms. Tian Lin patted Chu Xiu on the shoulder, his tone laden with implication. Do you understand my intent? Chu Xiu fell silent, grappling with the fact that a copper badge head constable would personally abduct a common girl, annihilate her family, and collude with demons to use her as fodder. Such deeds, even if spoken of, would be met with disbelief. He was well aware of the Gao family in Songlong Prefecture. They were the only aristocratic family in the entire region. The family head, Gao Zhantian, served as the county lieutenant, commanding the elite troops of Songlong Prefecture. With a mere stomp of his foot, he could stir the entire region. Indeed, even the county magistrate's words could pale in comparison to those of Gao Zhantian. Even a magistrate had to treat Gao Zhantian with deference. Absolute power. The phrase surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind, revealing a darkness in this world that surpassed his imagination. The third young master is here, Tian Lin suddenly exclaimed. Be alert. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu turned to see a young man adorned in lavish attire, his countenance effeminate, approaching slowly. Trailing behind him was a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. They were none other than Gao Changhe, the third young master of the Gao family, and Su Yunlong, a revered elder of the family. Third young master, I have brought back the beauty you requested, Tian Lin greeted, plastering a sycophantic smile onto his face. Indeed, I have a penchant for such beauties, Gao Changhe replied, his eyes glinting with avarice and lewdness as they fell upon the girl on the ground. He flipped his hand, revealing a jade bottle, and tossed it casually to Tian Lin. To him, the pill seemed no more significant than a child's sweet. Thank you, third young master, thank you, Tian Lin exclaimed, catching the jade bottle with great care, his face alight with joy. Third young master, my lord has instructed that you must not seize women during this time, Su Yunlong cautioned, his expression shifting slightly. The magistrate has set his sights on our Gao family. and we must proceed with utmost caution. If a mere girl jeopardizes our Lord's significant affairs, and he holds you accountable, even you, third young master. Enough, Su Yunlong. I have my own discretion, Gao Changhe interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Was a mere county magistrate to us. Truly, he is unaware of his own insignificance. Gao Chang's impatience was palpable as he cut off Su Yunlong, commanding, "Go to Wanbao Pavilion and fetch me a serving of tiger whip ginseng soup." Understood, Su Yunlong replied after a moment of silence, resignedly stepping away, disappearing from sight. Watching Su Yunlong leave, Gao Changhe eagerly ordered Tian Lin to release the girl from restraints. Tian Lin complied, pointing at the girl from a distance. Yet, the girl remained vacant, lost in a void of despair. Slap! Gao Changhe approached her, raising his hand to deliver a stinging blow, leaving a vivid red mark on her delicate cheek. This strike jolted the girl from her stupor. "Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me," she cried out, gazing at Gao Changhe with terror, tears streaming down her face. "That's right, just like that. I adore this kind of reaction." Gao Changhe grinned grotesquely, seizing the girl's raven hair and dragging her towards a room in the courtyard. "Help me. Please, kind sir, save me. I could be your servant." The girl cried out in pain, suddenly breaking free and throwing herself at Chu Xiu, clinging to his leg, her voice filled with despair. At that moment, Chu Xiu stood in a daze, unable to process the scene before him. Instinct screamed at him not to interfere, lest he invite his own demise. Yet, his conscience ached painfully. "Let go!" Tian Lin rushed over, yanking the girl away and returning her to Gao Chang's grasp. Once more, Gao Changhe struck her twice, grinning wickedly as he pulled her into the room. The girl ceased her struggles, casting a pleading glance at Chu Xiu. "Chu Xiu, once the third young master is done, it will be our turn," Tian Lin remarked with an insatiable gleam in his eyes, continuing his tirade. "In any case, this beauty is destined to be offered to the demons, becoming their prey. If we enjoy her first, it could be seen as a waste not to utilize her." A jolt coursed through Chu Xiu's heart. As a copper badge head constable, to personally abduct a common girl, annihilate her family, and collude with demons to offer her as sustenance, how could such beasts exist in this world? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Seeing Chu Xiu's silence, Tian Lin, preoccupied with stowing the jade bottle, continued, "If anything, he'll make sure to be swift, allowing you to savor the beauty yourself." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to find a long blade piercing through his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. "So your blood is red after all." Chu Xiu's face appeared somewhat deranged as he declared, "I had thought it was black." Having endured enough, he resolved to no longer tolerate this. Rather than live a life of humiliation in such a world, he would rather embark on a heroic path, bold and resounding. The wrath of a mere man, blood spilling 5 paces. Ugh! Tian Lin opened his mouth, blood spilling forth, yet he could utter no words. His visage was one of shock as he gazed incredulously at Chu Xiu. As a pinnacle expert at the 9th level of the innate realm, he was a match for 10 Chu Xius. Yet he had never fathomed that Chu Xiu would dare to rise against him, a copper badge head constable. His eyes brimmed with regret and fury. At that moment, a virtual prompt suddenly materialized before Chu Xiu's vision. Destiny system activated, binding in progress. Binding successful. Destiny trait discovered. Outstanding comprehension green. Destiny trait discovered. Robust physique white. Destiny traits can be plundered and solidified. Exceptional perception. The enhancement of one's understanding has significantly improved, greatly aiding the comprehension of martial arts. Robust physique. Naturally, one's bones and muscles are stronger than those of an average individual, allowing for the possibility of engaging in rigorous training. After slaying a peak innate level martial artist with bloodied hands, a reward of 1,000 destiny points was bestowed. System? A spark of excitement ignited in Chu Xiu's eyes, an indescribable thrill surging within him. Indeed, Every transmigrator possesses an essential system. Subsequently, a plethora of information regarding the destiny system flooded his mind. Plunder. Once Chu Xiu absorbed the information, he took a deep breath to calm himself and resolutely declared in his mind. As soon as he uttered those words, an enigmatic force seemed to manifest within Chu Xiu's body, fortifying his muscles and bones further. This was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial element was the exceptional perception, a green attribute, which greatly augmented Chu Xiu's understanding. He gained deeper insights into the pure yang technique, the 8 steps to chase the cicada, and the pure yang sword technique. In an instant, the pure yang technique transcended from the minor accomplishment stage to the major accomplishment stage. With this breakthrough in his cultivation, Chu Xiu's mastery ascended from the peak of the first-rate realm to the super first-rate realm. The 8 steps to chase the cicada progressed from the introductory stage to the minor accomplishment stage, while his devoted practice of the pure yang sword technique advanced from the major accomplishment stage to the pinnacle stage. Such was the power of the green attribute. This level of strength is still insufficient. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu extracted the bloodied long sword from Tianlin's body and resolutely commanded in his mind, "System, enhance my robust physique." 1,000 destiny points could elevate a white attribute to a green one. Given the extraordinary nature of exceptional perception, elevating robust physique to a green attribute would undoubtedly yield favorable results. Boom! Once again, a mysterious force enveloped Chu Xiu, transforming his entire physique. The sound of bones resonated. A thunderous roar erupted from Chu Xiu's body, akin to the sound of a tempest. He could feel his entire being flourishing, an exquisite itch coursing through him. An indescribable agony emanated from within, relentlessly assailing him. Fine beads of sweat formed on Chu Xiu's forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, remaining utterly silent throughout. Compared to the darkness he had witnessed, this modicum of pain was trivial. Fortunately, the duration was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, as the transformation ceased, Chu Xiu experienced an unprecedented sense of lightness. He felt as though he had been reborn, emerging from a cocoon as a butterfly. At that moment, he realized that his entire attire was drenched in sweat. The once loose garments now clung to him as if they were a second skin, elongating him by at least 10 centimeters. Within him lay an immense, unparalleled strength. This power was derived from the bones and muscles, a pure and formidable physical prowess. Having successfully expended 1,000 destiny points, robust physique, white upgraded to iron muscles and copper bones green. Iron muscles and copper bones. Bones and muscles forged as if from copper and iron, remarkably resilient. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he swung his arm, the air exploding under the immense pressure, producing a deafening sonic boom. Still not enough. Regaining his composure, Chu Xiu crouched down and searched Tianlin's body, first retrieving a pouch of coins, which he casually stuffed into his attire. Then, from Tianlin's sleeve, he procured a jade bottle containing the primordial essence pill, uncorked it, and hastily consumed the pill. The primordial essence pill dissolved upon contact, unleashing a torrent of energy that detonated within Chu Xiu's dantian. The primordial essence pill was a spiritual elixir employed by peak innate-level martial artists to advance to the master realm. Such a potent concoction was no trivial matter for Chu Xiu to refine, given his current cultivation level. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Better to perish than to live a life of servitude. An overwhelming force threatened to shatter Chu Xiu's dantian. The pain radiating from his body made him tremble uncontrollably. He needed to unleash his fury. He craved bloodshed, with his eyes turning blood red. Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the room. With each step, his aura intensified. The murderous intent emanating from him surged forth, as if transforming into a crimson smoke that soared into the heavens. In an instant, Chu Xiu entered the room, where he beheld a girl with disheveled hair sitting on the floor, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the girl seemed to regain her senses, gazing at him with a look of hope and yearning. It was as if she was pleading for him to save her. Meanwhile, Gao Changhe was in the process of disrobing, preparing to violate the girl. Noticing that the girl's clothing remained intact, Chu Xiu felt a surge of relief within. He had arrived just in time, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Gao Changhe. Gao Changhe froze for a moment, his gaze drawn to the blood-dripping long sword in Chu Xiu's hand. Upon meeting his blood-red eyes, a shiver coursed through him, and a flicker of fear emerged in his gaze. He could hardly comprehend why he was so intimidated by a mere constable. As realization dawned upon him, Gao Changhe became infuriated, his voice rising in a furious reprimand. "How dare you, you insolent cur! What business do you have intruding here? You have disturbed my refined leisure, and I shall send you to feed the demons. Die." Chu Xiu spoke with a frigid tone, his aura brimming with murderous intent. How dare a worthless individual, who has forsaken the martial path and relies on arrogance, dare to challenge him? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the long blade in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Gao Changhe's head. "Come." Gao Changhe's expression shifted dramatically. Fear etched across his face as he shouted. Yet, he barely managed to utter a single word before a severed head tumbled to the ground. "Ah, how delightful it is to be alive." With profound emotion, Chu Xiu exclaimed, "To hell with the sycophants. Who the hell wants to follow anyone?" The young girl gazed at the lifeless head that had rolled before her, tears streaming down her face once more. Her feelings oscillated dramatically, as if she had been transported from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. This was a moment of tears of joy. She knelt before Chu Xiu, repeatedly bowing her head and weeping. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Thank you for your benevolence." A notification appeared. Destiny entry. 9 Yang sacred body, gold. Another notification emerged. Destiny entry. Noble heir, blue. The destiny entries could be plundered and solidified. 9 Yang sacred body, an unparalleled innate physique. When perfected, it allows for the manifestation of 9 suns, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Noble heir, born into a prestigious family, inherently wealthy, with profound heritage. By vanquishing the malevolent scion of a prestigious family, a reward of 10,000 destiny points was granted. A series of prompts unfolded before Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu was taken aback. Gao Changhe, regarded as a worthless scion by the Gao family, surprisingly possessed a legendary golden attribute. In addition to the 9 Yang sacred body, which was this golden attribute, there was also the blue attribute of a noble heir. Although Chu Xiu was still uncertain of the specific function of this blue attribute, the mere fact that it was deemed a blue attribute by the destiny system was sufficient to attest to its value. Furthermore, this so-called worthless Gao Changhe had actually provided him with a staggering 10,000 points of destiny value. What an outrageous crime! The greater the malevolence of the perpetrator, the more substantial the reward. Typically, only those with higher cultivation levels would accrue greater sins. Yet, Gao Changhe, through his identity as a noble heir, had amassed such an astonishing amount of destiny value. This clearly indicated the multitude of lives lost because of him. What a thrill! Chu Xiu's thoughts became profoundly clear. He simultaneously acquired 2 entries, one of which was a golden entry. Additionally, he garnered 10,000 destiny points. Such a sum of destiny points could elevate a green entry to a blue one. The pain coursing through his body significantly diminished. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation realm seamlessly transitioned from the pinnacle of the superlative tier to the initial stage of the innate realm. His inner energy had completely transformed into innate true qi. Meanwhile, the medicinal potency of the primordial pill had only been minimally expended. The newly formed innate true qi was voraciously absorbing and refining the remaining potency of the primordial pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu proclaimed, "Plunder solidification." A thunderous resonance erupted within his mind, as if boundless energy surged through his being, transforming his corporeal form from that of a mortal to that of a saint. With the emergence of this power, inspiration detonated within his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's pure yang skill reached its ultimate perfection, rendering the medicinal potency of the primordial pill incapable of inflicting any harm upon his dantian. His cultivation soared rapidly through the ranks. The pinnacle of the first innate realm, the pinnacle of the second innate realm, the pinnacle of the third innate realm. In an instant, Chu Xiu's cultivation ascended from the minor success of the first innate realm to the pinnacle of the 7th innate realm, leaving him but a step away from the 8th innate realm. The once sparse innate true energy transformed into a magnificent and boundless force, akin to a meandering brook evolving into a vast and majestic river. Not only that, in Chu Xiu's mind, countless insights regarding the pure yang sword technique surged forth. The pure yang sword technique had transcended from the pinnacle realm to a state of perfection. Even more significantly, the pure yang sword technique was far more complex than mere perfection. His consciousness continued to be inundated with a wealth of revelations about the pure yang sword technique. A blazing sun, radiant and fierce, materialized within Chu Xiu's mind. The great sun loomed vast, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the essence of the pure yang sword intent. This was the advantage of the nine-sun sacred body, which greatly aided Chu Xiu in cultivating his formidable yang-attributed inner strength and fierce swordsmanship. At this very instant, Chu Xiu felt no pain coursing through his body. Instead, he experienced an overwhelming sense of relief. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, restoring their original clarity. Rise. Chu Xiu sheathed his bloody long knife and assisted the young girl to her feet. In his mind, he pondered his next course of action. The esteemed Su Yunlong of the Gao family was soon to return. If he wished to survive, Su Yunlong must perish. However, Su Yunlong's status as a revered protector of the Gao family indicated that he was, at the very least, a master-level expert. To slay him, one must seize the opportunity when he is caught off guard. Thank you, my lord, the girl said, her face reflecting gratitude. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, and while feigning indifference, he searched the decapitated corpse of Gao Changhe, uncovering a gray pouch. Internally, he was overwhelmed with elation. As the third son of the Gao family, Gao Changhe indeed possessed the legendary storage pouch. The adage, to kill without looting is akin to killing in vain, proved to be profoundly true. This storage pouch now belonged to him entirely. Chu Xiu carefully tucked the gray bag close to himself, rising to his full height. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he addressed the young girl, saying, "Remain in the room and do not venture out, regardless of what you may hear. Once I have eliminated the Gao family's worshipper, we shall depart together." The girl replied with a look of compliance, "Indeed, my life was saved by you, my lord. I shall do whatever you command." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode purposefully towards the doorway. Upon exiting the room, he stood in the courtyard, feigning a countenance of restless anxiety as he awaited Su Yunlong's return. Before long, he exclaimed, "He is here." As Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, he turned his attention to the distance, sensing an immense aura approaching with remarkable speed. Su Yunlong returned even faster than he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the courtyard, holding a food box. Upon seeing Tianlin sprawled in a pool of blood, Su Yunlong's expression shifted dramatically, his scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. A flicker of panic flashed in Su Yunlong's eyes as he urgently inquired of the young constable standing in the courtyard. "Where is the third young master? Has anything happened to him?" Though he sensed that Tianlin's death did not necessarily imply harm had come to Gao Changhe, he was acutely aware that they were in Songlong County, a place where few would dare lay a hand on Gao Changhe. Nevertheless, Su Yunlong's anxiety had escalated to an unbearable level, fearing the worst news from Chu Xiu. "The third young master is in peril. A mysterious figure just entered and killed him." Captain Tian attempted to intervene but fell victim to his blade. Chu Xiu's voice trembled with dread. "What did you say?" Su Yunlong was struck as if by lightning, his face draining of color, his mind thrown into disarray. If Gao Changhe were dead, as his protector, his own fate would surely follow. No, it would not be as simple as death. It could very well be a fate worse than death, trapped in a living nightmare. Escape? Impossible. There was no way out. As a vassal of the Gao family, Su Yunlong understood all too well the terrifying power that true aristocratic families wielded. Even if he were at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the Grandmaster stage, he could not hope to leave Songlong County alive. The only path to survival lay in redeeming himself. The sole witness to Gao Changhe's murder was this young constable. He could easily lay the blame for Gao Changhe's demise at Chu Xiu's feet. Indeed, that was the plan. As for whether the truth would eventually surface, Su Yunlong could scarcely afford to consider such matters. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Chu Xiu, preparing to strike. However, a breathtakingly exquisite and flawless sword technique sliced toward him. Chu Xiu's speed of attack surpassed that of Su Yunlong. The consummate level of swordsmanship rendered Su Yunlong's face a canvas of astonishment, incredulity spilling forth in exclamations. Even as a pinnacle master of the ninth realm, he had never attained the perfection of any martial art. Black Evil Palm. As Chu Xiu's blade descended before him, Su Yunlong dared not underestimate the threat. He raised his right hand and unleashed his most adept technique, the Black Evil Palm. His entire palm became shrouded in a veil of dark malevolence. Disregarding the knife in Chu Xiu's grasp as it surged towards him, Su Yunlong's response was swift, yet Chu Xiu's strike was swifter. The blade deftly evaded Su Yunlong's right palm, slicing into his flesh. A gaping wound, a foot in length, marred Su Yunlong's body, crimson blood gushing forth and staining him in a hue of deep red. He was perilously close to being disemboweled. Despite being a master at the pinnacle of the ninth realm, Su Yunlong found himself grievously injured by Chu Xiu's ambush. Why have you done this? What benefit do you gain from killing the third young master? As blood continued to seep from his wounds, Su Yunlong's complexion grew increasingly pallid. He pondered in bewilderment. Do you not realize the immense advantages that aligning with the third young master would offer a mere constable like yourself? With your innate talent, the assistance of the third young master would surely propel you to greatness in no time. Throughout, he could not fathom why Chu Xiu would seek to slay Gao Chang'e. I wish to be a person, not a dog. With an expression of calm, Chu Xiu spoke, naive. Su Yunlong sneered, his face contorted with disdain. Do you think you can be human just because you refuse to be a dog for the third young master? If you wish to be human, you must first survive. As his words echoed, Su Yunlong surged towards Chu Xiu like a bolt of lightning. This time, his hands transformed into dark, sinister claws. The ominous black energy enveloped not only his hands but also his arms, cloaking them in a shroud of darkness. With each movement, it seemed he could rend the heavens and earth asunder. The piercing sound of explosive energy crackled through the air. At this moment, Su Yunlong paid no heed to his injuries. He unleashed all his strength for a desperate fight against Chu Xiu. Kill. Observing Su Yunlong's advance, Chu Xiu moved his right hand, raising the blood-stained long blade. Within the courtyard, it seemed as if a blazing sun had ascended. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, and now another sun arose, illuminating the scene in a dazzling display. The essence of the blade. This was the pure young blade intent. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of shock crossed Su Yunlong's face, and in a state of terror, he exclaimed, how could a martial artist at the innate realm possibly comprehend the legendary blade intent? However, relief soon washed over him. It was no injustice. To die at the hands of such a prodigious talent who grasped blade intent at the innate realm brought him no regret. No wonder Chu Xiu refused to be a dog. If he possessed such astonishing gifts, he too would refuse to be subservient. Having provoked such an extraordinary talent, the Gao family might be in peril. Yet, none of this concerned him any longer. Boom. As the blade descended, it was as if a blazing sun crashed down upon Su Yunlong with tremendous force. The earth trembled, and all was consumed in flames. With that single stroke, Su Yunlong was cleaved in two, his body reduced to charred remnants in that instant. Even his garments were incinerated to ashes. Such was the might of Chu Xiu's blade. A notification appeared, light as a swallow, white. The destiny entry can be plundered and solidified. Light as a swallow, a body light and agile, with a certain talent in agility and lightness. Having slain Gao family's offering, Su Yunlong, Chu Xiu received a reward of 1,000 destiny points. One prompt after another materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes. Plunder. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated that Su Yunlong possessed merely a single white entry. Nevertheless, the phrase light as a swallow proved to be quite beneficial for him. As soon as the words left his lips, an enigmatic force surged within Chu Xiu's body, rendering him remarkably agile. This was not a place for lingering. He needed to depart swiftly. The previous battle had created too much commotion, and it would not be long before the Gao family sent someone in response. Chu Xiu sheathed his bloody longsword, casting not a glance at Su Yunlong's lifeless body. With purposeful strides, he approached the door of the room and addressed the visibly anxious young woman. My lady, we shall depart from this place at once. Yes, I shall heed your words. She replied promptly, rising and hastening towards Chu Xiu. A sense of relief washed over her. The sounds of battle had echoed in her ears, leaving her in a state of constant apprehension for Chu Xiu's safety. Now, witnessing him unscathed, her anxiety finally began to dissipate. Yet, as thoughts of her parents, cruelly harmed by Tianlin, lingered in her mind, a trace of sorrow remained etched upon her delicate features. Chu Xiu led the young girl out of the courtyard, swiftly distancing themselves from the vicinity. He had now assimilated all the memories and comprehended the nature of this place. It served as a secluded retreat specifically designed by Gao Chang'e for the amusement of women. After all, he had never imagined that anyone would dare to assassinate him. The third young master of the Gao family. Moreover, Chu Xiu had merely been summoned by Tianlin, and neither the Gao family nor the six doors would possess any knowledge of his presence. With Su Yunlong and the others now deceased, and the girl's parents having met their demise at Tianlin's hands, he was, at least for the moment, safe. However, Songlong County had been the Gao family's stronghold for many years, and Chu Xiu could not guarantee that they would remain oblivious to his existence. Thus, He continued to bear immense pressure, knowing he must relentlessly enhance his abilities, ensuring that when the Gao family eventually uncovered his identity, he would possess the true strength for self-preservation. After a cup of tea after evading the nearby neighbors, Chu Xiu quietly returned home with the young girl. Once inside, he closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. Turning to her, he said, "My dear, from this moment forth, you shall reside in my home. Except for the master bedroom, which I occupy, you are free to choose any other room at your leisure." During their journey, Chu Xiu had learned of her current homelessness and the imminent danger of being discovered by the Gao family, which would also expose him. With both of his parents deceased, there was ample space in his home to accommodate her. "Thank you for your immense kindness, esteemed sir. I am unable to repay you, but I am willing to serve you tirelessly in gratitude for this great favor." Upon hearing this, the young girl knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. "Enough. Please rise. There is no need for such formality in my home. We have ample rice, flour, and oil. I trust you know how to cook for yourself?" Chu Xiu waved his hand and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, "My dear, I possess the ability to cook, and my culinary skills are quite exquisite. Are you hungry, my lord? Perhaps I could prepare a meal for you?" Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, however. A reminiscent sadness washed over her delicate features, stained with tears, as she recalled the joyful days spent with her parents. "No need," he replied gently. "I am not hungry. If you find yourself in need of nourishment, feel free to prepare a meal. Here, it is as if you're in your own home. So there is no need for formality." Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Moreover, there is no need to address me as sir at home. I am merely a lowly constable of the 6 doors, not a distinguished figure." "Yes, young master." Jiang Xiaoxiao had initially intended to call him sir but altered it to young master, Xiaoxiao. "You seem weary as well. Please take some rest. Feel free to choose any vacant room you prefer." Chu Xiu gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who wore a sorrowful expression yet feigned a smile. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao was merely an ordinary person, and having endured such trials, she must certainly be weary. "Yes, young master, I shall take my leave to rest for a while. Do remember to take care of yourself as well. Should anything arise, just call for me." "I am at your service," she said, her demeanor sweetly obedient. As she turned to depart, she glanced back at Chu Xiu repeatedly, as if the mere sight of him imbued her with a profound sense of security. "By the way, Xiao, during this period, you must refrain from venturing outside. Stay indoors and avoid being seen, lest someone discovers your whereabouts." After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xiu turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao and cautioned her, "Young lady, rest assured. I am fully aware of my responsibilities." Jiang Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively and entered a room. At this juncture, Chu Xiu finally found the opportunity to examine his data panel. Name: Chu Xiu Realm. Pinnacle of the 7th layer of the innate realm destiny attributes. 9 Sun Sacred Body, Gold, Noble Air, Blue, Extraordinary Comprehension, Green. Iron Bones and Copper Muscles, Green. Light as a Swallow, White, Martial Arts, Pure Yang Technique, Perfected, Pure Yang Swordsmanship, Perfected. 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, Minor Accomplishment, Artistic Intent, Pure Yang Sword Intent, Entry Level, at present. My destiny value is sufficient to upgrade 1 green attribute to blue and 1 white attribute to green. However, even if Light as a Swallow were to be elevated to a green attribute, there is no consideration for upgrading it to blue. The attributes I can contemplate enhancing are only Extraordinary Comprehension and Iron Bones and Copper Muscles. Extraordinary Comprehension augments my training speed across all martial arts. Yet, possessing the 9 Sun Sacred Body and having perfected the Pure Yang Technique, it is certain that my training will focus on Yang-attributed martial arts. Whether it be an advanced version of the Pure Yang Technique or the Pure Yang Swordsmanship, progress will be exceedingly effortless. Therefore, the attribute I should prioritize enhancing is indeed Iron Bones and Copper Muscles. Chu Xiu gazed at the data panel, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He pondered. Once the Copper Muscles and Iron Bones are upgraded, my physical form shall attain unparalleled strength. At that juncture, I may select a method of horizontal training. Although the difficulty of mastering such techniques is considerable, they render one invincible among peers of the same rank. System: enhance the Copper Muscles and Iron Bones. In his mind, Chu Xiu resolutely declared. Thunderous. A vast and mysterious force surged within his body, and in that moment, his entire being seemed to transform into something fearsome. His veins turned to gold, as if imbued with the essence of immortality. His iron bones transmuted into a jade-like substance, becoming flawless and unyielding. As his entire skeletal structure underwent this metamorphosis, Chu Xiu felt his strength continuously amplifying. If prior to the transformation of his copper sinews and iron bones, His physical prowess had reached 10,000 pounds, then at this moment, his physical strength might have surpassed 100,000 pounds. A staggering increase of more than tenfold. It is noteworthy that Chu Xiu had not practiced any external cultivation techniques. Had he engaged in such practices, his power and capabilities would have been further enhanced. Successfully expending 10,000 destiny points, his copper sinews and iron bones, green, upgraded to golden sinews and jade bones, blue. Golden sinews and jade bones, unparalleled in might, indestructible. A naturally gifted physique for external cultivation, practicing such techniques would yield divine assistance and exponentially increase his power. Crackling sounds echoed. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Xiu compressed the air, causing it to explode with a series of resounding sonic booms. Is this the might of the golden muscles and jade bones? So powerful! A look of astonishment spread across Chu Xiu's face as he realized that his sheer physical prowess could potentially rival that of martial artists who had attained the innate realm through rigorous training. With a remaining 1,000 destiny points, he addressed the system, seeking to enhance his agility to that of a swallow. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions, articulating his thoughts within his mind. He was acutely aware that he was still lacking a premier lightness technique. The 8 steps to chase the cicada, while foundational, was simply inadequate. Elevating the white attribute of light as a swallow to a green attribute would undoubtedly make his mastery of lightness skills significantly more attainable. No sooner had he uttered these words than a mysterious and enigmatic force manifested once more. The weight that had settled upon him due to his golden sinews and jade bones dissipated, restoring his body to a state of lightness, while enhancing his flexibility and eliminating the earlier sense of heaviness. Chu Xiu believed that the power unleashed by the same physical strength could very well surpass that which he possessed prior to his enhancement of lightness akin to that of a swallow. Indeed, strength and speed often complement each other, progressing in tandem. Moreover, it is not merely limited to this. Chu Xiu realized that his comprehension of the 8 steps to chase the cicada had, in an instant, reached a state of perfection. This is one of the significant benefits of elevating the white term light as a swallow to a green term. He successfully consumed 1,000 destiny points, transforming light as a swallow, white, into swift as lightning green. Swift as lightning, possessing a certain talent in lightness techniques with extraordinary insight. Now, it is time to examine the treasures contained within Gao Chang's storage bag. With an expression of eager anticipation, Chu Xiu retrieved the gray storage bag he had obtained from the hands of Gao Changha, emerging it from his close-fitting garments. He bit into his fingertip, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the surface of the gray storage bag. As this solitary droplet touched the bag, it was swiftly absorbed, vanishing entirely within its confines. This knowledge was gleaned from the depths of his memory. Though the storage bag was a legendary artifact, it was said that only masters of the highest caliber could wield such a treasure. Nevertheless, within the 6 gates, there existed descriptions of these bags, not refined through spiritual force, but rather, they could be bound through a mere drop of blood. With Gao Changha now deceased, the gray storage bag had become an object without an owner. Thus, by shedding his blood, Chu Xiu was able to complete the process of bonding. In an instant, a powerful resonance surged forth. Chu Xiu beheld a modest chamber, measuring 5 cubic meters. Though compact, it was brimming with an array of women's bodices in hues of red, white, pink, and green, presenting a veritable cornucopia of choices. On Chu Xiu's forehead appeared several dark lines, unmistakably the remnants of torment inflicted by Gao Changha upon young maidens in the past. Within the storage pouch, there lay no fewer than hundreds of variously colored and styled women's pouches. Thankfully, Chu Xiu indeed discovered the treasures he sought. Within lay neatly arranged jade clean vials, 5 vials of primordial essence pills and 7 vials of cultivating essence pills. The primordial essence pills are renowned for aiding those at the pinnacle of the innate realm in their breakthrough to the master realm, while the cultivating essence pills serve as sustenance for practitioners of the innate realm. Moreover, the storage pouch contained a silver note worth 10,000 taels, 10 notes of 1,000 taels each, and 10 silver ingots weighing 10 taels apiece. And then, that was all. As a scion of a prestigious family, it is astonishing that there was not even a single martial arts manual within the pouch. Truly, a waste of potential. A trace of disdain flickered across Chu Xiu's cheek as he spoke. Never mind. I shall first proceed to the 6 doors to acquire the martial arts suitable for a practitioner of the innate realm. Shaking his head, Chu Xiu made his way towards the entrance. At that moment, whoosh! As Chu Xiu inadvertently kicked a pebble underfoot, it tumbled onto the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. The tree swayed gracefully, shedding its leaves like confetti, while the sweet fragrance of its blossoms filled the air. From the branches, a dusky yellow book slipped free, landing at Chu Xiu's feet. With a look of astonishment, he gazed at the tome inscribed with the title Nine Sons True Art. Is this the rightful path for the scion of a noble family? A life of innate privilege and profound heritage? Chu Xiu was struck with astonishment as he picked up the Nine Yang True skill, incredulously exclaiming. It was akin to bestowing upon him the prestigious lineage of an ancestral clan, granting him the profound heritage of a noble family. How else could one explain the serendipitous encounter of kicking a stone and inadvertently causing a martial arts manual to fall from the osmanthus tree? Indeed, every entry possesses its unique significance. With a look of astonishment, Chu Xiu slowly opened the pages of the Nine Sons True skill, filled with anticipation as he gazed upon this martial art. In no time at all, Chu Xiu had just completed his study of the Nine Sons True Art. With his exceptional comprehension and the intrinsic connection of this martial art to the pure yang technique he had previously practiced, he had grasped the true essence of the Nine Sons True Art. This was a martial cultivation technique most suitable for the Nine Sons sacred body. Regarded as an unparalleled and invincible art among its peers, it was sufficient for one to cultivate to the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, the ninth layer. Chu Xiu channeled the Nine Sons True Art, transforming his pure yang energy into an inexhaustible and immensely powerful Nine Sons True Qi. To the six gates. As Chu Xiu harnessed the Nine Sons True Qi, he stepped out of his home, firmly shutting the door behind him, and strode purposefully towards the six doors. In a secluded courtyard of Gaochanghe, an elderly man clad in black, with hair as white as snow, seemingly materialized from thin air. Good, 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 he exclaimed. Astonished that someone dared to harm the third young master within Songlong County, audacious enough to strike against the Gao family. Upon seeing Su Yunlong cleaved in two and reduced to charred remains, the old man's eyes narrowed, and a look of horror washed over his face, making him shudder as he contemplated the horrific implications. This day shall bring change. The sight of Su Yunlong's demise led him to deduce that Gaochanghe must be dead as well. After all, if even Su Yunlong, who protected Gaochanghe, had fallen, how could Gaochanghe possibly escape unscathed? Without further ado, the black-clad elder made his way toward the inner chambers of the courtyard, not even casting a glance at Tian Lin, who lay in a pool of blood. To him, a mere copper badge of a constable was no more significant than an ant, unworthy of his attention. Moments later, the elder cradled Gaochanghe's lifeless body in his left arm and grasped his unseeing head in his right, hastily vanishing from the courtyard. In the depths of the Gao residence, the black-clad elder appeared outside a study, bowing his head, trembling slightly with trepidation as he reported, "Master, trouble has arisen. The third young master is dead." With that declaration, a thunderous crash ensued as the study door burst open, like a volley of icy, piercing arrows. The frigid air surged forth, threatening to tear everything apart, reducing it to mere powder. A layer of frost spread from the door, enveloping the ground within 100 meters in crystalline ice, plunging all into a chilling abyss, where the wind howled mercilessly. A tall figure emerged from the room, his features sharply defined, exuding an air of unspeakable sharpness and authority, as if he gazed down upon all existence. This man was none other than Gao Zhantian, the county lieutenant of Songlong and the sole patriarch of the Gao clan. At this moment, his face bore no expression, appearing utterly apathetic. Seeing Gao Zhantian's demeanor, the black-clad elder grew increasingly cautious, his heart filled with unease. Only those of the Gao family understood that the more indifferent Gao Zhantian appeared, the more incensed he truly was. Gao Zhantian accepted the reassembled corpse of Gaochanghe from the elder, remaining mute as he stared into the lifeless eyes of his fallen kin. The elder, witnessing Gao Zhantian's expression, felt a surge of fear, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of incurring his wrath. After a prolonged silence, Gao Zhantian finally spoke in a low, resonant tone. Who is responsible for this? Though Gaochanghe was foolish, his crimes did not warrant death. Whoever dared to slay Gaochanghe would face the full wrath of the Gao family. The dignity of the noble clan would not permit anyone to trample upon it. Master, I do not know, the elder replied, his head bowed. From Su Yunlong's remains, I could only ascertain that his swordsmanship was extraordinary. He had already grasped the essence of sword intent, pure and blazing, embodying pure yang. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Zhantian's icy gaze shifted towards the direction of the six doors as he stated, "So it is the six doors then. Their pure yang sword manual holds the key to comprehending the pure yang sword intent. Is the county governor declaring war on our Gao family?" The elder's expression changed slightly, and he fell silent, though he too surmised that the six doors might indeed be involved. Yet he could not fathom why they would target Gaochanghe, who had no martial prowess. The six doors must have sought evidence of our clan's collusion with demons through the third young master. However, they overlooked one crucial point. How could he, lacking martial training, possess knowledge of our family's secrets? Gao Zhantian let out a cold laugh, dismissing the notion. The elder's face brightened with realization. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. Ultimately, the six doors must have discovered that they could not obtain evidence from Gao Changka and silenced him to cover their tracks. Yet the pure yang sword intent still exposed the identity of the six doors. It won't be long now. Gao Zhantian's eyes gleamed with a terrifying killing intent as he declared, once our ancestor breaks through, our Gao family shall suppress the six doors, slay the county governor, and seize control of all Songlong County. At that moment, even the head constable of the six doors, Chu Xiu, would pay the price alongside the third young master. The master is wise, the elder said with utmost respect. However, with the third young master deceased, we must also make a show of our grief. Inform the third elder to mobilize all our forces within the six doors and investigate this matter thoroughly in the shortest time possible. Once we uncover the culprit, we shall return his head to pay homage to the third young master. Gao Zhantian spoke coldly. Very well, I shall comply. The elder's expression turned solemn, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The black-clad elder was, in truth, Gao Jinyu, the second elder of the Gao family, a peerless master of the martial saint realm. Despite his esteemed position within the family, he appeared so fearful and humble before Gao Zhantian, illustrating the latter's formidable authority within the Gao clan. The third elder, mentioned by Gao Zhantian, was the highest-ranking deputy head constable within the six doors, Gao Zhenhong. As a prominent family in Songlong County, the Gao family's influence extended far beyond the military. Even within the six doors, they wielded immense power. Remember to direct the third elder's attention towards the gold badge and silver badge captains within the six doors. Generally, only a martial saint-level master could comprehend pure yang sword intent. However, the esteemed constables of the six doors would never act against the third young master. Thus, the true assailant could not be a martial saint-level constable, but most likely one of the gold or silver badge captains. We must have the third elder keep an eye on the young prodigies of the six doors. Gao Zhantian analyzed coldly yet rationally, particularly those exceptional talents skilled in swordsmanship, as their remarkable comprehension of sword techniques could render them suspects. Focusing on the extraordinary young talents within the six doors shall surely lead us to the perpetrator. The master is indeed sagacious, Gao Jinyu remarked, a look of admiration crossing his face. It was undeniable that Gao Zhantian's ability to conceive such a multitude of strategies at this moment marked him as an extraordinary figure, rare in the Gao family as history. Furthermore, Gao Zhantian commanded, inform the Dazhong gang to incite chaos throughout Songlong County by any means necessary. This shall serve to divert attention away from our Gao family. Understood. Hai Jinyu spoke with utmost respect. Hai Zhantian, cradling the lifeless body of Gao Changka, vanished from sight. Only after Hai Zhantian's departure did Hai Jinyu reveal a look of relief, wiping away the fine beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve. In the presence of Hai Zhantian, Hai Jinyu felt as though he were facing the ancestral figures of the Gao family. Upon entering the six gates, Chu Xiu made his way directly to a courtyard, clasping his hands in salute as he announced, I am the constable Chu Xiu, here to pay my respects to Lord Su. The hierarchy within the six gates is classified as follows: constable, copper metal head constable, silver metal head constable, gold metal head constable, blue robe renowned constable, red robe renowned constable, and purple robe divine constable, with the title of divine constable being surpassed only by the deputy chief constable and the chief constable of the six gates headquarters. The chief constable of a prefecture is held by a red robe renowned constable, while the blue robe renowned constable serves as the deputy chief constable. In Songlong Prefecture, any constable who has reached the innate realm may seek an audience with deputy chief constable Chu Xiu to be promoted from constable to copper metal head constable without the need for any prior achievements. However, once one attains the rank of copper metal head constable, merit becomes essential for further advancement. Have you broken through to the innate realm? A man dressed in the blue uniform of the six gates, possessing an air of elegance and scholarly charm, suddenly appeared before Chu Xiu, smiling as he addressed him. It was none other than Chu Xian, the deputy chief constable of Songlong Prefecture's six gates. Reporting to Lord Su, I have fortuitously broken through to the innate realm, and I wish to be promoted to copper metal head constable. With a humble expression, Chu Xiu spoke, this is no mere stroke of luck. You have already reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the innate realm. With this token in hand, you are now a copper badge captain of our six gates. Do you know how to refine it? Chu Xian smiled gently, waving his sleeve, as a token swiftly flew towards Chu Xiu. I understand. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his right hand deftly grasping the token. The bronze badge of the six doors captains could indeed be regarded as a treasure, possessing the remarkable ability to automatically record merit points. Within our esteemed six doors, captains are categorized into two types. one who need not concern themselves with daily affairs, but merely complete a designated task within a specified time frame. Enjoying a relatively liberated existence, the other is assigned a fixed jurisdiction, with subordinates allocated to assist, requiring only that they fulfill their designated responsibilities. Xu Xian inclined his head slightly, gazing at Chu Xiu, and inquired, "Which option do you choose?" Chu Xiu replied, "I respectfully choose the first option, Sir Su." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu declared. Regarding these two paths, as an officer of the Six Doors, he was undoubtedly well aware. On his way to the Six Doors, he had already contemplated his options. The first route promised a swifter promotion but carried greater peril, making it most suitable for a genius like him. "Very well, I comprehend." Xu Xian nodded slightly and said, "You may now proceed to our Six Doors storeroom to collect your weaponry and official attire. Upon receiving your weapons and attire, you will be able to access our martial arts treasury to obtain the necessary skills." "Thank you, Lord Su." Chu Xiu bowed to Xu Xian and then turned to depart. His physique was extraordinary, reminiscent of a dragon and a tiger. Indeed, he was an unparalleled genius in the realm of horizontal cultivation. After watching Chu Xiu leave, Xu Xian marveled, "I wonder if he will choose a method of horizontal cultivation from the martial arsenal. If he embarks on this path, his future is boundless." After a brief moment of tea, clad in the official attire of a copper badge captain, Chu Xiu strode into the armory of the Six Doors with an air of grandeur. "I pay my respects, my lord," greeted two guards stationed outside the armory, their expressions filled with reverence upon his arrival. "No need for such formality." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and walked towards the armory of the Six Doors. Upon entering the armory, he noticed a table on the right side, where an elderly man in a gray robe was dozing off. This was Chu Xiu's first visit to the Six Doors armory. Within the Six Doors, constables were not permitted to enter the armory. After becoming a constable, one would be taught the foundational martial arts of the Six Doors, namely the pure yang technique and the pure yang swordsmanship, by a copper badge captain. Only upon attaining the rank of copper badge captain could one gain access to the armory. As Chu Xiu awaited the opportunity to select martial arts, he observed the gray-robed elder in slumber and stood quietly to the side. To hold a position in the Six Doors armory, this elder must, at the very least, possess the prowess of a martial sage. Such an individual would undoubtedly be regarded as a renowned figure among the elite constables of the Six Doors. After a moment, the elderly man, weary with age, yawned, rubbed his bleary eyes, and addressed Chu Xiu. "Are you the newly appointed copper badge captain?" "Copper badge captain Chu Xiu." "At your service, esteemed sir." Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to the old man in the gray robe and said, "What master? I am merely an ordinary, old fellow. If you do not mind, you may call me Elder Jiang." The gray-robed elder waved his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face as he looked at Chu Xiu and replied, "I have met Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to Elder Jiang and said, "Please feel free to select at your leisure. The first floor is dedicated to fundamental martial arts, including techniques such as pure yang skill, pure yang swordsmanship, pure yang finger technique, and the demon-suppressing sword art. If you wish to learn, there are no restrictions." A look of satisfaction appeared on Elder Jiang's face as he replied to Chu Xiu. "On the second floor, every newly appointed bronze medal captain may freely choose one martial art, one lightness skill, and one combat technique. The martial arts available on the second floor are merely introductions. Once you have made your selections, come to me, and I shall provide you with the true essence of the martial arts." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang and proceeded towards the second floor of the Six Doors armory. He was well aware of the regulations governing the Six Doors. Each bronze badge captor is entitled to select one martial art, one lightness skill, and one combat technique free of charge. However, should one wish to choose additional martial arts, it is imperative to possess merit points to exchange for them within the armory. The significance of these merit points cannot be overstated. They serve as currency for acquiring weapons, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and other resources essential for cultivation, and also form the foundation for promotion and rank. Remarkably, the Six Doors extends generous privileges regarding martial arts. For instance, the martial art currently being selected by the Bronze Badge captor has the potential to be cultivated all the way to the Martial Saint realm. Upon reaching the Martial Saint realm, one may likewise select a new martial art or obtain further teachings on the martial art they are currently practicing. Before long, Chu Xiu ascended to the second floor of the Six Gates Armory. The entire floor was a dazzling array of shelves, meticulously organized into several distinct sections. These included categories for martial arts techniques, agility skills, combat arts, and miscellaneous items. The miscellaneous section housed a variety of unique auxiliary martial arts, as well as treatises on alchemy encompassing a comprehensive assortment of knowledge. Chu Xiu strode directly towards the area designated for martial arts techniques. This section was modest in size, containing merely 5 bookshelves. One of the shelves was adorned with over 100 martial arts manuals. He began by examining the introduction to the Pure Yang True technique. With a single glance, Chu Xiu discerned the most widely practiced Pure Yang True skill within the 6 gates and began to peruse it. The Pure Yang True skill presented here was, of course, not the authentic content of the Pure Yang True skill, but merely an introduction. Indeed, the power of this rendition of the Pure Yang True skill was remarkable, particularly well-suited for those transitioning to the innate realm through the Pure Yang cultivation method. It was even conceivable that the Pure Yang skill might be a simplified version of the Pure Yang True skill itself. After perusing the Pure Yang True art, Chu Xiu pondered. However, the potency of this Pure Yang True art pales in comparison to the 9 Yang True art I am currently cultivating. If the Pure Yang True art can be deemed inferior, then the 9 Yang True art undoubtedly qualifies as exceptional, and among the exceptional. It ranks as the pinnacle of supreme techniques. Moreover, my 9 Yang True art is sufficiently robust to elevate me to the zenith of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. It is only upon reaching this pinnacle that I must contemplate the methods of the mythical realm and beyond. Thus, the Pure Yang True art holds no relevance for me at present. What I truly require is a technique for external cultivation. Pausing for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he resolved to disregard the array of true arts displayed on the shelves. Among these shelves were the Flame Yang True art, the Fierce Sun True art, the Gentle Water True art, the Cold Ice True art, the 7 Kill True art, the Earth of Wu True art, and others. Yet, Chu Xiu found himself devoid of any interest. He traversed past each shelf until he finally halted before the last one. The techniques exhibited on the preceding 4 shelves were all methods for internal cultivation, i.e., inner strength disciplines. Only the final shelf housed techniques for external cultivation. The Indestructible Golden Body, the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, the Unyielding Diamond Body. Chu Xiu's gaze fell upon the 3 tomes perched atop the bookshelf. These volumes stood apart. Unlike the others, which were often crammed with over 20 books on a single shelf, the Indestructible Golden Body technique, when cultivated to its utmost depth, grants the ability to achieve an immortal physical form and the power of blood rebirth. Within the 6 doors, a complete martial arts manual exists, sufficient to elevate one to the realm of celestial beings. Among the ranks of the 6 doors, there are unparalleled masters who have reached legendary status in the martial world through the Indestructible Golden Body technique. However, this technique demands exceptional innate physical aptitude, requiring individuals blessed with abundant life force to undertake its cultivation. Chu Xiu picked up the Eternal Body technique, his face reflecting profound astonishment as he remarked, "This Eternal Body technique is truly extraordinary. No wonder it occupies the highest shelf. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique originates from one of the 4 supreme skills of the Western secret sect, the Dragon Elephant Suppression Force. Yet, it transcends the Dragon Elephant Suppression Force, wielding power far superior to it. When cultivated to an advanced realm, it can manifest 840 million particles within the body, each giving rise to a formidable divine elephant capable of upheaving oceans and annihilating the heavens. This was personally crafted by the founder of the 6 Gates, the first generation of 6 Gates divine catchers. However, within our 6 Gates, no one has ever reached the legendary realm of martial arts. The most powerful among us has only attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the legendary realm. The requirements for talents in the realm of horizontal cultivation are exceedingly high. One must possess inherently robust bones and a celestial demeanor to even hope to tread upon the path beyond the legendary realm. Choose wisely." Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions, and picked up the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique, eagerly flipping through its pages. As he reached the latter sections, his eyes brightened with excitement. Was this not the most suitable martial art for his horizontal training? He currently possessed the attribute of golden muscles and jade bones. In the future, this attribute could potentially evolve into a purple attribute, or even a golden one. Who could be more fitting to cultivate the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique than he? Boom! A vast surge of vitality erupted from Chu Xiu, soaring into the heavens like a magnificent canopy, grand and awe-inspiring. The entire courtyard was bathed in the intense crimson glow of his blazing vitality, resembling a furnace, radiating an unbearable heat. With his eyes closed, Chu Xiu appeared to be in a state of oblivion. He was employing the Divine Elephant Prison method to harness his own vital energy and to unlock the microparticles within his body. This method posits that the human body comprises 840 million microparticles. The initial step involves utilizing one's vital energy to locate the first microparticle within the body and to manifest a dragon elephant within it. The successful manifestation of the first dragon elephant signifies the true initiation into the divine elephant prison method. In an instant, a point of light emerged within Chu Xiu's being. Dragon elephant, coalesce. With a resounding shout resonating in his mind, Chu Xiu propelled his vital energy towards a singular point of light. A thunderous roar reverberated within his very being, as if the essence of the world itself had awakened. This point of light transformed into a tangible realm where an enormous, vividly lifelike elephant materialized from the ethereal, gradually solidifying into a magnificent wild dragon elephant, adorned with shimmering golden scales and crowned with a towering dragon horn, exuding an air of majesty that surveyed all of existence. With a thunderous bellow, the wild dragon elephant raised its head to the heavens, and the world around it erupted into a spectacle of shattering stars and collapsing realms. As the first wild dragon elephant took form, the emergence of the second particle commenced, leading to a continuous manifestation of wild dragon elephants. After a considerable duration, it became evident why the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique was so arduous. Had it not been for my possession of the blue attribute of golden sinews and jade bones, I would have been unable to even approach the fundamentals of this technique. Even so, without practicing any external martial arts, I had already attained a physical prowess rivaling that of innate warriors. Yet I had only summoned 17 wild dragon elephants, far short of the 21 required for the initial minor success of the divine elephant suppression technique. Chu Xiu gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them, as if he could pierce through the very fabric of the universe. He clenched his right fist slightly, and the air around him was instantaneously crushed, erupting with a cacophony of crackling sounds. However, I have now unlocked 17 microparticles, granting me the formidable strength of 17 primal dragon elephants. Not only has my power surged dramatically, but even a master of the highest caliber would find it difficult to withstand a single punch. More importantly, my entire being feels as though it is clad in 17 layers of dragon scales. Even a master of the highest realm would find it no easy task to breach my defenses. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu gazed at his skin, which appeared unchanged on the surface, yet had become as resilient as dragon scales. A smile graced his cheeks as he spoke. The divine elephant suppression technique comprises a total of 9 levels. The first level unlocks 84 microparticles, corresponding to the innate realm. The second level unlocks 840 microparticles, corresponding to the master realm. The third level unlocks 8,400 microparticles, corresponding to the grandmaster realm. The ninth level aims to transform the 84 million microparticles of the primal dragon elephant into the ancient divine elephant, corresponding to the realm beyond the human celestial realm. However, the ninth level has yet to be conceived, and within the 6 gates, only the 8th level of the technique exists. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and commenced his practice of the 8 steps of the celestial demon and the 7 blades of the heaven's interception. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu strolled out of the courtyard, heading towards the task hall of the 6 doors. He had already cultivated the 8 steps of the heavenly demon and the 7 swords of the heaven interception to a foundational level. It must be said that the 8 steps of the heavenly demon and the 7 swords of the heaven interception truly deserve their reputation as the pinnacle of martial arts within the 6 doors. Even with Chu Xiu's exceptional comprehension, he could only master these 2 martial arts to a rudimentary stage. Particularly, his pure yang sword technique had reached a level of perfection. He had established a solid foundation in swordsmanship, yet still could only cultivate the first sword of the 7 swords of the heaven interception to an introductory level. This singular fact alone illustrates the immense difficulty of the 7 swords of the heaven interception. No wonder Elder Jiang was not optimistic about his choice of these 3 martial arts, believing he might not succeed in mastering even one. Before long, with the majestic stride of a dragon and the grace of a tiger, Chu Xiulong entered the task hall of the 6 doors. Within the hall, there stood a table, at which the esteemed gold medal captain Chu Xiu sat, engrossed in a book that captivated his attention. The copper medal captain Chu Xiu acknowledged the presence of Lord Qi. Chu Xiu clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Chu Xiu and inquired, "Are you the newly appointed copper badge captain? I presume you are here to receive your assignment?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu set aside the book he had been holding, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Indeed." Chu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. Chu Xiu set aside the book in his hands and retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table, extending it towards Chu Xiu, saying, "This contains all the tasks available in our Songlong prefecture. Peruse it at your leisure, and once you have made your selection, inform me." Chu Xiu fell into silence. He caught sight of the title of the book Chu Xiu had been reading, The 888 Ways to Pamper One's Wife by the Grandmaster of Demonic Arts. This Captain Jin Zhang certainly possesses an intriguing character. Chu Xiu feigned ignorance of the title of the book, accepting the pamphlet from Chu Xiu's hands and began to peruse its contents. Unfazed, Chu Xiu picked up the 888 Ways to Pamper Your Wife by the formidable demon lord, engrossed in its reading as if no one were watching. In the outer city of Qingyu Square, a formidable demon of the seventh pinnacle of the innate realm has been terrorizing the populace, emerging during the night to assault innocent citizens, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 20 innocent souls. Senior bronze or silver captains may undertake the task. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Qingyu Square? With a subtle arch of his brow, Chu Xiu contemplated the Qingyu Fang, which lay a mere few miles from his residence. This Fang within the Songlong prefecture did not refer to a single street, but rather signified a bustling marketplace, a vibrant amalgamation of residential and commercial zones. It boasted a labyrinth of 10 to 20 streets, contingent upon its size. Even a modest Fang would encompass a vast expanse. After a moment of reflection, Chu Xiu placed the booklet upon the table and addressed Chu Xiu, saying, "Lord Qi, I wish to undertake this task." "Are you certain?" Chu Xiu responded. Incredulity etched across his features. "This is a task involving a peak-level demon of the 7th stage of the innate realm. You, a newly appointed bronze badge captain, are venturing into perilous territory." Chu Xiu cast a quick glance at the task and was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. "Would you not consider a simpler assignment instead? The prowess of demons, even among their own ranks, typically eclipse that of human warriors. Only the true geniuses, the extraordinary talents among human martial artists, could stand on equal footing with demons." The notion that a fledgling bronze badge captain would aspire to confront a peak-level demon of the 7th stage was utterly bewildering. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chu Xiu's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he scrutinized Chu Xiu from head to toe. "No need for that. I shall accept this task," Chu Xiu asserted resolutely. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Xiu declared, "Very well, this task must be accomplished within 3 days. Should it remain unfulfilled, it will be assigned to the next senior bronze or silver badge captain." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu cast a profound glance at Chu Xiu and replied, "Thank you, Lord Qi." Chu Xiu cupped his hands toward Chu Xiu before turning to depart. Intriguing. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an entertaining newly promoted copper badge captain. After watching Chu Xiu leave, a look of genuine interest spread across Chu Xiu's face as he remarked. Subsequently, he resumed his engrossing study of the 888 pampered wives of the formidable demon master, Heavenly Demon. The autumn breeze rose, and the night turned slightly chilly. Chu Xiu pushed open the door and slowly entered his home. "Young master, you have returned?" Upon seeing Chu Xiu, a delicate hand propped against her jade-like chin, a hint of sorrow still lingering in her expression, Jiang Xiaoxiao, dressed in light attire, rose from her thoughtful repose at the stone table, her pretty face illuminating with surprise as she hurried to greet him. Chu Xiu smiled gently, closing the door, and turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, "Have you eaten yet? Are you hungry, young master?" "I can bring out the meal now," Jiang Xiaoxiao responded promptly. "No rush," Chu Xiu replied. "I noticed you have no change of clothes, and what you're wearing is rather insufficient. Therefore, I have purchased a few garments for you. Please see if they fit well." Chu Xiu extended the large parcel in his hand towards Jiang Xiaoxiao, saying, "I acquired a storage bag from Gao Changfa, containing over 20,000 taels of silver. I am not in need of money at the moment." Thus, he purchased 5 sets of clothing for Jiang Xiaoxiao, along with a white fox fur cloak. As for his own attire, he did not buy anything, as his official uniform from the 6 doors was more than sufficient. With his level of cultivation, he would not feel the cold, even in the depths of winter. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, her heart warmed. Her clear eyes turned red, and tears welled up as she spoke, overwhelmed with emotion. It was only now that she understood the large parcel in Chu Xiu's hand was meant for her. A profound sense of gratitude blossomed within her heart. "Go ahead, you are dressed too lightly. Change into something warmer to avoid catching a cold." Chu Xiu placed the package into Jiang Xiaoxiao's hands and said, "I see, I shall go change my clothes now." Jiang Xiaoxiao accepted the package, wiped away her tears, and gracefully made her way towards a room. After a brief moment, the door creaked open. A woman, clad in snow-white attire, emerged from the room with a hint of trepidation and unease. Her beauty surpassed that of blooming flowers. Observing Jiang Xiaoxiao donned in her new garments, Chu Xiu was filled with admiration. Do you think I look unsightly?" Jiang Xiao, flustered, gazed at Chu Xiu and asked in a voice barely above a whisper, "How could that be? You look absolutely stunning. This outfit on you is more exquisite than on anyone else." Chu Xiu smiled gently and said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, her two fair and flawless hands instinctively pinching the hem of her garment as she spoke. Young master, I shall fetch the dishes for you now. With that, she hurriedly made her way towards the kitchen. Chu Xiu gracefully seated himself before the stone table. A variety of dishes were presented before him, a plate of stir-fried asparagus, a dish of cured meat sautéed with garlic sprouts, and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. This humble ensemble of 2 dishes and a soup exuded an enticing aroma and vivid colors, greatly enhancing Chu Xiu's appetite. Moreover, the ingredients for these dishes were sourced from his own home, rather than being procured by Jiang Xiaoxiao from outside. In the depths of his heart, Chu Xiu felt a profound appreciation. The warmth of having someone at home preparing a meal, awaiting his return, was truly delightful. My lord, you have worked tirelessly all day. Please, indulge in your meal, she urged. Indeed, my culinary skills are merely average. I hope you do not find them wanting, Jiang Xiaoxiao said. Placing a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of rice before Chu Xiu, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue as she spoke cautiously. Your cooking is far from average. I dare say the chefs at the taverns outside pale in comparison to your talents. It surpasses anything I have tasted before, he replied. Xiao, do serve yourself some rice. Let us dine together. Chu Xiu smiled gently as he looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao and said, My dear, I am not yet hungry. I shall wait until you have finished before I partake. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and resolutely replied. Just then, a sound of a rumbling stomach echoed from her petite belly. Jiang Xiaoxiao's charming face turned crimson in an instant, her ears flushed a delightful shade of red, rendering her utterly adorable. You claim not to be hungry. Please, do eat. I can serve myself. Observing Jiang Xiaoxiao's endearing demeanor, Chu Xiu chuckled softly. Moving his bowl and chopsticks in front of her, he rose gracefully and gently urged her to sit upon the stone bench before making his way to the kitchen. You are so kind to me, dear sir, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, her heart brimming with gratitude. Chu Xiu smiled lightly, walked into the kitchen to serve rice, and came out to dine with Jiang Xiaoxiao. However, from time to time, Chu Xiu would serve Jiang Xiaoxiao some vegetables. If he did not, she would merely consume the rice in her bowl. After a while, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chu Xiu observed that the sky had completely darkened. Were it not for the flickering candle on the stone table illuminating the courtyard, the dishes before him would have been nearly indistinguishable. Of course, this is true for an ordinary person. For someone like Chu Xiu, a martial artist of innate caliber, it was as if daylight still reigned. Little one, he said. Should I venture out and not return, please do not hesitate to dine without me. Do not let yourself go hungry. Chu Xiu rose to his full height and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. My dear, do you wish to venture outside now? Noticing that Chu Xiu's gaze had drifted towards the courtyard beyond, Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired softly, Are you planning to go out? Indeed, I must step out for a while. Please tidy up the dishes and rest early. There is no need to wait for my return. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode toward the grand entrance. Upon stepping outside, he securely closed the door behind him, suppressing his aura as he quietly departed. After Chu Xiu's departure, Jiang Xiaoxiao began to tidy up the dishes. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the outer city in an eerie silence that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a figure that instilled dread appeared before Chu Xiu. This towering figure resembled a mountain, covered in coarse black bristles, crowned with a grotesquely large pig's head. Its skin was rough and riddled with lumps, and a pair of small eyes glimmered with cunning and ferocity beneath its thick brows. The pig demon's lips dripped with foul, viscous saliva as it gazed down at Chu Xiu, proclaiming, Copper Badge Captain of the Six Doors, I take great pleasure in feasting upon your kind. Your flesh is far more delectable and substantial than that of ordinary civilians. At the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the innate realm, our intelligence at the Six Doors remains remarkably precise. With a slight raise of his sword-like eyebrows, Chu Xiu regarded the pig demon with an expression of serene calmness. Come into my belly, little constable. The pig demon advanced towards Chu Xiu, its trotters reaching out directly towards him. As it grasped, the very heavens seemed on the verge of being crushed by the pig demon's might. An overwhelming aura of demonic power enveloped Chu Xiu. Is this all? A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as his right hand rested upon the hilt of the dagger at his waist. Suddenly, he drew his blade. With a resounding clang, a brilliant flash of light emanated from the sword, illuminating the entire world. This stroke cleaved the realms of yin and yang. To perish beneath my blade is a privilege beyond measure. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed the long blade in his hand and spoke with a calm demeanor. This strike was not executed with the pure yang sword technique, but rather with the 7 cuts that sliced the heavens. The first cut being the division of yin and yang. The reason he refrained from employing the pure yang sword technique was that, during his confrontation with Su Yunlong, he had already unveiled the consummate level of the pure yang sword technique and its essence. Now, he aimed to avoid using pure yang techniques as much as possible to prevent detection by the Gao family. After all, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The pig demon gazed at Chu Xiu with an expression of utter bewilderment, as if unable to fathom how he could possess such a fearsome swordsmanship. A line of blood cascaded down from the top of the pig demon's head. Bang! The pig demon's body was cleaved in two, splitting apart. A destiny attribute was revealed. Abundant vitality, green. The destiny attribute can be plundered and solidified. Abundant vitality, your life force is innately more vigorous than that of ordinary beings, granting you an exceptional talent in the realm of physical cultivation. Having slain a vicious and ferocious pig demon at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the innate realm, which preys upon humanity, he received a reward of 1,500 destiny points. A series of notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu. Plunder. In his mind, Chu Xiu spoke without hesitation. Boom. As soon as the words fell, an enigmatic force emerged, surging towards Chu Xiu's physical form like the mighty Yangtze River. This phenomenon caused his vital energy to continuously swell, growing ever more formidable. A thunderous roar echoed within Chu Xiu. Countless particles appeared, and a multitude of primordial dragon elephants emerged in succession. In an instant, Chu Xiu had successfully cultivated 27 particles, coalescing into 27 primordial dragon elephants. The divine elephant suppression technique, at the innate realm level, specifically the first stage, is divided into 3 tiers: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and peak. This differs from the internal cultivation method, which is categorized into 9 levels. Each stage of the divine elephant suppression technique comprises only 3 minor realms. Achieving minor accomplishment in the first stage requires the cultivation of 21 particles. Major accomplishment necessitates the cultivation of 42 particles, while reaching the peak demands 84 particles. This indicates that Chu Xiu has officially embarked upon the path of innate realm minor accomplishment. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze as he exclaimed, "A green entry has remarkably tripled my already formidable vitality. Moreover, the augmentation of my vitality has reverberated back to my divine elephant suppression technique. The first level of the divine elephant suppression technique has now reached minor completion. It is time to return home." A trace of a smile appeared on Chu Xiu's cheek as he prepared to turn and depart. Once the task was accomplished, the bodies of the demons here would undoubtedly be cleared away by the officers of the 6 gates. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance. The scream swiftly came to an abrupt halt. It seems that within the Qingyu workshop, there was more than just one demon at play. With a focused gaze, Chu Xiu took a step forward and vanished from his original position, moving swiftly towards the source of the sound. In an instant, Chu Xiu suddenly found himself in a courtyard. A pig demon, possessing a strength beyond the innate realm, squatted on the ground, clutching a bloody thigh and voraciously gnawing at it, its black bristles stained with crimson. The earth bore witness to a head, eyes wide open in eternal terror. Its owner having met a gruesome fate, with no remnants of the body left but for this macabre trophy. 6 doors copper metal hunter? The pig demon savagely thrust the bloody thigh into its gaping maw, chewing with abandon, blood spattering as it regarded Chu Xiu with eyes brimming with greed. Rising slowly to its full height, the creature loomed like a mountain, casting an immense shadow that seemed to eclipse the very sun, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. S expression grew solemn. The intelligence from the 6 doors was erroneous. Not only were there multiple-headed demons, but there also appeared to be demons of the master realm. The terrifying pig demon, its blood-soaked head twisted into a ghastly grin, loomed over and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Are you afraid? Fear my ass." With a sudden flourish, Chu Xiu unsheathed his sword, striking towards the pig demon with a speed akin to a thunderclap. This stroke unleashed the entirety of his formidable primal dragon elephant strength, augmented by the swiftness of the celestial demon's 8 steps. The blow seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. The pig demon's countenance betrayed a look of sheer terror. It sensed an overwhelming aura of deadly intent, akin to the cataclysmic force of collapsing realms bearing down upon it. Moreover, as a pig demon, it could distinctly perceive the profound vitality emanating from Chu Xiu. A vitality of unparalleled density. How could a mere human possess such terrifying life force? Even for a creature endowed with robust innate vitality like itself. It found no means of resistance against Chu Xiu's might. With a resounding crash, the blow descended, cleaving the master-rank pig demon into a heap of mangled flesh. The notification box reappeared. announcing the execution of the malevolent master-ranked pig demon and the acquisition of 3,700 destiny points. Now, to seek out further demons. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu vanished into the courtyard. Each demon possessed a value of destiny for him. Naturally, Chu Xiu's search extended beyond the confines of Qingyufang, encompassing the area surrounding his residence. After all, the proximity of Qingyufang to his home made it imperative for him to ensure that Jiang Xiaoxiao remained out of harm's way. Indeed, Chu Xiu has discovered a total of 7 pig demons. These 7 pig demons were primarily found in Qingyufang, with only one residing in the area where Chu Xiu lives. This particular pig demon evidently came from Qingyufang and was swiftly dispatched by Chu Xiu with a single strike upon its entrance. However, these demons predominantly possess innate realm cultivation, with only one reaching the mastery level. It is clear that these demons emerged from Qingyufang, suggesting that a significant secret lies hidden within that place. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu raised his sword-like brows and remarked, "Let us search further and uncover the secrets concealed within the Qingyu workshop." He employed the technique of the 8 steps of the celestial demon, beginning his quest within the confines of the Qingyu workshop. After the duration of a tea ceremony at the periphery of the Qingyu workshop, Chu Xiu observed a gathering of figures congregated outside a tavern. The Black Tiger Gang? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that these demons are connected to the Black Tiger Gang? The Black Tiger Gang is one of the 5 major factions in Songlong County. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang is said to be a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grand Master realm. However, such strength is hardly significant within the county's capital. The formidable force of the 6 doors could easily suppress them. How could a mere Black Tiger Gang dare to conspire with demons? A member of the Black Tiger Gang swiftly approached from a distance, kneeling before a master-level hall leader of the gang, and said with utmost reverence, reporting to the hall leader, "There has been an incident. All the 9-headed pig demons are dead. Not a single one remains." "This is bad," exclaimed the hall leader, his expression tightening with fear. "The 6 doors have dispatched experts. Retreat." The leader's face revealed a stark terror, for the 6 doors wield an incomparably fearsome influence in Songlong County and throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, making them a force not to be trifled with by mere gang members. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Black Tiger Gang members changed dramatically. Trying to escape? Chu Xiu emerged from the shadows, his gaze indifferent as he addressed the leader of the Black Tiger Gang and his cohorts. The renowned bronze badge captain of the 6 doors? The leader of the Black Tiger Gang initially appeared stunned, but soon his face lit up with unrestrained joy. He bellowed to his followers, "Seize him. Eliminate this man. The true experts from the 6 doors have yet to arrive. If we dispatch him, we shall make our swift escape." Yet, despite his fervent cries for blood, the Black Tiger Gang leader remained rooted to the spot, evidently seeking to gauge Chu Xiu's true capabilities through the actions of his subordinates. He aimed to discern whether it was the Silver Badge Captain or even the legendary Gold Badge Captain who had vanquished the 9-headed pig demon, or if it was merely this young Bronze Badge Captain, barely past his youth. This exemplified the formidable authority of the 6 doors. Even though Chu Xiu donned the attire of a Bronze Badge Captain, the masterful leader of the Black Tiger Gang dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Who could say whether Chu Xiu might be an unparalleled genius within the ranks of the 6 doors? Kill. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, however, were far less contemplative than their leader. One by one, they unsheathed their blades and charged toward Chu Xiu. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he moved with the swiftness of a thunderbolt towards the dozen or so members of the Black Tiger Gang. It must be acknowledged that the strength of this gang is not to be underestimated. Among the numerous members, nearly half are martial artists of the innate realm, while the rest are also practitioners of exceptional caliber. It is noteworthy that a martial artist of the innate realm would suffice to become a copper badge captain within the 6 doors, a position that is indeed of the 9th rank, a true official. Of course, it is also plausible that these individuals are the elite subordinates of the Black Tiger Gang's leader, which accounts for their formidable prowess. Boom, boom. Chu Xiu had never practiced martial arts in the form of punches and kicks, yet his formidable vitality and blood force endowed each of his strikes with the power to seemingly suppress mountains and shatter rivers. In the face of such overwhelming strength, none of the members of the Black Tiger Gang could withstand his blows. They were all sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, each member bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, lifeless. In an instant, over a dozen members of the Black Tiger Gang had been vanquished. What an extraordinary innate martial artist, refined through relentless training. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang clapped his hands, extolling, "However, regrettably, your prowess is insufficient before me." After a brief pause, the leader sneered, What sum do you command that emboldens you to obstruct a master at the pinnacle of the seventh realm? As soon as he finished speaking, the leader unsheathed his blade and charged at Chu Xiu, transforming into a fearsome black tiger, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. He had evidently concluded that the one who had slain the 9 demon pigs was not Chu Xiu, but rather the silver-capped captain from the 6 gates. Or even the golden-capped captain. His intent was to swiftly eliminate Chu Xiu and flee. With the first strike of the celestial 7 blades approaching, Chu Xiu's expression grew serious. His right hand gripping the hilt of his blade at his waist. In a sudden motion, he drew his sword. Boom! A terrifying beam of light erupted in the darkness, seemingly dispelling the surrounding shadows and illuminating the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this stroke, the leader's face contorted in horror. He had misjudged the situation. This copper-capped captain from the 6 gates was indeed the one who had slain the 9 demon pigs, including the formidable master-level pig demon. Had he known this earlier, he would have retreated when his elite subordinates surrounded Chu Xiu. A mere copper-capped captain possessed such terrifying power. Is this the true essence of the 6 gates? His vision began to blur. The long knife in the leader's hand shattered with a thunderous crack. Then, the leader himself erupted into an infinite mist of blood. This was the result of Chu Xiu's overwhelming vitality and blood force, which had utterly crushed him. A destiny entry was discovered. Rough proficiency in swordplay, white. Destiny entries can be plundered and solidified. Rough proficiency in swordplay, you find it easier than ordinary individuals to grasp the fundamentals of swordplay. Having slain the members of the Black Tiger Gang, Chu Xiu received a reward of 1,980 destiny points. 2 notification boxes appeared before him. Just a white entry? Nevertheless, it could be deemed a fortuitous acquisition. Chu Xiu shook his head and spoke. He slowly sheathed the longsword in his hand and turned to walk towards the direction of the 6 gates, all the while contemplating in his mind, plunder. Upon finishing his thought, Chu Xiu felt as though his understanding of swordsmanship had gained a slight enhancement. Just a mere glimmer. It bore little significance, after all, as it was merely a white text entry. Nonetheless, Chu Xiu's comprehension of sword techniques had already reached a considerable level. The 7 slices of heaven was hailed as one of the most exceptional martial arts within the 6 gates. After a brief moment, the 6 gates illuminated brightly, resembling the brilliance of day. Greetings, esteemed sir. The guards at the entrance of the 6 gates promptly saluted upon seeing Chu Xiu's arrival. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode toward the task hall of the 6 doors with the commanding presence of a dragon and the prowess of a tiger. In a short while, Chu Xiu arrived at the task hall of the 6 gates, where Captain Chu Xiu was intently observing the 888 beloved wives of the formidable demon lord, Tian Mo Zunxia. He remained silent, merely standing before Chu Xiu. Ahem, Chu Xiu cleared his throat, setting down the book in his hand, and looked at Chu Xiu, saying, "The information is inaccurate." Chu Xiu spoke with a serene expression. It is not merely a single demon, but rather 9 demons. The most formidable among them has already reached the 3rd level of the Master Realm. Chu Xiu's complexion changed slightly as he exclaimed anxiously. Could it be that the strength of this demon surpasses the peak of the 7th level of the innate realm? Chu Xiu spoke with a calm demeanor. How remarkable. With so many demons, you managed to return alive. Chu Xiu could not help but express his frustration, exclaiming, "Are these people merely idling about? With such a multitude of demons, only one was apprehended." He paused, then looked at Chu Xiu with a face full of regret. "What I meant to convey is that the strength of these demons has surpassed your capabilities. The fact that you have returned alive is already commendable. I shall personally grant you an additional 500 merit points as compensation." "No need for that," Chu Xiu replied. "I have slain all 9 of the demons." With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu spoke. He held a certain fondness for Chu Xiu, after all. To offer him a compensation of 500 merit points was quite generous, especially as it came from personal reserves. Chu Xiu remained silent, pondering whether he was merely attempting to show off. After all, as a newly appointed bronze badge captain and a warrior of innate realm, how could he have slain 9 monstrous beasts, the strongest of which was merely a 3rd-tier master? His gaze was filled with skepticism as he regarded Chu Xiu. Disbelief etched across his face. Chu Xiu tossed the copper badge of the captor onto Chu Xiu's desk. The badge of the 6 doors captor, which could indeed be regarded as a treasure, possessed the remarkable ability to record the slaying of demons. With each demon vanquished, the badge would automatically document the feat. Even if the captor of the 6 doors did not undertake any tasks, they could still earn merit points by presenting the badge after eliminating a demon. However, accepting tasks allowed one to benefit from the intelligence support of the 6 doors, gaining insight into where demons manifested and the extent of their powers, significantly enhancing safety. As for errors in the intelligence from the 6 doors, that was an entirely different matter. It appears to be genuine. The badge has been produced. Once verified, it cannot possibly be a forgery. Chu Xiu remained silent for a considerable time before picking up Chu Xiu's badge, his face reflecting astonishment as he exclaimed, 1 at the Master Realm, 3 at the innate 9th level, 4 at the innate 8th level, and 1 at the innate 7th level. Brother Chu, you are truly impressive. In an instant, Chu Xiu appeared beside Chu Xiu, draping an arm over his shoulder and remarked, to reverse slay a master at the innate level is exceedingly rare within our 6 doors. Each one of them is a true genius of unparalleled caliber. Lord Qi. It seems we are not that familiar. Chu Xiu felt somewhat unaccustomed to Chu Xiu's familiarity. No worries, we are acquainted now. Brother Chu, please refrain from addressing me as Lord Qi. It feels too distant. If I calculate it, I am merely 5 or 6 years your senior at most. Just call me Brother Qi. For now, I shall look after you, Brother Chu, and in the future, you shall look after me. Chu Xiu chuckled with a grin as he spoke. Chu Xiu cast a glance at Chu Xiu, the flamboyant captain of the Golden Seal, whose demeanor was indeed audacious and carefree. After all, to openly witness the 888 beloved wives of the formidable demon lord in the task hall, without a shred of concern for the judgment of others, is indicative of an extraordinary character. Such behavior, in light of this, seems rather commonplace. Brother Qi, in addition to slaying the 9-headed demon, I have also dispatched a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. I trust this should earn me some merit points, correct? After a moment of silence, Chu Xiu addressed Chu Xiu. Since Chu Xiu did not require him to address him as Lord, Chu Xiu naturally chose not to insist. Upon hearing the mention of the Black Tiger Gang's hall master, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly responded, are you suggesting, Brother Chu, that the Black Tiger Gang has colluded with demons? Indeed, a single hall master of the Black Tiger Gang would hardly possess the audacity to conspire with demons. It is likely that the entire Black Tiger Gang is in league with them. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said, Brother Chu, are you interested in engaging in something grand? Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed as he inquired of Chu Xiu, what do you mean by something grand? With a subtle arch of his sword-like brows, Chu Xiu spoke, having already discerned Chu Xiu's intent. If the two of them were to join forces against the Black Tiger Gang, it was indeed a viable option. Yet, the question lingered, what was Chu Xiu's true strength? After all, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang was at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. At the 9th level, together, we shall eliminate the Black Tiger Gang, Chu Xiu declared, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his cheeks, his voice laced with chilling determination. Those who conspire with demons, regardless of their identity, deserve to perish. Do you possess the strength, Brother Qi? Chu Xiu spoke ambiguously. Brother Chu, do you doubt my capabilities? Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and thumped his chest, declaring, my authority as the head of the task hall is no mere illusion. I am but a step away from the martial saint realm. To call me a half-step martial saint is by no means an exaggeration. Eliminating a mere leader of the Black Tiger Gang is but a single sword strike for me. Our previous restraint in dealing with the Black Tiger Gang stemmed from the understanding that their removal would only give rise to the White Tiger and Green Tiger Gangs. However, the Black Tiger Gang's collusion with demons has crossed a line that our 6 gates cannot overlook. Let us set forth and eradicate the Black Tiger Gang. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he replied solemnly. As a transgressor of time, he felt his morals were intact. The Black Tiger Gang's alliance with demons warranted their annihilation. He surmised Chu Xiu's intentions. Was he hoping to share in the merits? After all, why would Chu Xiu, a golden badge head of the task hall, act so casually? He could simply post this task within the hall, allowing other golden badge heads or even renowned captains to undertake it. Fear not, I shall first calculate your merits, Brother Chu, Chu Xiu said with a sly grin. This time, you have slain a master-level demon and a master-level leader of the Black Tiger Gang, in addition to 8 innate-level demons. The total merits you have accumulated are more than sufficient for you to be promoted to a silver badge head. Silver badge head? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had just been appointed as a bronze badge head constable today, and now he was poised to ascend to the rank of silver badge head constable? Indeed. As per the regulations of our 6 doors, the merit points are calculated as follows. For each innate level demon of the first stage, one earns 100 merit points. With each advancement in cultivation level, an additional 100 merit points are awarded. Brother Chu has slain a demon of the 7th stage in the innate realm, which amounts to 700 merit points. Furthermore, having defeated 4 demons at the 8th stage, he accumulates a total of 3,200 merit points. Additionally, the 3 demons at the 9th stage yield 2,700 merit points. As for the Masters of the Demon Realm, the baseline begins at 10,000 merit points, with each elevation and cultivation level granting an extra 3,000 merit points. Thus, a Master-level demon of the 3rd stage would equate to a grand total of 16,000 merit points. Originally nonchalant, Chu Xiu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, "Warriors who collude with demons are similarly assessed for their merit points. Brother Chu, have you recorded the deaths of the Black Tiger gang members?" "Yes, I have." Chu Xiu nodded and stated, "The tokens of the 6 doors automatically record the slaying of demons. However, the killings of humans are not logged unless one actively uses the 6 doors token to do so. I shall take a look," Chu Xiu said as he examined the contents of Chu Xiu's token. The Master of the Black Tiger Gang, at the 7th level of the Master Realm, has accrued 28,000 merit points. There are 7 innate realm warriors, totaling 3,700 merit points. Additionally, 9 elite warriors, each contributing 10 merit points, amount to 90 merit points. Coupling this with the 25,600 merit points earned from slaying demons, Brother Chu shall receive a total of 53,390 merit points. I have already submitted the report. In about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Brother Chu's merit points will automatically be credited, allowing him to proceed to the storeroom to collect the silver badge of the head constable along with his weaponry. We shall set off for the Black Tiger Gang after a cup of tea. I must record this task. To justify our actions, we must annihilate the Black Tiger Gang. I will gather additional companions to accompany us. Otherwise, with the sheer number of the Black Tiger Gang's members, it would be a waste of time for just the 2 of us to engage in battle. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. "Brother Chi, will I truly become the Silver Badge Head Constable after a cup of tea? Is it not required to reach the Master Realm to attain such a title?" With a look of bewilderment, Chu Xiu turned to Chu Xiu and inquired. Previously, he had been eager to pose this question when Chu Xiu had spoken. Within our 6 doors, there exists a category of individuals who are granted exceptions. They are the prodigies. True, unparalleled geniuses are not bound by restrictions. For instance, at the level of a copper metal capturer, one can slay monsters at the Master Realm and, upon accumulating over 10,000 merit points, ascend directly to the rank of silver metal capturer. Similarly, at the silver metal capturer level, one can vanquish monsters of the Grand Master Realm and, with over 100,000 merit points, likewise ascend to the rank of gold metal capturer. Exceptional geniuses who can defeat enemies beyond their level are held in high esteem within our 6 doors, Chu Xiu stated with a serious expression. "I understand." A look of realization flickered across Chu Xiu's face. "Very well, Brother Chu, you should take a moment to rest. We shall convene outside the task hall after a cup of tea." Chu Xiu retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and began to jot down notes. "Understood." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and then strode out of the mission hall with great determination. Having vanquished so many demons this time, he had accumulated a substantial amount of destiny points, which would be perfect for enhancing his destiny attributes. He felt a growing anticipation within him. The elevation of his destiny attributes would significantly bolster his strength. Before long, the details appeared before him. Name: Chu Xiu Internal Skill Realm. Peak of the 7th layer of Innate Realm External Skill Realm. Minor accomplishment in Innate Realm, power of 27 Savage Giant Elephants. Destiny attributes: 9 Young Sacred Body, Gold. Aristocratic Young Master, Blue. Golden Muscles and Jade Bones, Blue. Extraordinary Comprehension, Green. Swift as Lightning, Green. Abundant Vitality, Green. Basic Understanding of Blade Techniques, White. Martial Arts, Pure Young Art, Perfection. Pure Young Blade Technique, Perfection. 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, Perfection. 9 Young True Art, Minor Accomplishment. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, 1st Layer, Minor Accomplishment. Heavenly Demon, 8 Steps, Entry Level. 7 Blades of Heaven, 1st Blade, Entry Level. Artistic Concept, Pure Young Blade Intent, Entry Level. Destiny Points, 17, 230 System, Enhance Extraordinary Comprehension. Chu Xiu entered his courtyard and gazed at the data panel. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared in his mind, the higher his comprehension, the greater the impact on his cultivation of the Heavenly Demon 8 Steps and the 7 Swords of Celestial Interception. Boom. No sooner had he spoken, Chu Xiu seemed to experience an epiphany as a torrent of insights regarding the 8 Steps of Heavenly Demons and the 7 Blades of Heaven surged through his mind. This led to a profound deepening of his understanding of both techniques. Remarkably, even his comprehension of the Pure Young Sword Intent saw a significant enhancement. Just when Chu Xiu believed that the benefits of this moment of enlightenment had reached their conclusion, an array of insights concerning the 9 Young True Art manifested in his consciousness. further elevating his grasp of this profound technique. Initially, due to his possession of the 9-yang sacred body and his prior cultivation of the pure yang art, both of which were closely intertwined, he had bypassed the foundational stages, achieving a minor mastery from the outset. However, at this very moment, the surge in his enlightenment propelled his understanding of the 9-yang true art to new heights, advancing from minor mastery to major mastery. Boom! In the depths of Chu Xiu's dantian, the innate true energy surged violently, ascending from the pinnacle of the 7th level of the innate realm to the zenith of the 9th level. The true energy became extraordinarily refined, and the terrifying 9-yang true qi blazed like the 9-yang divine flame, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. After a brief moment, the 9-yang divine art reached its zenith, and the innate true energy transcended from the 7th level to the pinnacle of the 9th level. The first blade of the heaven-cutting 7 blades achieved completion, while the 8 steps of the heavenly demon reached minor success. Even the pure yang blade intent attained a preliminary stage. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, his face revealing a look of astonishment as he incredulously remarked, "The enhancement of exceptional insight to a blue tier is immensely impactful. It has far surpassed my expectations, just by elevating it to a blue tier. The augmentation of his insight has been so substantial. One can only wonder how profound the enhancement would be if it were raised to a purple tier." Successfully expending 10,000 destiny points, his exceptional insight, green, has been upgraded to innate wisdom, blue. Innate wisdom, an extraordinary natural insight, perceiving the essence with but a hint. A prompt box appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm his mind and inwardly declared, "System, enhance my rudimentary swordsmanship." With only a little over 7,000 life points remaining, he could not upgrade a green attribute to blue. Thus, he would first enhance the soul white attribute he possessed. Chu Xiu sensed that his comprehension of the 7 swords of heaven had seemingly deepened yet again. However, he found himself unable to elevate the first sword from the realm of great accomplishment to the pinnacle of mastery. It was evident that the effect of the green attribute had not yet reached this level. After successfully expending 1,000 fate points, his proficiency in swordsmanship, white, had advanced to exquisite swordsmanship, green. Exquisite swordsmanship. Mastering the sword technique allows one to effortlessly attain a profound level of skill. The prompt reappeared. Time was drawing near. It was now time to head to the storeroom to collect the silver badge of the captain and the weapons. Chu Xiu strode out of the courtyard with a commanding presence, making his way towards the storeroom of the 6 doors. Before long, he arrived at the storeroom, where, even in the dead of night, there were personnel stationed. Chu Xiu respectfully greeted Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu respectfully greeted Zhao Qiming, the esteemed constable in charge of the 6 doors warehouse. "What do you wish to exchange?" Zhao Qiming inquired with an expression of indifference, though a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. After all, Chu Xiu had only collected his bronze constable's uniform and weapon earlier that evening. It was indeed remarkable that he had amassed merit points so swiftly, prompting him to seek the exchange for elixirs or spiritual medicines. "Sir Zhao, I have come to collect the silver constable's uniform and weapon." Chu Xiu extended the token in his hand towards Zhao Qingming. The token had undergone a transformation. The inscription Copper Badge Captain had morphed into Silver Badge Captain. He comprehended the significance of Chu Xiu's words upon the arrival of merit points. He could proceed to the storeroom to claim the attire and weaponry befitting a Silver Badge Captain. It was indeed remarkable that, after Chu Xiu's report, not only did the merit points arrive, but his token also underwent a metamorphosis. Zhao Qiming gazed at Chu Xiu with an expression of astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Observing the token in Chu Xiu's hand, which now bore the inscription Silver Badge Captain Chu Xiu, he marveled at the youth's rapid ascent. "What an extraordinary feat," he remarked after a moment of silence. "You have scarcely been a Copper Badge Captain in our 6 doors for half a day, and yet you have already achieved the rank of Silver Badge Captain." Chu Xiu humbly responded, "You flatter me, my lord. It is merely a stroke of fortune." With a humble demeanor, Chu Xiu spoke. This was no mere stroke of luck. Zhao Qiming chuckled in astonishment. As a renowned constable of the 6 doors, he was well aware that Chu Xiu's rapid ascension to the rank of Silver Medal Captor was due to a significant achievement, his decisive slaying of a demon at the master level. He had triumphed over an adversary of a higher tier. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Excessive modesty is but a form of pride. "Wait here. I shall procure the silver badge and the official attire for the captain along with the weapons." Zhao Qiming shook his head and proceeded towards the storeroom. After taking a few steps, he halted and inquired, "You still prefer the sword, I presume?" "Indeed, I appreciate your assistance, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu nodded. removing the long blade that hung at his waist and placing it upon Zhao Qingming's desk. Within the 6 doors, the weapons wielded by ordinary constables are crafted from high-quality steel, while the weapons utilized by the copper badge captains are of a superior tier, classified as low-grade first tier. This particular low-grade first-tier long blade had sustained numerous small nicks after vanquishing all the demons that night, necessitating the acquisition of a more refined and sharper blade. After a brief interlude, Zhao Qiming returned, cradling 3 sets of silver badge captain's attire alongside a black long blade that exuded an antiquated charm. The black blade was laid atop the silver captain's garments. "Here are 3 sets of uniform for your convenience," he remarked. "As for the blade, I have procured for you a low-grade third-tier weapon, a privilege reserved for the golden badge captains to receive at no cost. This should suffice for your needs for the time being." Zhao Qiming placed the attire and the black long blade on the desk, addressing Chu Xiu. "A low-grade third-tier weapon?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback and replied, "For someone of your extraordinary talent, capable of defeating foes beyond your level, our 6 doors organization shall graciously provide you with a third-tier inferior weapon upon your promotion to silver medal head. It is not favoritism on my part, but rather a recognition of your exceptional abilities." Zhao Qiming smiled gently as he spoke to Chu Xiu. "Thank you, Lord Zhao." In response, Chu Xiu earnestly bowed to Zhao Qiming as a gesture of gratitude. "Very well, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Remember, for a prodigy like you, should you encounter peril, do not act foolishly. If you can escape, then escape. Surviving is essential to becoming a true master, to vanquish more demons and monsters." Zhao Qiming waved his hand, feigning nonchalance as he concluded. "Chu Xiu understands." With a heart full of gratitude, Chu Xiu cast a glance at Zhao Qiming and uttered a word of thanks before turning away, clutching his official attire and long blade. The trees yearned for tranquility. Yet the wind showed no sign of abating. A tumult loomed over Songlong County. Zhao Qiming settled into a chair before the table, exhaling a heavy sigh. After a moment's reflection, he grasped the first-tier inferior longsword left behind by Chu Xiu, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Observing the numerous nicks along the blade, a look of appreciation graced his cheeks. From those very marks, he discerned that Chu Xiu had undoubtedly engaged in a fierce battle that night, likely having vanquished numerous demons. Emerging from the 6 doors storeroom, Chu Xiu returned to the courtyard, donned the silver badge of a head constable, and secured the new longsword at his waist. He then strode towards the mission hall with an air of elegance and confidence. Dozens of bronze badge head constables awaited silently outside the hall, each exuding an aura of formidable ferocity, the atmosphere brimming with a palpable sense of impending conflict. Thud, thud. The sound of steady, powerful footsteps echoed from a distance. In an instant, the strikingly poised and confident Chu Xiu appeared before the gathered bronze badge head constables. Upon witnessing his arrival, the constables displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never encountered someone like Chu Xiu before. When had a silver badge head constable of such youth emerged from the ranks of the 6 doors? "Brother Chu has arrived. Allow me to introduce him." Chu Xiu's voice resonated from within the mission hall. Subsequently, Chu Xiu materialized beside Chu Xiu, casually draping an arm over his shoulder as he addressed the assembly of bronze badge head constables. "This is my brother. Just recently appointed as a bronze badge head constable at dusk, he undertook a mission alone, wielding but a single sword, and, with innate prowess, he confronted 3 formidable demons of the Master Realm. He also eradicated a traitorous scoundrel of the 7th peak of the Master Realm, who conspired with demons. In less than half a day, he has ascended from bronze badge head constable to silver badge head constable." At these words, the astonishment etched on the faces of the bronze badge head constables transformed into sheer disbelief as they gazed at Chu Xiu, a newly appointed bronze badge head constable. In less than half a day, had risen to the rank of silver badge head constable. Not only had he slain demons of the 3rd tier of the Master Realm, but he had also vanquished a traitor of the 7th peak. Such terrifying prowess, an unparalleled genius. The 6 doors had birthed yet another prodigious talent. Realizing this, the bronze badge head constables regarded Chu Xiu with newfound reverence. In the 6 doors, strength reigned supreme. It was through power that one earned their respect. "Brother Qi, you flatter me. I have merely been fortunate," Chu Xiu humbly replied. With a humble expression, Chu remarked, "Strength is strength. There is no room for luck. As long as one's talent and power are formidable enough, the more ostentatious one is within our 6 gates, the better. Brother Chu is simply too modest." Chi Su shook his head and replied. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. The faces of the copper badge captains revealed expressions of approval, their gazes towards Chu Xiu unchanged. yet filled with even greater admiration. At such a young age, possessing such remarkable talent and strength, he displayed neither arrogance nor hubris. Instead, he approached life with a calm and composed demeanor. This is the true essence of a hero. Brother Chu, allow me to introduce you, Chu Xiu began. These copper badge captains are the elite among us in the 6 doors. Each one is at least at the 7th level of the innate realm. Having clawed their way up from the depths of despair, they are all exceptional at vanquishing demons and monsters. Moreover, none of them are connected to any influential families. With a playful wink at Chu Xiu continued, gesturing towards the dozens of copper badge captains. In no time, he had acquainted Chu Xiu with these formidable individuals, providing him with a considerable understanding of the copper badge captains of the 6 doors. Many among them were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm, their strength formidable even among peers. Each possessed the potential to ascend to silver badge captains, or even gold badge captains. It was evident that Chu Xiu's position in the task hall allowed him to meet such a remarkable array of promising copper badge captains. Well, now that the introductions are complete, we should set off. Are we all prepared? Chu Xiu inquired, his tone serious as he looked at the copper badge captains. We're ready. The copper badge captains responded, their voices resonant and powerful. Let us depart, Chu Xiu declared, taking the lead towards the exit of the 6 doors. Chu Xiu followed closely behind, accompanied by a throng of copper badge captains as they departed from the 6 doors with great momentum. Once outside, the group employed their lightness skills, silently making their way toward the Black Tiger gang. After a brief interval, they arrived at the outskirts of the gang's territory. Upon noticing Chu Xiu's arrival with the group, many of the copper badge captains displayed expressions of surprise upon realizing their target was the Black Tiger gang, evidently unaware of this prior to their arrival. This evening, the formidable master they aimed to eliminate, a peak 7th level practitioner, was none other than a hall master of the Black Tiger gang. In hushed tones, Chu Xiu addressed the copper badge captains, stating, the Black Tiger gang has colluded with demons, directing them to harm the innocent citizens within Qingyu Square. My intention in bringing you here is to decisively eradicate the Black Tiger gang and eliminate this menace for our Songlong County. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in the eyes of the captains. Leave the 7th level masters to Brother Chu. The Grand Masters will be my responsibility. You are tasked with eliminating the innate level practitioners of the Black Tiger gang. Is there any objection? Chu Xiu inquired, scanning the faces of the copper badge captains. None whatsoever. They resolutely affirmed, their determination unwavering. Although the Black Tiger gang undoubtedly harbored numerous innate level practitioners, distinctions existed even among them, given their strength. Overcoming opponents of a higher level may not be a trivial endeavor, yet overwhelming ordinary innate level adversaries would prove to be a mere formality. The martial arts cultivated by the innate level practitioners within the gang could hardly compare to those of the copper badge captains of the 6 doors. Confronting 10 foes at once would be a trivial task for them. Brother Chu, you were the one who uncovered the Black Tiger gang's collusion with demons. Do you have anything to add? Chu Xiu asked, nodding slightly as he turned his attention to Chu Xiu. All eyes in the group converged upon him. I shall only make a brief statement. Since the Black Tiger gang has indeed allied with demons, allowing them to wreak havoc on the citizens of Qingyu Square, we must remain vigilant for the presence of demons within their ranks. Everyone should act prudently. In our quest to vanquish these fiends, survival must remain our priority. If Brother Chi and I are unable to contend with the elite among the demons, I urge you all to retreat immediately and safeguard your lives. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, gazing at the group of copper-clad captains, and proclaimed, Understood. The captains nodded in agreement. Brother Chi, let us proceed. Chu Xiu nodded and addressed Chu Xiu, very well. Together with Brother Chu, we charged into the Black Tiger gang from the front. Everyone, converge on the Black Tiger gang from all directions. Allow not a single innate martial artist to escape. Chu Xiu commanded, gesturing with his right hand. Understood. The group of copper metal captains responded in unison. They exchanged glances before employing their lightness skills, darting off in various directions, prepared to infiltrate from all sides and ensure that no innate martial artist from the Black Tiger gang could flee. By exterminating all the innate martial artists and above from the Black Tiger gang, we would ensure its complete collapse, rendering it inconsequential. Brother Chu, let us proceed. Chu Xiu said to Chu Xiu, as they made their way towards the entrance of the Black Tiger gang. Chu Xiu smiled lightly and strode forward with great confidence, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the Black Tiger gang, Chu Xiu and his companion arrived. The guards of the Black Tiger gang, upon noticing their presence, changed their expressions slightly and, with a look of respect, greeted them. After all, they were in the presence of the illustrious head of the Six Doors, accompanied by a gold badge captain and a silver badge captain. How could they dare show any disrespect? Chu Xiu, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained silent. Observing Chu Xiu's demeanor, Chu Xiu understood that it was time for him to take action. Chu Xiu spoke with a chilling intensity, declaring, "Flatten the Black Tiger Gang." Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Tiger Gang turned pale, their faces revealing sheer terror. When had the Black Tiger Gang ever provoked the Six Doors? With a swift motion of his sleeve, Chu Xiu unleashed an intense wave of primordial energy, akin to the blazing flames of the Nine Yang, which surged forth towards the members of the Black Tiger Gang, threatening to reduce them to mere ashes. Though these gang members may have been oblivious to the collusion of the Black Tiger Gang with malevolent forces, they were no strangers to wrongdoing and oppression against the common folk. Thus, he showed no mercy towards them. "Spare me, my lord." One of the gang members cried out in terror, feeling the overwhelming heat. One by one, the members of the Black Tiger Gang, under the might of Chu Xiu's primordial energy, fled towards the interior of their stronghold, only to collapse lifelessly upon landing. Such a tumult, in an instant, it ignited chaos throughout the entire Black Tiger Gang, instilling a sense of dread as if every blade of grass and every tree was an enemy. Shadows darted towards the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang. Kill. With a single step, Chu Xiu advanced like a thunderclap, charging towards the members of the Black Tiger Gang who had responded to the commotion. With each punch and kick, he dispatched numerous gang members, leaving them in disarray. Regardless of whether they were beneath the innate realm, at the innate level, or even masters of their craft, they stood no chance against him. In that moment, an array of bronze-clad captains from the Six Doors surged in from all directions of the Black Tiger Gang. In less than no time, the number of gang members felled by Chu Xiu's strikes had surpassed 100, causing the remaining members to scatter in terror, unwilling to challenge his might. Remarkable. Chu Xiu, following in Chu Xiu's wake, marveled at his ferocity. However, observing Chu Xiu rely solely on the unparalleled vigor of his Nine Yang True Qi, Chu Xiu mused to himself. If only he possessed a formidable martial art to complement his strength, Chu Xiu's innate energy could unleash exponentially greater power. That would indeed be a force to be reckoned with, a god slaying gods, a demon vanquishing demons. Enough insolence. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within the Black Tiger Gang, reverberating like a clap of thunder. "Who dares to disturb my gang?" The voice belonged to the gang leader, who was now approaching, accompanied by cries for help from the gang members. "Leader, save me." As the leader emerged, a towering figure clad in black, exuding an aura of dread akin to that of a true king of beasts, the gang members were filled with a renewed sense of hope. They had been thoroughly intimidated by Chu Xiu's onslaught and now seized the opportunity to retreat, overwhelmed by fear. Chu Xiu had no intention of pursuing the members of the Black Tiger Gang. He had only targeted the innate and master-level warriors of the gang. By now, he had already slain a significant portion of the innate and master-level fighters within the Black Tiger Gang. The remaining enforcers were more than sufficient to handle the situation. A group of bronze badge captains from the Six Doors had already converged from all directions to support Chu Xiu and his companion, having dispatched the Black Tiger Gang's innate members they encountered along the way. The Six Doors? The leader of the Black Tiger Gang glared menacingly at Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu, his voice cold as ice. "I never expected you from the Six Doors to arrive so swiftly. Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to conceal anything. I call upon all of you demon generals to eliminate the captains of the Six Doors." At his command, the members of the Black Tiger Gang stood frozen in shock. Their leader was colluding with demons? It was at this moment that they comprehended why the captains of the Six Doors had suddenly descended upon them. From the depths of the Black Tiger Gang emerged a horde of pig demons, each towering and formidable, as if they had emerged from the very depths of hell. Their bodies were stained with copious amounts of blood, and one even gnawed on a severed leg, blood dripping and creating a chilling spectacle. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Black Tiger Gang members, as if they had plunged into a glacial abyss. There were a total of 15 master-level pig demons. Only demons of the master level could be referred to as demon generals, while those beneath that rank were merely demon soldiers. One particularly terrifying pig demon, towering at 2 meters, loomed over Chu Xiu. Its voice resonating like thunder. "Little 16 has not returned. Have you come because Little 16 has perished at your hands?" Indeed, this pig demon addressed Chu Xiu directly, seemingly ignoring Chu Xiu entirely. It was clear that the demon was not foolish. It recognized Chu Xiu as a golden badge captain, undoubtedly a presence of the Grandmaster level, someone it could not hope to contend with. Even demons understood the principle of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. The pig demon of the third tier of the master level? I dispatched it with a single strike. Chu Xiu shrugged and declared, very well. This ancient leader, this human, is mine to devour whole. The head of the 6 gates, I entrust to you. The grotesque visage of the pig demon contorted into a savage expression as he muttered. Good. The leader of the Black Tiger gang nodded, his gaze now fixed upon Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, can you hold off these pig demons? If not, please retreat with everyone. Leave this to me. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious as he suspected the presence of demons within the Black Tiger gang. However, he had not anticipated such a multitude of them. Furthermore, the strength of these 15 pig demons was formidable, with the most powerful reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm, while the weakest were at the peak of the 5th level. Brother Chi, despite your responsibility for the leader of the Black Tiger gang, I can contend with these pig demons. With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu remarked, all right. I knew Brother Chu was formidable. These pig demons shall be entrusted to you, Brother Chu. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded. Are you truly underestimating your leader? The leader of the Black Tiger gang snorted coldly, unsheathing his sword with a swift motion, lunging toward Chu Xiu with lethal intent. He seemed to transform into a genuine ferocious tiger, radiating an overwhelming aura. Is it really you? Do you think you are worthy? A trace of disdain flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch toward the leader of the Black Tiger gang. As he struck, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing under the force of his blow, with a series of explosive sounds resonating throughout the air. It is time for me to make my move. As Chu Xiu beheld the Black Tiger gang's leader engage in a formal confrontation with Chu Xiu, his right hand subtly clasped the hilt of his blade, his gaze tranquil as he regarded the pinnacle of the 9th realm, the swine demon. Die! The pig demon bellowed, charging at Chu Xiu with the ferocity of a wild boar. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, as if the very earth were quaking. A throng of pig demons looked down upon Chu Xiu with mocking disdain. The expressions of the copper badge captains grew exceedingly grave, their grips on their long swords tightening, though they were aware that Chu Xiu had previously vanquished foes beyond his level. Slaying a demon of the 3rd realm and a Black Tiger gang warrior at the peak of the 7th realm, this was, after all, a demon at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Naturally, they harbored concerns that Chu Xiu might falter. Yet, without exchanging glances, each individual's gaze was resolutely steadfast. Should Chu Xiu falter, they would undoubtedly intervene. Even if it meant sacrificing their own lives to buy him time to escape, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Each extraordinary genius represented the future of their 6 doors. Chu Xiu's existence holds greater significance than theirs. Severing the heavens with 7 blades, Chu Xiu suddenly drew his blade, his aura radiating a chilling ferocity. A resonant hum echoed through the heavens and the earth as an astonishingly fearsome flash of light erupted within the Black Tiger gang. With a single stroke, the balance of yin and yang was severed. In that instant, the peak of the 9th layer of the Master Realm, a pig demon, was cleaved in twain. An oppressive silence enveloped the entirety of the Black Tiger gang, as the mocking gazes of the pig demons transformed into sheer horror and dread. Dozens of copper metal captains stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on Chu Xiu's lethal strike. As elite copper metal captains of the 6 gates, they were undoubtedly aware of the renowned 7 blades of Heaven's Severance, revered as the foremost blade technique in the 6 gates, and even across the realm. Within the entirety of the 6 gates, few could claim to have mastered the 7 blades of Heaven's Severance to even a rudimentary level. Each practitioner was a true prodigy, distinguished among the already exceptional. The might of Chu Xiu's blade transcended mere initiation. It was at least at the minor accomplishment level of the 7 blades of Heaven's Severance. Just this afternoon, he had ascended to the rank of a new copper metal captain, defeating foes beyond his tier, which earned him the title of silver metal captain. In essence, he had chosen the 7 blades of Heaven's Severance from the 6 gates arsenal merely hours prior, and now he had already achieved a foothold in the minor accomplishment realm. What astonishing insight or formidable talent in swordsmanship did this reveal? The gazes of the copper metal captains toward Chu Xiu shifted from reverence to fervent admiration. This was a monster. They relished such exceptional beings. Come on. Chu Xiu, engaged in battle with the leader of the Black Tiger gang, exclaimed, Brother Chu, must you be so dramatic? I cannot fall behind. I shall unleash my true strength. Black Tiger gang leader, your demise is imminent. With that declaration, Chu Xiu unsheathed his blade, slashing toward the leader of the Black Tiger gang. An utterly terrifying blade aura manifested in the air, seemingly powerful enough to annihilate the very fabric of existence. Roar. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang bellowed like a true ferocious beast. His form morphed, sprouting dense black fur, and his head transformed into that of a tiger, becoming a monstrous figure with a tiger's head and a human body. Cloaked in dark fur, with a thunderous roar, the blade aura unleashed by Chu Xiu was shattered. The copper metal captains of the Six Gates felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their vision blurred with golden stars, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming might of the Black Tiger Gang leader's roar. They were not alone. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were directly felled, blood streaming from their orifices, lifeless in the wake of the tiger's roar. The aura emanating from the leader of the Black Tiger Gang grew increasingly terrifying, as if he had transcended the peak of the 9th layer of the Master Realm to step into the realm of the Martial Saint. Merely this aura was sufficient to suppress all. With a piercing gaze, Chu Xiu discerned that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang had transformed into a demon. He had refined the essence of a formidable beast. The blood of such creatures possesses a profound assimilative power over humanity, which is why humans refrain from consuming demons. To do so risks their very essence being altered, turning them into true demons. However, this is not an absolute rule. Throughout the vast Zhou dynasty, numerous alchemists exist, capable of combining various herbs to transform the blood or even the inner cores of demons into precious elixirs of immense benefit to warriors. Almost all high-grade pills are derived from the potent blood or inner cores of powerful demons. Demon? What madness drives one to forsake their humanity in favor of becoming a monster? This official shall send you on your way. With a cold snort, Chu Xiu's aura intensified to an overwhelming degree, resembling a blazing sun as he stepped forward, charging toward the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Kill. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately discerned that with Chu Xiu's prowess, he had no fear of the Black Tiger Gang's leader. Without hesitation, he charged towards the swine demons. Let us unite to avenge Little 16 and the chief, declared a swine demon at the 9th level of the Master Realm, speaking in a low voice. Agreed. The swine demons of the Master Realm all surged forward towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu unleashed the heavenly demon 8 steps, executing one strike after another. With each flash of his blade, a master-level pig demon perished beneath his sword. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 14 pig demons were utterly annihilated. He discovered the following destiny entries: Pig Demon Bloodline, green; Wild Boar Charge, green; Basic Proficiency in Fist and Leg Techniques, white. Destiny entries can be plundered, solidified, or converted into destiny points. Pig Demon Bloodline, a low-tier demon bloodline, capable of eating and sleeping, with limited potential. Wild Boar Charge, an innate ability of wild boar-type demons, possessing formidable power. Basic Proficiency in Fist and Leg Techniques, a training foundation in martial arts concerning punches and kicks, facilitating easier mastery. Having eliminated the wicked members of the Black Tiger Gang who oppressed the innocent and the 15 bloodthirsty demons, he was rewarded with 67,820 destiny points. 2 prompt boxes materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes. Is this even possible? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, for he had never anticipated that this time 2 fateful attributes would manifest: the bloodline of the pig demon and the boar charge. Naturally, he held the bloodline of the pig demon in disdain. The bloodline of humanity was the most noble. And how could such a base and inferior demon bloodline as that of the pig demon be worthy of his appropriation? It was nothing short of an affront to the dignity of his human lineage. As for the boar charge, he could not help but recall the image of that pig demon barreling towards him just moments ago. Chu Xiu felt that such a destiny attribute was not worth living for. It would be better to perish in a collision. Fortunately, the undesirable destiny attributes could still be converted into destiny points. The plunder of martial prowess, coupled with the bloodline of the pig demon and the wild boar's charge, could transform into destiny points. After a moment's pause, Chu Xiu spoke within his mind. As his words echoed, Chu Xiu felt that he had gained some insights into the application of his fists and feet. When he had just eliminated the members of the Black Tiger Gang, his technique had been rather crude. The bloodline of the pig demon, along with the wild boar's charge, had granted Chu Xiu an additional 2,000 destiny points. The copper metal captains of the 6 doors gazed at Chu Xiu with profound awe, seemingly indifferent to the fierce battle between Chu Xiu, the golden metal captain, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Clearly, The talent displayed by Chu Xiu had eclipsed the shock that Chu Xiu, the golden medal captain, had instilled in them. Pure young Wujideo. A chilling voice resonated through the Black Tiger gang, accompanied by a dazzling flash of blade. With a single stroke, a tiger's head soared from the body of the gang leader. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed his long knife, clasping his hands behind his back, exuding an air of mastery akin to towering mountains. He could not allow Brother Chu to bask in glory alone. With a playful wink directed at Chu Xiu, he seemed to convey a silent plea. Quick, bestow some praise upon me. Brother Chi is formidable. Chu Xiu smiled faintly as he sheathed his long blade, turning to Chu Xiu and remarked, mediocre, merely mediocre. Even a formidable adversary at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Grand Master realm, challenging a mere 1st layer martial saint, was hardly noteworthy. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu lowered his right hand, which had been resting on his back, and waved it dismissively, though the smile on his lips could not be contained. Brother Chu is truly remarkable. If I did not miss my mark, the first strike of Brother Chu's 7 Blades of Heaven severance has likely reached a level of consummate mastery. Furthermore, Brother Chu has not only honed the first strike of the 7 blades to such heights, but he has also mastered the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon. Among the younger generation within our 6 gates, I fear there is no one who can compare. Even within the state city, few can stand alongside Brother Chu. Chu Xiu exclaimed in mutual admiration. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Congratulations, Lord Qi. Congratulations on your triumph over the demon of the martial sage realm. From this day forth, you shall ascend from the rank of gold medal constable to that of a renowned green robe constable. Indeed, Lord Qi, you must treat us at Wanbao Restaurant to a grand celebration. A group of bronze medal constables quickly responded, showering praises upon Chu Xiu. Certainly. Tomorrow, I shall reserve several tables at Wanbao Restaurant for all my brothers to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chu Xiu declared with a grand gesture. Everyone must attend. Failing to do so would be a slight against me. Thank you, Lord Qi. The bronze medal constable's eyes brightened with delight, expressing their gratitude towards Chu Xiu. I leave this to you. Dispose of all those at the innate level without exception. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively to the group of bronze medal constables. Understood. The bronze medal constables' expressions turned serious as they responded in unison. Brother Chu, would you like this blade? Chu Xiu grasped the air with both hands, and the scabbard along with the black long sword belonging to the Black Tiger gang's leader fell into his grasp. Sheathing the sword, he turned to Chu Xiu and remarked, this blade is exceptional, a top-tier long sword of the 3rd rank, surpassing the quality of the one you currently wield. Brother Qi, this is your trophy. How could I possibly accept it? With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu remarked, I already possess a top-tier 3rd-grade blade. There is no purpose in keeping this one. Chu Xiu stepped forward, extending the black, sheathed long sword towards Chu Xiu, saying, then I shall thank you, Brother Qi. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu took the long sword and remarked, possessing a superior blade was indeed of considerable assistance to him. There is no need for gratitude among brothers. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Very well, Chu Xiu replied casually. Let us depart. Our presence is no longer required here. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and walked out of the Black Tiger gang alongside Chu Xiu. A group of bronze-clad captains wielded their long knives, delivering finishing blows to the martial artists who had reached the innate realm within the gang. Upon exiting the Black Tiger gang, Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, Brother Chu, the inner cultivation technique you practice is quite remarkable. It embodies the essence of utmost yang and unparalleled strength. In comparison to my own pure yang true art, yours appears even more formidable. With such innate true energy, should you choose to cultivate a few martial techniques, be it fist, palm, or leg arts, you would undoubtedly unleash a potency several times greater. I share your intention. Brother Qi, do you have any recommendations? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded and inquired of Chu Xiu. Now that he possessed the rudimentary knowledge of martial arts, he could indeed select 1 or 2 styles of close combat techniques, such as boxing or palm techniques, to cultivate. Thus, even without a weapon, he could still vanquish certain foes. He aspired to be a versatile warrior, flawless and without any vulnerabilities. The reason for consulting Chu Xiu was, of course, that Chu Xiu was the esteemed captain of the 6 doors, well-versed in the martial arts of this esteemed organization. In our great Zhou dynasty, and indeed throughout the world, martial arts can be categorized into foundational, ordinary, extraordinary, supreme extraordinary, unparalleled, and world-shattering martial arts. Foundational martial arts are those practiced prior to reaching the innate realm. A fact well known to Brother Chu, so I shall not elaborate further. Ordinary martial arts refer to those that are commonplace among the innate realm practitioners, capable of reaching the level of a grandmaster at their peak. The majority of individuals from various factions train in these mediocre martial arts. However, within our 6 doors, we categorically place ordinary and foundational martial arts on the first tier of our arsenal. Such inferior techniques are beneath our consideration. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, a proud expression adorning his face as he declared, once we step into the innate realm and become bronze captains, we are entitled to a complimentary selection of martial arts. At that juncture, we choose a supreme, extraordinary, or even unparalleled martial art in accordance with our innate talents. Of course, individuals like Brother Chu, who are anomalies, do not count. I am unaware of the internal cultivation method you selected, but the 7 slices of heaven you practice is indeed a world-shattering martial art within our 6 doors. I speak of the entire organization. Throughout the great Zhou dynasty, there are but a few who can master it. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu, his eyes brimming with envy. Chu Xiu's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed by praise or disgrace. Subsequently, he remarked that to select martial arts, one must possess merit points. For supreme martial arts, one requires 100 merit points. For top-tier supreme arts, 1,000 merit points. For unparalleled martial arts, 5,000 merit points. For extraordinary martial arts, 10,000 merit points. And for astonishing martial arts, 50,000 merit points. Chu Xiu responded without a moment's hesitation. Is that truly so low? Chu Xiu paused for a moment before responding. However, upon reflection, he quickly grasped the situation. He considered that even if it were an extraordinary martial art, such as the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 cuts of heaven, or the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, he could access them for free from the 6 doors arsenal. Therefore, the price seemed trivial. The 6 doors are truly generous when it comes to genuine disciples, particularly in the realm of martial arts. They have always been quite benevolent towards its captains. Even the costs associated with elixirs and spiritual herbs are relatively modest. As long as we demonstrate our potential for growth, they have consistently shown remarkable generosity. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, Brother Chu, the 8 steps of the heavenly demon that you practice is, in fact, regarded as one of the most elite light-footed techniques within our 6 doors, classified as extraordinary martial arts. Yet, few can truly harness its full power. Hence, very few opt for it. Oh, the path of space? Chu Xiu, deep in thought, remarked, indeed, the path of space. Without it, the 8 steps of heavenly demons cannot truly manifest their formidable power. They would merely resemble a form of extraordinary lightness and agility. Only by comprehending the true essence of space and further elevating it to the laws of space can the 8 steps of heavenly demons reach their full potential. The complete version of the 8 steps is divided into 2 volumes. Currently, Brother Chu is studying the first volume, which does not encompass the true essence of space. Therefore, its actual classification is merely that of an extraordinary lightness technique. The second volume delves into the true essence of space and the laws governing it. One must achieve perfection in the first volume and grasp the true essence of space to be eligible to travel to the capital of Qingzhou, where our 6 doors headquarters is located, to receive the second volume of the 8 steps of heavenly demons. Chu Xiu's expression was grave as he spoke. I understand. A look of realization flickered across Chu Xiu's face. It was no wonder that he had managed to achieve a minor success in the heavenly demon 8 steps. It is important to note that he currently remains in the innate realm, yet to step into the master realm. Whether one can perfect the heavenly demon 8 steps in the master realm is uncertain. However, within the grand master realm, it is undoubtedly sufficient to attain its completion. Yet, astonishingly, he had only reached the introductory level. Enough of that. Let us discuss the martial arts techniques, be it boxing or leg methods, that are suitable for Brother Chu. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, I am all ears. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu adopted a serious demeanor and spoke, before we proceed, I would like to inquire. Brother Chu, do you aspire to acquire extraordinary martial arts, unparalleled martial arts, or perhaps supreme martial arts? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before directing his question at Chu Xiu. He refrained from mentioning martial arts beneath the supreme level, for the true prodigies of the 6 gates would never stoop to learning lesser skills or even top-tier techniques. Unlike those disciples of various sects, where even members of prestigious schools are initially restricted to basic techniques. Only a select few gain access to the pinnacle skills upon demonstrating their exceptional prowess. Such is the audacity of the Six Gates. Brother Chi, do enlighten me about the extraordinary martial arts available within our Six Gates, particularly in the realms of fist and leg techniques, Chu Xiu remarked with a slight smile. In response, Chu Xiu rolled his eyes, his expression reflecting that he had anticipated Chu Xiu's preference for extraordinary martial arts. After all, the martial arts exhibited by Chu Xiu were indeed of a truly remarkable caliber, truly a marvel beyond the reach of lesser skills. In the realm of fist techniques, we possess three extraordinary martial arts within the great Zhou dynasty: the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist, and the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist. Chu Xiu stated earnestly. The Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist was crafted by our founding emperor, the Martial Emperor, and is exclusive to the emperors of the great Zhou dynasty. The Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist, however, are both present within our Six Gates. The former requires the understanding of the six paths of reincarnation, while the latter necessitates mastery over the principles of yin-yang and the five elements. Chu Xiu fell into deep contemplation, with the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist off the table. His only options were the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist. The Six Paths of Reincarnation, being one of the most supreme laws, likely possessed greater power than that of the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist. Should his comprehension elevate to the level of a purple attribute or even a golden attribute, he might not need to plunder reincarnation-related attributes from others. The potential to grasp the true essence of the six paths of reincarnation and gradually comprehend its principles to align with the law itself could be within his reach. The founding martial emperor of our great Zhou dynasty once commented that among all martial arts, the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist reigns supreme, with the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist ranking just below it. Throughout the generations, the extraordinary talents of our six doors, even those of unparalleled prowess, have aspired to master the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Unfortunately, its difficulty has thwarted all efforts, and none have succeeded. Chu Xiu shook his head and remarked, let alone the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist, even the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist has few who can successfully cultivate it. Mastery requires the convergence of both yin-yang and the five elements laws. Therefore, I advise Brother Chu to select a peerless martial art or a transcendent one for cultivation. Brother Chi, please elaborate on the leg techniques. Specifically, let us discuss the astonishing leg techniques possessed by our six doors. Chu Xiu smiled calmly and addressed Chu Xiu. Very well. Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu, nodding in agreement as he spoke. If we were to speak of the extraordinary martial arts within our six doors, it would undoubtedly be the Great Destruction leg technique. As the name suggests, it embodies the principles of destruction. I understand, replied Chu Xiu. Truly, the remarkable martial arts deserve their reputation. Each one necessitates a profound comprehension of its underlying principles to unleash its true power. A look of astonishment appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he spoke. Brother Chu, would you like me to introduce you to the extraordinary martial arts and the unparalleled martial arts? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. He felt that the remarkable martial arts he had just mentioned would suffice for Chu Xiu's understanding. Could such martial arts truly be cultivated? No, thank you, Brother Chi. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, I already have a martial art I wish to cultivate. He had given it serious thought. Whether it be fist techniques or leg techniques, selecting either one would suffice to address his deficiencies in close combat. However, when comparing these two extraordinary martial arts, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist stood out as the more formidable choice. Chu Xiu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and gazed at Chu Xiu in disbelief. He exclaimed, Brother Chu, you cannot possibly be considering choosing an extraordinary martial art, can you? After all, such a martial art only requires 50,000 merit points. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu remarked, I already possess a sufficient number of merit points. Tonight, I have acquired another batch, which should not fall short of 50,000. Selecting a remarkable martial art is more than adequate. Unbelievable, Chu Xiu exclaimed, lifting his gaze toward the inky darkness above and gazing at the vast heavens in silent contemplation. Before meeting Brother Chu, I considered myself a rare talent within our six gates. However, upon encountering you, I have come to realize that I have merely been observing the sky from the confines of a well. If I am to make a choice, it must be for an extraordinary martial art. The crucial point is that you have mastered both the 7 blades of heaven and the 8 steps of the demonic path, 2 astonishing martial arts. Even if I have yet to grasp the true essence and principles, I am not fit to compare. Brother Qi, let us hurry back and assist me in settling tonight's merit points. Chu Xiu smiled gently, taking Chu Xiu's hand as they made their way towards the 6 gates. After spending some time with Chu Xiu, he had gained a certain understanding of his free-spirited nature. Having such a friend was indeed quite wonderful. He refrained from mentioning that he had not merely mastered 2 extraordinary martial arts of the 6 gates, but rather 3, along with a formidable technique known as the divine elephant-suppressing prison. After a while, upon their return to the 6 doors, Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu began to tally the merits earned that night. This evening, Chu Xiu had vanquished a staggering 15 malevolent beings of the Master Realm, including a pinnacle entity at the 9th level. Moreover, he had confronted over 100 members of the Black Tiger Gang, comprising numerous innate-level fighters and elite individuals from the Master Realm. Congratulations, Brother Chu. You have amassed an astounding total of 524,650 merit points, Chu Xiu remarked after a brief moment of silence, his expression one of astonishment. If it weren't for the fact that you have yet to slay any Grand Masters or warriors of higher rank, you would already be eligible for promotion to the position of Chief Constable. He was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the calculation. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. With such an abundance of merit points, it seemed he could exchange them for some elixirs to aid his cultivation. Whether it be for refining the 9 Suns' true art or mastering the divine elephant suppression technique, a considerable quantity of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs was requisite. This task had been inscribed in the mission hall from the very beginning, and now it was time for the settlement. Brother Chu, do check if the merit points have been credited, Chu Xiu remarked, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, resolving not to compare himself with the extraordinary Chu Xiu. They have been credited. Thank you, Brother Qi. In Chu Xiu's mind, a notification confirming the arrival of merit points had already been received. He now possessed a total of 578,040 merit points, which included the previous amount of 53,390 merit points. Well, it's getting late. Brother Chu should return to rest. I, too, shall retire for the night. Chu Xiu yawned and leaned over the table, stating, all right. Chu Xiu nodded and strode out of the mission hall with a commanding presence, making his way towards the armory of the 6 doors. Aware that Chu Xiu oversaw the mission hall, he knew that even at night, he would remain present there. Earlier, Chu Xiu had accompanied him to the Black Tiger Gang, delegating tasks to others. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of onlookers, Chu Xiu stowed the long knife that hung from his waist into his storage pouch, allowing the black long knife he held to dangle from his side. Moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at the 6 doors armory. This time, however, Elder Jiang was not dozing off at his desk. Instead, he was engrossed in a book. Upon a fleeting glance, Chu Xiu discerned that this was a tome on formation techniques. Truly, Elder Jiang is remarkable. What book, one wonders, is Chu Xiu perusing? Has he ascended to the rank of Silver Badge Constable? Upon noticing Chu Xiu's arrival, Elder Jiang's face was painted with astonishment as he remarked, "It is noteworthy that today, Chu Xiu merely selected his martial arts, and yet he has already become a Silver Badge Constable." Even he found it hard to believe that this was indeed true. It must be mere fortune, a stroke of luck, indeed. With a demeanor of humility, Chu Xiu spoke, "This achievement is not merely a stroke of luck. My cultivation has indeed progressed." Old Jiang regarded Chu Xiu with a penetrating gaze and remarked, "No wonder you have ascended to the position of Silver Medal Hunter. Now, tell me, what brings you here at such a late hour? Have you decided to abandon the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 blades of heaven, or the 8 steps of heavenly demon in favor of selecting new martial arts?" After a brief pause, Old Jiang furrowed his brow and added, "You must understand that your current selections require merit points for exchange." Chu Xiu responded, "Old Jiang, I have come to select new martial arts. However, I have no intention of relinquishing my practice of the divine elephant suppression technique or the other 3 martial arts." With a serene expression, Chu Xiu calmly spoke. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened, his eyes piercing like a blade as he stared at Chu Xiu. The more he looked, the more solemn his demeanor became, and his voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Have you mastered the foundational aspects of the divine elephant suppression technique?" Elder Jiang's insight was truly remarkable. Chu Xiu's heart quivered as he had already reigned in the immense power of the wild dragon elephant. Yet he had not anticipated that Elder Jiang would see through him with such ease. The method you employ to conceal your strength cannot deceive the eyes of those above the Grandmaster realm. It seemed as if Elder Jiang discerned Chu Xiu's thoughts in an instant. He shook his head and remarked, "The divine elephant suppression technique should not be casually revealed. It is imperative that you keep your vital essence entirely concealed. Only then can it serve as a trump card in your hands. Please, Elder Jiang, guide me." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to Elder Jiang. "I possess a nameless technique for breath control, which I stumbled upon many years ago. It is quite decent. I shall bestow it upon you." Elder Jiang pondered for a moment, then retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve and casually tossed it over. "Thank you, Elder Jiang." With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Xiu grasped the jade slip, his expression radiating gratitude towards Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang had indeed been exceptionally kind to him. After all, it was of no use to him. "Since you wish to pursue martial arts, ascend to the second floor and select for yourself. Once you have made your choice, come down and inform me. I shall retrieve it for you." Elder Jiang gestured dismissively as he spoke. "Elder Jiang, I already have a martial art in mind that I wish to cultivate," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu said with a serious expression, "Which martial art?" Elder Jiang inquired. "The 6 paths of reincarnation fist." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu replied, "What did you say?" "I am quite advanced in age and did not hear clearly." Elder Jiang paused briefly, gazing at Chu Xiu, and inquired once more, "Elder Jiang, what I wish to learn is the 6 paths of reincarnation fist." Chu Xiu merely repeated himself. "Do not presume, young lad, that mastering the divine elephant suppression technique will grant you the ability to learn the 6 paths of reincarnation fist." Elder Jiang cast a stern glance at Chu Xiu and earnestly advised, "The complexity of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist far surpasses that of the divine elephant suppression technique. The latter, due to your extraordinary innate physique, presents a feasible path for cultivation. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist is not something that can be grasped merely by desire. Rather than squandering your time on the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it would be wiser to select a martial art that is more accessible for beginners. Elder Jiang, I have also made progress with the 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon. With my comprehension, learning the 6 paths of reincarnation fist should not pose a significant challenge." After a moment of silence, Chu Xiu sincerely addressed Elder Jiang. Given that numerous witnesses had observed his heavenly severing 7 blades and demon step 8 this evening, it was futile to conceal the truth. It was better to speak candidly with Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang appeared dazed, genuinely skeptical about Chu Xiu's choice of the divine elephant suppression technique, heavenly severing 7 blades, and demon step 8. Who could have anticipated that within less than a day, Chu Xiu would have mastered the fundamentals of the divine elephant suppression technique? This could only be attributed to Chu Xiu's innate talent in the realm of horizontal training, which exceeded Elder Jiang's expectations. Yet, to assert that within such a brief span, he had also mastered the heavenly severing 7 blades and demon step 8? Moreover, my first blade of the heavenly severing 7 blades has already reached a significant level of proficiency. Many individuals witnessed this tonight, including Brother Chu Xiu from the task hall. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu added, "Are you trying to provoke me, young man?" Elder Jiang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in irritation. How infuriating! He realized he had been outmaneuvered by Chu Xiu. How could he dare to feign superiority before Elder Jiang? Even if he had mastered the 4th blade to perfection, it would still mean nothing in the presence of Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and offered a compliment to Elder Jiang. "Humph, it's good that you understand. Just wait. I shall assist you in acquiring the 6 paths of reincarnation fist." Elder Jiang stroked his grizzled beard, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He refrained from suggesting that Chu Xiu abandon the pursuit of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After all, the extent of Chu Xiu's extraordinary abilities had far surpassed Elder Jiang's expectations. Having presided over the 6 Doors Armory for many years, he had never before witnessed someone mastering 3 astonishing martial arts in less than a day. The formidable technique, the 7 cuts of heaven, had seen its first strike perfected to a consummate level. Such a prodigy might indeed possess the potential to master the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu bowed in gratitude to Elder Jiang. In a mere instant, Elder Jiang vanished from sight. Within this jade slip lay the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist comprises a total of 7 techniques: the Hell Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, the Beast Path, the Human Path, the Azura Path, the Celestial Path, and finally, the ultimate technique, the Unity of the 6 Paths. The unity of the 6 paths signifies the entirety of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Before long, Elder Jiang reappeared before Chu Xiu, presenting a jade slip toward him and stating, "The power of one punch surpasses that of another, even the weakest. The Hell Path requires mastery at the realm of a grandmaster to be qualified for cultivation. However, you, my boy, are a genius and do not fall into this category. In our Canglong Prefecture's 6 Gates Armory, we possess only the Hell Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Beast Path. The subsequent techniques, the Human Path, the Azura Path, and the Celestial Path, must be obtained in the State City. As for the final technique, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, it necessitates the complete mastery of all 6 paths. It is a matter of profound understanding and personal insight, devoid of fixed forms." "Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu took the jade slip and expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. "Please hand me your token," he said. Elder Jiang waved his hand and replied to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu removed the silver badge of the captain and handed it to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang placed the badge upon a piece of black jade, touched it lightly, and then returned it to him, stating, "All is in order. 50,000 merit points have been deducted. You are free to leave now." "Thank you, Elder Jiang. I shall not disturb your rest any further and take my leave." Chu Xiu cupped his hands in farewell and turned to depart. After watching Chu Xiu's retreating figure, Elder Jiang sighed softly. "It appears that age has truly caught up with me. Within our 6 gates, a remarkable talent has emerged. The younger generation indeed surpasses the older." Exiting the armory of the 6 gates, Chu Xiu made his way directly towards the storeroom. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the storeroom of the 6 doors and addressed Zhao Qingming, who was stationed there. "Lord Zhao, I have come to exchange for some elixirs." Zhao Qingming nodded, retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table, and placed it on the surface before Chu Xiu, saying, "All the elixirs in our 6 doors storeroom are detailed here. Please feel free to select whatever you desire." "Thank you, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingming and began to peruse the small booklet. He did not hasten to select any elixirs. Instead, he meticulously examined the entire volume, seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with the various medicinal pills housed within the storeroom of the 6 doors. After the passage of a tea's worth of time, Chu Xiu set down the booklet and gazed at Zhao Qingming, saying, "Master Zhao, I wish to exchange for a bottle of Primordial True Elixir, a bottle of Fierce Sun Elixir, and 20 bottles of Essence Blood Elixir." The Primordial True Elixir, like the Primordial Elixir, is a medicinal concoction for practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm to break through to the master realm. 1 bottle of Primordial True Elixir contains a single pill. However, the prices of the two are entirely different. A single Primordial Elixir costs merely 50,000 merit points, whereas a single Primordial True Elixir demands a staggering 100,000 merit points. The potency of the Primordial True Elixir exceeds that of the Primordial Elixir by over 10-fold. Typically, practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm cannot withstand the potency of the Primordial True Elixir. The reason Chu Xiu opted for the Primordial True Elixir lies in his prior experience with the Primordial Pill, which had previously enabled him to transcend from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of innate realm to the master realm. Given the profound depth of his 9 sons' true qi, the effects of consuming the Primordial Pill again would likely be minimal. It is preferable for him to advance using the Primordial True Elixir. With his formidable physical constitution, coupled with the 9 sons' sacred body, he need not worry about being unable to withstand the potency of the Primordial True Elixir. The Fiery Sun Pill is a medicinal concoction utilized by practitioners within the Master Realm. A single Fiery Sun Pill requires 5,000 merit points, and a bottle contains 10, amounting to a total value of 50,000 merit points. Medicinal pills designed for cultivation are considerably less expensive than those intended for breakthroughs. Conversely, the Essence Blood Pill is a remedy employed by martial artists specializing in the innate realm. The Essence Blood Pill is the most affordable, priced at merely 500 merit points each, with a bottle of 10 costing 5,000 merit points. Thus, 20 bottles of Essence Blood Pills equate to a total of 100,000 merit points. "Please hand over your token to me," Zhao Qingming remarked, casting a surprised glance at Chu Xiu. It was evident that he had not anticipated that Chu Xiu had amassed 250,000 merit points in such a short span. The total number of medicinal pills Chu Xiu had just mentioned coincidentally amounted to exactly 250,000 merit points. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu extended the token towards Zhao Qingming. Upon receiving the token, Zhao Qingming brushed it against a piece of black jade resembling the armory of the 6 doors and then placed it on the table. He remarked, "All done. You may now keep your token. I shall assist you in procuring the elixir." Chu Xiu nodded and stored the token away. Zhao Qingming then rose and proceeded towards the storeroom. Moments later, Zhao Qingming emerged from the storeroom, carrying a cloth bag, which he extended towards Chu Xiu, saying, "The elixirs you requested are all contained within. Please inspect them." "There is no need for inspection. I have complete trust in you, Lord Zhao," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu took the cloth bag, shook his head, and said, "Master Zhao, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming's expression softened considerably as he replied, "Go ahead, but within a day, try not to consume too many elixirs to avoid causing instability in your realm." He had already discerned that Chu Xiu had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm, seeking to transcend into the master realm. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged for the primordial true elixir and the fierce sun elixir. "Thank you for your reminder, Master Zhao." After Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingming with a respectful gesture, he turned and departed. In less than a moment, upon returning to the courtyard of the 6 doors, Chu Xiu assessed his attributes. Destiny attributes: swift as lightning, green; robust vitality, green; masterful blade technique, green; basic proficiency in fist and foot, white. Destiny points: 76,050. He decided to first enhance his destiny attributes before consuming any elixirs. Chu Xiu gazed at the data panel, contemplating his abundant fortune of over 70,000 destiny points, which he must utilize to augment his own strength. Currently, his destiny points were insufficient to elevate the blue attributes to purple. A requirement of 100,000 destiny points was necessary for such an enhancement. Consequently, he chose to disregard the 4 attributes: 9 Suns Sacred Body, gold; Noble Scion, blue; Golden Tendons and Jade Bones, blue; and Innate Wisdom Root, blue. Similarly, the martial arts and blade intent were also omitted. The data panel thus became significantly more streamlined. System: enhance my proficiency in basic martial arts. In his mind, Chu Xiu resolutely declared, "I shall elevate my basic martial arts proficiency to a blue attribute all at once." As the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted. In Chu Xiu's mind, a multitude of insights regarding martial arts techniques emerged. Although he had yet to practice any form of martial arts, he had already garnered numerous realizations, as if they had laid an unshakable foundation beneath him. Upon expending 11,000 points of destiny, his proficiency in martial arts, white, elevated to the dual mastery of fists and feet, blue. Dual mastery of fists and feet. Whether it be the art of striking or kicking, you can swiftly master both, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. The system has upgraded the speed of lightning, robust vitality, and exquisite blade techniques to a blue tier. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and continued to articulate his thoughts within his mind. He currently possessed over 60,000 destiny points, and it required merely 10,000 to elevate a green attribute to a blue one. To enhance 3 green attributes simultaneously, a total of 30,000 destiny points would suffice. With ample destiny points at his disposal, he had no intention of conserving them. In an instant, a mysterious and unfathomable force surged within Chu Xiu's body, causing his vitality to explosively increase at that very moment. This surge in vitality, in turn, enabled the divine elephant's prison law to manifest a series of new particles. Mighty primordial elephants roared skyward amidst the particles. In just a brief moment, Chu Xiu had successfully cultivated a total of 49 particles, thereby augmenting his power with the strength of 49 wild giant elephants. Consequently, his divine elephant prison law now encompassed a total of 76 particles, endowing him with the might of 76 colossal elephants. The sheer, terrifying force made Chu Xiu feel as though a mere wave of his hand could shatter the very heavens and earth. The enhancements from the 2 green attributes, swift as lightning and masterful blade techniques, flooded his mind with profound insights into the 8 steps of celestial demons and the 7 blades of heaven's severance. After the passage of an incense stick's duration, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flickered within them. as if capable of piercing through the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The gains from this endeavor were monumental, for new blue attributes had been added, significantly amplifying my overall strength manifold. Moreover, the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 blades of heaven's severance, and the 8 steps of the heavenly demon had all seen substantial enhancements. My knife intent had transformed from a mere 1% to an impressive 2%. Should I unleash my full potential, even against a grandmaster, I would not lack the capability to engage in a fierce battle. Chu Xiu clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, and a hint of excitement flashed across his cheeks as he spoke. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. Swift as lightning, green, upgraded to carefree wind, blue. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. Vigorous vitality, green, upgraded to vitality like a river, blue. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. Expert blade techniques, green, upgraded to blade prodigy, blue. Carefree wind, naturally extraordinary, endowed with an exceptional talent in agile footwork. Vitality like a river. Vitality flows like the mighty Yangtze, ceaseless and boundless. A natural genius in the art of body refinement. Blade prodigy, possessing an unimaginable talent in blade techniques. The blade extends as an extension of your arm, facilitating a deeper understanding of the art. As he gazed at the series of notifications, Chu Xiu steadied his breath and turned his attention to the data panel. Destiny attributes. Carefree wind, blue. Vitality like a river, blue. Blade prodigy, blue. Dual mastery of fist and foot, blue. Martial arts. Divine elephant suppression technique. First major achievement. Heavenly demon 8 steps, great achievement. Heavenly blade 7 cuts. First blade perfected, second blade minor achievement. Destiny points, 35,050. From this point onward, I cannot expend any more destiny points. Even with just the blue attributes, their potency is immense. With 8 blue attributes at my disposal, I should strive to accumulate 100,000 destiny points to elevate one of these blue attributes to the purple tier. The power of purple attributes is undoubtedly far more formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Upon speaking, he turned his right hand, revealing a jade tablet inscribed with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which he placed upon his forehead. His innate understanding had reached a remarkable level, allowing him to master both fist and foot techniques, thereby facilitating his comprehension of martial arts. He pondered the potential of the dual blue attributes and how they would elevate his 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In an instant, a myriad of knowledge regarding the 6 paths of reincarnation fist flooded his mind, while the jade tablet crumbled to dust, cascading from his grasp. As he assimilated the teachings of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, profound insights began to manifest within him. As if he had been training in this art for countless years. In the blink of an eye, he achieved the entry-level mastery of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Moreover, it did not end there. The first technique, the Hell Path, progressed from novice to minor proficiency in the mere blink of an eye. Ultimately, he comprehended the Hell Path to a true level of mastery. My previous shortcomings have now been entirely rectified. It is time for me to embark on the journey towards the realm of the Grandmaster. A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he retrieved a porcelain vial containing the primordial true elixir, placing the precious substance into his mouth. With a thunderous roar, the elixir dissolved instantly, unleashing an immense and terrifying medicinal force, akin to a torrent of molten lava, surging towards Chu Xiu's dantian. This formidable energy seemed poised to shatter his very meridians. However, thanks to the unparalleled strength of his physique and the suppression of his 9-yang sacred body, he remained unscathed. The 9-yang true art activated autonomously, devouring and refining the medicinal power, continuously amplifying it. Upon reaching its zenith, Chu Xiu's cultivation level seamlessly ascended from the pinnacle of the innate realm's 9th stage to the first minor achievement of the master realm. Remarkably, even after reaching this new level, the potency of the primordial true elixir had not yet been fully expended, allowing Chu Xiu's innate true energy to persist in its enhancement. After a brief moment, Chu Xiu's internal cultivation has reached the monumental realm of a grandmaster. It is imperative that I now practice the art of breath holding. If I were to step outside, it would be evident to all that my cultivation has significantly increased. Even my divine elephant suppression technique would be unable to conceal this transformation. Chu Xiu furrowed his brows and retrieved the nameless breath-concealing jade slip bestowed upon him by Elder Jiang, placing it against his forehead. The profound intricacies of this breath-concealing technique surpassed Chu Xiu's expectations. It was evidently not a mere rudimentary skill. With his keen perception, he pondered for a considerable duration before finally grasping its foundational principles. This breath-concealing technique is indeed extraordinary. Elder Jiang has truly presented me with a remarkable gift. Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment, and with a mere thought, he activated the breath-holding technique, perfectly concealing his entire aura. On the surface, his internal cultivation still appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. However, there was not the slightest trace of vitality or blood power. It was utterly imperceptible that he had ventured into the realm of external refinement. It was now time to return home. Chu Xiu stepped forward and vanished into the courtyard. He did not hasten to consume the Rising Sun pill and the Essence Blood pill. At present, both his inner and outer martial arts had significantly advanced. Consuming these two pills now would likely lead to a fragile foundation. Before long, Chu Xiu pushed open the door and stepped inside, securely locking it behind him. The candlelight within his home still flickered brightly, positioned upon the stone table in the courtyard. It was evident that Jiang Xiaoxiao had left it for him. The sight of the solitary flame evoked an inexplicable warmth in Chu Xiu's heart. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as a door opened nearby. Jiang Xiaoxiao emerged from her room, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "My lord, you have returned. Have you been waiting for me all this time?" Chu Xiu smiled gently and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao, saying, "The young master has yet to return. I am quite uneasy." Jiang Xiaoxiao replied softly. The sorrow etched upon her delicate face had evidently diminished, as she seemed to have come to terms with her circumstances. In a world teeming with malevolent creatures and peril at every turn, her mere survival was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, she had the privilege of encountering someone as kind as Chu Xiu. "Do go to sleep," he advised. "If I happen to return late at night in the future, you need not wait for me." Chu Xiu smiled and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. "By the way, my lord, I discovered 2 martial arts manuals in the room. Would you care to take a look?" Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled something, uttered a quick remark, and hurried into the room. She soon emerged, clutching 2 books, and trotted towards Chu Xiu. Martial arts manuals? A flicker of unusual color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Could this blue entry of the scion of a prestigious family still be triggered repeatedly? Jiang Xiaoxiao approached Chu Xiu, holding 2 books, and extended them towards him. Chu Xiu took over 2 martial arts manuals and began to peruse them. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Xiao, do you wish to practice martial arts?" The 2 manuals were titled Taiyin Jin Gong and Taiyin Sword Classic, seemingly forming a coherent set of martial techniques. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential aspect was that these martial arts were most suitable for female practitioners, particularly those born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, possessing a pure Yin constitution. This would facilitate their journey towards mastery. Although he was uncertain whether Jiang Xiaoxiao possessed such a pure Yin body, the mere presence of these manuals in her dwelling suggested a possible connection to her fate. "Young master, may I practice martial arts?" Jiang Xiaoxiao asked, her delicate face betraying anxiety as she gazed intently at Chu Xiu, her voice tentative. "Why not?" he replied. "Come, allow me to teach you now, and I shall guide you on the path of cultivation." Chu Xiu smiled gently, taking 2 volumes of scriptures to the stone table before sitting down. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiaoxiao said, her eyes filled with gratitude as she gracefully approached his side. In just a moment, Chu Xiu thoroughly elucidated the Taiyin True Art and the Taiyin Sword Classic to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to be enveloped in a moment of profound enlightenment. A wisp of Taiyin energy descended from the heavens, converging towards her, causing her aura to swell exponentially. In the blink of an eye, this seemingly delicate woman, who had previously been powerless in martial arts, ascended to the 3rd tier. Following this, she reached the 2nd tier, and then the 1st. Remarkably, her aura continued to amplify. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xiaoxiao resembled a celestial goddess of Taiyin, transcending the mundane realm. Chu Xiu gazed at her in astonishment, pondering whether she was a pure Yin entity born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour. However, even if she were a pure Yin body, such astonishing cultivation speed would be unfathomable. Unless, of course, she was not merely a pure Yin body, but rather the embodiment of the Taiyin deity, or even a reincarnation of the Taiyin goddess. Nevertheless, Even if Jiang Xiaoxiao possessed the Taiyin divine body or the essence of the Taiyin goddess, she would still pale in comparison to the extraordinary Chu Xiu, who already possessed the illustrious Nine-Yang sacred body and would undoubtedly acquire more golden attributes in the future. Could anyone surpass him in talent? Even a reincarnated celestial emperor would be insignificant before Chu Xiu. Time passed, and Jiang Xiaoxiao's aura reached the pinnacle of the super first tier. Upon attaining this height, she slowly opened her clear, cold eyes. With a gentle motion, she formed her right hand into the shape of a sword and executed the sword techniques from the Taiyin sword classic within the courtyard. Initially clumsy, her movements gradually became more fluid and adept. Jiang Xiaoxiao practiced the Taiyin sword techniques repeatedly, her speed increasing and her power intensifying. After a considerable time, she finally ceased her practice, perspiration glistening on her skin as she approached Chu Xiu, her charming face alight with excitement. Breathlessly, she exclaimed, "Young master, I believe I have grasped the Taiyin true art and the Taiyin sword techniques." In that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to regain her vitality, shedding the aloofness and coldness of the Taiyin goddess, now radiating warmth and enthusiasm. "Indeed, you have mastered the Taiyin true art and the Taiyin sword techniques." Chu Xiu looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao with admiration in his eyes and praised her. "Your innate talent is such that even within the 6 gates, few can compare with you. Young master, after listening to your explanation of the Taiyin true art and the Taiyin sword technique, I felt as if I had learned them before," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied. Lowering her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and spoke in an endearingly obedient manner. "Moreover, under the moonlight, I sense that I can absorb the essence of the moon. By absorbing the moon's essence, I can gradually enhance my own strength. Can absorbing the moon's essence truly elevate one's power?" A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with an air of intrigue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao opened her small mouth slightly, gazing at Chu Xiu with an endearing expression as she inquired, "Xiaoxiao, remember the words you just spoke to me. Do not disclose them to anyone. You have been my maid since childhood, growing up alongside me. You have also been cultivating the Taiyin true skill and the Taiyin sword classic from a young age. Do you understand?" Chu Xiu's expression grew serious as he gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Although her innate talent could not be compared to his for countless martial artists, Jiang Xiaoxiao's gift was undoubtedly extraordinary. It must not be easily revealed, lest it attract unnecessary troubles. "My lord, I understand," Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, responding earnestly. "By the way, I shall impart to you a technique for concealing one's aura. You must keep your presence subdued at all times, ensuring that no one discovers it." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Jiang Xiaoxiao. The breathing technique does not belong to the martial arts of the 6 gates. Even if it is imparted to you, it would not constitute a breach of the 6 gates teachings. This was a gift from Elder Jiang, and I shall merely inform him later. I trust that Elder Jiang, being the person he is, would not take issue with it. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, her face radiating gratitude. Chu Xiu smiled and proceeded to articulate the essence of the breath concealment technique, providing a thorough explanation to Jiang Xiaoxiao. As anticipated, Jiang Xiaoxiao grasped the concept with remarkable acuity, swiftly mastering the technique and successfully suppressing her aura. This level of comprehension was nearly on par with his own innate talents. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoxiao's exceptional perceptiveness, Chu Xiu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With her extraordinary gifts and equally impressive insight, she was truly worthy of his guidance. Imagining the future, he realized that he might not even need to intervene personally. A mere maid by his side could easily surpass a multitude of unparalleled prodigies. The thought alone brought him immense pleasure. It was time to rest, so he gently urged, "Xiaoxiao, it is late. You should take your leave." Chu Xiu remarked to Jiang Xiaoxiao, "Indeed, you should retire early as well." Jiang Xiaoxiao gently nodded, exchanged a few words with Chu Xiu, then gracefully glided towards her chamber. Chu Xiu did not return to his room to rest. Instead, he proceeded to the bathroom for a brief cleansing before retreating to his quarters. Within the grand hall, an atmosphere of profound gravity permeated the air. 3 formidable figures congregated here, each exuding an aura of immense strength. The leaders of the 5 major factions of Songlong County, the leader of the Guangsha gang, the leader of the Taekwon gang, and the leader of the Shuadao gang. "Leader has arrived." A resounding shout echoed from beyond the hall, prompting the 3 leaders of the Guangsha gang to adopt solemn expressions. A tall, imposing man clad in a black cloak adorned with golden trim strode into the hall, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. It was none other than Wei Qi Feng, the leader of the Dajiang gang. We pay our respects to leader Wei Qi. The three leaders of the Quangsha gang knelt before Wei Qi Feng, offering their utmost reverence. The five major factions of Songlong County have always recognized the Dajiang gang as their leader, remaining obedient to Wei Qi Feng's commands. Wei Qi Feng ascended to the main seat in the hall, gestured with a mighty hand, and spoke in a resonant voice. No need for formalities. Thank you. Leader Wei Qi, the three leaders of the Quangsha gang responded, gradually rising to their feet. I am already aware of your intentions, Wei Qi Feng stated, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the Black Tiger gang has been annihilated by the Six Doors. However, you must still fulfill your obligations. Those who refuse shall meet their demise. This applies not only to you, but to me as well. For this is the decree of the Gao family. The faces of the three leaders of the Quangsha gang paled, revealing their trepidation. The Gao family held true dominion in Songlong County. Should they defy the Gao family's orders, a mere word from them could lead to their utter destruction. However, you may exercise some flexibility, Wei Qi Feng continued. The Black Tiger was simply too foolish, allowing the demons to act, yet dispatching members of the Black Tiger gang to provide covert assistance. From the moment those demons engaged, they should have prepared for their inevitable demise at the hands of the Six Doors. What is leader Wei Qi implying? The leader of the Shuadao gang inquired, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. The leaders of the Quangsha gang and Taekwon gang also turned their gazes toward Wei Qi Feng. Let the demons act, but ensure your men remain concealed. Furthermore, avoid detection by the Six Doors. In this manner, even if the demons perish at the hands of the Six Doors, the latter shall never trace it back to you. Wei Qi Feng pondered for a moment before adding, however, mere demons of the Master Realm are insufficient. We must, at any cost, incite chaos throughout Songlong County. We need to enlist the true experts among the demons. Ideally, we should have a demon of the Demon Sovereign level to take action personally. Demon Sovereign? The leaders of the Quangsha gang gasped, their minds reeling, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. A Demon Sovereign is a terrifying existence, a true great demon. Simply contemplating it sent chills down their spines. Although the bloodline of the Boar Demon is not among the strongest, it is far from weak. The Boar Sovereign of the Wild Boar Ridge, for instance, is a figure of that caliber. Having lost 26 of its offspring, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Quangsha, send someone to the Wild Boar Ridge to seek out the Boar Sovereign and inform it of the death of its progeny at the hands of Chu Xiu from the Six Doors. This Boar Sovereign is known for its unwavering resolve to avenge any grievances. Wei Qi Feng declared, his gaze resolute and devoid of compassion. Moreover, this Chu Xiu is indeed extraordinary, blessed with exceptional talent. Such a prodigy must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. The leaders of the Quangsha gang nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared understanding. Given their current cultivation levels, if Chu Xiu could already slay boar demons, what might he achieve if allowed to mature? It was the perfect opportunity to eradicate Chu Xiu, leveraging the boar demons of the Wild Boar Ridge. One Boar Sovereign would not suffice. Taekwon, you shall send someone to Baishou Mountain to request the assistance of the Black Tiger Sovereign. Shuadao, you shall send someone to Gloom Moon Ridge to summon the Kangwolf Sovereign. Inform them that should chaos ensue in Songlong County, we shall offer them 10,000 souls annually as tribute. After a pause, Wei Qi Feng spoke with a chilling indifference. Understood. The three leaders of the Quangsha gang responded, their voices tinged with a hint of fear. Even these blood-soaked leaders felt an overwhelming dread in the presence of Wei Qi Feng's words. To offer 10,000 souls to a demon sovereign annually equates to 30,000 souls. Such a figure is truly terrifying. Wei Qi Feng gestured for the leaders of the Quangsha gang to depart, remaining silent. The three leaders bowed in respect before retreating. The following day arrived. Chu Xiu strode purposefully into the Six Doors. However, as soon as he entered, he encountered a throng of silver badge captains. Surrounding a young man of refined demeanor and extraordinary grace, clad in the official attire of a golden badge captain, Gao Changfeng, with a raised eyebrow. Chu Xiu immediately recognized the unparalleled genius of the Gao family within the Six Doors, Captain Gao Changfeng. Though both Gao Changfeng and Gao Changhe are signs of the Gao family, Gao Changfeng is not a debauched young master like Gao Changhe. On the contrary, he is a true prodigy. In less than a year since joining the Six Doors, he has risen from a bronze captain to a golden captain, establishing himself as a genuine figure of prominence within the organization. Even when Chu Xiu was merely a lowly constable, he had heard of Gao Chongfeng's illustrious name. "So, you are Brother Chu. I never expected to encounter you here," Gao Chongfeng said, his eyes sparkling with delight as he approached Chu Xiu, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Greetings, esteemed Gao." Chu Xiu respectfully returned the greeting to Gao Chongfeng and replied with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. "Brother Chu, you are too modest. I have heard that you have mastered the formidable arts of the 6 gates, namely, the 7 blades that cut the heavens and the 8 steps of the heavenly demon. In just a single day, you grasped the fundamentals of these extraordinary martial arts. Just yesterday, you ascended to the rank of a newly minted bronze medal captor, defeating formidable foes and slaying a master-level demon, thus rising to the status of silver medal captor. Last night, during the annihilation of the Black Tiger gang, you single-handedly wielded your blade to vanquish numerous members of the gang and demons. Today, you are indeed a remarkable prodigy, renowned throughout the 6 gates." Gao Chongfeng gazed at Chu Xiu with deep admiration, his voice as gentle as jade. "With your talent and aptitude, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the rank of gold medal captor. You may even surpass me and become a prestigious Qingyi Mingbu ahead of schedule. Your praise is excessive, my dear Gao. It was merely a stroke of luck," Chu Xiu humbly replied. With a demeanor of serene indifference, Chu Xiu spoke. "Brother Chu, you are far too modest. I shall dispense with pleasantries. Would you be willing to join my esteemed Gao family as a revered member? Should you acquiesce, rest assured, the Gao family will not treat you poorly. All the resources you require for your cultivation, be they elixirs, spiritual herbs, or weaponry, the Gao family can readily provide." Gao Chongfeng's expression turned earnest, his sincerity palpable. As his words resonated, the gazes of the silver-clad captains surrounding Gao Chongfeng were rife with envy directed towards Chu Xiu. They had not been afforded such privileges upon becoming members of the Gao family. Gao Chongfeng not only offered Chu Xiu such generous terms, but also addressed him as Brother Chu. Such a notion was beyond their wildest dreams. "While I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed Gao, I must respectfully decline the offer to become a member of the Gao family." Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Setting aside the fact that he killed Gao Chonghe and that there has always been animosity between our families, the mere collusion of the Gao family with demons makes it impossible for me to associate with them. This is my unwavering principle. Were it not for my current lack of sufficient strength, I would have long since trampled the entire Gao family into the ground." "Brother Chu, there is no need to hastily decline," he continued. "Please take your time to consider your decision. Our 6 Doors organization does not prohibit the captains from becoming the patrons of noble families. After all, our captains enjoy a remarkable degree of freedom." Gao Chongfeng waved his hand and added, "Moreover, Brother Chu would not be required to do anything beyond merely lending his name to our Gao family, which would grant him everything he desires. What is there to lose? I fear I must disappoint Lord Gao. My decision is already made," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu smiled lightly and said, "Since Brother Chu is unwilling, let it be." Gao Chongfeng cast a deep glance at Chu Xiu before striding towards the entrance of the 6 Doors. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he strode towards the direction of the 6 Doors armory. In but a short while, Gao Chongfeng and the others had already departed from the 6 Doors. Upon exiting, a silver-collared captain let out a cold sneer and remarked, "My lord, since this Chu Xiu has shown such disrespect, shall we teach him a minor lesson? Indeed, to disregard a superior's authority within the 6 Doors is an audacious act. As if he believes that a modicum of talent renders him exceptional." Another silver-collared captain nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. The assembly of silver-collared captains also concurred, acknowledging that it was only natural for Brother Chu to possess lofty aspirations given his extraordinary talents. "My esteemed colleagues need not be so concerned," Gao Chongfeng replied, feigning magnanimity, though a subtle chill flickered in his gaze. Inside the 6 Doors armory, Zhang Lao greeted Chu Xiu with a weary tone. "What brings you here again? Speak. What martial arts do you seek this time?" The mere sight of Chu Xiu elicited a headache for him, a reflexive response. "Ahem, Zhang Lao. I have not come this time to select martial arts." Chu Xiu coughed softly and addressed Elder Jiang. "As long as it is well. One cannot overindulge. From our 6 Doors, you have already selected 4 extraordinary martial arts. Once you have perfected your current remarkable skills, you will be more than capable of traversing the world with ease." Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang inexplicably sighed in relief. "Elder Jiang, I have come to inform you that, without your consent, I imparted the breath-concealing technique you bestowed upon me to a maidservant in my household. I am here to offer my sincerest apologies." Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to Elder Jiang and remarked, "It is but a trifling matter. I bestow upon you this technique of concealment, and it is yours to share with whomever you wish." Elder Jiang, initially indifferent, soon realized the gravity of the situation and with a piercing gaze fixed upon Chu Xiu, exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not require the practice of concealment. It is only when one's cultivation progresses too swiftly, rendering it undetectable, that such measures become necessary. Is your maidservant truly endowed with such exceptional talent? Indeed, she possesses a remarkable gift. In less than half a month of training in a martial art, she has already reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed Elder Jiang. He had never intended to keep anything from Elder Jiang. He merely adjusted the timeline of Jiang Xiaoxiao's training to avoid alarming him. To reach the pinnacle of the super first-class realm in less than half a month? That is the mark of a true genius. A look of astonishment appeared on Elder Jiang's face as he remarked, "Though not as monstrous as you, this is still quite remarkable. There are few talents like this among all of us in the Six Gates. No, such genius might only be found within the state city. No wonder you have chosen to teach her the concealment technique. Elder Jiang, you are indeed wise." Chu Xiu flattered Elder Jiang, asking, "Do you believe in me, Elder?" After a moment of contemplation, Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired, "Of course, I am loyal to you, Elder. Otherwise, I would not have disclosed this matter to you." Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, "Since you trust me, why not bring the child for me to see? It just so happens that I have never had a disciple. If possible, I shall take her as my apprentice." Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu with fervent eyes and asked, "Are you serious, Elder Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu felt a stir of excitement within him. Elder Jiang, capable of overseeing the Six Gates arsenal and renowned as a master of the green robe, must at the very least be a formidable expert at the martial saint level. It is even conceivable that he has already ascended beyond the 7th tier of the martial saint realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to command the crucial arsenal of the Six Gates. The arsenal is the most significant location within the Six Gates, followed only by the storage rooms. With such a top-tier expert providing protection, Jiang Xiaoxiao will undoubtedly flourish and evolve into a true master. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao is currently his maid. Even if she no longer serves in that capacity in the future, a bond will remain. "Do you believe I am jesting?" Elder Jiang rolled his eyes and remarked, "Elder Jiang, shall I bring her here now?" A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he inquired of Elder Jiang. "Go ahead," Elder Jiang replied, waving his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu performed a courteous bow and then turned to depart. In less than a moment, upon returning home, Chu Xiu pushed open the door and entered. "Young master, what brings you back so soon?" exclaimed Jiang Xiaoxiao, her charming face lighting up with joy as she noticed Chu Xiu's arrival while practicing in the courtyard. "Xiaoxiao, come, I shall take you to the 6 doors." Chu Xiu called out to Jiang Xiaoxiao. "The 6 doors?" Upon hearing this, a look of both anxiety and apprehension appeared on Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face. "Do not worry. It is nothing. I will take you to the 6 doors. I have arranged for you to meet a master." Chu Xiu smiled gently and comforted Jiang Xiaoxiao. "Master?" Jiang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, gazing at Chu Xiu with a look of perplexity. "Come, let us walk together," he said as they strolled side by side. Chu Xiu gently grasped Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate hand, leading her outside their home. Jiang Xiaoxiao's charming face flushed with crimson, feeling lightheaded and dizzy, shy as a young bride, as she was drawn out by Chu Xiu toward the 6 doors. Along the way, Chu Xiu briefly introduced Jiang Xiaoxiao to Elder Jiang's identity and recounted their earlier conversation to prevent any slip of the tongue. In a serene courtyard of the Gao residence, Gao Chanfeng stood in a pavilion with his hands clasped behind him. "Greetings, young Master Chanfeng," a Gao family attendant respectfully bowed. "No need for formalities," Gao Chanfeng replied, turning to wave his hand dismissively, his expression devoid of warmth. Within the Gao residence, Gao Chanfeng no longer exuded the gentle demeanor witnessed by Chu Xiu. Instead, he emanated a chilling aura. "Thank you, young Master Chanfeng," the attendant expressed gratitude. "Wei attendant, assist me in eliminating a target," Gao Chanfeng stated with indifference. Within the Gao family, even attendants were stratified. Those guarding Gao Changhe were merely entry-level Grandmaster attendants. Above them were the Great Grandmaster attendants, and even the Martial Sage attendants, who held positions of high esteem within the Gao family, such as heads and deputy heads of the attendant pavilion. Even Gao Chongfeng, despite his status, could not command them at will. The attendant Wei Ziyuan was a great grandmaster, tasked with executing matters unsuitable for Gao Chongfeng. Please, young Master Chongfeng, instruct me. Wei Ziyuan replied with utmost respect. This individual is named Chu Xiu. Here are his complete details. Do not act hastily. He has become a renowned prodigy of the Six Doors. If anything befalls him, the Six Doors will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. It is advisable to refrain from actions within the county. Instead, monitor him closely. Once he leaves the city, pursue and eliminate him outside the county. This way, even if the Six Doors seek to investigate, they shall find no leads. Gao Chongfeng declared, flicking a note toward Wei Ziyuan. He was well aware that his attempt to recruit Chu Xiu had been rejected, a fact that could not remain concealed. Should anything happen to Chu Xiu within the county, the suspicion would fall heavily upon him. However, if Chu Xiu's demise occurred outside the city, even if doubts arose regarding his involvement, they would lead nowhere near him. Rest assured, young Master Chongfeng, I comprehend the task and shall ensure its completion. Wei Ziyuan proclaimed confidently as he received the note. With attendant Wei's involvement, I am greatly reassured. Once this task is accomplished, I shall see to it that attendant Wei is amply rewarded. Gao Chongfeng remarked, satisfaction evident on his countenance. Thank you. Young Master Chongfeng. Wei Ziyuan's face lit up with elation, overflowing with gratitude. The Six Doors. Chu Xiu entered the Six Doors with Jiang Xiao, making his way directly to the armory. Elder Jiang, who had long been eagerly awaiting their arrival, seemed to materialize before them, his gaze intensely fixed upon Jiang Xiao. Upon encountering Elder Jiang's penetrating stare, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of fear, tightly grasping Chu Xiu's hand, which offered her a semblance of security. With a deep breath, Elder Jiang, his face awash with astonishment, remarked, such grace and extraordinary beauty. Elder Jiang, are you pleased with this disciple? Chu Xiu smiled faintly and looked at Elder Jiang. He was not the least bit surprised by Elder Jiang's high regard for Jiang Xiao. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how she had ascended from being a novice in martial arts to reaching the pinnacle of the top-tier realm. Now, her tying sword technique had already entered the realm of minor accomplishment. Such innate talent and aptitude undoubtedly warranted Elder Jiang's description of her as a paragon of exceptional beauty and talent. He was immensely satisfied, truly beyond measure. Elder Jiang beamed with delight, exclaiming, I never expected that this old body of mine would still encounter such a prodigious genius. At last, my martial arts have not been in vain. Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang with an expression of bewilderment, as if to say, have you not encountered such an extraordinary genius before? Am I not one? To which Elder Jiang retorted, you are not one of them. You are merely a freak. With a keen perception, Elder Jiang discerned the unspoken thoughts in Chu Xiu's eyes. He shot him a glare and continued, it is one thing to select astonishing martial arts, but to master them all in less than half a day is simply beyond comprehension. Such a prodigy is beyond my teaching capabilities. It is disheartening. Chu Xiu touched his nose, pondering whether possessing such extraordinary talent could indeed be a flaw. However, should Elder Jiang desire to take him as a disciple, he would undoubtedly refuse. With his remarkable aptitude, he had no need to bow before anyone as a teacher. Jiang Xiao smiled subtly, having discerned that Elder Jiang was, as Chu Xiu had suggested, a kind-hearted individual rather than a malevolent one. Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Elder Jiang inquired. His gaze filled with anticipation and his demeanor warm and welcoming. Jiang Xiao glanced at Chu Xiu, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to kneel before Elder Jiang and declare, Disciple Jiang Xiao pays respects to master. Quickly, rise. Elder Jiang beamed, assisting Jiang Xiao to her feet. Here, we do not concern ourselves with such formalities. From this moment onward, you shall be my disciple. I shall impart all that I have learned to you. Even the astounding martial arts from within the 6 gates, should you wish to learn, will be yours to pursue. Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Old Jiang, can Xiao truly learn the martial arts of our 6 gates? Why not? The elder replied with an air of calmness. As a renowned constable in the green robe, it is entirely feasible for Xiao to join our 6 gates and become one of us. Chu Xiu nodded gently. Given Elder Jiang's stature, bestowing Jiang Xiao with an identity within the 6 gates was undoubtedly a trivial matter. All right, young lad Chu, you may leave now. I must impart martial arts to Xiao. Elder Jiang said, his expression one of disdain as he waved his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu smiled lightly and walked towards the armory. Young master, will you be home for lunch? Should I return to prepare a meal for you? Seeing Chu Xiu depart, Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at his retreating figure. Her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Lao felt a pang of wistfulness. His own disciple had resolutely decided to serve as Chu Xiu's maid. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Jiang Xiaoxiao was already, in essence, Chu Xiu's maid. Oh, then it's of no concern. I shall not return for lunch. Without turning his head, Chu Xiu replied, Oh. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face. My good apprentice, what martial arts are you currently practicing? What do you wish to learn? Allow me to see which styles would be suitable for your cultivation, old Jiang said, noticing the disappointment on Jiang Xiaoxiao's beautiful visage. Upon exiting the Six Gates Armory, Chu Xiu spotted Chu Xiu approaching, accompanied by a group of silver badge captains. Brother Qi, are we heading to Wanbao Studio so early? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Xiu as he inquired. Indeed, there is nothing pressing at the moment. I have enlisted someone to oversee the task hall for me. Chu Xiu chuckled softly and said, Brother Chu, I am now a renowned blue attire constable. Should we not celebrate this occasion properly? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu realized that Chu Xiu had already donned the attire of a renowned constable in a cerulean robe, no longer the head of the Jinzhang. Chu Xiu approached Chu Xiu and casually slung an arm over his shoulder as they strolled towards the exit of the 6 doors. A group of silver-robed constables followed closely behind, acutely aware of the formidable prowess and exceptional talents of these two individuals. Despite Chu Xiu's similar garb as a silver-robed constable, it was clear that they were not of the same caliber. Brother Chu, I have heard that Gao Changfeng has sought you out, Chu Xiu inquired as they walked. The gazes of the silver-robed constables turned towards Chu Xiu, having also caught wind of this development. I encountered him earlier today upon my arrival at the 6 doors. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke. Brother Chu, it is advisable to keep your distance from Gao Changfeng. This individual appears refined and cultured on the surface, yet he is far from a good person. Chu Xiu's expression turned serious, shedding the frivolous demeanor he had previously displayed. He was aware that his invitation for me to become a revered guest of the Gao family had already been declined. Chu Xiu smiled calmly and said, That is good. If he comes to find you again, just let me know, and I will support Brother Chu. Chu Xiu spoke with a chilling aura, stating, Although I cannot kill him, I can certainly teach him a lesson. Does Qi brother harbor grievances against Gao Changfeng? Chu Xiu pondered and remarked, No. Chu Xiu shook his head and replied, It is merely that the Gao family possesses formidable strength within our 6 doors. Our deputy chief constable, Gao Zhenhong, is the 3rd elder of the Gao family. Among the younger generation, there exists a prodigious talent like Gao Changfeng. This has allowed the Gao family to garner considerable support within our 6 doors. Their influence throughout our entire organization is indeed formidable. Chu Xiu nodded silently, his expression contemplative. However, there is something amiss with the Gao family. I cannot elaborate further. Brother Chu only needs to understand that the Gao family harbors issues, and we must refrain from maintaining close ties with their members. That is sufficient. After a pause, Chu Xiu spoke with a cryptic tone. Understood. Chu Xiu understood intuitively. He had already learned from Gao Changhe about the Gao family's collusion with demons. However, he remained unaware of which particular demon they had allied with and the terrifying powers they concealed. Nevertheless, let us set this aside, for today is a day of celebration, and we shall speak of joyous matters. Chu Xiu remarked, shifting the tone of the conversation. Chu Xiu refrained from discussing these matters further. Before long, Chu Xiu and his companions arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. Renowned throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, the Wanbao Pavilion boasts formidable prowess, specializing in medicinal cuisine. From dishes crafted from ordinary beasts to those derived from mystical creatures, it offers an extensive array of culinary delights. As long as one can afford the price, an assortment of potent medicinal meals awaits, rivaling the efficacy of elixirs. During their meal, Chu Xiu subtly inquired about Jiang Xiaoxiao's parents. Through the insights of a silver badge constable, he learned that the fate of her parents remained shrouded in mystery. No one had uncovered the identity of their murderer. Furthermore, they had only recently relocated to the capital of Songlong Prefecture as displaced persons, lacking acquaintances and thus leaving no leads to pursue. Consequently, the constables of the 6 doors had to escort Jiang Xiaoxiao's parents outside the city for burial. With this knowledge, Chu Xiu felt a profound sense of relief. At the very least, the Gao family could not trace his whereabouts through Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity. An hour later, after a hearty meal, Chu Xiu and his companions departed from the Wanbao studio and returned to the 6 doors. In the courtyard, they reflected on the extraordinary nature of Wanbao studio. Just a single meal had enabled him to unlock a new microparticle, augmenting his already formidable strength akin to that of 77 wild giant elephants. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "One must understand that the further one progresses, the greater the energy required to forge a single particle. I am now but 7 particles away from reaching the pinnacle of the first layer of the divine elephant suppression technique. I shall consume the essence blood pills to enhance my mastery of this technique. My internal cultivation has already reached the realm of a grandmaster. It is imperative that my external skills keep pace." Pausing momentarily, Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a porcelain vial containing the essence blood pills. He uncorked the bottle and, in one swift motion, swallowed all 10 pills. Boom! The 10 essence blood pills instantly transformed into a torrent of heat that permeated Chu Xiu's entire being, as if they were attempting to tear his flesh asunder. However, with the 9 yang sacred body as a golden attribute suppressing his physical form, the potency of the essence blood pills could not disturb his flesh. Instead, they continuously nourished his body, augmenting his vital energy. One by one, particles began to manifest. In less than a moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Xiu, as though an immense and fearsome primordial giant elephant had materialized above him, letting out a thunderous roar. This was the manifestation of his physical power. With a single vial of essence blood pills, my divine elephant suppression technique has finally ascended to the pinnacle of its first layer. I am now poised to step into the second layer of this extraordinary technique. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. However, to venture into the second level of the divine elephant's prison law, one must possess an immensely powerful vitality to serve as support. It is time to visit the storeroom. With that, Chu Xiu activated the concealment technique, perfectly shrouding his vitality, and strode out of the courtyard, heading towards the storeroom of the 6 gates. In the blink of an eye, with a commanding stride akin to that of a dragon or tiger, Chu Xiu entered the storeroom of the 6 doors. "Chu Xiu, you have returned once more?" Zhao Qiming exclaimed, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. "Did you not visit just last night? The elixirs you exchanged for then should suffice for your cultivation for quite some time, should they not?" "Ahem." Chu Xiu coughed lightly and said, "Lord Zhao, the efficacy of the essence blood pill seems to be somewhat lacking. I would like to try exchanging it for the essence origin pill instead." Zhao Qiming looked at Chu Xiu with a puzzled expression, feeling as if his mind was on the verge of overheating. The essence blood pill's effects are lacking? He examined Chu Xiu from head to toe, sensing that there was not a trace of vital energy emanating from him. It was as if he had never practiced any form of martial arts at all. Could it be that he has not even entered the realm of martial training? "Lord Zhao, I would like to exchange for 2 vials of essence origin pill." Chu Xiu placed the token upon Zhao Qingming's desk. A vial of essence pills contains 10 pieces, each valued at 5,000 merit points, summing to a total of 50,000 merit points for a single vial. Last night, he selected a technique called the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, which deducted 50,000 merit points. He then exchanged for a vial of primordial true pills, a vial of fiery sun pills, and 20 vials of blood essence pills, which cost him 250,000 merit points. This left him with a balance of 128,040 merit points, sufficient to exchange for 2 vials of essence pills. However, Chu Xiu intended to retain some merit points for future needs, thus he opted for just 2 vials. "Chu Xiu, you must not act recklessly. Have you truly cultivated the horizontal refinement path? If you have yet to step into the innate realm, consuming essence pills could lead to dire consequences. Are you aware of that?" Zhao Qingming said gravely, furrowing his brow. After all, Chu Xiu was a prodigious talent of the 6 doors, and he naturally wished to prevent Chu Xiu from jeopardizing his own potential. "Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I have merely practiced the concealment technique, masking my own vitality. The fact that I dare to exchange for essence pills indicates that their potency will not adversely affect me." Chu Xiu smiled gently and spoke to Zhao Qingming. The reason Chu Xiu was willing to speak the truth to Zhao Qiming was that he understood very well that within the entire 6 doors, the arsenal and the storeroom were undoubtedly the 2 most crucial locations. The Qingyi Mingba stationed at these 2 places were certainly the core of the 6 doors, entirely untainted by the influence of the prominent Gao family. Otherwise, the 6 doors would never have allowed them to oversee these vital areas. Of course, he did not reveal the complete truth. He merely mentioned the concealment of his vital energy, without disclosing his true cultivation level. Upon hearing about the old man's breath concealment technique, Zhao Qingming's face lit up with realization as he remarked, No wonder I sensed the presence of vital energy when I first encountered you. Now, it appears that you have entirely lost that energy. So, you have indeed mastered the old man's technique. That settles it. I kindly ask you, Sir Xiao, to keep my practice of the horizontal refinement path confidential. Chu Xiu smiled gently, neither denying nor confirming, and spoke earnestly to Zhao Qiming. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. Whatever elixirs you exchange for in the storeroom shall remain a secret to all. This is the principle of our 6 doors. If I were to breach this code, I would not be entrusted with the management of the storeroom. Zhao Qiming waved his hand and replied, Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu cupped his hands in a gesture of gratitude towards Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming took Chu Xiu's token, brushed it against the black jade stone, and then tossed the token back to him, saying, Wait here for me. I shall now procure the essence-nourishing pill for you. Chu Xiu took the token and nodded. Zhao Qiming then entered the storeroom. After a while, Zhao Qiming emerged from within, holding a small bag, and handed it to Chu Xiu, saying, Here you go. There are 2 bottles of essence pills inside. You may inspect them. No need. I have complete trust in Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu shook his head and, clutching the small pouch, turned to depart. This young man is quite remarkable. He has managed to tread into the realm of a master in the art of horizontal refinement. The fact that old Jiang entrusted him with the breath-holding technique suggests that his innate talent and potential in horizontal refinement have reached an extraordinarily formidable level. In the past, old Jiang had kept that technique closely guarded, refusing to show it to anyone. Even with the long-standing friendship he shared with me, he was reluctant to part with it. This clearly illustrates the high regard old Jiang holds for him. After watching Chu Xiu leave, Zhao Qiming expressed his admiration profusely. Once he exited the storeroom, Chu Xiu returned to the courtyard and began to consume the essence pill. Chu Xiu placed the essence pill into his mouth. This singular essence pill transformed into an overwhelming surge of energy, permeating throughout Chu Xiu's entire being. Indeed, the potency of one essence pill was equivalent to 10, or even 20, blood essence pills. It is no wonder that only a martial artist at the master realm of the horizontal refinement could harness its power. With a gleam in his eyes, Chu Xiu harnessed the power of the essence pill, activating the divine elephant suppression technique. Particles were summoned forth, and colossal savage elephants materialized from the ethereal, bellowing their fury to the heavens. After a moment's pause, Chu Xiu has already unlocked 7 particles, augmenting his strength with 7 colossal wild elephants. Now, he shall test the effects of the fierce sun pill. My internal cultivation must continue to advance. It is not sufficient to solely enhance the divine elephant confinement technique. Elevating my internal cultivation realm is essential to allow the 9-yang sacred body to reach its initial stage and to wield the formidable power of the 9-yang sacred body. After thoroughly absorbing and refining the essence of a spirit pill, Chu Xiu took out a blaze sun pill and placed it in his mouth. The supremacy of the 9-sun sacred body, capable of dominating the cosmos, remains hidden in its early stages. Only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation can one truly awaken the sacred body and allow it to attain its foundational state, revealing its grandeur. This obscurity is the reason why Gao Changhe, despite possessing the 9-sun sacred body, is perceived merely as a prodigal son by his prestigious Gao family. Had the Gao family been aware of Gao Changhe's exceptional lineage, they would undoubtedly have compelled him to cultivate, pouring all their resources into his development. The blaze sun pill dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into an immensely potent energy that surged towards Chu Xiu's dantian. The 9 suns true art commenced its automatic operation, diligently absorbing and refining this energy, converting it into 9 suns true chi potent enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky. The 10 blaze sun pills merely elevated me from the first level of the master realm to its pinnacle. Indeed, cultivation demands a considerable investment of merit points. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, and remarked, I must go to the mission hall to see if there are any tasks suited for me. As his words echoed, silence followed. The figure of Chu Xiu vanished into the courtyard. With his head held high and a steady gait, he confidently strode into the task hall. Brother Chu, are you here to accept a mission? Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Chu Xiu observed the 888 beloved wives of the formidable demon pathmaster with great interest and casually remarked, Indeed, Brother Chi. Is there a mission that suits me? One that offers a substantial number of merit points would be preferable, even if it pertains to the Grandmaster realm. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed Chu Xiu. Is there a possibility of earning a few more merit points? Chu Xiu paused, gazing at Chu Xiu with a peculiar expression, and responded, Brother Chu, you haven't exhausted your merit points, have you? The process of cultivation indeed consumes them rather rapidly. Chu Xiu uttered a phrase, then placed the essence pill into his mouth. Although the potency of the essence pill was formidable, with the assistance of his 9-yang sacred body, it had not yet exerted any other effects. However, it was indeed capable of suppressing his physical form. Furthermore, through the technique of breath concealment, he could perfectly mask his vital energy. Even if he were to open the microparticles and condense the primal giant elephant, not a trace of his vitality would be revealed, thus remaining undetected. Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a dazed expression, his face awash with astonishment. After a moment, he regained his composure and, lowering his voice, remarked, "Brother Chu, what you have consumed cannot possibly be the essence pill, can it? Do not dare to tell me it is merely a confection. You are not a child of 3, nor am I. You have surmised it already. What more is there for me to say?" Chu Xiu shrugged and remarked, "Monsters. No wonder your merit points are running low. Treating essence pills like candy is utterly reckless." Chu Xiu let out a strange cry, dismissing the book entirely, rolling his eyes as he retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and began to leaf through it with haste. After a brief moment, Chu Xiu paused, his expression turning serious as he declared, "There is indeed a mission that aligns with what Brother Chu mentioned, high in merit points, yet fraught with peril." "Oh?" At this, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. In Qingyun County, Chu Xiu stated gravely, "The 6 stores of Qingyun County have issued a call for assistance. 2 villages have already reported over 1,000 missing citizens. All that remains in those villages are merely piles of bones." The silver badge captain of the 6 stores, accompanied by a bronze badge captain, went to investigate but ultimately vanished as well. Preliminary suspicions point towards malevolent spirits. However, within Qingyun County, disciples of the Black Lotus sect have also been covertly spreading their teachings. The 6 stores suspect a significant connection to the Black Lotus sect. After a moment's pause, Chu Xiu continued, "This mission carries a higher reward due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation. It is unclear what formidable experts from the Black Lotus sect may be manipulating events from the shadows. Thus, the reward is somewhat elevated. A reward of 100,000 merit points will be granted for merely clarifying the situation in Qingyun County. Should the crisis be entirely resolved, the reward escalates to 300,000 merit points. Furthermore, merit points for slaying monsters and eliminating disciples of the Black Lotus sect will be calculated separately. This task is well suited for me." A glimmer of determination flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. As a member of the 6 stores, he was undoubtedly aware of the Black Lotus sect, a force that had been covertly instigating unrest and plotting rebellion. Regardless of whether the disappearance of the villagers from the 2 settlements was the work of demons, it was inextricably linked to the Black Lotus sect. "Brother Chu, are you certain you wish to venture to Qingyun County?" Chu Xiu inquired, furrowing his brow. "This task was only recorded today, and within our Songlong Prefecture's 6 stores. It was originally designated for the esteemed Captain Jin Zhang due to its significant peril. Indeed, Brother Qi, I shall undertake this mission." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu replied, "Very well. This task now belonged to Brother Chu." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu took a deep breath, picked up a brush, and marked a check beside the task. His expression grave as he said, "Brother Chu, remember, should any issues arise, evacuate Qingyun County immediately. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Only by surviving can you vanquish more demons. Rest assured, Brother Qi, I understand what must be done." With a tranquil smile, Chu Xiu turned and departed, waving his hand as he walked away. Exiting the mission hall, he made his way towards the direction of the 6 doors armory. In no time at all, Chu Xiu entered the armory of the 6 doors. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not present within the armory, only Elder Jiang remained. With a gaze filled with melancholy, Elder Jiang looked at Chu Xiu and spoke. "Ah, young Chu, you have arrived." Chu Xiu inquired, "Elder Jiang, what is that look in your eyes? Where is Xiaoxiao?" Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang with a peculiar expression, sensing an unusual intensity in the old man's eyes. "Xiaoxiao has gone home to prepare a meal for you," Elder Jiang exclaimed, his face a portrait of indignation. "I intend to arrange for her a residence within the 6 doors. To inform her that as the head of the 6 doors, she is under no obligation to cook for herself. Within the 6 doors, whatever she desires to eat will be delivered to her quarters. Yet, she is unwilling and insists on returning home to prepare a meal for you. Has Xiaoxiao truly broken through to the innate realm?" With a gleam in his eyes, Chu Xiu spoke. "This innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that Xiaoxiao is truly the reincarnation of the moon goddess? Remarkable, you've broken through the innate realm. You, my boy, have not been entirely truthful with me. I have laid bare my heart for you, yet you choose to play tricks on me." Elder Jiang shot a glare at Chu Xiu, snorting disdainfully before continuing, "Ahem, Elder Jiang, I only did this to safeguard Xiao Xiao. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and spoke. Instantly, he surmised that Jiang Xiao Xiao had inadvertently revealed her apprehension, which had been detected by Elder Jiang. If it weren't for my awareness of this, could I possibly remain so composed while conversing with you? Elder Jiang cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xiu and said, Speak. What brings you here, young man? Is this what you call composure? If you weren't composed, would you resort to giving me a beating? Chu Xiu inwardly lamented for a moment before speaking. Old Jiang, I must make a trip to Qingyun County, though I am uncertain when I shall return. Please inform Xiao Xiao. Or perhaps you could bring her directly to the 6 doors to prevent any unforeseen incidents during my absence. Qingyun County? Old Jiang's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew grave as he cautioned, Young Chu, you must exercise utmost caution. The Black Lotus sect is no ordinary organization. They are quite insidious. Be wary not to fall into their trap. Did old Jiang have knowledge of the affairs concerning Qingyun County? Chu Xiu paused momentarily and inquired, Is there anything about the 6 doors that I am unaware of? Elder Jiang cast a sharp glance at Chu Xiu and replied, Do not digress. Remember what I have just said. There is no need for you to worry about Xiao Xiao. I will arrange for someone to bring her back to our 6 doors shortly. Thank you, Elder Jiang, Chu Xiu acknowledged. I will certainly keep your reminder in mind. Chu Xiu cupped his hands in respect towards Elder Jiang before turning to depart. Exiting the armory, he made his way to the stables, where he procured a formidable black-scaled horse. With a swift leap onto its back, he galloped forth, heading directly towards Qingyun County. Though Qingyun County falls under the jurisdiction of Songlong Prefecture, it lies several hundred miles from the prefectural capital. Although Chu Xiu could reach Qingyun County using the heavenly demon 8 steps to traverse the air with grace, nothing could compare to the ease of riding the black-scaled horse. This extraordinary steed, possessing a lineage of demonic blood, had been tamed by the great Zhou dynasty. It stood taller and exerted more strength than an ordinary horse. Its body encased in black scales, capable of traversing 2,000 miles in a single day, its speed rivaled that of innate martial artists. It was said that within the 6 doors state city, there existed even more advanced creatures than the black-scaled horse, such as the Black Flood Dragon horse, capable of covering 10,000 miles in a day, matching the speed of Grandmaster-level warriors. Remarkably, he had already exited the city. Fortune was indeed on his side. Hidden beyond the 6 doors, Wei Zhiyuan, a revered member of the Gao family, watched with astonishment as Chu Xiu left the prefectural city, and he stealthily followed, employing his lightness skill. After the passage of a brief incense stick's time, Chu Xiu halted on the official road, a few dozen miles from Songlong Prefecture. Pulling on the reins, with an expression of indifference, he addressed his pursuer. Have you not grown weary from trailing me for so long? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thicket beside the official road. It was none other than Wei Zhiyuan. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he replied, Quite intriguing. I did not expect that a Grandmaster-level expert of the 3rd realm could follow you out of the city without your notice. Who sent you? Gao Chaofeng? Chu Xiu spoke with an air of utter indifference, as if he were confronting not a formidable master at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm, but rather a mere practitioner at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Wei Ziyuan's expression shifted subtly. His figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning aimed at Chu Xiu. His uplifted right hand suddenly enlarged and reddened, transforming into a massive hand as crimson as blood. An overwhelmingly foul odor emanated from his palm, causing the surrounding vegetation to wither at the mere touch of the aura that seeped from his hand. Was this the blood hand seal of the Diamond Sect? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu deftly leapt from the back of the black-scaled steed, advancing towards Wei Ziyuan. From the subtle shifts in Wei Ziyuan's expression, it was evident that he was sent by Gao Chaofeng. Indeed, the Gao family harbored no virtuous souls. The reason he recognized the blood hand seal of the Diamond Sect was due to the presence of a grand Buddhist temple within Songlong County, the Diamond Sect itself. This sect possessed a formidable martial art known as the blood hand seal, which required the practitioner to hone their palms with various toxins, transforming them into indomitable, corrosive weapons capable of annihilating all in their path. With a single strike, one could reduce everything to mere blood. Those who dare to challenge me shall perish. Wei Ziyuan sneered, as a crimson hand lunged fiercely toward Chu Xiu. Clang! The long blade was unsheathed, its cold brilliance illuminating the air. A slashing arc, akin to a galloping ribbon, surged towards Wei Ziyuan. This stroke seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder, one strike to divide yin and yang. Moreover, this was the first strike of the celestial severing 7 blades, perfected to its ultimate form. A look of horror spread across Wei Ziyuan's face as he cried out in terror. Confronted with this strike, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. No matter how he attempted to evade, he was fated to meet his end beneath this blow. Even his seemingly unyielding blood hand seal would offer no defense. Damn it. Gao Changfeng's intel is evidently flawed. Chu Xiu is far from being at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the innate realm. He has already stepped into the master realm. More critically, according to Gao Changfeng's reports, the first strike of Chu Xiu's celestial severing 7 blade should merely be at the minor mastery stage, at best nearing the major mastery stage. Yet, here it is. This is the first strike of the celestial severing 7 blades perfected to its ultimate form. Not only I, but even a 7th layer grandmaster may not withstand this blow from Chu Xiu. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wei Ziyuan instinctively retreated, desperate to evade Chu Xiu's strike. However, though his speed was considerable, Chu Xiu's swiftness was even more formidable. Underneath Chu Xiu's feet, the steps of the celestial demon danced with an ethereal grace as he closely pursued Wei Ziyuan, delivering a decisive strike with his blade. Kill. Wei Ziyuan, realizing there was no escape, gritted his teeth and shouted, extending a blood-red hand to block Chu Xiu's long knife. With a swift motion, the blade descended. Wei Ziyuan's palm was severed in an instant. Crimson blood, reeking of decay, gushed forth from the stump. The searing pain coursing through his hand rendered Wei Ziyuan as pale as a ghost, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, he remained oblivious to his own agony. For Chu Xiu's blade still arced downwards towards him. Spare my life, and I shall testify against Gao Chang. Wei Ziyuan's voice was laced with terror. His cries hoarse and desperate. The blade fell. In a heartbeat, Wei Ziyuan was cleaved in two by Chu Xiu's relentless strike. His eyes, filled with resentment, questioned why he had aided Gao Chang in seeking the demise of such an extraordinary talent from the 6 doors, Chu Xiu. Had he chosen not to intervene, he would have evaded this fate. Soon, his pupils lost their focus entirely, dimming into lifeless voids. Even with the testimony, it would bear no consequence. As Chu Xiu gazed upon the bloodless longsword, he silently admired the craftsmanship of the Black Tiger Gang's leader. The blade was indeed exceptional. He slowly sheathed the sword. A prompt appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, announcing the reward of 1,000 fate points for slaying a high elder of the 3rd realm from the Gao family. A hint of a smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks. 1,000 points of destiny value were indeed commendable, although lacking a destiny attribute. Chu Xiu was not taken aback by this fact, for not every martial artist possesses such an attribute. In truth, the number of martial artists endowed with a destiny attribute is quite limited. Only by acquiring a destiny attribute could Chu Xiu hope to unleash it upon vanquishing his foes. Chu Xiu then approached Wei Ziyuan and searched him, only to discover a single 100-tael silver note and a handful of small coins. He couldn't help but shake his head. This fellow was truly impoverished. Fortunately, he had also acquired 1,000 points of destiny value. With a decisive step, he materialized atop the black-scaled steed, guiding it towards the direction of Qingyan County. An hour later, he arrived at Qingyan County. Chu Xiu rode his black-scaled horse and arrived at the entrance of the 6 doors in Qingyan County. Greetings, my lord. The 2 constables guarding the entrance were taken aback by his youth upon seeing him. Once they regained their composure, they hastily paid their respects. Internally, they were profoundly astonished. The 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture was indeed remarkable, having a silver badge captain like Chu Xiu at such a tender age. However, a hint of concern flickered across their faces. The fact that the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture had not dispatched a gold badge captain, but merely a silver badge one, left them doubting whether he could effectively address the crisis unfolding in Qingyan County. No need for formalities. Chu Xiu dismounted gracefully and gestured with his hand, saying, "Thank you, my lord." The 2 constables expressed their gratitude in return. One constable stepped forward to take the reins of the black-scaled horse from Chu Xiu's grasp, while the other extended an inviting hand towards Chu Xiu, saying, "My lord, please enter." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and inquired, "Who is currently in charge of the 6 doors in Qingyan County?" Unlike the district city, the 6 doors in the county lacked an abundance of skilled individuals. It was manned by merely 1 silver badge captain and 2 bronze badge captains. Moreover, the county's 6 doors did not even possess an armory. Typically, those who managed to attain the innate realm and become a bronze badge captain would be reassigned to the district city, where they could select martial arts from the armory of the 6 doors. The silver and bronze badge captains in the county were also dispatched from the district city, usually on a rotational basis, and would not remain in the county's 6 doors indefinitely. Presently, with the silver badge captain and 1 bronze badge captain dispatched to investigate a disappearance, only 1 bronze badge captain remained in the entirety of Qingyan County 6 doors. "Reporting to you, my lord, we are currently under the supervision of Lord Zhong," the constable stated as he guided Chu Xiu deeper into the 6 doors. adding, "Lord Zhong is attending to matters in the main hall." Chu Xiu nodded and remarked, "I have observed that the county town appears desolate, seemingly devoid of any inhabitants. Is it true that news regarding the demons has spread throughout the town? Typically, when the Six Doors encounter incidents involving these malevolent beings, they strive to suppress such information to prevent public panic. However, upon entering Qingyan County, I found the streets eerily vacant, with hardly a soul in sight, resembling a ghost town. It leads me to surmise that this is likely related to the dissemination of news about the demons." The constable, after a moment's contemplation, responded to Chu Xiu, "Indeed, the matter concerning the demons has permeated the entire county. The populace is engulfed in profound fear, locking their doors and shuttering their windows. Which explains why you have not encountered any citizens." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent. After a moment, the constable escorted him into the grand hall of the Six Doors. There, the head constable of Qingyan County, Zhang Yin, rose promptly from his seat upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, clad in the official attire of a head constable. The middle-aged man courteously bowed to Chu Xiu. The constable who had escorted Chu Xiu then discreetly withdrew. No need for such formalities. Chu Xiu settled into a chair, his expression unperturbed as he inquired, "Please elaborate on the situation in Qingyan County." "Yes," Zhong Yin replied, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward. He inhaled deeply, his demeanor grave as he recounted, "Your Excellency, it began with reports from a village in Qingyan County regarding the mysterious disappearance of several villagers. Upon learning of this, the esteemed Captain Zhang of our county promptly proceeded to investigate the matter. However, once he arrived at the village, we lost all communication with him. The following day, we discovered that the villagers had vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones and remnants of tattered official garments. Soon after, we received further alarming news of another village that had also disappeared. At that juncture, tales of demons consuming the inhabitants of both villages began to circulate throughout the county, inciting widespread panic among the populace. In their fear, the citizens shut their doors tightly in an attempt to safeguard themselves. Amidst this turmoil, members of the Black Lotus sect began to appear openly within the county, conducting their proselytizing activities. Hastily, my subordinates dispatched individuals to the prefectural city seeking assistance. Pausing, Zhang Yan's face bore a pained expression as he continued, "At present, it remains unclear whether these events are orchestrated by the Black Lotus sect, the demons, or if the sect is covertly colluding with the demons under the guise of spreading their doctrine, thereby seizing the opportunity to proliferate their teachings and gather followers." "Understood." A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice, "My lord, I have just learned that the person in charge of the Black Lotus sect within the county town is a high priest of the sect. The least of these high priests possesses the strength of a 7th-level grandmaster. Do you wish to return to the prefecture and summon Captain Jin Zhang?" With an expression filled with anticipation, Zhang Yin looked at Chu Xiu and inquired. "No need," replied Chu Xiu. "Since I have dared to come, I am fully prepared for whatever may arise." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled faintly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Chu Xiu transforming into one of profound reverence. Despite the knowledge that the Black Lotus sect possessed a figure of the rank of incense master stationed in Qingyan County, Chu Xiu remained undaunted. This indicates that his prowess is sufficient to contend with masters above the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. Such confidence is a trait reserved for the most extraordinary geniuses of the Six Doors. Aside from what you just mentioned, what else have you discovered? Chu Xiu cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Yin and spoke with an air of indifference. "What does my lord imply?" Zhang Yin hesitated for a moment before inquiring of Chu Xiu. "For instance, have you discovered the hiding place of the Black Lotus sect within Qingyan County?" With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu spoke. Zhang Yan's expression turned awkward as he cautiously replied, "Esteemed lord, due to the disappearance of Lord Zhang, I have been concerned that there is no one to oversee the Six Doors. Therefore, I have remained within the precincts, hesitant to venture outside. As of now, we have yet to uncover the hiding place of the Black Lotus sect within Qingyan County. We must ascertain their location in the shortest possible time. Before the demons become aware, I shall eradicate the Black Lotus sect. From them, we shall undoubtedly glean intelligence regarding the demon in question." Rose to his full height and solemnly addressed Zhang Yin. Though he had surmised that the Six Doors of Qingyan County had likely found no significant intelligence, the disappearance of Captain Yin Zhang must have instilled a sense of dread in the local officers, who were undoubtedly awaiting reinforcements from the Six Doors in the prefectural city. "Yes, I shall obey your orders." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression turned grave, and he spoke with utmost respect. At that moment, a constable hurriedly entered. bowing deeply to both Chu Xiu and Zhang Yan, and announced, "Greetings, esteemed sirs, there has been an incident. What has transpired?" Chu Xiu gazed calmly at the constable, who, upon witnessing his serene demeanor, felt a slight easing of the tension within. With an expression of utmost respect, he reported, "I humbly inform you, my lord, that a peculiar creature has been sighted in the county town." Peculiar? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he inquired, "What manner of anomaly is this?" Compared to demons, such aberrations are exceedingly rare. Even Chu Xiu himself had yet to encounter one. Zhang Yan's expression shifted subtly, his gaze turning towards the constable in question. This peculiar entity, tall and corpulent, bore the appearance of a cook from the garb at war. Initially, it had manifested within an inn, ordering an extravagant feast, which it devoured in a mere moment. After consuming the entirety of the spread, it beckoned the innkeeper for more dishes, continuing its gluttony for an entire half hour, clearing out all the provisions the inn had to offer. Yet, this creature still exhibited an insatiable hunger. Upon learning that there was nothing left to eat within the establishment, the constable's face betrayed a hint of trepidation as he recounted, this aberration consumed the innkeeper and all the staff, leaving nothing in its wake. After finishing with the innkeeper and the attendants, the anomaly proceeded to another tavern. Had it not been for the vigilant eyes of our 6 doors network, which reported the incident promptly, we would still be oblivious to its presence. "The gluttonous abomination," Zhong Yin exclaimed, his countenance reflecting sheer horror. "The gluttonous abomination?" Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhong Yin as he inquired, "Are you familiar with this peculiar entity?" "Indeed, my lord," Zhong Yin replied earnestly. "I have heard of the gluttonous anomaly before. Its most terrifying aspect lies in its insatiable appetite. With each morsel consumed, its strength escalates, allowing it to absorb the nutrients of its prey and augment its own power. Whenever a gluttonous anomaly manifests, failure to exterminate it swiftly will inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. In our great Zhou dynasty, there was once a county where tens of thousands of citizens were devoured by a gluttonous anomaly. This particular creature ascended to the pinnacle of the mythic realm. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of the esteemed purple-clad divine constable, stationed in the provincial city, that this gluttonous anomaly was vanquished." A grave expression crept across Zhang Yan's face, his eyes filled with trepidation as he continued. "It seems that the 2 villages and the disappearance of Lord Zhang are all linked to this gluttonous anomaly, rather than the work of demons. It is the result of an eerie phenomenon. The power of this gluttonous anomaly may well have reached the realm of grandmasters. My lord, we cannot allow this creature to continue its unchecked growth, for it will lead to endless calamities. Where is the gluttonous anomaly located?" Chu Xiu turned to the constable and inquired in a grave tone, "What news do you bring?" The constable, comprehending the gravity of the situation, responded hastily, "My lord, the gluttonous specter has been spotted at the Chi Feng Inn." Understanding the urgency, the constable added, "I am aware of the inn's location and shall guide you there at once." Zhang Yin addressed Chu Xiu, "Very well, lead the way. We shall proceed to the Chi Feng Inn immediately." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked. Zhang Yan's figure shifted as he employed his lightness skill, swiftly departing beyond the 6 gates of Qingjin County. Chu Xiu took a step forward, following Zhong Yin at a measured pace, maintaining a slight distance behind him as they made their way towards the Chi Feng Inn. After a brief moment, Zhong Yin came to a halt and gestured towards the inn not far away, saying, "My lord, this is the Chi Feng Inn." "Very well. Wait for me here while I enter to deal with this gluttonous enigma." Chu Xiu nodded and, with a commanding stride reminiscent of a dragon and a tiger, made his way towards the Chi Feng Inn. "My lord, I shall accompany you inside," Zhong Yin stated through clenched teeth, following closely behind Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu remained silent as he strode into the Chi Feng Inn. Upon entering, he beheld a spacious hall where a corpulent figure, clad in coarse fabric stained with blood and grease, was voraciously indulging in a feast. The man, with his rotund face and prominent ears, was unmistakably a cook, engrossed in his meal. Meanwhile, the innkeeper and his attendants trembled in the corner, having sensed something amiss with the gluttonous figure. The cook's belly appeared as an insatiable abyss. He had already devoured 3 tables worth of food and showed no signs of ceasing his relentless consumption. "Your Excellency." Upon noticing Chu Xiu adorned in the silver insignia of the 6 doors, the innkeeper's face lit up with uncontainable joy, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. "I pay my respects." "Your Excellency," echoed the other attendants, bowing deeply before Chu Xiu. "All of you, leave at once. No matter what sounds you hear, do not return." Chu Xiu's gaze remained fixed on the rotund figure before him, his countenance unfazed as he spoke. Yes, I shall take my leave at once." The innkeeper acquiesced, hastily departing with his attendants. The silver medal captain of the 6 doors emerged, Indeed, this corpulent man was no ordinary being. The rotund individual, seemingly oblivious to Chu Xiu's presence, was consumed solely by the sumptuous dishes laid before him, devouring them voraciously. In but a short while, the table was left utterly bare of food. "Innkeeper, bring forth the dishes swiftly. Your master is famished." The hefty man produced a silver ingot weighing 10 taels from his sleeve, slamming it onto the table as if he had not eaten in 3 days and nights. His voice laced with indignation. Yet, the innkeeper had long since vanished. Even Zhong Yan, who had entered alongside Chu Xiu, discreetly withdrew when the innkeeper and others departed. Within the confines of the inn, only Chu Xiu and the rotund man remained. "Innkeeper, where are you?" The corpulent figure, sensing no response, lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with a predatory green as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, a sinister grin crept across his lips, drool escaping his mouth as he gazed at him with ravenous intent, exclaiming, "Food! I see food!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lunged at Chu Xiu like a bolt of lightning, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding an aura of ferocity. Indeed, he had just recently entered the realm of Grandmaster. His vitality was robust, each morsel he consumed nourishing his physical form. Though he had not practiced any external training methods, he was likely more formidable than a Grandmaster who had merely dabbled in such techniques. As the rotund man charged forth, his vitality erupted in that instant. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed, and his right hand subtly grasped the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. Boom! Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chu Xiu drew his sword from its sheath. A flash of blade light emerged within the inn, resembling an exceptionally pure white silk ribbon. It contained an overwhelming innate true energy, descending towards the corpulent figure with lethal intent. Bam! As the strike landed, the rotund man was sent flying by Chu Xiu's blow. However, to Chu Xiu's astonishment, his strike merely left a white mark on the man's body, without even breaking the skin. It was as solid as metal. It is worth noting that although he executed this strike using the perfected pure yang sword technique, he had not even employed the 7 cuts of the sky. Yet, with the innate true energy refined from his 9 yang true skill, one would expect this gluttonous foe, untrained in martial arts and devoid of any defensive techniques, to be cleaved in two. Indeed, if such anomalies were so easily vanquished, they would not be anomalies at all. This level of defense could very well rival that of a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, beyond the 7th layer of the horizontal refinement path. Chu Xiu furrowed his brows and uttered, "I am so hungry, truly famished." The rotund figure scrambled to his feet, launching himself once more towards Chu Xiu. This time, his speed was markedly swifter, as if he had come to realize that Chu Xiu was not an adversary to be underestimated. 7 blades of the sky, the first strike. As Chu Xiu beheld the approaching figure of the rotund man, his expression grew solemn. With a deft flourish of the long knife in his hand, he unleashed the first strike of the 7 cuts of heaven, executed at its consummate level. A remarkably dazzling arc of light erupted from the blade, descending upon the corpulent adversary. The stout figure came to a halt, merely a foot away from Chu Xiu. With a swift movement, Chu Xiu retreated to a distance of 10 feet, gently sheathing his long blade. Cracks began to manifest upon the corpulent figure, resembling the fractures of shattered porcelain. Yet, not a single drop of blood seeped forth from within. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the air. The blade wielded by Chu Xiu emanated a formidable energy, causing the corpulent figure to burst apart, disintegrating into a heap of flesh. Within this grotesque mass, not a single drop of blood could be found. Instead, it shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, reminiscent of rare gemstones. Clearly, this peculiar entity had long since been devoid of blood. A destiny entry appeared before Chu Xiu, stomach of gluttony, green. This destiny entry could be plundered or transformed into destiny points. Stomach of gluttony, perpetually in a state of hunger, possessing an exceptional digestive capacity, capable of effortlessly extracting energy from food to enhance itself. Eliminating the ferocious and malevolent gluttonous specter yielded a reward of 7,987 destiny points. A series of notifications manifested before Chu Xiu's eyes. From the destiny points alone, he discerned that this gluttonous specter had undoubtedly consumed numerous lives, marking it as deeply sinful. Stomach of gluttony? Upon seeing this destiny entry, Chu Xiu fell into contemplation. The gluttonous specter's remarkable resilience, which had initially rendered him incapable of leaving any marks upon its body or breaching its defenses, underscored the extraordinary nature of this entry. However, the description of the stomach of gluttony gave him pause. Wait, this stomach of gluttony is merely a green entry. He could certainly elevate it to a blue entry. At that point, the adverse effects might well dissipate. Plunder. With this thought, Chu Xiu declared without hesitation. It would be utterly implausible for him to remain unmoved by the prospects offered by the stomach of gluttony. He currently possessed the blue entry's golden tendons and jade bones and vitality like a river, both of which were inherently aligned with the path of physical refinement. Should he acquire another entry that could enhance his being, rendering his skin and flesh impervious, his aptitude for physical training would reach an unparalleled pinnacle. In an instant, an enigmatic force surged within Chu Xiu's body, converging towards his abdomen, inducing a profound transformation within his stomach. Its size remained unchanged. Yet Chu Xiu felt as though his stomach could now accommodate anything, transforming into a true bottomless pit. "I'm so hungry." Chu Xiu felt an incessant secretion of gastric acid, leaving him overwhelmingly famished, yearning to consume everything in sight. The system alerted him. Gluttonous stomach. Chu Xiu stifled the hunger gnawing at his stomach and contemplated within his mind. A mysterious and unfathomable power manifested once more, surging into his gluttonous belly, instantaneously alleviating his pangs of hunger. It felt as though his stomach had expanded. Yet, no gastric acid was secreted, nor did any sensation of hunger resurface. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points, the gluttonous stomach, green, evolved into the gluttonous stomach, blue. Gluttonous stomach, possessing unimaginable digestive capabilities, it can devour metals and extract energy from them, thereby enhancing its own strength and defense. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and walked leisurely towards the entrance of the clear breeze inn. "My lord, has the gluttonous beast been vanquished?" Upon seeing Chu Xiu emerge, Zhong Yin, who had been anxiously on edge, displayed a look of surprise and swiftly approached him to inquire. The innkeeper and others also gazed at Chu Xiu with trepidation, having learned from Zhong Yin that the rotund figure was, in fact, a peculiar and exceedingly terrifying entity. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's timely arrival, they might very well have fallen prey to the gluttonous fiend, becoming mere sustenance for the beast. "The gluttonous beast has been vanquished by the authority." With a calm demeanor, Chu Xiu spoke, "My lord, I have heard that while the devouring beast is indeed terrifying, should it be vanquished, its flesh and blood become the finest material for forging weapons. If this devouring beast has already stepped into the realm of the Grand Master, its flesh and blood could be utilized to craft weapons of the 4th or even 5th tier." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin displayed a look of immense relief. Suddenly, he recalled something and advised Chu Xiu, "My lord, you may wish to bring all of the devouring beast's flesh and blood back to the 6 doors in the county, where the master forgers could create an exceptionally sharp weapon for you." "Oh?" With an expression of keen interest, Chu Xiu remarked, "Does this flesh of the gluttonous monstrosity possess such capabilities?" Although he now had the ability to consume metals, drawing energy from them to enhance his strength and defenses, the thought of devouring the flesh of this gluttonous creature was repugnant to him. After all, it had devoured countless souls. However, utilizing it to forge weapons was not out of the question. "My lord, I can dispatch someone to gather all this flesh and assist you in transporting it back to the 6 gates of the county town," Zhong Yin said respectfully. From Chu Xiu's demeanor, he discerned that this gluttonous beast had indeed reached the level of a grandmaster. The fact that Chu Xiu had slain such a being was sufficient proof of his capability to address the crisis in Qingjin County. As a prodigy of the 6 gates, he dared not exhibit even the slightest disrespect. "Very well, I entrust you with the task of collecting this gluttonous beast's flesh." With a mere utterance, Chu Xiu vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing his departure, Lord Zhong Yin momentarily stood in shock before swiftly regaining his composure, deducing that Chu Xiu must have made a significant discovery, prompting his abrupt exit. In the western city, within a vast and sprawling estate, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Throughout the premises, throngs of individuals, men, women, and children alike, sat in a daze, reciting the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect. The number of these followers had swelled to over several thousand in a remarkably short span of time, indicating the rapid expansion of the sect in Qingjin County. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared at the threshold of the study deep within the estate, kneeling with a look of reverence. "Esteemed master," he reported, his voice trembling with awe, "the devourer has perished." "The devourer is dead?" A black-robed elder, whose gentle countenance exuded compassion, emerged from the study, furrowing his brow. "Has the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture dispatched personnel?" "Indeed, master," replied the black-clad man with utmost respect. "The devourer was slain by a silver-collared captain from the 6 doors in an inn." "A silver-collared captain?" A flicker of coldness passed through the elder's eyes as he remarked, "It seems that a prodigious talent has arrived from the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture. What fortuitous timing to utilize this extraordinary individual to herald the emergence of our Black Lotus sect. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" A voice, chillingly indifferent, resonated from the distance. Chu Xiu found himself standing silently on the eaves of a distant building, gazing down with an expression of indifference at the old man in the black robe. His lightness of step was impressive, allowing him to infiltrate the residence without a whisper. A faint smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked up at Chu Xiu and said, "If you are willing to join our Black Lotus sect, I shall spare your life. In fact, I could even recommend you to the sect leader. Our Black Lotus sect values prodigious talents like yours immensely. With your extraordinary gifts, it is entirely within the realm of possibility for you to become a prospective holy son of our sect, or even ascend to the highest rank. Subordinate only to the sect leader. Do you think you are worthy?" A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Xiu's cheek as he stepped forward, executing the heavenly demon 8 steps. Seemingly displacing himself through the void, akin to riding the winds, he advanced from the rooftop towards the position of the old man in the black robe. His long knife unsheathed, slicing towards the elder with a single, decisive strike. This blow was delivered with the formidable technique of the 7 cuts of heaven. 7 cuts of heaven? The old man mused, recognizing the first cut of this formidable technique at the great completion stage. No wonder you were able to slay the gluttonous specter. However, do you truly believe that I am unprepared? With a cold smirk, the black-robed elder commanded, "Come forth." One by one, figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, a total of 9 black-clad individuals. Their eyes were vacant, as if they were mere puppets. Yet the aura emanating from them was overwhelmingly powerful. Each one was a peak existence at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, forming a formidable barrier before the old man in the black robe. One of the black-clad figures brandished a black spear and advanced to meet Chu Xiu's strike. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the estate. The black-clad figure did not retreat an inch. Black Lotus warrior? Chu Xiu was sent flying back, landing several meters away on the ground. His gaze sharpened from the appearance of the 9 figures clad in black. He discerned that these were puppets forged by the Black Lotus sect, known as Black Lotus warriors. It is said that each Black Lotus warrior is a martial artist controlled by the esoteric mental techniques of the Black Lotus sect. These warriors possess no sensation of pain and fear not death. However, a particularly terrifying aspect of the Black Lotus warriors is that, despite their lack of intellect, they are capable of independent cultivation, provided with the necessary resources. Their cultivation speed is alarmingly rapid. Indeed, these Black Lotus warriors were crafted by my own hands. Their strength surpasses what they possessed before becoming Black Lotus warriors. The elderly man in the black robe gazed greedily at Chu Xiu and remarked, "Your innate talent is far superior to theirs. The Black Lotus warriors you create will undoubtedly be even more formidable. It is not inconceivable for you to reach the martial saint realm, or even the mythical realm. At that time, I too may have the opportunity to become a protector of our Black Lotus sect, or even a hall master." Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining composed throughout. "I shall offer you another chance. If you submit now and join our Black Lotus sect, I can not only spare you from becoming a Black Lotus warrior but also recommend you." The elderly man in the black robe spoke with a steady and powerful voice. Incompatibility of words breeds discord. With a sudden movement, Chu Xiu charged towards the 9 Black Lotus warriors. "Seize him. Remember, do not kill him." The elderly figure in the black robe commanded with a somber expression. "Understood," replied the 9 Black Lotus warriors as they advanced to surround Chu Xiu. However, under the directive of the black-robed elder, they dared not strike at Chu Xiu's vital points. Instead, their aim was to exhaust his innate true energy before capturing him alive. Yet, faced with the onslaught of the 9 ninth-tier Grandmasters, Chu Xiu remained unfazed, skillfully employing the celestial demon 8 steps to evade their attacks time and again. Observing Chu Xiu's ease in maneuvering, the elder's expression grew grave. "No more holding back. Eliminate him directly," he commanded coldly. "Understood," the 9 Black Lotus warriors exclaimed, their murderous intent palpable as their assaults became increasingly fearsome, shedding any restraint. "Now it is my turn. Do they truly believe I possess only this level of strength?" Chu Xiu shook his head, and an overwhelming surge of 9 yang true qi erupted from his being, releasing an intensely scorching aura that seemed capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. With a swift motion, he lunged towards a Black Lotus warrior. In that instant, a terrifying flash of blade light appeared. With a single strike, a headsword into the air. Each swing of his long knife resulted in the decapitation of a Black Lotus warrior. In the blink of an eye, 9 Black Lotus warriors lay slain at Chu Xiu's feet. Witnessing this scene, the old man in the black robe changed countenance and shouted, "Summon everyone. Surround him and kill him." Yet, as he uttered these words, he retreated, putting distance between himself and Chu Xiu. Shadows darted from various corners of the estate, and within moments, hundreds of Black Lotus disciples encircled Chu Xiu. Moreover, these were not just any disciples, they were the true followers of the Black Lotus sect. The old mother of no birth in the True Void hometown had sent the Black Lotus down to the world, inciting the masses to rise. Within the estate, those who had been seduced by the Black Lotus teachings, men, women, the elderly, and children, seemed to awaken from a stupor, frantically chanting slogans as they surged toward this direction. Countless individuals rushed forth, gathering around the courtyard. Those unable to squeeze in stood within the yard, their eyes filled with fierce malevolence as they gazed at Chu Xiu. You must die. The disciples of the Black Lotus must perish. At this moment, Chu Xiu's anger surged, and with a gaze imbued with murderous intent, he looked at the old man in the black robe, declaring with a torrent of killing intent, kill, eliminate him. The old man's expression darkened, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. Kill. A master-level disciple of the Black Lotus sect bellowed as he charged at Chu Xiu. In quick succession, hundreds of Black Lotus disciples surged toward him, each one fearless and utterly brainwashed by the tenets of the Black Lotus, showing no understanding of fear. Kill. With a swift movement, Chu Xiu lunged towards the hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect. With each strike of his blade, the heads of several disciples soared into the air. Even when besieged by such a multitude, Chu Xiu did not retreat an inch. Humph. I shall see how long your innate true energy can sustain you. As a martial artist at the master level, it won't be long before your innate true energy is utterly depleted. When that moment arrives, I shall refine you into a Black Lotus warrior to compensate for the loss of my 9 Black Lotus warriors. The old man in the black robe observed Chu Xiu mercilessly slaying the disciples, devoid of any compassion. It was as though these disciples were mere expendables in his hands. A sinister smile curled upon his lips as he coldly remarked. However, Chu Xiu did not conform to the expectations of the old man in the black robe. His innate true energy flowed ceaselessly, an endless reservoir. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had annihilated hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Following the demise of these hundreds, the citizens of Qingyan County, who adhered to the Black Lotus teachings, began to surge into the courtyard, rushing toward Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's expression remained tranquil as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Unlike the hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect, the common folk of Qingyan County, who had been ensnared by its allure, still had hope. Chu Xiu was not a man driven by a thirst for bloodshed, thus he would not harm these innocent civilians. Old dog, perish before me. With a swift strike, Chu Xiu lunged towards the elder clad in black robes. The elder's face displayed a look of terror, his incredulous exclamation echoing, impossible, absolutely impossible. Do not even mention you, a mere master-level warrior. Even if you were at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, you could not withstand this moment. Despite his words, the elder's movements were anything but slow. After all, he was a figure of significant stature within the Black Lotus sect. In an instant, the elder soared into the air like a bolt of black lightning, darting towards the eaves of a nearby building. At that moment, the power he exhibited was evidently far superior to that of the 9 Black Lotus warriors. It was not merely the case that the elder had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. His true strength surpassed that of the Black Lotus warriors by a considerable margin. Yet, he appeared utterly cowed by Chu Xiu, displaying a frightful desire for self-preservation. Throughout the encounter, he refrained from making a move and was now utterly terrified, fleeing from Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu had perfected the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the old man in black, appearing atop the eaves. He was a mere 10 feet away from the elder. Suddenly, the old man turned around, his eyes radiating a piercing brilliance, as if possessing the power to ensnare souls, launching an assault towards Chu Xiu. Buzz! It felt as though the entirety of heaven and earth had come to a standstill. Chu Xiu stood motionless upon the eaves, his eyes gradually becoming hollow. The old man in the black robe let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the sky, filled with a sense of triumph. With a greedy gaze fixed upon Chu Xiu, he proclaimed, "What can the unparalleled genius of the 6 doors achieve? From this moment forth, you shall become my Black Lotus warrior. Though you have slain numerous disciples under my command, and even eliminated my 9 esteemed Black Lotus warriors, it matters not. Your singular prowess surpasses them 100-fold. The stronger your talent and abilities, the greater my delight. Do you truly believe that as the incense master of the Black Lotus sect, I am so feeble as to fear you? I have awaited this opportunity. The moment you let down your guard completely." As his words hung in the air, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through the old man's chest, crimson blood cascading from the blade. A look of astonishment washed over his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu in disbelief. His voice weakened. You were not ensnared by my mesmerizing spell? You were not foolish, Could I be so naive? You plotted against me, yet I was not without my own schemes. On his cheeks, a hint of mockery emerged as Chu Xiu remarked, "It appears that I am indeed superior." He had long sensed that something was amiss. This old dog did not resemble a fragrant master of the Black Lotus sect in the slightest. Instead of making a move, he chose to flee, clearly plotting against him. Chu Xiu cleverly decided to play along, feigning no suspicion towards the old man in the black robe. At the moment the elder uttered the incantation of the soul enchantment, Chu Xiu sensed something awry and bit down on his tongue. After all, the Black Lotus sect excelled in the arts of the mind. Otherwise, they could not have so easily ensnared the hearts of the masses. The old man opened his mouth, intending to speak further, but no words escaped his lips. His head tilted, and he succumbed to death. You have discovered a destiny trait. Extraordinary soul. White. Extraordinary soul. Your soul is innately more powerful than that of an ordinary person, granting you exceptional mental prowess. Destiny traits can be plundered and solidified. You have slain the deeply sinful leader of the Black Lotus sect, along with numerous disciples, and have been rewarded with 43,563 points of destiny value. Plunder. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Xiu found himself filled with joy. Not only had he acquired over 40,000 destiny points, but he also possessed the remarkable white attribute of a distinguished soul. This attribute would enable him to elevate to a blue attribute with his destiny points, and potentially advance further to purple and golden attributes in the future. The enhancement of the soul is the most arduous task, and the Black Lotus sect's fearsome reputation stems from its profound spiritual martial arts legacy. What he faced this time was merely a fragrance master of the Black Lotus sect. Should he encounter a protector, a hall master, or even an elder of the sect, a mere glance from them could ensnare his very soul. However, with the strength of his soul, these formidable figures from the Black Lotus sect would hold little sway over him. He could even select spiritual martial arts from the 6 gates to cultivate, thereby acquiring capabilities for both mental offense and defense. Chu Xiu felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if he had experienced a profound enlightenment. It seemed as though he had never felt such ease before. The fusion of his physical body and soul became increasingly intimate. In fact, a thread of spiritual power began to emerge. With this nascent spiritual energy, he could perceive everything within several feet as clearly as if his eyes were open, as though his vision had been extended. However, this exceptional soul, though remarkable, remained merely an ethereal concept, unable to catalyze a transformation in Chu Xiu's essence. At best, it allowed his soul to become more refined, giving birth to a strand of spiritual power. Chu Xiu slowly withdrew the long blade from the body of the old man in the black robe. Observing the blade, still pristine and unblemished by blood, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "The leader of the Black Tiger gang wields a truly remarkable sword." Having spoken, Chu Xiu moved with agility, descending from the eaves into the courtyard below, the elder Wuxing in the hometown of the Void. Even after Chu Xiu had slain the old man, the citizens of Qingyan County, ensnared by the Black Lotus sect, continued to rush toward him in a frenzy, fervently chanting their slogans. However, these townsfolk were mostly ordinary individuals, posing no real threat to Chu Xiu. "Stand down." With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Chu Xiu unleashed a formidable surge of innate true energy that swept towards the throng of commoners from Qingyan County who were rushing towards him. In an instant, dozens of these citizens were sent hurtling backwards, toppling those behind them to the ground. This strike, of course, was not intended to inflict genuine harm upon these misled innocents. With purposeful strides, Chu Xiu made his way toward the room within the courtyard. This very chamber was the study from which the enigmatic elder in the black robe had initially emerged. The means to restore the clarity of mind to the citizens of Qingyan County must be found within these walls. Upon entering the study, Chu Xiu beheld a statue within, an idol of pure black, seemingly hewn from obsidian, exuding an air of dignified compassion, surrounded by a mysterious aura of light. This statue of the Black Lotus Mother appeared to embody a sense of boundless empathy and a commitment to the salvation of all beings. Indeed, the statue of the Black Lotus Mother was present here. A cold glint flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he stepped forward. Appearing before the statue of the Black Lotus Mother, drawing his sword from its sheath, he struck down upon the idol with a single, decisive blow. Boom! The divine radiance enveloping the statue of the Black Lotus Mother proved utterly inadequate to withstand the might of Chu Xiu's blade. Shattering upon impact before his sword cleaved down upon the statue itself. In an instant, it fragmented into countless shards, and all traces of the divine vanished without a trace. You have obliterated a statue of the Black Lotus Mother, saving the lives of thousands in Qingyan County. and have been rewarded with 23,821 points of destiny value. A prompt appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Upon seeing this notification, a smile graced his cheeks. He had finally amassed enough destiny value to elevate a blue attribute to purple. Moreover, he had ample surplus. Even the white attribute of outstanding soul could be upgraded to blue. Casting merely a glance at the data panel, he noted the destiny value had risen to 111,421. Where am I? What is this place? I only recall my memories prior to paying homage to the Black Lotus Mother, but everything thereafter eludes me. I feel the same. Could it be that we have been ensnared by the Black Lotus Mother? As the statue of the Black Lotus Mother shattered, the citizens of Qingyun County within the estate regained their faculties, their faces etched with confusion. Soon, they began to comprehend, suspecting a probable connection to the statue of the Black Lotus Mother. Indeed, you have all been deceived by the Black Lotus sect. Subjected to the control of the statue of the Black Lotus Mother, it appears that the influence of the statue over you has been brief. Otherwise, even I would not have been able to save you. Chu Xiu strode from the study with an imposing presence, his voice deep and resonant as he declared, "From now on, you shall be mere fervent devotees of the Black Lotus sect, offering your faith to the Holy Mother of the Black Lotus. You will become true walking corpses. Indeed, it is the Black Lotus sect that has ensnared us. I have long sensed something amiss about them. They truly deserve to perish." A middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes revealed a look of fear, unleashing a torrent of curses. However, he quickly regained his composure and knelt before Chu Xiu. Tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Thousands of citizens from Qingyun County, realizing the gravity of the situation, also fell to their knees before Chu Xiu, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu stepped forward, soaring into the air to appear atop a nearby rooftop. With another step, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the residence, thousands of citizens of Qingyun County continued to express their heartfelt gratitude for Chu Xiu's life-saving assistance. After a while, outside the 6 doors of Qingyun County, Zhong Yan, accompanied by a group of constables, stood at the entrance, a trace of concern etched upon his face. Chu Xiu seemed to materialize out of thin air before Zhong Yan and the others. "I pay my respects, my lord." Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's sudden appearance, Zhong Yan felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart, revealing an expression of relief as he bowed in greeting. No need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand and said, "Thank you, my lord." Zhong Yan remarked, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, as if he wished to inquire about Chu Xiu's recent whereabouts. "I have eradicated all disciples of the Black Lotus sect. The emergence of the gluttonous demon is indeed related to the Black Lotus sect. It is likely a creation of theirs. Thus, the disciples of the Black Lotus sect have been covertly monitoring the gluttonous demon. From its initial appearance to its manifestation within the county town, it has undoubtedly been guided by the disciples of the Black Lotus sect. This case can now be closed." With a single glance, Chu Xiu discerned the question that Zhong Yan was eager to pose, and he replied with a calm demeanor, "Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yan's face lit up with profound joy, as he, accompanied by a contingent of constables from the 6 doors of Qingyun County, expressed his gratitude to Chu Xiu. As for the citizens who had been misled by the Black Lotus sect, they have regained their senses. Thanks to my timely destruction of the statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother, there shall be no further issues. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Zhong Yan once more. "The crisis in Qingyun County has now been resolved, and it is time for me to depart. My lord, would you care to spend a night in our humble county? It would be my honor to extend the hospitality of a host." The county magistrate, upon learning of the resolution of our crisis, would surely want to personally welcome you. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yan cautiously replied, "There is no need. Bring forth my black-scaled steed. I must return to the prefecture. Upon my return, I shall report the circumstances of Qingyun County, and a new silver badge constable, along with another bronze badge constable, will be dispatched from the prefecture." Chu Xiu shook his head, declining Zhong Yan's kind offer. Indeed, a look of regret appeared on Zhong Yan's face as he spoke. A constable from the 6 doors of Qingyun County hurriedly entered, fetching the black-scaled horse for Chu Xiu. In a short while, the constable re-emerged, leading the black-scaled horse, which bore 2 black packages on either side. "My lord, this is your black-scaled horse. These 2 packages contain the flesh and blood of the gluttonous specter." The constable addressed Chu Xiu with a demeanor of profound respect. "Very well. I shall take my leave now." Chu Xiu took the reins of the black-scaled horse and mounted it, guiding the noble steed towards the grand entrance of Qingyun County. We bid farewell to the esteemed Sir. Zhong Yan, accompanied by a host of 6 doors constables, knelt and proclaimed loudly. He had not anticipated that the crisis in Qingyun County would be entirely resolved by Chu Xiu, the silver medallion captain. It is likely that among the gold medallion captains, few possess such formidable prowess as Chu Xiu. He epitomizes the pinnacle of extraordinary talent within the 6 doors. Upon his return, it can be imagined that Chu Xiu shall undoubtedly ascend to the esteemed rank of gold medallion captain. Moments later, as the tea was served, Chu Xiu had already departed from Qingyun County, riding his black-scaled steed, and now found himself on the official road, several dozen miles away. His gaze turned towards the data panel. Destiny attributes: 9 Sun Sacred Body, gold; Aristocratic Young Master, blue; Golden Tendons and Jade Bones, blue; Innate Wisdom Root, blue; Carefree Wind Riding, blue; Vitality Flowing Like a River, blue; Blade Path Prodigy, blue; Master of Both Fists and Feet, blue; Gluttonous Stomach, blue; Exceptional Soul, white. Destiny value, 111. For 21. With my current destiny value, I can elevate one blue attribute to a purple one. Therefore, I must select the option with the greatest cost-effectiveness. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Comprehension, at any time, is of utmost importance. As long as my understanding deepens, the speed at which I grasp martial arts will experience yet another elevation. Therefore, this time, the opportunity to upgrade the purple attribute should be dedicated to enhancing my innate wisdom. With this thought, Chu Xiu reached a resolute decision and proclaimed in his mind, "System, elevate my natural endowment." Thunder rumbled as his words resonated. In that moment, Chu Xiu felt as though his comprehension had surged dramatically, akin to having consumed a miraculous elixir that enhances understanding. His insight had multiplied tenfold. It is worth noting that his current level of comprehension was already remarkably profound, allowing him to grasp concepts with minimal effort. However, at this instant, Chu Xiu possessed the ability to draw inferences from one instance to another, innovating with ease. Whether it was the 9 Suns true art, the divine elephant suppression technique, or the 7 cuts of heaven, the 8 steps of the demon, and even the pure yang blade intent, an abundance of realizations surged forth. The heavens rained down marvels, and the earth blossomed with golden lotuses. This extraordinary state persisted for a full half-hour. Only when he was less than 100 miles from the city of Canglong did Chu Xiu slowly open his eyes. His expression was no longer one of mere astonishment, but of sheer ecstasy. He had successfully expended 100,000 points of destiny value, transforming his innate wisdom, blue, into unparalleled brilliance, purple. Unparalleled brilliance. Your comprehension transcends the ordinary. Any martial art can be mastered with a single glance, and enlightenment is as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. One prompt after another appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. You chose wisely. His 9 Suns true art and the 8 steps of the demon had both ascended from the realm of great achievement to perfection. The 7 cuts of heaven had progressed from the 2nd cut's minor success to perfection, with even the 3rd cut reaching great achievement. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist had advanced from the 1st move of hell path to perfection, and the 2nd move of hungry ghost path had attained minor success. Furthermore, the pure yang blade intent had escalated from 20% to 30%. The divine elephant suppression technique would now facilitate the opening of particles with greater ease. Previously, my method for opening particles was rather crude. It can indeed be accomplished much more effortlessly. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and exclaimed with a look of wonder, to upgrade my comprehension from a blue attribute to a purple one, and to possess such formidable insight. If I were to elevate the purple attribute to a golden one, to what terrifying heights would my understanding ascend? Could it be that I would grasp the essence of various martial arts with but a mere glance? Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu gazed at the remaining 11,421 points of destiny value, and silently spoke in his mind, "System, enhance my soul's excellence." Elevating it to a blue attribute in one fell swoop. Upgrading from a white attribute to a green one requires 1,000 destiny points, while ascending from a green attribute to a blue one demands 10,000 destiny points. His current destiny value was perfectly sufficient for this endeavor. Chu Xiu would naturally not let these destiny points go to waste. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu felt his soul undergoing a profound transformation. As if it were ascending from mere spirit to divine essence, it became exquisitely refined, marking a true metamorphosis of the soul. Accompanying this transformation, Chu Xiu sensed a subtle enhancement in his comprehension, though this improvement was hardly noticeable due to his already extraordinary level of insight. However, his mental prowess surged dramatically, expanding from several meters to dozens of meters in range. Within this expansive radius, any slightest movement was under his control. He successfully expended 11,000 points of destiny value, elevating his exceptional soul, white, to innate divine essence, blue. Innate divine essence possesses formidable mental strength, offers a significant boost to comprehension, and exhibits extraordinary talent in the cultivation of mental martial arts. A prompt once again appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. With a slight arch of his brows, Chu Xiu gazed at the distant wisps of smoke curling upwards, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he remarked, "How could there be a village near this official road?" When he journeyed from the county city to Qingyun County, he had traversed this very path, yet had not perceived the presence of a village in the vicinity. Now, at dusk, he stumbled upon one. This was undeniably peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu resolved to investigate further. Coincidentally, his destiny points had dwindled to 421. It was indeed time to replenish them. Chu Xiu promptly mounted his black-scaled steed and ventured off the official road, taking a narrow path towards the rising plume of smoke. In a short while, Chu Xiu beheld a village bustling with life, where tendrils of smoke curled gracefully into the sky. Along the rustic pathways, villagers, in small clusters, returned home, bearing their farming implements, their laughter and chatter mingling with the gentle sounds of nature. Occasionally, the distant calls of chickens and the barks of dogs punctuated the air. Barefoot children frolicked joyfully among the dwellings, their laughter echoing throughout the village. Before Chu Xiu unfolded a picturesque scene reminiscent of a utopian paradise, a serene pastoral landscape. Chu Xiu halted several hundred meters from the village, securing the reins of his black-scaled horse to a sturdy tree before striding purposefully towards the village. In a mere moment, he arrived at the entrance of the settlement. As he approached, a villager, a man in his 30s or 40s with a kindly countenance, greeted him warmly, exclaiming, "It is our honor to welcome a distinguished guest to Li Family Village. Tonight, we happen to be celebrating a joyous occasion with a feast." The village children observed Chu Xiu with innocent and curious eyes, a blend of wonder and trepidation evident in their expressions. A joyous occasion? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Indeed, today marks the joyous occasion of the village chief's youngest son's celebration. As they walked towards the village, the villager nodded and said, "I shall guide you to the chief's home. He will undoubtedly be delighted to hear of your arrival." "Thank you for your kindness," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to the villagers with a respectful gesture, acknowledging their hospitality. "You are too kind. We are merely delighted that you do not mind our humble offerings of simple tea and coarse wine." The villagers shook their heads in modesty and escorted Chu Xiu to the largest residence in the village. The entire house was adorned festively, embellished with numerous bright red lanterns and covered in auspicious characters. At that moment, the village chief, having received the news, emerged with his family to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, the chief arranged for Chu Xiu to have a place to rest in his home, allowing him to relax briefly before the commencement of the wedding banquet. Meanwhile, the villagers of Lijia village began to gather at the chief's house, bustling with preparations for the celebration. Before they realized it, the sky had completely darkened. The sounds of gongs and drums, along with the crackling of firecrackers, echoed continuously throughout the village. Chu Xiu stood at the threshold of the village chief's home, observing the lively scene before him. The vibrant crimson lanterns, as red as blood, evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. He could not shake the feeling that this place was growing increasingly sinister and unsettling. The ceremonial rites unfolded. First, the worship of heaven and earth. Second, the reverence for the ancestral hall. Then the couple exchanged vows, before being led into the bridal chamber. As the officiant's final chant echoed in the air, the bride and groom were ushered into their new life together. Chu Xiu gazed at the bride, adorned in her blood-red wedding gown, reminiscent of a bright crimson lantern. It was only when she vanished from his sight that he withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the village chief began to usher the guests to their seats. The attendees were primarily villagers, with Chu Xiu being the sole outsider. Thus, the village chief personally invited him to take a seat. "Esteemed guest, in this remote mountain village, we lack the delicacies to entertain our visitors. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The village chief expressed with a hint of regret after inviting Chu Xiu to sit. The village chief was overly courteous. It was already a tremendous honor for Chu Xiu to partake in the joyous occasion of Li family village and enjoy a cup of watered wine. Chu Xiu smiled gently and addressed the village chief. This evening, the drinks are plentiful. Esteemed guests should indulge in both food and drink. The village chief, beaming with joy, patted his chest and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." There was no need for the village chief to attend to me. He could confidently tend to the other guests. Chu Xiu smiled and said, "Very well." The village chief nodded and turned to greet the other guests. Dish after dish began to arrive at the table. The cuisine was not as unpalatable as the village chief had described. It featured not only the chickens and ducks raised in the wilderness, but also fresh river fish and shrimp caught from the nearby waters, along with mushrooms and wild rabbits from the forest, showcasing a bounty of nature's delicacies. Each dish was a feast for the senses, tantalizing the appetite with its vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and exquisite flavors. Soon, the village chief began to encourage the guests to indulge in meat and wine, reveling in the merriment. However, throughout the entire meal, Chu Xiu remained untouched by chopsticks or wine. Beneath the dazzling array of dishes, what appeared to be clear and rich country liquor was, in truth, a vivid crimson. Eerily reminiscent of fresh blood, its hue unsettlingly penetrating. The dishes themselves resembled limbs, thighs, feet, and heads, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodshed that induced a spine-chilling sensation, as if one's very scalp were electrified. Had it been another, they might have succumbed to paralyzing fear, collapsing in a state of utter weakness. Of course, others might not discern the true nature of these dishes and the liquor. Had Chu Xiu not possessed the innate divine soul, a remarkable boon that amplified his mental acuity, he too might have fallen prey to the villagers' feast. In ignorance, he could have easily joined them in their revelry. "Esteemed guest, why do you not partake?" The village chief, observing Chu Xiu's reluctance, placed before him a disheveled, simmered human head, urging, "Please, indulge. This is a nourishing delicacy, prepared with ginseng from the wild. Surely beneficial for a martial artist of your caliber." A profound silence enveloped the hall. All eyes turned toward Chu Xiu, their gazes seemingly morphing into a blood-red hue, akin to a multitude of lanterns aglow. "Indeed, knowing I am a martial artist, how dare you present me with this severed head?" With a sigh, Chu Xiu murmured softly. The moment these words escaped his lips, the village chief's countenance transformed dramatically, as if he had morphed into a monstrous being radiating a fierce wrath. His eyes ablaze with crimson, his body decayed, emanating a nauseating stench. It was not just the village chief. Every guest within the grand hall adopted this terrifying visage, whether adult or child. What was once a jubilant and bustling hall suddenly resembled a realm of eternal torment, instilling profound dread. "I cannot believe you discern the truth." The village chief sneered, raising his hands, his half-foot-long jet-black nails glinting with a chilling aura as they lunged towards Chu Xiu. "Kill!" Chu Xiu rose to his full height, suddenly drawing his blade from its sheath, and struck towards the village chief with a single, sweeping motion. A resounding crash echoed through the hall as a breathtaking flash of light from the sword illuminated the room. In an instant, the village chief was cleaved in two by Chu Xiu's strike. As the village chief was severed, he instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from the hall. Yet, the hundreds of guests displayed no hint of fear, charging towards Chu Xiu with determination. With his right hand wielding a blade, Chu Xiu unleashed the 8 steps of the celestial demon, each strike within the grand hall vanquishing a disguised guest. In a matter of moments, only Chu Xiu remained in the entire hall. "Father!" A piercing and shrill voice echoed from beyond the hall, revealing that the groom had transformed into a sinister and terrifying apparition, lunging towards Chu Xiu. Too feeble. With a furrowed brow, Chu Xiu casually swung his blade, swiftly dispatching the groom. Whether it was the bizarre guests, the village chief, or the groom himself, they all proved to be woefully inadequate. Their strength was predominantly below the innate realm, with the most formidable among them merely possessing the cultivation of a pinnacle 9th-level master. Before Chu Xiu, they were utterly powerless. A single stroke of his blade could easily subdue all the peculiarities. However, this was not right. A village transformed into such anomalies should not be so feeble. With a knife in hand, Chu Xiu strode purposefully out of the hall. Upon exiting, he seemed to behold the true visage of the entire estate. The grounds were strewn with corpses, bloodied and lifeless, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies littering the area, evoking a profound sense of horror within him. Among the more intact remains, he could recognize the once vibrant villagers he had encountered in the settlement, those warm-hearted souls, the innocent children, and the village chief. Now, their lifeless forms lay scattered around the estate, including within the hall itself, where similar cadavers were present. The official grasped the reality. It was not the entire village that had transformed into something sinister, but rather, only one singular anomaly existed within it. That anomaly was you, bride. Am I correct in my assertion? Chu Xiu cast his gaze towards a room not far away, speaking with a chilling intensity. From within that chamber, he sensed an overwhelming and formidable aura of malevolence. If the peculiar entity he had just dispatched with a single strike was at most a pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm, then the malevolence emanating from this location had undoubtedly reached the zenith of the Grand Master Realm. Furthermore, this aura appeared to be undergoing a transformation. Once this metamorphosis was complete, it was highly likely that this entity would ascend to the realm of the Martial Saint. Even though it currently stood at the peak of the Grand Master Realm, Chu Xiu had to concede that this was the most terrifying and powerful adversary he had ever encountered. Not even the Grand Master of the Black Tiger Gang, who had been infused with the blood of demons and had undergone a transformation, could compare to the dreadfulness of this presence. With a creak, the door slowly opened. The terrifying aura seemed to erupt, surging towards Chu Xiu with relentless force. Boom! A surge of magnificent and overwhelming vitality exploded from Chu Xiu's being. This vitality soared skyward, forming an umbrella-like canopy that rendered the horrific aura incapable of threatening him. Furthermore, under the searing intensity of this vitality, which seemed capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, the ominous aura cracked and fizzled. A red embroidered shoe appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Following that was a long, exquisite leg. A woman adorned in red, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an extraordinary grace, emerged from the room. This enchanting figure was none other than the bride of the evening. What astonished Chu Xiu even more was that in such a remote and wild countryside, there existed such a stunningly beautiful woman, whose appearance could make the fish sink and the geese alight. More importantly, Chu Xiu could perceive with remarkable clarity that, despite the overwhelming aura of malevolence and the pervasive chill surrounding the woman in red, there was no foul stench emanating from her, nor the slightest hint of decay. Instead, against the backdrop of her blood-red wedding gown, she exuded an essence of sanctity and purity. With a fleeting glance, Chu Xiu beheld the scene within the chamber. The groom lay intact amidst a pool of blood, his eyes brimming with despair and resentment. It seemed as though his gaze was perpetually fixed upon Chu Xiu. Damn you! All martial artists deserve to perish. Were it not for your kind, the entire village would not have met such a fate. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. All martial artists must die. The woman clad in red, her eyes glistening with unbridled hatred, cast a fierce look at Chu Xiu. In an instant, she moved, akin to a bolt of crimson lightning, charging towards him. Unlike other anomalies, which possess mere brute strength devoid of any martial skill, this woman exuded an aura of formidable lightness and agility. Her presence was more potent than that of the Black Tiger Gang's leader, and the fact that she wielded martial prowess rendered her even more terrifying. Heaven-cutting 7 blades, first blade. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Xiu raised the long blade, delivering a powerful strike towards the woman in red. This blow erupted with an earth-shattering force, as if he were truly cleaving the realms of yin and yang apart. In this stroke, Chu Xiu infused 30% of his pure yang sword intent. Why is the 7 blades of heaven so rare among the ranks of the 6 doors, and what makes it a remarkable martial art? The answer lies in the fact that mastering the 7 blades requires comprehension of each individual technique. Each blade surpasses the last in strength and complexity. More crucially, one must grasp 7 distinct sword intents, harmonizing them within the 7 blades of heaven. Consider the challenge, to fully comprehend a single sword intent, to elevate it to perfection. Ultimately transforming it into a principle is an exceedingly arduous task. Yet, the 7 blades of heaven demands precisely this. Ultimately, it requires the convergence of all 7 blades in their respective intents, merging not just the intents but even the principles themselves. In this instance, Chu Xiu manifested the true might of the 7 blades of heaven. The ground trembled as if the entire village were obliterated by a strike. The woman in red displayed a look of horror, clearly astonished that Chu Xiu, having only recently stepped into the realm of masters, could wield such formidable swordplay. He had grasped the sword intent to a degree of 30%. With a single blow, he vanquished the powerful woman. Even stronger than the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, this strike cleaved through the very fabric of yin and yang. As the woman fell to his sword, the world around him began to dissolve, as if everything were but a fleeting dream, ephemeral like dew or lightning. Before Chu Xiu lay a desolate village, strewn with countless skeletal remains, a grim testament to its tragic fate. The stark whiteness of the bones was a chilling revelation of the village's true nature. This should not be. This was no ordinary anomaly, and it should not have been so easily resolved. Furthermore, the absence of any system notifications indicated that he had not truly eradicated this malevolence. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, his figure swiftly retreating from the vicinity in an instant. Chu Xiu had already appeared outside the village, standing silently as he awaited the unfolding events. Soon, ripples emerged, enveloping the entire village in a shimmering embrace reminiscent of gentle water waves. Before Chu Xiu's eyes unfolded a realm akin to a utopia. However, in the stillness of night, the village was devoid of children's laughter and playful antics. Only the occasional bark of a dog punctuated the tranquility, rendering the village even more serene under the cloak of darkness. Indeed, the peculiar had made its reappearance. Chu Xiu felt a profound headache. This was his first encounter with an entity that could not be slain and yet reappeared. He suspected that the reason it was not a wedding at this moment was due to the encroaching night. Had it been daylight, perhaps during twilight, he would have found himself invited into the village and to the wedding festivities, just as he had witnessed before. I refuse to accept this. If it cannot be vanquished once, then surely not twice. And if it endures a second time, then let it face a third. I shall confront you head on. With a resolute gaze, Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the village, his demeanor exuding a commanding presence akin to that of a dragon or tiger. Once more, he entered the village, yet this time, he refrained from engaging in idle chatter with the villagers, heading straight towards the village chief's residence with lethal intent. After a brief pause, the woman clad in crimson fixed her icy stare upon Chu Xiu and coldly inquired, "Why have you returned after having already departed?" To which he retorted, "You are still alive. How could I possibly leave?" With a single stroke, Chu Xiu swung his blade towards the woman in red, once more empowering the first strike of the 7 cuts of heaven with the essence of pure yang. A resounding boom echoed. In the next instant, the woman in red was vanquished. The entire village was once again engulfed in destruction. Chu Xiu awaited the reappearance of the village, and once again, he ventured inside. This cycle persisted 5 times. By the 6th iteration, not a single villager remained in the entire settlement. Only a woman in red stood at the entrance, her delicate face reflecting a blend of sorrow and indignation as she gazed at Chu Xiu. She implored, "You cannot kill me. What is it that you truly desire? I wish not to harm you any longer. Will you not depart?" To which he retorted, "Who claims that I cannot vanquish you? The absence of villagers signifies that your power wanes with each of my attempts to eradicate you." With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu gazed at the woman in red and declared, "As long as I continue to slay, whether it takes 10 attempts or 100, I shall ultimately bring you down." Yet, this proclamation was merely a means to intimidate the woman in red. He had already vanquished her 6 times, and even though his innate vital energy was nearly depleted, he remained uncertain whether she would recover. What if, upon the complete restoration of his own vital energy, she too had regained her strength, perhaps even becoming more formidable? How long would he have to engage in this relentless battle? It was inconceivable to remain in this stalemate with her indefinitely. He sensed that to truly vanquish the woman in red, he would need to reach the realm of martial sage at the very least. This peculiar adversary was far more terrifying and bizarre than any demon he had encountered before. Nevertheless, he could not allow his momentum to falter. The woman in red, after a moment of silence, replied, "Do not force my hand. Kill." With a swift motion, Chu Xiu raised his long blade once more, aiming it at the woman clad in red. "Wait," she implored. "You have consistently referred to yourself as an official. If you are indeed an officer, you must not take my life. Our entire village, burdened with deep-seated grievances from hundreds, remains unavenged. I cannot perish. I refuse to accept this fate." A mist flickered in her eyes, transforming into 2 streams of tears that cascaded down her face. Her expression was one of defiance, tinged with madness, and she cried out with profound reluctance. The blade in Chu Xiu's hand came to a halt. "Just yesterday, on the day of my grand wedding, a martial artist visited our village, and we, with the utmost kindness, extended an invitation for him to join our banquet." The woman in red wept uncontrollably, her voice laced with an overwhelming hatred as she cried out, "However, after indulging in food and drink, he sought to violate me. My husband was kicked to death by him. Unable to endure the humiliation, I took my own life with a pair of scissors. In a fit of rage, he slaughtered our entire village, leaving no survivors, neither man nor woman, nor elder nor child." Chu Xiu's expression subtly shifted, as he surmised that this eerie manifestation was likely linked to the massacre of the entire village. This notion was reinforced by the countless skeletal remains strewn across the village. Nevertheless, he pondered the words of the woman in red regarding the events of yesterday. Chu Xiu was skeptical. If the events had transpired merely yesterday, the corpses and blood would still be fresh, not as they appeared now. An entire village laid to waste, its bones exposed to the elements, evidently abandoned for a prolonged period. Yet, he could discern from the voice of the woman in red that her words bore an unsettling truth. This could only imply that the woman in red, or rather this peculiar distortion of time, was indeed anchored to yesterday. I cannot accept this, she declared with a visage full of resentment. The entirety of Li family village cannot accept this. Therefore, I shall seek vengeance. I shall pursue vengeance for all the souls of Li family village. Your quest for revenge concerns me not, nor does it pertain to the martial artists, came the retort. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, You cannot wish to take my life simply because I am a warrior. There is a rightful place for grievances and debts. If you seek vengeance, you must target the one who shattered your wedding night and brought ruin upon the entire Li family village. I do not know who he is. I have no knowledge of his identity. Upon hearing this, the woman in red displayed an expression of profound anguish, cradling her head in her hands as if lost in the memories of the previous day's events. She murmured, I do not know who he is. I only know that he is a warrior. I am the silver medal captain of the 6 doors. If you place your trust in me, I shall assist you in uncovering who was responsible for the massacre of the Li family village. It is even possible that the perpetrator has already been dealt with by our organization, the 6 doors. Your vengeance, and indeed the vengeance of the entire Li family village, may have already been avenged. With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu remarked, You are the chief constable of the 6 doors? The woman in red was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope as she gazed at Chu Xiu and implored, Please, you must help me. Assist me, and you will be aiding the entire Li family village. If you investigate on my behalf, I shall comply with your wishes in the future. You are truly enigmatic. Chu Xiu said softly, I have never taken a life. I only just awakened today, and you are the first to enter our Li family village. The woman in red spoke in a voice that grew increasingly faint, almost as delicate as a whisper. If you were an ordinary person, I would have no desire to harm you. It is solely because you are a martial artist that I feel this way. However, I can assist you in investigating this case, provided that you assure me you will not take any lives. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and stated, I have uncovered details regarding this case and will come to seek you out at the earliest opportunity. However, should I discover that you have taken the life of any individual, not only will I withhold the answers you seek, but I shall also put an end to your existence. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The crimson-clad woman's delicate face illuminated with ecstatic joy as she knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. As long as you assist me, I am willing to toil like a beast of burden in gratitude for your kindness. Rise, he commanded. Chu Xiu waved his hand and said, Thank you, my lord. The woman in red once again expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiu, then gracefully rose, embodying a delicate and enchanting demeanor. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed his long knife and turned to leave. He, too, yearned to uncover the identity of the perpetrator who had annihilated the entire Li family village. Should this individual still draw breath, Chu Xiu would not hesitate to exact vengeance with a single strike. As he departed, the crimson-clad woman watched his retreating figure with bated breath. Soon after, a multitude of figures began to materialize. These figures represented the hundreds of souls from the Li family village, men, women, and children alike. Each of them gazed toward the direction of Chu Xiu's departure with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, mirroring the expression of the woman in red. Although the village had become eerily desolate, with only the crimson-clad woman remaining in that moment, it seemed as though they had been resurrected. With a flick of her sleeve, the woman enveloped the entire village in an unseen, intangible veil of light. This barrier was imperceptible to the touch, and only those below the level of a grandmaster would find it insurmountable, unable to breach the sanctity of the village. Chu Xiu located the black-scaled horse and cast a glance toward the direction of the village. Under the cover of night, he mounted the steed and made his way back to the city of Songlong Prefecture, which lay less than 100 miles away. In swift gallop, he arrived at the outskirts of the city in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. However, it was still nighttime. The gates of Songlong Prefecture were tightly shut, with lanterns hanging above and sentinels standing guard. I am Chu Xiu, the head of the silver medal captains. Returning from a mission, please open the city gates. Chu Xiu gazed upon the guards stationed at the city gate of Songlong County and called out loudly, Please present the 6 gates token, Lord Chu. Shortly thereafter, An officer of the rank of lieutenant appeared atop the city gate, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chu Xiu, and spoke. Chu Xiu retrieved a token from his waist and held it aloft. Open the city gates. The gate officer, a martial artist of innate caliber, possessed the ability for night vision and quickly discerned that Chu Xiu's token was indeed the silver badge of a captain from the Six Doors. Furthermore, in the capital of Songlong Prefecture, no one dared to impersonate a captain of the Six Doors. It was not uncommon for captains to return from missions, even in the dead of night. Thus, the gate officer perceived no cause for concern. With a rumble, the gates slowly creaked open. Thank you. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to the city gate officer and then galloped swiftly into the city, making his way directly towards the Six Doors. After a while, he arrived at the Six Doors. Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Six Doors, riding his black-scaled horse. Greetings, esteemed sir, said the guard of the Six Doors, bowing respectfully upon seeing Chu Xiu. There is no need for formalities. Please assist me in returning the black-scaled horse to the stable. Chu Xiu dismounted and removed 2 black packages from the back of the ebony-scaled horse, handing the reins to a constable of the Six Doors. Yes, I shall obey the order, the constable replied as he took the reins of the ebony-scaled horse. Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the Six Doors, carrying 2 black packages. Moments later, Chu Xiu entered the task hall carrying 2 black packages. Brother Chu, you have returned so swiftly? Upon hearing the footsteps, Chu Xiu lifted his gaze from the books he was engrossed in. Upon recognizing Chu Xiu, he momentarily froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu quickly regained his composure and, with a grave expression, inquired, Brother Chu, is the situation in Qingyun County truly dire? Have you come back seeking assistance? No, came the reply. Chu Xiu tossed 2 black packages onto Chu Xiu's desk. What is this? Chu Xiu inquired, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. Brother Chu, you can't possibly be telling me that you have resolved the issues in Qingyun County, can you? As he spoke, Chu Xiu began to unwrap one of the black packages. No way, he exclaimed. Could this be the flesh of a gluttonous specter? The disappearance of the 2 villages in Qingyun County. Could it be that they were devoured by this creature? Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, Brother Chu would not have returned with the flesh of a gluttonous specter. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke. Chu Xiu shrugged his shoulders, and Chu Xiu, upon seeing the blood and flesh of the gluttonous demon, had already deduced everything. What more was there to say? Brother Chu, you truly are formidable. Even the gluttonous demon fell before you. Remarkable, Chu Xiu exclaimed, giving Chu Xiu a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. It's no wonder you are my brother. In addition to the gluttonous demon, I have also eradicated the members of the Black Lotus sect in Qingyun County. I eliminated a pinnacle master of the 9th realm, 9 9th realm Black Lotus warriors, and several hundred disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Chu Xiu smiled and said, furthermore, the statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother has been destroyed by my hand. The reason he referred to the Black Lotus warrior as a grandmaster of the 9th level was that the cultivation levels of the Black Lotus warriors varied. Some achieved minor success at the 9th level of grandmaster. Some reached great success, while others stood at their pinnacle. Chu Xiu stared blankly at Chu Xiu, incredulous. Wait, Brother Chu, are you truly that formidable? Not only have you vanquished the gluttonous specter, but you have single-handedly eliminated so many masters of the Black Lotus sect? Considering Chu Xiu's words, Chu Xiu pondered earnestly. Among the Golden Badge captains, there were certainly very few capable of such feats. Those who could achieve this were akin to him, always ready to become renowned enforcers of justice. Brother Chi, please assist me in calculating my merits. The token has already recorded the entire process of my slaying the gluttonous specter and eradicating the Black Lotus sect. Chu Xiu retrieved the token and tossed it towards Chu Xiu. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Xiu hastily caught the token, murmuring in a state of despair, pervert. He sensed that his own strength might very well have been surpassed by Chu Xiu. After all, Chu Xiu single-handedly eliminated so many masters of the Black Lotus sect. Brother Chu had thoroughly completed the task in Qingyun County, earning an impressive reward of 300,000 merit points. The annihilation of a first-level Grandmaster-level creature known as the Gluttonous Spectre earned a commendable 10,000 merit points. Thus, it was precisely 10,000 merit points for each of the 10 Grandmaster-level experts from the Black Lotus sect, resulting in a staggering total of 340,000 merit points. The remaining hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect were predominantly below the innate level. With only a scant few at the innate level, and even fewer at the Grandmaster level. Chu Xiu gazed at the records within the token, his face awash with astonishment as he remarked, in total, there are 31,290 merit points. Ultimately, when everything is tallied, Brother Chu stands to receive over 400,000 merit points. He added, the specific merit points can be verified upon receipt. Well, Brother Chu has truly struck gold this time. Chu Xiu continued, this merit point tally has certainly exceeded my expectations. In response, a hint of a smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks. Brother Chu is remarkable. Chu Xiu exclaimed in admiration, your merit points surpass even those of me, a renowned blue-garbed constable. Were it not for the fact that you have yet to slay a demon at the martial saint level or collude with any demonic practitioners, you could have already advanced to the rank of blue-garbed constable, just like me. Chu Xiu smiled and said, Brother Chi, you may arrange the vacant positions of the silver badge head constable and the bronze badge head constable in Qingjin County. This minor matter shall be resolved without any concern from you, Brother Chu, Chu Xiu replied as he handed back Chu Xiu's token. Brother Chi, there is something I wish to inquire about. Chu Xiu received the token, pondering for a moment, and with a serious expression, he spoke. When it comes to the 6 doors, the one who possesses the most profound understanding of the cases is undoubtedly Chu Xiu. This is because Chu Xiu oversees the task hall, where all matters must be processed through the issuance of tasks. Please, Brother Chu, go on, Chu Xiu said, his demeanor also turning earnest upon observing Chu Xiu's countenance. As I was returning near the main road to Songlong County, approximately 100 miles from the county seat, I came across a village. This village was exceedingly hospitable and extended an invitation for me to attend a wedding. Chu Xiu said softly. Could it be that the village where Brother Chu is attending the wedding is named Li Family Village? Chu Xiu's scalp tingled, and he suddenly rose to his feet, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Xiu. Indeed, it is Li Family Village. Chu Xiu nodded and exclaimed, what a fortunate turn of events. Brother Chu has remarkably returned alive. Chu Xiu let out a long sigh, his face reflecting a deep sense of trepidation as he remarked, I never anticipated it, truly unexpected, that Li Family Village has given rise to a calamity. Calamity? Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a countenance marked by astonishment and suspicion. What he spoke of was not merely an anomaly, but a calamity of nature. Indeed, this was a natural disaster, far more terrifying than an ordinary anomaly, a peril that surpassed it by an order of magnitude. Even a nascent calamity possesses the formidable prowess of a grandmaster. This disaster has only just come into being. Moreover, the strength of such calamities is subject to daily fluctuations. Their power is capable of continuous enhancement. Every locale afflicted by a calamity is a forbidden zone for our great Zhou dynasty, a place where no soul is permitted to tread. Chu Xiu spoke gravely. Once one enters the restricted area of a calamity, it is exceedingly difficult to emerge alive without unmatched strength. Furthermore, even our 6 gates find themselves at a loss when confronting such disasters. We lack the genuine capacity to eradicate them. Instead, we can only delineate a forbidden zone beyond the calamities, erect stone tablets to warn passers-by, forbidding them from approaching. Calamities cannot be annihilated. The sole advantage they possess, unlike ordinary anomalies, is their immobility. Wherever they arise, they remain tethered to that very spot. At the very least, we have yet to discover any calamity capable of movement. After a pause, Chu Xiu added a further remark. With a flick of his brow, Chu Xiu pondered the notion that calamity could not be obliterated. Indeed, his actions were justified. Even if he were to confront the woman in red head-on, it was unlikely he could vanquish her. However, the fact that the catastrophe could not be relocated, remaining fixed in one spot, was a silver lining. At the very least, even if the 6 doors could not annihilate the disaster, they could erect stone tablets around it, warning all to keep their distance. Our intelligence within the 6 doors bears no information regarding this calamity. Yet the fact that Brother Chu emerged alive from within its grasp suggests that it must be newly born. There is still time. We must dispatch individuals to erect stone tablets around the catastrophe without delay to prevent innocent lives from being harmed. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and inquired, Brother Chi, how much do you know about the matters concerning Li Family Village? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu turned to Chu Xiu and inquired. The plight of Li Family Village was dire. The entire village, young and old alike, had been ruthlessly exterminated 3 years prior. That fateful night coincided with a wedding celebration in Li Family Village. Chu Xiu remained silent for an extended period. His fists clenched tightly as he suppressed his inner fury and declared, Yet those who perpetrated the heinous massacre of hundreds of innocent souls from Li Family Village remain unpunished by our 6 doors. Who is responsible for the atrocities committed against Li family village? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow deeply and spoke in a grave tone. Reflecting upon the fervent villagers of Li Jia village and the playful children he had witnessed, a sense of suffocation enveloped his heart. Although he wielded his blade without hesitation, it was because he understood that what he faced was not genuine, it was an eerie illusion. Yet, one undeniable truth remained in Chu Xiu's mind. The villagers of Li Jia village had once been this passionate, and those children had been truly delightful. However, they were gone, vanished. The Ba Li Tian Dun Mountain, the 7 village masters, and Du Gu Ming. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth and uttered, Ba Li Tian Dun Mountain? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. For as the silver badge captain of the 6 gates, he was well aware of the notorious Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain. This stronghold represented the most formidable bandit force within the entirety of Songlong County, earning a reputation that was nothing short of infamous. The might of Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain was unparalleled. It was said that its chief, Ba Li Fu Tu, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the myth realm, standing merely a step away from the legendary martial arts realm. Furthermore, Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain boasted an extraordinary geographical advantage, with steep cliffs rising on 3 sides, rendering it nearly impregnable. One man could hold the pass against thousands. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true fear lay in the fact that Ba Li Fu Tu was also a master of formations. Having established a grand 4 symbols formation across the entirety of Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain, with this formidable array, even those of the legendary martial arts realm would find it impossible to shake the stronghold. This was the reason Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain had persisted through the ages. Now do you understand, Brother Chu? Even our esteemed Captain Qin of the 6 gates in Songlong County finds himself powerless against Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain. It is utterly impossible to eradicate this stronghold and avenge the hundreds of villagers of Li family village. Chu Xiu sighed and remarked, moreover, during the massacre of the villagers, Du Gu Ming was not, in fact, affiliated with Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain. At that time, Du Gu Ming had only reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm and had yet to step into the martial saint realm. After the devastating attack on Li family village, he fled to Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain and became one of its bandits. Shortly after joining, he broke through to the martial saint realm, quickly rising to prominence within the stronghold. It was only a year ago that Du Gu Ming advanced to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, recognized by Ba Li Fu Tu. He then ascended to the 7th seat of Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain, becoming one of its leaders. Does this man not lead Ba Li Tian Duan Mountain? With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu remarked, it is indeed impossible to evade the confines of the 100 Li heaven severing mountain. However, this individual's movements are shrouded in mystery. Even if he were to venture beyond the 100 Li heaven severing mountain to plunder the surrounding areas, he would swiftly vanish back into its depths. By the time the 6 doors receive any intelligence, he would have long since returned to the sanctuary of the 100 Li heaven severing mountain. Chu Xiu, displaying a pained expression, responded, the challenge of eliminating this person is exceedingly formidable. Understood, Brother Qi. Do you possess comprehensive information regarding the 100 Li heaven severing mountain? Chu Xiu nodded slightly and inquired of Chu Xiu, Brother Chu. You do not intend to slay Du Gu Ming in vengeance for the hundreds of innocent souls of Li family village, do you? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression changed subtly, and he replied, Brother Chu, I implore you not to entertain such dark thoughts. The strength of the 100 Li Tianshan far exceeds your imagination. With our current capabilities, we are no match for Du Gu Ming. It is not merely that he stands at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the martial saint. He is but a step away from the legendary realm. His most formidable weapon is his sword. Sword? Chu Xiu ambiguously remarked, indeed, the sword. This individual possessed an exceptionally terrifying talent in the art of swordsmanship, revered in the martial world as the demon sword Du Gu Ming. He wielded his sword techniques to rival the most extraordinary masters at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm, akin to those of the mythical realm. It was precisely due to his formidable prowess that he garnered the attention of Ba Li Fu Tu, becoming the leader of the 7 villages of Ba Li Tiandu Mountain. Only those of the mythical realm could secure a position of authority within Ba Li Tiandu Mountain. Chu Xiu, with a grave expression, advised, heed my counsel. Do not seek vengeance for the innocent villagers of Li family village without attaining the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. Initially, he intended to suggest the necessity of reaching the mythical realm. As the higher one ascended in cultivation, the more formidable it became to vanquish foes of superior rank. Those who could ascend to the martial saint realm, let alone the mythical realm, were undoubtedly prodigies, if not unparalleled geniuses. The disparities would only diminish. However, Considering Chu Xiu's extraordinary capabilities, he altered his statement to emphasize the ninth layer of the martial saint realm. Du Guoming was no simple foe, and neither was Chu Xiu. Rest assured, Brother Qi, I shall not confront Du Guoming without sufficient strength. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu remarked that, given his innate talent, it would not be long before he ascended to the realm of Grand Master, or even martial saint, possessing the 9 yang sacred body. His cultivation speed of 9 yang true skills would surpass even that of the divine elephant suppression technique, provided he had ample resources. He would encounter no obstacles whatsoever. This is the might of the golden attributes. Of course, even without any hindrances, the absorption and refinement of medicinal pills and elixirs would still require time. However, this issue has been flawlessly resolved. The voracious appetite of the blue attribute allows Chu Xiu to absorb and refine pills at an astonishingly rapid pace. Consuming a pill feels no different than indulging in candy. With Brother Chu's assurance, I am at ease. Brother Chu. Within this lies all the information regarding the Baili Tian Duan Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu felt a sense of relief. Retrieving a small booklet from beneath the table and handing it to Chu Xiu. Brother Qi, just how much do you have hidden under this table? Chu Xiu cast a glance at Chu Xiu's desk and took the small booklet, remarking, Ahem, there is not much concealed within. Merely my dagger, the mission ledger. Or perhaps some rather significant documents. For instance, this one. Baili Tian Duan Shan has persistently exerted pressure on our Songlong County 6 stores. Which is precisely why I made a point to place it beneath the table. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and proceeded to explain to Chu Xiu. Chu nodded and said, Thank you, Brother Qi. Brother Chu, you are too modest, Chu Xiu replied, waving his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Brother Chu, you should now proceed to the storeroom to collect your golden badge of the head constable. Your merit points should have been credited by now. From this moment on, you are the golden badge head constable of our 6 stores. You have once again shattered the record of our Songlong County 6 stores. In fact, I dare say that the 6 doors of Qizhou City, or even the headquarters of our great Zhou Dynasty's 6 doors, have never witnessed someone like you. In just one day, you have ascended from a copper badge head constable to a silver badge head constable, and on the following day, from a silver badge to a golden badge. This is undoubtedly a feat unparalleled in history. Truly, worthy of being my brother. Perhaps it won't be long before your strength surpasses mine. When that time comes, you must look out for me. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu said with an expression of eager anticipation, All right, if my strength surpasses yours in the future, I will certainly watch over you, Brother Qi. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, lifting the 2 black packages that rested on Chu Xiu's desk before turning to depart. Brother Chu, we must come to an understanding. You must certainly look out for me. Chu Xiu exclaimed, his countenance alight with excitement as he called after Chu Xiu's retreating figure. Chu Xiu departed from the task hall and made his way directly to the storeroom. Speak, Chu Xiu, what is it that you desire? Zhao Qiming, seated before the desk, cast a glance at Chu Xiu upon his entrance and inquired. Having grown accustomed to Chu Xiu's frequent visits to the storeroom, Zhao Qiming responded, Lord Zhao, I wish to claim the official attire of the golden medal capturing head. Chu Xiu tossed 2 black packages onto Zhao Qiming's desk, retrieving a token from his person and extending it towards Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming gazed at Chu Xiu's token, which had transformed from silver to gold, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Qiming finally accepted Chu Xiu's token and remarked, You truly are a remarkable individual. Have you truly slain a master-level warrior? By mere chance, Chu Xiu replied. With a humble expression, Chu Xiu remarked. Zhao Qiming rolled his eyes and replied, Is there any chance of luck in this matter? Sir Zhao, if I do not accept the dagger awarded to the head constable, may I request the blacksmiths of our 6 doors to forge a blade for me? Chu Xiu did not respond to Zhao Qiming's words. Instead, he diverted the conversation. Do you wish to forge an exquisite blade? Zhao Qiming furrowed his brow and replied. If you seek a fine sword specifically crafted for you, it cannot be the treasured weapon of the Jinjiang captain from our 6 doors. The nature of the sword you desire must be clarified, its quality and specifications. Will you procure the materials yourself, or shall they be supplied by our esteemed 6 doors? Only then can I ascertain the requisite merit points. Ideally, it should be of the 4th tier supreme quality, or perhaps even 5th tier. As for its design, it may resemble the blades used within our 6 doors. You are aware that my cultivation progresses rapidly. Otherwise, this sword would not keep pace with my rising prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu remarked, Therefore, it is imperative to strive for a higher quality. The blade of the 6 doors is designed in a horizontal style. Both the hilt and the sheath are adorned in a deep black hue. Chu Xiu is indeed quite favored. Well, for a top-tier item of the 4th rank, Within our 6 gates, crafting one requires 300,000 merit points. For a 5th-rank top-tier item, it necessitates 1 million merit points. If you possess such merit points, I can assist you in finding a blacksmith to forge it right now. Zhao Qiming nodded slightly, expressing his belief in Chu Xiu's words. After all, the speed at which Chu Xiu's cultivation has advanced is truly astonishing. Is it really so inexpensive? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu could not help but display a look of astonishment. Indeed, it was quite a bargain. He had never anticipated that a 5th-tier exquisite item would only require 1 million merit points. This is due to your status as a prodigious talent within our 6 doors. Had it been an ordinary golden badge captain, the merit points would have doubled. Our 6 doors have never been stingy towards unparalleled geniuses. Zhao Qiming stated with an air of calmness. Lord Zhao, I have returned with all the flesh of the gluttonous blood fiend that I exterminated while on a mission in Qingyan County. May I incorporate it into the blade I am forging? Any excess flesh can be handed over to our 6 doors. Chu Xiu pointed at the 2 black parcels on the table and addressed Zhao Qiming. I never expected that you, young man, had slain a gluttonous beast. No wonder you have advanced from a silver badge head to a golden badge head. Zhao Qiming had already noticed the 2 black parcels placed by Chu Xiu on the table, and he was curious about their contents. It soon dawned on him that they contained the flesh and blood of the gluttonous beast. Without hesitation, he opened one of the black parcels to take a look and remarked, There isn't much excess here. The flesh and blood of the gluttonous beast can indeed be utilized to forge weapons of the 4th or even 5th rank. However, it requires a skilled blacksmith to extract the essence from this material. A knife crafted from this would be just perfect. Now, since you have provided this material, I happen to possess a piece of Millennium Black Iron, which I shall gift to you. A 5th-rank superior weapon forged from the gluttonous beast remains, and the Millennium Black Iron will possess the essence of ice. In the future, should you wish to elevate it to a 6th-rank superior weapon, you will merely need to supply more advanced materials. With your provision of the gluttonous beast's flesh and my gift of the Millennium Black Iron, the 6 gates need not furnish any materials this time. We will only charge you 200,000 merit points for the craftsmanship. You may come to collect your knife 3 days from now. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu solemnly bowed to Zhao Qiming as a gesture of gratitude. He was well aware of the significance of the 1,000-year Black Iron. The piece bestowed upon him by Zhao Qiming was likely far more valuable than the gluttonous blood meat he had provided. In fact, the price of this 1,000-year Black Iron within the 6 gates could potentially exceed 1 million merit points. This was a matter of personal favor. However, given his current strength, he felt he was not yet entitled to owe Zhao Qiming a debt of gratitude. Only when he had elevated his cultivation and acquired sufficient power could he hope to repay Zhao Qiming. Enough of these formalities, Zhao Qiming remarked nonchalantly. As long as you wield this blade and slay a few more monsters and anomalies, that will be the greatest appreciation for me. Chu Xiu understood. He would surely not disappoint Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu said with a serious expression, Speak, do you require anything else? If there is nothing more, I shall proceed to retrieve the golden badge of the captain for you. Zhao Qiming, smiling, looked at Chu Xiu and replied, Lord Zhao, I request 50 bottles of solar elixirs and 29 bottles of essence elixirs. I would be grateful if you could assist me in procuring them. Chu Xiu cupped his hands toward Zhao Qiming and spoke. What did you say? Do you truly possess such an abundance of merit points? Zhao Qiming gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of utter disbelief, unable to fathom his own ears. Even if you managed to slay a gluttonous demon, how could that amount to so many merit points? The price of the Sunfire Elixir is equivalent to that of the Essence Elixir, with a single vial costing 50,000 merit points. In total, that amounts to a staggering 79 vials. That equates to 395,000 merit points. Furthermore, with Chu Xiu needing an additional 200,000 merit points to forge weapons, the total requirement reaches 415,000 merit points. Could he truly possess such a sum? My merit points are just sufficient, Chu Xiu reminded, his demeanor somewhat bashful as he sensed Zhao Qiming's gaze. He had already calculated, and he possessed a total of 418,630 merit points. After deducting these points, he would still have 36,300 points remaining. How many demons did you actually slay? Zhao Qiming shot a glare at Chu Xiu, realizing this young man had grown too familiar with him, and thus felt emboldened to feign modesty in his presence. Bah, not much, just a gluttonous demon, along with the eradication of a Black Lotus sect incense master, the slaying of 9 Black Lotus warriors, and hundreds of Black Lotus disciples. With a demeanor of humility, Chu Xiu remarked, You have indeed impressed me. I must confess I underestimated your capabilities. Your prowess is nearing that of a martial sage, is it not? Zhao Qiming, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Chu Xiu with a dazed expression. Who could have anticipated that it had only been a short while since Chu Xiu ascended to the position of a newly appointed copper medal captain? Was it merely the second day? No. He had not only become a gold medal captain, but had also slain a priest of the Black Lotus sect and 9 Black Lotus warriors. The priest of the Black Lotus sect was at least at the 7th level of the Grand Master realm, and the 9 Black Lotus warriors undoubtedly possessed comparable mastery. Might it be that tomorrow, Chu Xiu would approach him to claim the attire of a blue-robe investigator? What a prodigy! This is a true marvel. Cough, cough. My Lord Zhao, I have just stepped into the Grand Master realm, merely at the pinnacle of the 1st level. And I am still a considerable distance from the Martial Sage realm. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and spoke. He certainly did not believe that his strength could rival that of a Martial Sage. Even a novice at the 1st level of Martial Sage was beyond his capacity to contend with. Once he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grand Master realm through the 9 Suns True Art, or mastered the Divine Elephant Suppression technique at the same pinnacle, he might be able to match a newly ascended Martial Sage. However, he was still a tad short of that mark. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming rolled his eyes and remarked, "Do you hear yourself? A Grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 1st level can already slay those at the 7th level of the Great Grandmaster realm. Even a Grandmaster at the 9th level who achieves this would be among the most extraordinary talents in the 6 doors of Qizhou City. You, my friend, are likely already eligible for the Hidden Dragon rankings, and your position there would not be insignificant." After a brief silence, Zhao Qiming cast a glance at Chu Xiu and said softly, "Hidden Dragon rankings?" Chu Xiu paused momentarily, a look of perplexity adorning his face. In the recesses of his memory, there existed no information regarding the Qianlong list. After all, he had merely been an ordinary constable in the past. You have grown far too swiftly. Such matters are common knowledge even to a mere copper medal captain. The Qianlong list is a roster issued by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. To put it succinctly, it ranks geniuses. Each individual who ascends to the Qianlong list is an unparalleled prodigy within their respective province. Each possesses the ability to triumph over adversaries of superior rank. However, not every extraordinary talent can secure a place on the Qianlong list. It exclusively encompasses those under the age of 30 who are of the Grandmaster or Martial Saint realms. Zhao Qiming contemplated for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. Within the 6 doors of Artsanglong Prefecture, there exist 3 exceptional geniuses who are listed on the Qianlong list. They are Chu Xiu, Gao Chafeng, and Negong Push. Among them, Negong Push is the youngest yet holds the highest cultivation level. At merely 23 years of age, she has already entered the Martial Saint realm. It is likely she has now reached above the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. She can be considered the foremost genius and the greatest expert among the younger generation of Artsanglong Prefecture. However, I must say, I perceive that you, my young friend, may surpass Negong Push in your own right. With that said, Zhao Qiming gazed intently at Chu Xiu and remarked, "With your innate talent and aptitude, it would not be long before you catch up to Negong Push." Qianlong list? Negong Push? With a subtle raise of his brow, Chu Xiu observed the abundance of extraordinary talents within a single province of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the 6 doors of the Songlong County alone, there were 3 remarkable individuals. He had encountered Chu Xiu and Gao Changfeng before, and had witnessed Chu Xiu's prowess firsthand. However, whether Chu Xiu had showcased his full capabilities at that time remained uncertain to Chu Xiu. As for Gao Changfeng, his abilities were shrouded in mystery. Yet his presence on the Hidden Dragon ranking suggested that he was indeed formidable. The Southern Palace's envoy, who could surpass both Chu Xiu and Gao Changfeng, must possess exceptional strength as well. Master Zhao, since there exists a Hidden Dragon ranking, surely there are other rankings as well? Chu Xiu inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, Zhao Qiming replied. The Tiangong Pavilion could not possibly release only a single Hidden Dragon ranking. This ranking merely represents the pinnacle of prodigious talents within a province. Above the Hidden Dragon ranking lies the Celestial Prodigy ranking. The Celestial Prodigy ranking pertains to the extraordinary talents under the age of 30 across the 108 provinces of the Great Zhou dynasty. They are also known as prodigies. Each one is a paragon of exceptional talent. Those who secure a position on the Celestial Prodigy ranking, even at the lowest cultivation level, have already stepped into the 7th layer of the Martial Saint realm. Zhao Qiming exclaimed in awe. Beyond the Celestial Prodigy ranking, there are also the Earth ranking, the Heaven ranking, and the Human Immortal ranking. However, those are still far beyond your reach. Focus on entering the Hidden Dragon ranking first. Chu Xiu nodded gently, remaining silent. The earthly rankings, heavenly rankings, and immortal rankings were indeed far beyond his reach. However, he vowed that one day he would ascend through each of these lists. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in this world, to behold the splendor from such heights. Noticing that Chu Xiu had ceased to inquire further, Zhao Qingming swiped his token across the black jade stone, deducting 4,150,000 merit points. Upon successfully completing the deduction, Zhao Qingming tossed Chu Xiu's token onto the table and said, "Take your token back. I shall retrieve your official attire and elixirs." With that, Zhao Qingming clasped his hands behind his back and strolled towards the storeroom. Chu Xiu tucked away the badge of the Golden Seal Captain, awaiting Zhao Qingming's return with the official attire and elixirs. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Qingming emerged from the storeroom, carrying a large bag, which he handed over to Chu Xiu, stating, "Inside, you will find 3 sets of Golden Seal Captain's attire, along with the 50 bottles of Solar Essence elixirs and 29 bottles of Vitality elixirs you requested." "Thank you, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu took the large bag and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingming, saying, "Begone." Zhao Qingming, with a look of disdain, waved his hand and replied. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu turned and departed, carrying a large bag. "How long until the update of the Hidden Dragon list?" "It seems it will be in 3 days. This lad should be able to enter the Hidden Dragon list, shouldn't he? I wonder what rank he will achieve upon entering." As Zhao Qingming watched Chu Xiu's retreating figure, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on his face as he spoke. Upon exiting the storeroom, Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards his courtyard, the large bag in tow. In the blink of an eye, upon entering the courtyard, Chu Xiu beheld Jiang Xiaoxiao engaged in the practice of the tying sword technique. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, she resembled a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, as streams of lunar essence continually flowed into her being, causing her innate true energy to strengthen with each passing moment. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaoxiao's mastery of the tying sword technique was growing ever more formidable. Chu Xiu sensed that Jiang Xiaoxiao's tying sword technique had likely reached a realm of great accomplishment. "Young master, you have returned?" Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly spotted Chu Xiu, and a radiant glow seemed to illuminate her delicate face. She immediately ceased her sword practice and joyfully darted towards him, appearing before Chu Xiu in the blink of an eye. Her agility was truly astonishing. "Indeed, I have returned." Chu Xiu smiled faintly and inquired, "Xiao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Chu Xiu with unwavering determination in her eyes and softly replied, "Although my master has arranged for me to reside in a courtyard within the 6 doors, I do not find it to my liking. I wish to stay by your side, hence I have moved into your courtyard. As long as you are content," he responded. Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Xiaoxiao, her face alight with joy, replied, "However, Xiao, I must step out for a while due to some matters. When the time is right, you should rest and not wait for my return." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and then cautioned Jiang Xiaoxiao. I understand," Jiang Xiaoxiao responded, nodding gently, her demeanor exceptionally obedient. Chu Xiu entered the room within the courtyard, carrying a large bag. He changed into the official attire of the Jinzhong constable and placed all the elixirs from the bag into his storage pouch. Only then did he exit the room and proceed towards the courtyard's exit. "Young master, remember to return early," Jiang Xiaoxiao called out, unable to restrain herself as she watched Chu Xiu's retreating figure. Chu Xiu did not look back. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured slightly to Jiang Xiaoxiao behind him. He then instructed a constable to prepare a black-scaled steed for him. Mounted upon the magnificent creature, he departed from the 6 doors and rode towards the outskirts of the county city. Indeed, with his affiliation to the 6 doors, he could enter and exit the city gates at will, devoid of any concerns. Chu Xiu resolved to promptly inform the woman and read about the heinous act that had claimed the lives of hundreds of innocent villagers from the Li family. Before long, Chu Xiu successfully departed from the city of Songlong County. He retrieved a bottle of Blazing Sun pills and, as if indulging in a sweet treat, placed one into his mouth. He sought to ascertain the astonishing effects of the blue trait known as the gluttonous stomach. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into an immensely powerful stream of heat that surged towards the gluttonous stomach. In but a fleeting moment, the gluttonous stomach devoured this torrent of heat, seemingly not even pausing to digest it before it vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu's cultivation of the 9 Yang true skill experienced a seamless breakthrough, ascending from the pinnacle of the 1st realm of the Grandmaster level to the 2nd realm. Truly, the gluttonous stomach is remarkable. I sense that my absorption and refinement of the Blazing Sun pill transcends mere speed. The efficacy has also been amplified. Previously, I could assimilate 50 to 60% of a single blazing sun pill, with the remaining potency being somewhat squandered. However, now I achieve perfect absorption, leaving not a trace of medicinal power wasted. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "The power of the glutton's stomach surpasses my imagination. With this, my cultivation speed will accelerate." With that, he consumed an entire vial containing 9 remaining sunfire pills in one swift motion. In a courtyard of the Gao residence, a figure clad in black swiftly approached, bowing respectfully as he announced, "I report to you, young Master Chongfeng, that we have news regarding Chu Xiu." Oh! The door to the study creaked open, and Gao Chongfeng emerged, fixing his gaze upon the black-clad figure. "Has Elder Wei not taken action yet?" "Indeed, young master," the black-clad man replied cautiously. "Elder Wei has made his move, but it ended in failure." After a moment's deliberation, he added in a hushed tone, "Elder Wei was slain by a single strike." "A single strike?" Gao Chongfeng's expression hardened. "Elder Wei is at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm. If Chu Xiu could dispatch him with one blow, it indicates that his strength has at least reached the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm, if not the 6th. The black-clad figure lowered his head in silence. What a formidable Chu Xiu. No wonder he dared to refuse my invitation. I hadn't anticipated his rapid advancement in power. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Gao Chongfeng's eyes as he coldly remarked, "However, the stronger your talent, the less I can afford to let you live." He understood all too well that Wei Ziyuan's actions may have exposed him. Although Chu Xiu lacked any evidence to implicate him, he remained a potential threat that could not be allowed to linger. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Chongfeng spoke decisively. "Go inform Elder Lei Zhonghu that I request his personal intervention to eliminate Chu Xiu. Should he succeed in slaying Chu Xiu, I shall reward him handsomely and assist him in reaching the martial sage realm. Young master, Chu Xiu has recently returned from an outing, seemingly completing a certain task, and has been promoted from a silver medallion captain to a gold medallion captain within the 6 doors. Are we truly to continue our attempt on his life?" The black-clad man hesitated, questioning Gao Chongfeng. "Gold medallion captain?" Gao Chongfeng's expression darkened, fully grasping the implications of the black-clad man's words. Chu Xiu has ascended rapidly, now transforming from a silver badge constable into a gold badge constable. Such an extraordinary talent has never graced Songlong Prefecture. Even the esteemed martial saints among the Qingyi constables of the 6 doors must be keenly aware of him. It is even conceivable that Qin Yu, the renowned red badge constable and head of the 6 doors in Songlong Prefecture, has already taken note of Chu Xiu. Should Chu Xiu falter, the very foundations of the 6 doors in Songlong could tremble. Follow my instructions. The faster he advances, the greater the threat he poses to our Gao family," Gao Chongfeng declared, his voice laced with murderous intent after a moment's silence. "Yes, I shall obey," the cloaked figure responded, his demeanor grave and respectful. After bowing, he vanished without a trace. "Ah, Chu Xiu, if only you would join our Gao family as a revered patron, how splendid it would be. Even the realm of myths would be within your grasp under our aegis, and you would truly become a legendary red badge constable. Yet, since you have chosen not to align with our Gao family, I am left with no choice but to eliminate you." Gao Chongfeng spoke ominously, shedding the polished demeanor of a noble heir. Half an hour later, in Li Family Village, Chu Xiu rode his black-scaled steed and appeared outside Li Family Village. He beheld the tranquil and harmonious scenery, where time seemed to stand still, interrupted only by the occasional crowing of roosters and the barking of dogs, a true paradise beyond the world. Dismounting, he stood at the entrance of the village. Barely had he arrived when a woman clad in red emerged at the village gate, her eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement as she gazed at Chu Xiu. She had not anticipated his swift return. She had assumed that even if he were to assist in the investigation, it would require a considerable amount of time. With the appearance of the red-clad woman, candles began to flicker to life within the village, and doors opened one by one. As the villagers of Li Family Village stepped out of their homes, in no time, hundreds of villagers had gathered behind the woman in red, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as they looked upon Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was acutely aware that the hundreds of villagers from Li Family Village were mere illusions, conjured by the lady in red. Yet, as he gazed upon their hopeful and earnest expressions, a flicker of emotion stirred within his heart. "I, Li Xinyue, pay my respects to you, my lord," the lady in red declared, kneeling before Chu Xiu with a visage full of reverence. "Greetings, my lord." The villagers of Li Family Village collectively knelt, their voices infused with profound respect. "Please, rise," he instructed. Chu Xiu waved his hand and addressed Li Xinyue and the others. "Thank you, my lord." Li Xinyue and the others bowed and slowly rose. "I have already ascertained the truth. Your village, Li family village, was not ravaged yesterday, but rather 3 years ago by the formidable Duge Ming, the master of the 7 peaks of Baishu Tiandu. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial saint, merely a step away from entering the realm of mythical beings. Moreover, his power is formidable enough to rival that of the mythical realm. His swordsmanship is exceedingly terrifying, earning him the fearsome title of the demon sword Duge Ming within the martial world. Chu Xiu gazed at Li Xinyue and the others, his voice grave as he declared, "This is not the most terrifying aspect. The most formidable threat lies in the 100-li sky-breaking mountain. The strength of the entire 100-li sky-breaking mountain is unparalleled. Its master, Bai Li Fu Tu, is a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mythical realm, with the great 4 symbols formation of the 100-li sky-breaking mountain. He possesses the power of a legendary martial arts master." Upon hearing this, a fierce hatred flickered in Li Xinyue's clear eyes as she proclaimed, "No matter how arduous the path, I shall seek vengeance. I shall remember the 100-li sky-breaking mountain. One day, I will tread upon its grounds to avenge the hundreds of souls from the Li family village. Revenge is valid. Yet you must bear in mind that without the strength of the mythical realm, or even the legendary martial arts level, do not venture into the 100-li sky-breaking mountain." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and addressed Li Xinyue. After speaking, he suddenly realized, gazing at her in disbelief, "Wait, you are a calamity. You can leave this place? Is it not true that calamities cannot depart from their birthplace?" "I am uncertain," she replied, "but I sense that as long as I wish to leave, I can indeed do so. Wherever I am, Li family village shall remain." Li Xinyue gently shook her head and spoke. As her words faded, ripples began to spread across the water. The figures of hundreds of villagers from Li family village started to vanish, and soon the entire village began to dissolve into nothingness, leaving behind only crumbling walls, dilapidated remnants, and scattered bones in the desolate village. Yet, miraculously, Li Xinyue emerged from the gates of Li family village, standing before Chu Xiu. In Chu Xiu's eyes, his pupils constricted. He pondered whether Li Xinyue's ability to depart from the place of origin implied that all natural disasters could also escape that realm. The reason these calamities had not left was not due to their inability to do so, but rather their choice to remain. If this were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be a momentous event capable of shocking the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Retrieving the small booklet entrusted to him by Chu Xiu from his sleeve, he extended it towards Li Xinyue, stating, "This contains information regarding the entire Bailey Tianduan mountain. It is a compilation I obtained from the 6 doors. Since you seek vengeance, you may peruse its contents. It provides a clear account of each chieftain's cultivation level, their areas of expertise, and the number of bandits within Bailey Tianduan mountain." He had already reviewed all the information contained within during his journey to Li family village. The document held no further significance for him. Thus, it would be more prudent to bestow it upon Li Xinyue, securing a favor in return. It would at least inform her that the massacre of the hundreds of villagers from Li family village was solely the doing of the 7th chieftain, Duge Ming, and that it bore no connection to anyone else. He wished to prevent her from wreaking havoc upon the world. "Thank you, my lord," Li Xinyue expressed her gratitude, her face alight with appreciation as she gazed at Chu Xiu before accepting the booklet. "There is no need for thanks," he replied. "You must remember that it is Duge Ming, the 7th chieftain of Bailey Tianduan mountain, who is responsible for the slaughter of the villagers. If you seek revenge, pursue Duge Ming and spare the innocent. Otherwise, you would be no different from Duge Ming himself." Chu Xiu waved his hand and, with a serious expression, addressed Li Xinyue. "If, before you have exacted your revenge, I step into the realm of myth, or even the legendary realm of martial arts, possessing the strength to avenge the hundreds of villagers from Li family village, I shall indeed seek retribution for them. For I am an official, a representative of the 6 doors." Moved to tears, Li Xinyue's eyes shimmered like pearls as she wept softly. Suddenly, she knelt before him, her gaze unwavering as she looked intently at Chu Xiu. With a gentle bite of her lip, she declared, "I beseech you, my lord, to take me in. I am willing to toil for you, to repay your kindness. Do you wish to accompany me?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Xinyue in astonishment. A calamity of such magnitude, born as a grandmaster, was to accompany him? Although Li Xinyue had previously promised that should he assist her in her investigations, she would heed his every command and serve him dutifully, Chu Xiu had never truly envisioned such a scenario. At most, he had anticipated that Li Xinyue would remember his kindness and refrain from wreaking havoc upon the world. After all, this was a natural disaster. He already had a seemingly reincarnated moon goddess in Jiang Xiaoxiao by his side, and now another calamity? Merely contemplating this felt utterly extravagant. My lord, what I spoke of earlier is indeed the truth. Though I am but a woman, I understand the weight of a gentleman's word. As difficult to retract as a team of 4 horses. You possess the heart to avenge the hundreds of villagers in Li family village. How could I possibly falter in fulfilling my promise? Should I go back on my word? Not even the spirits of the hundreds who perished in Li family village would grant me forgiveness. I beseech you, my lord, to take me in. With tears glistening in her eyes, Li Xinyue earnestly implored Chu Xiu. Very well, since you wish to accompany me, henceforth, do not call me my lord. Address me as young master. Chu Xiu remained silent for a moment, then approached Li Xinyue and gently helped her to her feet. As his hands made contact with her arms, he was astonished by the silky texture of her skin. Had he not known she was a calamity, he might have doubted the reality of the moment altogether. To the casual observer, Li Xinyue appeared utterly unremarkable, resembling a profoundly authentic human being. What astonished Chu Xiu the most was that, before she revealed her power, she seemed entirely like an ordinary person. It was only through the cultivation of the nameless breath-concealing technique bestowed by Elder Jiang that he could suppress his own aura. Li Xinyue's ability to do the same was likely a result of innate talent. However, it remained uncertain whether this was a unique gift of calamity or solely her own. Thank you, young master, Li Xinyue said. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue of pink at his touch. It was the first time she had ever felt a man's hand upon her body. Even during her wedding, she had not shared such intimacy with her husband, who had met his end at the hands of Duguming. Let us go? The day is growing late, and we must return to the 6 doors. Chu Xiu shook his head and addressed Li Xinyue. Indeed, my lord, Li Xinyue replied softly. TSK, in this desolate wilderness, a solitary man and woman clandestinely meeting. Who would have thought such a scene would be witnessed by me? Even I, an old man, cannot help but feel a stir of emotions upon seeing such an unparalleled beauty. No wonder the extraordinary talent of the 6 doors, Chu Xiu, would venture 100 miles out of the city in the dead of night for a secret rendezvous. A voice laced with both intrigue and mockery drifted from a distance. A gaunt, sinister-looking elder clad in black approached slowly, each step echoing with an immense distance. It was none other than Lei Zhonghu, the esteemed 9th-level master from the Gao family. With a subtle arch of his brow, Chu Xiu directed his gaze towards Lei Zhonghu. Li Xinyue, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, gently wiped away the tears that adorned her makeup, casting a look of disdain upon Lei Zhonghu. There was an unsettling quality to his gaze, one that seemed far from that of a virtuous man, lacking the noble essence of a gentleman. Was it Gao Changfeng who sent you? With a gaze devoid of emotion, Chu Xiu regarded Lei Zhonghu. Upon reflection, only Gao Changfeng came to mind. After all, the Gao family remained oblivious to his slaying of Gao Chang'e. Moreover, Wei Ziyuan, dispatched by Gao Changfeng to eliminate him, had already met his demise at Chu Xiu's hands. What he did not anticipate was the swiftness with which Gao Changfeng had received news of Wei Ziyuan's death. To further complicate matters, Gao had sent forth a formidable expert, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, far surpassing that of Wei Ziyuan, with the intent to extinguish his life. At my advanced age, to venture out in the dead of night to hunt you down, you ought to feel gratified. Fortunately, I find myself in the presence of an enchanting beauty, one whose allure is truly captivating. Once I have dealt with you, I shall indulge in her charms. Lei Zhonghu offered no retort to Chu Xiu's statement, instead casting a covetous and lewd glance at Li Xinyue. Young master, I harbor a strong aversion to this man, Li Xinyue softly conveyed. Had it not been for her promise to Chu Xiu not to take a life, she would have acted long ago. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly as he replied, Xinyue, my admonition against bringing calamity upon the world and taking lives was specifically aimed at sparing the innocent. This old man is clearly no virtuous character. He has come to take my life and harbors ulterior motives towards you. Such wicked individuals are fair game. Is that truly the case, my lord? Li Xinyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Chu Xiu nodded and spoke. Young master. Shall I eliminate him? Li Xinyue's gaze turned frigid, her eyes piercing as they fixed upon Lei Zhonghu. The latter's countenance darkened as he glared at both Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue, a master-level warrior, though he had slain Wei Ziyuan. A formidable figure at the third level of the Grand Master realm, paled in comparison to Lei Zhonghu, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level, mere steps away from reaching the martial saint realm. As for Li Xinyue, a frail woman unversed in martial arts, how dare she speak against him? Chu Xiu, I shall spare your life for now. However, I will shatter your limbs and, before your very eyes, ravage this foolhardy woman. I intend to make you both wish for life, yet find no escape from death, Lei Zhonghu declared, his fury palpable as he glared at Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue. Xinyue, do you possess the strength to vanquish this creature? With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu gazed at Lei Zhonghu without a hint of anger. There was no necessity for such an emotion. In his eyes, Lei Zhonghu had already become a mere specter of the past. Had he not slain numerous peak grandmasters? He found himself somewhat astonished that Li Xinyue had now attained the capability to eliminate Lei Zhonghu. The rapidity of her advancement surpassed even his expectations. It was remarkable to consider that Li Xinyue had not yet completed a single day of existence. Was the calamity of nature truly this formidable? Indeed, I should be able to vanquish him, she murmured, sensing the aura emanating from him, a presence she felt equipped to contend with. Li Xinyue nodded gently and spoke. Very well, I shall take action. However, there is no need for you to kill him, he replied. Just incapacitate him, and I shall personally deliver the final blow. Chu Xiu smiled faintly as he addressed Li Xinyue. Although killing Lei Zhonghu might not guarantee any significant rewards, there remained a possibility, and even in the absence of such, he could still acquire a substantial amount of destiny points. Indeed, my lord, Li Xinyue replied respectfully. The audacity of these individuals stirred a fierce determination within Lei Zhonghu. He was eager to witness how they intended to defeat him. Observing the seemingly casual conversation between Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue, Lei Zhonghu's fury escalated. His beard bristling with indignation, and a chilling murderous intent flickered within his darkened gaze. In a swift motion, he lunged towards Chu Xiu with a powerful strike. Li Xinyue, moving gracefully like a flash of crimson lightning, intercepted him with a strike of her own. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the air. Lei Zhonghu was sent flying by Li Xinyue's blow, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his face as pale as parchment, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. He perceived that Li Xinyue's speed had already reached a level that rivaled his own when he unleashed the full might of the heavenly demonate steps. It is crucial to note that his mastery of the heavenly demonate steps had reached a state of perfection, although he practiced only the initial volume of this technique, which did not encompass the spatial aspects of the heavenly demonate steps. His true cultivation realm remained at the master level, preventing him from fully manifesting the genuine speed and power of the technique. Nevertheless, the velocity exhibited by Li Xinyue now was more than twice as swift compared to when Chu Xiu previously sought to eliminate her. This rate of growth was indeed terrifying. Moreover, it was not solely her speed that was remarkable. Chu Xiu even felt that Li Xinyue's strength had likely reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, specifically the 9th level, which equates to the peak of the perilous tier. Chu Xiu was unaware whether Li Xinyue was born with such formidable strength. In truth, she possessed such power but had not fully mastered it at the outset. It is only now that she has genuinely come to command her own abilities. Remarkably, within the span of a single night, Li Xinyue has evolved to this extent, were it not for the fact that she has now become a companion by his side, serving as his maid. Chu Xiu was already feeling a profound headache. Young master, his strength seems rather feeble. I fear I might inadvertently end his life, Li Xinyue remarked, her delicate face displaying an expression of astonishment as she observed the nearly breathless Lei Zhonghu. Upon hearing her words, the weakened Lei Zhonghu nearly spewed blood in shock. His eyes brimmed with regret. In his earlier fury, he had refrained from unleashing his true power, fearing it might harm a beauty like Li Xinyue. As a consequence, he found himself utterly unable to match the speed of what he had initially perceived as a frail woman, and with a single strike, he was gravely injured. No matter. As long as I survive, he thought. With a faint smile, Chu Xiu subtly shifted his right foot, sending a small stone soaring towards Lei Zhonghu. Thud! The stone pierced through Lei Zhonghu's forehead, leaving a gaping wound that sealed the fate of the already gravely injured man. The high-ranking member of the Gao family, drenched in blood, met his end, granting Chu Xiu a reward of 1,600 points of destiny value. Excellent. His total destiny value increased to 2,021. Xinhua, let us depart, Chu Xiu said, satisfaction blooming in his heart as he glanced at the newly updated figure. He then approached the black-scaled horse and mounted it. Young master, Li Xinhua said shyly, her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at Chu Xiu atop the horse. Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback as he grasped Li Xinyue's shoulder, lifting her effortlessly and placing her in front of him. Sit properly. We are returning to the county town now, he commanded. Li Xinyue's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, her ears turning a vivid shade of red. Overcome with embarrassment, she lowered her gaze in silence, her body tensing and becoming somewhat rigid. Chu Xiu galloped forth on horseback, accompanied by Li Xinyue, heading towards the county town. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to elucidate Li Xinyue's presence. Within the 6 doors, there existed the legendary red-clad constable, Qin Yuxian, a figure of mythic prowess. Would Qin Yuxian discern that Li Xinyue was a calamity? And if he did, how should he justify her existence? Meanwhile, Li Xinyue appeared to be experiencing horseback riding for the first time, though she was being guided by Chu Xiu. The novelty of the experience gradually eased her initial tension, allowing her to relax. By the way, Xinyue, might you consider changing your attire? Chu Xiu gazed at Li Xinyue, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, and suddenly felt a pang of headache. One might mistakenly believe he had abducted a bride, or perhaps a natural disaster had occurred. Returning to the 6 doors would certainly complicate explanations. Is it the attire? Li Xinyue paused, her eyes falling upon the vibrant red gown she wore, her delicate face flushing once more. With a flicker of thought, the wedding gown transformed before his eyes, shifting from a brilliant red to an elegant black dress. Indeed, this was the desired effect. Upon witnessing Li Xinyue's attire transform into a black dress, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "Do you favor this style, my lady? Henceforth, I shall don such garments." Li Xinyue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, murmured softly in response. Chu Xiu cleared his throat, choosing to remain silent. It must be said, the sight of Li Xinyue in that black dress indeed exuded a unique charm. Coupled with her status as a calamity and a bride, it was all the more tantalizing. After a brief respite, during which Chu Xiu had urged the black-scaled horse to its utmost speed, he returned to the 6 doors in but a single tea's duration. "Greetings, sir." The 2 constables stationed at the entrance of the 6 doors stood momentarily stunned upon seeing Chu Xiu return, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in black. They hastily bowed in respect. It was noteworthy that Chu Xiu had only just returned a short while ago, changed into the golden insignia of the chief constable, and then departed again. Within less than an hour, he had brought back such a stunning beauty. "Sir Chu, where are you heading on this fine evening? And what business brings you out?" No need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand and addressed the 2 constables. "Thank you, gentlemen." The 2 constables replied respectfully. "It is our honor. Please allow us to escort this black-scaled steed back to the stable." Chu Xiu embraced Li Xinyue and gently shifted, descending from the back of the black-scaled horse to the ground. Releasing her, he addressed a constable. "Understood," replied the constable, taking hold of the reins of the black-scaled horse and making his way towards the 6 doors. "Xinyue, let us proceed inside." Chu Xiu turned to Li Xinyue and uttered a phrase before proceeding into the 6 doors. "Indeed, young master," Li Xinyue replied with a demeanor of compliance, trailing closely behind him into the 6 doors. Her heart brimmed with curiosity regarding this enigmatic place. During their journey to the 6 doors, Chu Xiu had briefly acquainted Li Xinyue with the nature and functions of this institution, and he did not neglect to mention the presence of his maidservant, Jiang Xiaoxiao, by his side. Before long, Chu Xiu brought Li Xinyue to his courtyard. Jiang Xiaoxiao was seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Chu Xiu's return. "Young master, you have returned?" Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter the courtyard, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face lit up with delight as she gracefully rose and approached him. "Yes, I have returned." A gentle smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. "My dear, who might this be?" Jiang Xiaoxiao regarded Li Xinyue with a hint of confusion in her eyes, inquiring with perplexity. "This is indeed my little sister, is it not? I am Li Xinyue, just like you, a maidservant to our esteemed master." With that, Li Xinyue approached Jiang Xiaoxiao, taking her small hand in hers and speaking softly. Sister Xinyue. You may simply call me Xiao Xiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression turned slightly awkward. Unaccustomed to Li Xinyue's affectionate demeanor, she murmured shyly, Xiao Xiao, like you, Xinyue is also a pitiable soul. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao, stating, Thus, I have brought her back. Ah, exclaimed Sister Xinyue. I never expected that you and I share a similar plight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao immediately cast a sympathetic glance at Li Xinyue, feeling a profound sense of camaraderie born from shared suffering, and she tightly clasped both of Li Xinyue's hands. She mistakenly believed that Li Xinyue, like herself, had been victimized by malevolent forces, left without family, and subsequently rescued by Chu Xiu. Xiao Xiao, Li Xinyue reciprocated, holding Jiang Xiaoxiao's hands with equal fervor, as both felt an unspoken bond of empathy. In truth, upon closer examination, there were indeed some parallels between their experiences. However, the reality was that Li Xinyue's loss extended beyond her family. Her entire village, comprising hundreds of souls, had been annihilated. She had transcended the realm of humanity, transforming into a most peculiar and terrifying calamity amidst the supernatural. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu relayed to Jiang Xiaoxiao the news he had uncovered regarding the burial of her parents. Upon hearing this revelation, tears glistened in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Li Xinyue gently offered her words of comfort. At that very moment, deep within the 6 doors, the door to his study creaked open. The chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yuxian, emerged with a look of astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, A natural disaster? And it has manifested within our 6 doors? Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. In a swift motion, Qin Yuxian appeared in Chu Xiu's courtyard, his face etched with seriousness as he surveyed the surroundings. He had just sensed the aura of a natural disaster within the 6 doors, which left him utterly shaken. After all, in his recollections, a natural disaster was not something that could move. The presence of such a phenomenon within their domain raised the unsettling question, could it truly be mobile? As the chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yuxian possessed the authority to traverse any corner of the establishment at will. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he performed a respectful gesture towards Chu Xiu's courtyard and spoke. The formation of this courtyard, naturally, could not impede him. However, he refrained from storming in directly, as a gesture of respect towards the calamity, for he was uncertain whether this calamity was a foe or a friend. Even if he perceived this calamity as exceedingly feeble, the very term calamity carried significant weight. With the passage of time, Li Xinyue could gradually grow stronger, and ultimately, it was not inconceivable for her to step into the realm of myth, or even the legendary domain of martial arts. Lord Qin, the trio of Chu Xiu, who were present in the courtyard, paused momentarily upon hearing Qin Yu's words. Let us proceed outside to meet the chief constable. With a slight arch of his brows, Chu Xiu discerned that it was likely Li Xinyue's presence that Qin Yuxian had sensed first. He addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, inwardly astonished by the fact that Li Xinyue had completely concealed her aura, yet it was still detected by Qin Yuxian. Truly, he was worthy of being the chief inspector of the 6 gates of Songlong Prefecture. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue nodded in acknowledgement. As Chu Xiu approached the entrance of the courtyard, a thought crossed his mind, causing the array that enveloped the yard to vanish without a trace. He immediately beheld Qin Yuxian standing outside the courtyard, handsome in countenance, radiant in spirit, with an air of heroism about him, appearing to be in his mid-40s. He possessed a tall stature and an extraordinary presence. With a respectful gesture, he greeted, Captain Chu Xiu, I pay my respects to the chief captain. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue also bowed in unison behind Chu Xiu, offering their respects. There is no need for such formalities, Qin Yuxian replied, his expression softening as he observed the trio's demeanor. With a look of admiration, he continued, I am aware of you, Chu Xiu. Both old Jiang and old Zhao speak highly of you, believing you to be the most outstanding prodigy in the history of our Songlong Prefecture's 6 doors, perhaps even surpassing the esteemed Nangong Push. His gaze lingered on Li Xinyue, who seemed to regard Chu Xiu with utmost reverence, accompanying him in paying respects. Over the past few days, Chu Xiu had vanquished numerous demons, including the elusive and formidable Gluttony. The notion that he might be in league with such malevolent forces was utterly implausible to Qin Yuxian. The chief captain is too kind, Chu Xiu acknowledged, having comprehended the chief captain's intentions. Please, chief captain, proceed. Chu Xiu smiled gently and extended his hand to invite Qin Yu to enter. Very well, let us converse inside. Chu Xiu nodded and strode confidently into the courtyard. With a flicker of thought, Chu Xiu reactivated the formation, enveloping the entire courtyard within its confines. Chu Xiu led Chu Xiu into the courtyard and kindly invited her to take a seat on a stone bench before the stone table. Who is she? After settling down, Chu Xiu eagerly gazed at Li Xinyue and inquired of Chu Xiu, Chief Constable, have you ever heard of Li family village? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring of Qin Yuxian. Is it the Li family village that was massacred by the demon sword Dugaming 3 years ago? Qin Yuxian's expression shifted slightly, and his gaze sharpened. Clearly, as the chief captain of the Six Gates, he possessed a vivid recollection of the tragic events that transpired in Li family village 3 years prior. Indeed, it is the very Li family village that fell victim to Dugaming's slaughter 3 years ago. Chu Xiu nodded and said, her name is Li Xinyue, hailing from Li family village. No wonder, no wonder. Qin Yuxian remained silent for a long while, his face reflecting deep emotion as he finally spoke. I understand now. After this revelation, he turned his gaze towards Li Xinyue and added, from now on, you may reside within our 6 gates. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in avenging the people of Li family village. Thank you, Chief Constable, Li Xinyue replied, her heart moved by his words. There is no need for such gratitude. It is our duty in the 6 gates, Qin Yuxian responded, waving his hand dismissively, yet looked at her with sincere eyes. I came today not only to learn about your origins, but also to pose a question that I hope you can answer. Please, Chief Constable, go ahead, Li Xinyue said, glancing at Chu Xiu, who nodded in encouragement. Is it true that calamities can leave their place of origin, or is it merely the case for you? Qin Yuxian's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Li Xinyue. This question was indeed posed to me by the young master as well. I have only just come into existence today. I do not know if it is only I who can do so, or if all calamities possess this ability. Li Xinyue hesitated before addressing Qin Yuxian again. On the way back to the 6 gates, Chu Xiu had already shared with her some peculiarities regarding calamities. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yuxian furrowed his brow. Chief Constable, Li Xinyue speaks the truth. She genuinely does not know the nature of the situation. In my humble opinion, we should observe all calamities within our Songlong County to ascertain whether they can indeed depart from their birthplace, or if they are bound to remain there. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Qin Yuxian, saying, I have faith in her words. It is precisely for this reason that the situation has become even more troublesome. Qin Yuxian sighed and replied. Chu Xiu nodded lightly, remaining silent. Very well. I have grasped the situation. I shall not intrude any further. Chu Xiu, since Li Xinyue is willing to accompany you, allow her to remain by your side. Qin Yu spoke as he slowly rose. A calamity like Li Xinyue, capable of departing from her birthplace and appearing anywhere, is undoubtedly exceedingly perilous. Given that Li Xinyue harbors affection for Chu Xiu and is willing to follow him, this is indeed the most favorable outcome. Staying within the 6 doors will also enhance Li Xinyue's goodwill towards humanity, preventing any potential disaster. Chu Xiu understood and bid farewell to the chief hunter. Chu Xiu stood tall and addressed Qin Yuxian. No need. Qin Yuxian shook his head and stepped forward, vanishing into the courtyard. Witnessing Qin Yuxian's departure, the inquisitive Jiang Xiaoxiao turned to Li Xinyue with a look of curiosity, asking, Sister Xinyue, are you a calamity? What does that even mean? Li Xinyue took Jiang Xiaoxiao aside and quietly began to explain. Even recounting the tragic events where the village of the Li family fell victim to the ruthless massacre led by the notorious Dugaming, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of innocent villagers, without omitting any details. Despicable, Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face contorted with anger. This man is truly vile. The entire 100-li sky-breaking mountain that harbors Dugaming is filled with wickedness. Sister Xinyue, once I have honed my skills, I will surely avenge you and eradicate the entire 100-li sky-breaking mountain. With her small fists raised in indignation, Jiang Xiaoxiao declared fiercely, her determination palpable. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and casually tossed a blazing sun pill into his mouth as he departed the courtyard, making his way toward the arsenal of the 6 gates. At this moment, he consumed blazing sun pills almost incessantly. For him, they had become akin to mere candy. With the voracious appetite of a glutton, his innate true energy surged and intensified with every passing moment. In less than no time, upon arriving at the armory of the 6 doors, Chu Xiu was met with a look of astonishment from Elder Jiang, who exclaimed, Young Chu, Have you become the head constable of the Golden Badge? To which Chu Xiu humbly replied, it was merely by fortune. With a humble demeanor, Chu Xiu remarked, go on, you rascal. Have you come here once more in the evening to select martial arts? Elder Jiang rolled his eyes, utterly unconvinced by Chu Xiu's nonsense. Elder Jiang is indeed wise. Chu Xiu complimented Elder Jiang, saying, are you still contemplating the selection of martial arts? Elder Jiang furrowed his brow, gazing at Chu Xiu with an expression of exasperation. This is the second time. The last occasion, Chu Xiu acquired the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, the heavenly demonate steps, and the heaven-cutting 7 blades, only to return and select a set of 6 paths reincarnation fist. And now he comes again. Is he truly unafraid of the perils of overindulgence? Chu Xiu responded, this time, I intend to select several exceptional skills, perhaps even top-tier techniques in the art of swordsmanship. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu spoke, within the 6 doors. Acquiring a profound martial art requires merely 100 merit points, while a pinnacle martial art demands only 1,000 merit points. The cost-effectiveness is exceedingly high. You intend to comprehend varying sword intents through the profound or pinnacle-level sword techniques, preparing for the 7 swords of Heaven's interception in the future, am I correct? Zhang Lao's expression shifted, astonishment etched upon his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired. As the custodian of the 6 doors arsenal, he was acutely aware that the 7 swords of Heaven's interception necessitated the understanding of 7 true intents, ultimately requiring mastery to the level of laws. Only then could the true power of the 7 swords be unleashed. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, having chosen the 7 blades of the heavens, I must naturally prepare for what lies ahead. Go now and select the martial arts you desire on the 2nd floor. Once you have made your choice, return and inform me. Elder Jiang cast a profound glance at Chu Xiu and spoke. Were it anyone else making such statements, merely at the master realm, contemplating the subsequent matters of the 7 blades of the heavens would certainly be deemed a waste of time. Yet, in the case of a peerless genius like Chu Xiu, he genuinely believed it was within the realm of possibility. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in greeting to Elder Jiang and proceeded toward the 2nd floor of the armory. What a freak! Elder Jiang could not help but voice his thoughts as he watched Chu Xiu vanish into the upper level of the armory. It is important to note that only those who have attained the martial saint realm begin to comprehend the power of intent. Moreover, once one has grasped a particular intent to 30%, they can, by means of that intent, step into the realm of myth. Chu Xiu commenced his preparations at such an early hour. Could it be that he aspires to comprehend the 7 intents of the blade, embodying 7 realms of power, while still in the master or grandmaster stage? Confronted with a prodigy like Chu Xiu, even Elder Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ascending to the 2nd floor of the armory, Chu Xiu made a beeline for the martial arts section. After a considerable time, Chu Xiu departed from the 2nd floor of the armory, clutching 6 martial arts manuals, and approached Elder Jiang. He spoke, Elder Jiang, these are the 6 martial arts I have selected: the tying blade technique, the 5 elements blade technique, the annihilation blade technique, the slaughter blade technique, the Qian Kuan blade technique, and the thunder blade technique. Each of these is merely an ordinary level of mastery. However, each corresponds to extraordinary true meanings: the true meaning of tying, the true meaning of the 5 elements, the true meaning of annihilation, the true meaning of slaughter, the true meaning of Qian Kuan, and the true meaning of thunder. If combined with the pure yang blade technique you have previously mastered, and should one succeed in condensing the true meaning of pure yang, it would culminate in 7 distinct true meanings. Elder Jiang gazed at the titles of the manuals, his expression one of profound astonishment. You intend to merge these 7 true meanings to forge the 7 blades of heaven, don't you? Chu Xiu smiled gently, remaining silent. He had no intention of merging the profound meanings within the 7 cuts of heaven. Instead, he opted for the lunar blade technique. Having comprehended the true meaning of the moon, and he aimed to fuse it with the pure yang true meaning, thus creating the yin yang true meaning. Yin and yang. The 5 elements, destruction, slaughter, the cosmos, and thunder, each represents the zenith of the loss. Furthermore, should he, in the future, grasp the true meaning of reincarnation through the 6-path reincarnation fist, he would possess precisely 7 supreme, true meanings. With these 7 premier, true meanings as his foundation, upon comprehending the laws, his 7 cuts of heaven would undoubtedly become extraordinarily formidable. even among those who have integrated the 7 true meanings into their 7 cuts of heaven. There exists a disparity in power. If he were to practice, he would strive to master the most potent form of the 7 cuts of heaven. In contrast, for others, even if they were to cultivate the 7 cuts of heaven, they would at most integrate the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, or the elements of light and darkness, or the fusion of both lunar and pure yang energies. Simply merging in such a manner would already yield immense power. Yet you, my young friend, have chosen the most arduous and formidable path. Elder Jiang gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and remarked, such ambition is monumental. Do others not aspire to this? It is not that they lack desire, but that they are unable. Merely grasping any single true meaning from the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, is no simple feat. Let alone the 5-element true meaning derived from their fusion. Elder Jiang, as martial artists, we must be bold and relentless, pursuing the strongest path. Chu Xiu spoke with an expression of calmness, saying, I sincerely hope you can truly embark on this path to greatness. Please wait here for a moment. I shall retrieve these 6 martial arts for you. Upon hearing this, old Jiang cast a profound glance at Chu Xiu, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the spot. Chu Xiu nodded, standing patiently as he awaited Elder Jiang's return. Before long, Elder Jiang materialized before him, his sleeves sweeping gracefully as a series of jade slips cascaded onto the table. Here you are, young Chu. These are the 6 martial arts you requested. Now, please present your token. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and presented the golden badge of the captain to Elder Jiang. Receiving the token, Elder Jiang brushed it against the black jade stone, deducting 600 merit points, before returning it to him, saying, All right, young Chu, you may now take your leave. Chu Xiu stored away the 6 jade slips, respectfully clasped his hands before Elder Jiang, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, he pressed each of the 6 slips to his forehead. Instantly, his mind was flooded with the complete teachings of the Tying Blade Technique, the 5 Elements Blade Technique, the Annihilation Blade Technique, the Slaughter Blade Technique, the Qian Kuan Blade Technique, and the Thunder Blade Technique. In truth, the pure Yang Blade Technique of the 6 Gates was on par with these 6 martial arts, all belonging to the realm of extraordinary techniques, not mere foundational martial arts found on the first floor of the 6 Gates treasury. With the enhancement of unparalleled wisdom and the title of a genius in blade techniques, countless insights into these 6 forms of blade arts blossomed within his mind. At the Gao residence, a cloaked figure once again arrived at the entrance of Gao Chongfeng's courtyard, wearing a respectful expression as he reported, I implore you, young Master Chongfeng, I have urgent matters to discuss. The study door creaked open, and Gao Chongfeng emerged, exuding a cultured demeanor as he inquired, What is it? Young Master Chongfeng, Chu Xiu has ventured out of the city once more tonight. Elder Lei secretly followed him through a hidden passage. However, the cloaked figure hesitated, lowering his head to continue. Elder Lei is dead. Chu Xiu returned alive to the 6 Gates. What did you say? Gao Chongfeng's expression changed drastically, revealing shock and disbelief. Elder Lei was slain by Chu Xiu? Indeed. It is absolutely true. We have confirmed this, the cloaked figure replied gravely. Very well, I have been informed of this matter. You may leave now. Gao Chongfeng remained silent for a long moment, his mind tumultuous, his countenance shifting constantly. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed in the alarming pace of Chu Xiu's growth, which exceeded all expectations. For a mere copper badge enforcer, to ascend swiftly to the status of a silver badge enforcer was already astonishing. Yet, he had rapidly attained the rank of gold badge enforcer. And now he had even dispatched a peak 9th layer grandmaster tasked with eliminating him. If given more time, would he not become a match for Gao Chongfeng himself? Would the entire Gao clan find it exceedingly difficult, perhaps even costly, to eradicate Chu Xiu? At this thought, Gao Chongfeng felt a chill run down his spine, sweat beading upon his forehead. This could not continue. Either they must act decisively, or they must suppress him with overwhelming force. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he moved and vanished from sight. In an instant, Gao Chongfeng arrived outside a secluded courtyard deep within the Gao residence. He clasped his hands and declared, Gao Chongfeng pays his respects to second uncle. Chongfeng, what brings you here? The second elder of the Gao family, Gao Jinyu, seemingly appeared out of thin air, smiling as he regarded him. Gao Chongfeng was not merely a prodigy among the younger generation, he was also the grandson of the esteemed elder Gao Jinxiao, whose stature rivaled that of the family head, Gao Zhantian. However, with Elder Gao Jinxiao currently in seclusion, the family's affairs fell largely under the purview of Elder Gao Jinyu. Second uncle, I have made a grave mistake. I underestimated an individual. Gao Chanfeng spoke with a face full of remorse. Chanfeng, tell me what transpired and perhaps I can assist you. Gao Jinyu gestured. Gao Chanfeng recounted how he had attempted to recruit Chu Xiu, only to be rejected, and then sent others to eliminate him, resulting in consecutive failures. Gao Jinyu's expression grew exceedingly serious, and he spoke with a heavy tone. Chanfeng, you have indeed erred this time, and gravely so. I acknowledge my mistake, Gao Chanfeng replied, filled with guilt. Our Gao family never embarks on ventures without certainty. From the moment Wei Ziyuan failed, you should have refrained from allowing Elder Lei Zhonghu, a ninth-layer grandmaster, to act. Instead, you should have informed me, allowing me to dispatch a martial saint-level expert to subdue him. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Only in this manner can we ensure no future troubles arise. Do you understand my meaning? Gao Jinyu looked at Gao Chanfeng with earnestness. Yes, second uncle, I understand. Gao Chanfeng replied softly. This is the first point, and only if we must act. In reality, our Gao family has never taken matters into our own hands. Do you know why? Gao Jinyu said with a calm demeanor. Gao Chanfeng paused, responding, because our Gao family has hidden hands. Even if they fail, the repercussions do not fall upon us. After speaking, Gao Chanfeng's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, why had he acted personally? He first sent Wei Ziyuan, then Lei Zhonghu to deal with Chu Xiu when he had no need to intervene directly. He had let his frustration over Chu Xiu's rejection cloud his judgment. Let this matter rest here, Gao Jinyu said with a satisfied expression, waving his hand. Second uncle, are we not to take further action? Gao Chanfeng frowned, unwilling to relent. Having come this far, halting is not an option. We shall not act directly. We will allow the Jiang family to handle this. Otherwise, why would we have supported them? Gao Jinyu stated matter-of-factly. Thank you, second uncle. Gao Chanfeng expressed his gratitude. Those who err must face consequences. This is our Gao family's code. Even you are no exception. Henceforth, you shall remain at home for a month in seclusion. It is time you stepped into the martial saint realm. Only then will your power truly grow. Do you understand my intentions? Gao Jinyu regarded Gao Chanfeng with depth. Yes, second uncle, Gao Chanfeng said solemnly, his expression full of respect. He understood the transformation Gao Jinyu referred to was not merely about entering the martial saint realm. It signified a true metamorphosis. Go now, and return once you have entered the martial saint realm. Gao Jinyu waved his hand dismissively. Understood. I take my leave. Gao Chanfeng bowed and exited. If the renowned enforcer, who embodies the pure young blade intent, refrained from intervening, who could have possibly slain the long river? Within the entire 6 gates, the only one capable of grasping the pure young blade intent was none other than Nagong Push. Chanfeng could not possibly act against him. Could it truly be the doing of the South Palace envoy? After Gao Chanfeng departed, Gao Jinyu gazed towards the direction of the 6 doors. His brow furrowed as he pondered, yet the South Palace envoy is elusive. Even the 6 doors are unaware of her whereabouts. Could it be that there exists another hidden prodigy within the 6 doors? Or perhaps it was the renowned Qingyi constable who acted. To comprehend the essence of the blade before reaching the martial sage realm is no ordinary feat, even the most exceptional talent of the Gao family's younger generation. Gao Chanfeng has yet to grasp the meaning of the blade. In the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture, only the South Palace envoy holds such distinction. As for individuals like Chu Xiu, Gao Jinyu had never entertained the thought. His cultivation level is simply too inadequate. Even the most extraordinary genius could not possibly comprehend the essence of the blade at this moment. At this very moment. Within the opulent and lavish estate of the Shui residence, a middle-aged man clad in black entered the depths of the manor, bowing respectfully, Master. The matter in Qingyan County has failed. Failed? A dignified elder, exuding an aura of authority from years of high status, emerged from the courtyard, his expression calm. The silver medal constable, Chu Xiu, single-handedly quelled the situation in Qingyan County. With this achievement, he has ascended from silver medal constable to gold medal constable. The man in black cautiously inquired, Master, shall we send someone to eliminate this individual? What purpose would it serve to eliminate him? Merely the death of a minor character. Inconsequential, the elder replied, shaking his head. Dispatch a message. For now, do not act. The Gao family will soon make their move. They cannot endure for much longer. What does the master imply? The man in black felt a chill run down his spine as he questioned the elder. Regardless of whether the Gao family's ancestor can break through to the realm of martial legends, the Gao family will take action. The elder stated flatly. If the Gao family's ancestor successfully breaks through, This prefecture will fall entirely under the Gao family's control, and even the 6 doors will be powerless to resist. Should the Gao family's ancestor fail, then they too will act, and the 6 doors will not spare the Gao family. Now, they are all waiting. None dare to act rashly. After a moment, a hint of a smile graced the elder's face as he remarked, regardless of who prevails. It will be a joyous occasion for our Black Lotus sect. Should the Gao family claim the prefecture, we will seize several counties. Even the Gao family would hesitate to offend us, and these counties hold tremendous benefit for our sect. I understand now. The man in black replied with a look of enlightenment. The elder remained silent, hands clasped behind his back. The man in black bowed and withdrew. The 6 doors. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his cheeks. At the same time, he comprehended the 6 styles of swordsmanship. However, these 6 techniques were of modest rank, merely ordinary exceptional skills. With his unparalleled intellect and the title of a prodigy in the art of the blade, he astonishingly attained perfection in all 6 styles. Yet, achieving mastery in the techniques was not the ultimate challenge. The true difficulty lay in grasping the essence of the sword. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. Previously, he had comprehended the essence of the pure Yang sword technique, a feat made possible by the enhancement of the 9 Yang sacred body, which facilitated his understanding with remarkable ease. Now, devoid of the augmentation provided by the 9 Yang sacred body, he must rely solely on his own intellect to gradually delve into the intricacies of the art. Earlier, he not only explored the 6 styles of swordsmanship but also attained a modest mastery of the concealment technique, allowing him to further perfect the concealment of his vital energy. As time was growing late, it was indeed time for him to retire for the night. Chu Xiu tossed a blazing sun pill into his mouth and made his way towards a room within the courtyard. Li Xinyue and Jiang Xiaoxiao had long since retired for the night. The following morning, at dawn, as Chu Xiu emerged from his chamber, he beheld Chu Xiu standing outside his courtyard, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. With a mere thought, the protective formation enveloping the courtyard dissipated. "What brings you here, Brother Qi?" he inquired. "Brother Chu, I have come to seek your company. There exists a task that promises substantial merit yet poses minimal risk. Would you care to accept it? I made my way to you immediately upon its registration. Indeed, how loyal of me." Chu Xiu chuckled, approaching Chu Xiu and casually draping his arm over his shoulder. "What task is it?" With an air of curiosity, Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired. The rapid depletion of his merit points had indeed prompted him to seek ways to earn more. "Exploration mission," he stated. "You are aware of the Songlong River, are you not?" Chu Xiu responded with a faint smile, directing his gaze towards Chu Xiu. "Of course, I am aware." With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu remarked. "The reason why Songlong County is named as such is due to the grand river that flows through it, the Songlong River. This majestic river, with its relentless currents, traverses a substantial portion of Qingzhou's county towns, extending all the way to the capital city of Qizhou. Consequently, the waterways of Songlong County flourish remarkably. This prosperity has given rise to a multitude of splendid pleasure boats along the banks of the Songlong River, inhabited by countless enchanting women. Every night, this place transforms into the most vibrant and bustling area within the entire Songlong County." "Hee, Brother Chu, are you envisioning the banks of the Songlong River?" Chu Xiu chuckled, winking at Chu Xiu, and continued, "I have been quite loyal to you, haven't I? The very place you intend to investigate is none other than the banks of the Songlong River. You can enjoy the melodies while gathering information. It's simply perfect." "The banks of the Songlong River?" With a slight arch of his brows, Chu Xiu inquired, "Could it be that demons have emerged in this place?" "Indeed, Brother Chu. Your insight is remarkable," came the reply. "Recently, our informants from the 6 gates have reported that several young gentlemen who visited the banks of the Songlong River have exhibited a noticeable change in their vitality and spirit, as if their essence has been siphoned away. Furthermore, the number of those affected is not trivial, but rather significant." Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he responded. "It is highly probable that a demon lurks along the Songlong River, utilizing pleasure boats as a guise to absorb essence. The most likely culprits are the Fox clan among the demons. Do we have any suspects?" Chu Xiu furrowed his brows and inquired of Chu Xiu. "No. If there were any suspects, we wouldn't have accumulated so many merit points. This time, it is merely an exploratory mission. Yet it offers a reward of 500,000 merit points. This is precisely due to the profound concealment of these demons." Chu Xiu shook his head and remarked, "Brother Chu, should you uncover anything, refrain from alarming the enemy unless you possess absolute certainty. Our 6 doors will dispatch true experts to the banks of the Songlong River to vanquish the demons." "Very well, I shall take on this mission." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed Chu Xiu. However, he desired not merely 50,000 merit points, but sought even more. Very well, I shall assist Brother Chu in undertaking this task, Chu Xiu said, waving his hand at Chu Xiu before turning to depart. As soon as Chu Xiu's thoughts stirred, the formation reactivated, enveloping the entire courtyard. Young master, you are awake. Hurry and freshen up. We shall soon partake in breakfast, Jiang Xiao called out, peeking her head from the kitchen towards Chu Xiu. All right. Chu Xiu nodded and proceeded to wash up. When he emerged, he beheld Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue carrying an array of dishes from the kitchen, arranging them on the stone table in the courtyard. Xiao, are you certain we should indulge in such nourishing fare so early in the morning? Chu Xiu gazed at the array of dishes on the table with an expression of peculiar intrigue. Ginseng chicken soup, braised pork knuckle, red braised ribs of an unknown variety, steamed fish, and vegetables reminiscent of plain boiled cabbage. All of these dishes exuded an extraordinarily rich energy. Indeed, Master had asserted that martial artists need not indulge in lavish feasts, for such austerity would expedite their cultivation. Jiang Xiao nodded gently, pointing out each dish to introduce them to Chu Xiu. This ginseng is a century-old specimen, and the chicken used for the broth is a 9-feathered golden pheasant. This pork knuckle comes from a 7-colored deer, complete with its antler velvet. As for the red braised ribs, they are sourced from the iron-horned rhinoceros. Chu Xiu fell silent. All of this was indeed the flesh and blood of demons. It was undeniably a potent tonic. Master Jiang truly bestowed great favors upon his sole disciple, Jiang Xiao. He felt as though he was basking in her glory. Yet, a look of doubt crossed Chu Xiu's face as he inquired, Xiao, do you know how to handle this demon flesh? Or is it Xinyue who manages the preparation? The master mentioned that it was purchased from the Wanbao Pavilion, and it has already been processed, ready for cooking, Jiang Xiao replied softly. Ah, I see. Well then, let us partake in this breakfast together. A look of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face as he addressed Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue. He felt a connection with Jiang Xiao. Yet he remained uncertain whether Li Xinyue, a calamity in her own right, would also be agreeable. Yes, Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue nodded gently, making their way to the stone table where they sat together. Young master, do give this dish a try. It was prepared by Sister Xinyue, who is exceptionally skilled in the culinary arts, far surpassing my own abilities. Most of these dishes are crafted by Sister Xinyue, and I merely assisted her, Jiang Xiao remarked, gesturing towards the braised pork knuckle as she spoke to Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue observed Chu Xiu with a look of anxiety, as if she were concerned that her cooking might not please his palate. Very well, came his response. Chu Xiu picked up his chopsticks and tore off a generous piece of meat from the large pork knuckle, placing it into his mouth. At that moment, his taste buds exploded with delight, granting him the sensation of savoring an exquisite delicacy for the very first time. Once he finished, his insatiable appetite swiftly absorbed the energy contained within the meat, gradually enhancing his physical form. Delicious. The flavor rivaled that of the master chefs at Wanbao restaurant. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. If you enjoy it, my lord, do indulge further, Li Xinyue replied with a gentle smile, her expression blooming like a garden in full blossom, illuminating the entire courtyard. Very well, he replied. Chu Xiu responded with a sound of agreement and swiftly began to relish the meal before him. Jiang Xiao exchanged a knowing smile with Li Xinyue, both delighted to see Chu Xiu so fond of the dishes they had prepared. The two women leisurely picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. After a cup of tea had passed, Chu Xiu set down his chopsticks, gazing at the sun as it gradually ascended in the sky. He turned to Li Xinyue and inquired, Xinyue, do you perceive anything? After all, the last time he beheld her was during the twilight hours. He pondered whether the brilliance of the midday sun would affect her in any way. Perceive? Li Xinyue paused, a flicker of bewilderment illuminating her clear eyes as she responded. Are you referring to the emergence of daylight? I seem to feel nothing at all. It is as though I am unchanged. I sleep and eat just as before. Were it not for the power coursing through me, I would scarcely believe that everything has transformed. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu fell into deep contemplation. He was uncertain whether other natural disasters were akin to Li Xinyue. However, he sensed that Li Xinyue was distinctly extraordinary, likely an exceptionally unique entity amidst the calamities. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed there was no harm in this. He gradually rose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, it is most preferable to feel nothing at all. This way, you can continue to live as you did before, merely in a different environment. Once we have amassed sufficient strength, we shall utterly flatten the Li Tian Duan mountain and avenge the innocent citizens of Li family village. Yes, my lord. I shall heed your words, Li Xinyue responded softly. Very well, I have had my fill. I shall retreat to my study to contemplate the sword techniques. You may continue your meal at your leisure. Chu Xiu spoke to Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue before making his way towards the study in the courtyard. The pure yang blade intent should not be invoked lightly, as it could easily attract the attention of the Gao family. He aimed to comprehend a form of blade intent with his unparalleled intellect in the shortest possible time. Time flowed like a swift river, fleeting in an instant. Before he knew it, dusk had descended. A low hum resonated through the heavens and earth. An overwhelmingly terrifying blade intent erupted from Chu Xiu's study. This blade intent seemed to be imbued with an inexhaustible will to kill. The murderous aura intensified, transforming the entire courtyard into a crimson realm, coalescing into a world of slaughter. Fortunately, the concealment of the formation masked this phenomenon. Otherwise, Chu Xiu's newfound comprehension of the murderous blade intent would have surely astonished the entire six doors. Although Chu Xiu had been promoted from silver badge captain to gold badge captain, a master-level gold badge captain was already incredibly formidable. Should he further grasp the blade intent, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. After all, typically, it requires a martial saint to comprehend such intent. Those who can grasp the blade intent at the Grandmaster level are undoubtedly among the most exceptional prodigies. Young Master has comprehended the blade intent. Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Xiu's study, springing up in excitement. Li Xinyue also rose gracefully, a glimmer of joy illuminating her clear eyes. As Chu Xiu immersed himself in the study to contemplate the art of the sword, nearly a day had elapsed. They dared not intrude or summon him for lunch. Now, having observed Chu Xiu grasping the essence of sword intent, they surmised that he would soon emerge. Indeed, after a brief interlude, the aura of sword intent vanished without a trace. Creaking softly, the door to the study opened slowly. Chu Xiu stepped out of the study with the grace and poise of a dragon traversing the heavens. Young Master, you have been meditating on the sword techniques for an entire day. Are you not hungry? Jiang Xiaoxiao gracefully approached him, her movements as delicate as a lotus. Li Xinyue, with light steps, reached Chu Xiu and softly remarked, Young Master, we dared not disturb your contemplation. The lunch is prepared and kept warm. If you are feeling peckish, we can warm the dishes for you now. There is still ample time, he replied. I shall dine before venturing out. Chu Xiu smiled gently and addressed the two young women, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Are you heading out, my lord? Allow me to prepare a warm meal for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao hurried towards the kitchen. I shall accompany you. Li Xinyue quickly followed suit, joining Jiang Xiaoxiao in the kitchen. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu approached the stone table and gradually took a seat. The comforting sensation of a meal prepared and awaiting his enjoyment was quite delightful. He had spent the day delving into the intricacies of sword techniques. However, perhaps due to the recent surge in bloodshed, whether against demons, their human accomplices, or disciples of the Black Lotus sect, his comprehension of the art of killing had deepened significantly. He had transcended the pinnacle of his mastery in the art of slaughter and had grasped the essence of the killing blade intent. Furthermore, this was not merely an elementary understanding. He had advanced even further, achieving the first realm of blade intent. In addition to this, Chu Xiu sensed that he was perilously close to comprehending the destruction blade intent. After all, the concepts of killing and destruction are intrinsically linked. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the Tying blade intent, the five elements blade intent, the Qian Kuan blade intent, and the Thunder blade intent. Nonetheless, he felt immense satisfaction in having attained the first realm of the killing blade intent in just one day. The extraordinary wisdom encapsulated in the purple descriptor, combined with the blue descriptor of a swordsmanship prodigy, was no mere arithmetic of 1 + 1 equating to 2. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as an unparalleled swordsman, although he had yet to fully blossom into his potential. Before long, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue emerged from the kitchen, each carrying large bowls filled with an array of dishes, which they arranged across the table. Indeed, these were bowls, as each dish was crafted from rare medicinal herbs and the flesh of demons, resulting in substantial portions. Young Master, please eat. We have already dined. Jiang Xiaoxiao said to Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue nodded gently, standing by and observing him. Very well, I shall partake, he replied. Chu Xiu picked up his chopsticks and began to feast with great delight, consuming dishes crafted from precious medicinal herbs and the flesh of demons. His physical form was steadily fortified with each passing moment. After the course of a single tea, every dish upon the table had been thoroughly devoured by Chu Xiu, leaving not even the remnants of the medicinal herbs untouched, all consumed to the last morsel. Chu Xiu set down his chopsticks and, with a contented expression, remarked, I am quite full now. Xiao Xiao, you and Xin, you should remain at home to diligently cultivate your skills. Do not venture outside. I have a mission that requires my attention. Yes, young master. I will certainly devote myself to my training. I will not hold you back, Jiang Xiaoxia declared earnestly, waving her delicate little fist. Li Xian nodded gently, remaining silent. She, however, did not require cultivation, as her powers would naturally and subtly enhance over time. Chu Xiu nodded, returning to his chamber to don a new attire before setting forth. After all, he was embarking on a quest to investigate the hidden demons along the banks of the Songlong River, and it would be imprudent to wear the official garb of a captain from the Six Doors. Such an act would indisputably reveal his affiliation with the Six Doors in the pursuit of this case. Upon exiting the courtyard, Chu Xiu made his way towards the armory of the Six Doors. In a short while, Chu Xiu stepped into the armory of the Six Gates. Young Chu, what brings you here? Elder Jiang glanced at him, responding with indifference. Elder Jiang, do we possess any auxiliary martial arts within the armory that resemble the art of divination? Something capable of unveiling the deceptions of demons and monsters, rendering them unable to hide. Alternatively, if not auxiliary martial arts, perhaps we have ocular techniques that can discern illusions? Chu Xiu was unconcerned as he approached Elder Jiang and inquired, what purpose do you have in learning this? Our Six Doors token can already sense the presence of demons and strange beings. Elder Jiang furrowed his brow and replied, there is no need to learn such martial arts additionally. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, Old Jiang, you are well aware that the tokens of the Six Doors can sense the presence of demons and strange beings. However, if these entities conceal themselves and employ techniques to suppress their aura, it becomes exceedingly challenging for us to detect them unless they make a move. The art of discerning the illusory is not recorded within our Six Doors. Such martial skills are exceedingly rare and scarce throughout the realm. Old Jiang furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, we do possess the art of divination within the Six Doors. Nevertheless, the difficulty of mastering this technique is formidable. Even the initiation poses a significant challenge. Consequently, although it exists among us, there have been few who have endeavored to cultivate it, and ultimately, interest has waned. If you desire it, I can assist you in procuring it. Thank you, Old Jiang. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened as he expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. No need for thanks. Your desire to learn the art of divination stems from a noble purpose, to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. It is only fitting that I assist you in your quest. Elder Jiang waved his hand dismissively and proceeded towards the armory. He ventured into the inner sanctum. The Six-Gate Armory was essentially divided into the inner and outer repositories. The inner sanctum housed the authentic martial arts manuscripts, while the outer repository merely contained tomes with brief introductions, lacking the true essence of martial arts knowledge. Chu Xiu nodded and stood there in anticipation. After a while, Elder Jiang emerged holding a jade slip, gazing at Chu Xiu as he inquired, Young Chu, is this the art of divination you seek? Aside from its challenging entry, another reason for its obscurity lies in its cost. This particular art of divination, akin to extraordinary martial arts, demands a staggering 50,000 merit points. Are you certain you wish to exchange for it? 50,000 merit points? Elder Jiang, I desire it. Upon a sudden impulse, Chu Xiu uttered, entering the door is arduous, and the exchange price is akin to that of astonishing martial arts. This clearly indicates that this technique of divination is quite extraordinary. Hand over your token. Elder Jiang presented the jade slip to Chu Xiu, addressing him with earnestness. Chu Xiu took the jade slip, cleared his throat, and said, Old Jiang, may we negotiate? I promise to return the 50,000 merit points later. My current merit points are insufficient to meet that sum. However, once I return, I assure you it will be ample. Old Jiang cast a peculiar glance at Chu Xiu and replied, You young lad are quite audacious. You are the first to come to me seeking credit. Yet, considering your exceptional talent, I shall overlook this transgression. Just remember to return promptly to settle your account. Thank you, Old Jiang. Chu Xiu clasped his hands together in gratitude towards Elder Jiang. All right, go about your business, Elder Jiang said, waving his hand at Chu Xiu with a look of disdain. Chu Xiu nodded and stepped out of the Six Gates Armory. As he exited, he placed the jade slip containing the art of divination against his forehead. Countless insights regarding this technique flooded his mind. It was no wonder that the initiation into this art was exceedingly difficult. It required extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled comprehension to even begin. To be deemed worthy of practicing the art of divination. The name of this technique, though seemingly simple, was indeed far from it. Merely to enter its realm allowed one to see through the deceptions of demons and spirits, revealing the malevolent energy or sinister aura that cloaked them. Demons exude a malevolent aura, while spirits are shrouded in a sinister energy, even if they were adept at concealing themselves. The art of divination could unveil them at a glance. Upon reaching the minor success stage, practitioners could perceive the vital energies of mountains and rivers. At the stage of major success, one could discern the energies of heaven and earth. Attaining perfection in this art would enable one to glimpse the trajectories of cosmic laws, facilitating profound understanding of truth and the principles that govern existence. This was nothing short of an extraordinary martial art. No, it was even more precious than the most astonishing martial discipline. It was astonishing to discover such a remarkable technique housed within the six gates. Chu Xiu's cheeks revealed a look of astonishment as he spoke. Upon exiting the six doors, he strolled leisurely towards the banks of the Songlong River, his pace unhurried. As he walked, he pondered the intricacies of the Qi observation technique. While it proved difficult for others to grasp, for Chu Xiu, entering this realm was effortlessly attainable. If even he, endowed with the unparalleled wisdom of a purple attribute, could not achieve this, it would seem that few across the realm could succeed. In the Great River Gang, within a serene pavilion, the leader, Wei Qifeng, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the golden koi swimming in the small lake. Reporting to the leader, Chu Xiu has departed from the six doors. His destination appears to be the banks of the Songlong River, a member of the Great River Gang declared, kneeling respectfully before Wei Qifeng. The banks of the Songlong River? Such a prodigy, a genius of the six doors, would not typically venture to such a place. His visit there must be for investigation. A glimmer of insight flickered in Wei Qifeng's eyes as he spoke with a resonant authority, informed Lady Xin Shiwuni to keep a close watch over her kin, ensuring they do not attract Chu Xiu's attention, lest they expose themselves. If they are discovered, it could jeopardize the grand plans of the Gao family. A mere Chu Xiu is inconsequential. Yet the ramifications for the Gao family would be immense. Even their ancestral figure from the Xin family could not bear the consequences. Understood, my lord, the subordinate replied solemnly. Relay to the leader of the Sandstorm Gang that the Demon King of the Wild Boar Ridge must eliminate Chu Xiu, for he has resurfaced after slaying 26 pig demons from their domain. However, the Demon King must refrain from taking action near the Songlong River until Chu Xiu has departed. Wei Qifeng pondered for a moment before continuing. Yes, my lord, I comprehend. The subordinate acknowledged and quietly withdrew. Now, the Demon Kings under the Porcupine Demon Lord, the Black Tiger Demon Lord, and the Song Wolf Demon Lord had all arrived. The city of Songlong County was poised to descend into chaos once more. Wei Qifeng remarked with an indifferent demeanor, let it all commence with Chu Xiu. Let this bloody night unfold. At the banks of the Songlong River, the light shone brilliantly. As night fell, the entire Songlong County city began to quiet down, yet this place thrived with a vibrant bustle, teeming with people, whether clad in luxurious attire, youthful scions of affluent families, spirited scholars, or sword-bearing rogues, all were present in abundance. Outside many establishments and pleasure boats, enchanting courtesans stood, fervently beckoning patrons to join in the revelry. As Chu Xiu strolls along the banks of the Songlong River, he cannot help but marvel at the opulence and splendor of the surroundings. Hurry to the Tianjin Pavilion. The performance by Lady Xin is about to commence. If we delay any longer, we shall surely miss it. A delicate-looking scholar hastens toward a distant painted boat. Young master, do take your time, please wait for me. The young attendant calls out, sprinting to keep pace with the scholar. Tianjin Pavilion? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu remarked with keen interest, how intriguing. Let us venture into this celestial pavilion. It is highly probable that this very place is what I have been searching for. He observed that not only was this delicate scholar heading towards the so-called celestial pavilion, but numerous young scholars and affluent young gentlemen were also making their way there. Notably, these individuals shared a common weakness. They appeared to possess a certain frailty, as if their vitality was somewhat diminished. Within a short while, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the celestial pavilion. The entire structure of the pavilion was magnificently expansive, undoubtedly ranking among the finest along the banks of the Songlong River. Remarkably, the vessel was adorned with exquisite decorations, exuding an air of noble opulence without sacrificing grandeur. The flickering lights on the boat danced gracefully, harmonizing with the illumination along both shores of the river, creating a breathtakingly beautiful ambience. However, upon reaching the celestial pavilion, numerous young scholars and affluent young gentlemen patiently queued outside, dutifully paying their fees before being permitted to board the vessel. Soon, it was Chu Xiu's turn. Young master, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our celestial pavilion? Inquired the elderly matron stationed at the entrance, a warm smile gracing her face. Indeed. It is my first visit, Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke, young master, within our celestial pavilion, there exists a regulation whereby entry necessitates the payment of 10 taels of silver. Once this sum is remitted, all expenditures within the celestial pavilion shall be exempted. Should you wish to proceed, you must first settle the fee. The kindly old matron gazed at Chu Xiu with a benevolent expression and inquired, 10 taels of silver? Chu Xiu smiled, and with a graceful wave of his right hand, a silver ingot worth 10 taels glided gently towards the elderly lady. Thank you, young master. Please. Come inside, she said, catching the silver ingot and bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and stepped onto the elegant pleasure boat. As he boarded, a graceful and exquisite woman in white approached him, extending her hand in invitation and saying, My esteemed guest, please. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and followed the woman in white into the grand hall of the painted boat. At that moment, the hall was already filled with a multitude of scholarly young gentlemen, each accompanied by a youthful and beautiful woman in white attending to them. However, these gentlemen were all courteous and well-mannered, exhibiting refined behavior, and did not engage in any indecorous actions towards their companions. Their demeanor bore no resemblance to the raucousness of taverns. The most they would do was gently touch the delicate hands of the women in white. Under the guidance of the woman clad in white, Chu Xiu settled himself before an unoccupied table. Young master, my name is Shi. If you so desire, I shall serve you from this moment forth, the woman seated beside Chu Xiu said, her gaze imbued with tenderness. Should you find my presence unsatisfactory, I can certainly fetch another sister to attend to you. No need for that. You shall suffice, he replied. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, Thank you, young master. With a tender expression akin to flowing water, Shi spoke softly. As she spoke, her delicate, fair hand gently rested upon Chu Xiu's, exuding an air of innocence and obedience. Chu Xiu toyed with the delicate little hand, yet his gaze remained remarkably composed. He had just achieved the initial stage of his qi observation technique. The entire ship was teeming with enchanting spirits, mere phantoms of demons. Although this little hand felt as soft as if it were boneless, it was, in truth, merely a furry fox paw. The celestial pavilion was indeed the very place he had been seeking. As Chu Xiu toyed with the delicate hand of Shi and stroked the little fox, he listened intently to the conversations unfolding within the grand hall. With his level of cultivation, every movement and utterance within the hall was well within his grasp, and he could discern every word with clarity. He learned that the Tianjin Pavilion had been established in the city of Songlong County for a year now. The fair maidens in white, who were attended to by the little foxes, welcomed the guests. After the enchanting performance by the pavilion's most beautiful and reclusive performer, Miss Xin Sherwu, the young scholars would be escorted by the little foxes to their chambers to indulge in blissful pleasures. They would depart from the Tianjin Pavilion only the following morning. What distinguishes the Tianjin Pavilion is its peculiar policy. It only admits young scholars under the age of 30, who must also possess a certain level of attractiveness. Those who do not meet these criteria are simply denied entry. The seemingly amiable old matron guarding the entrances, in fact, a formidable expert. Any rogue who attempted to force their way in has been swiftly expelled by her. Gradually, everyone became aware of the pavilion's rules, and disturbances ceased. It is rather intriguing. A den of enchanting fox spirits has resided in Songlong County for an entire year, right next to our 6 doors, without incident or discovery. Only recently have rumors emerged that there may be demons concealed along the banks of the Songlong River. This suggests that these little fox spirits possess a remarkable ability to conceal themselves, and their consumption of vitality likely occurs not through overt exploitation, but rather through subtle, insidious means. As for their preference for young scholars, it is probable that they are drawn to the purity of their essence, untainted by the murky ambitions of fame and wealth. Regarding their standards of beauty, it seems these little fox spirits indeed hold certain expectations. Within his heart, Chu Xiu pondered deeply. Having grasped the fundamentals of the art of qi observation, he had developed a certain comprehension of qi. Suddenly, a woman clad in snow-white garments, possessing an unparalleled beauty that could captivate nations and charm the flowers, entered the grand hall of the painted boat, cradling an ancient guqin. She approached the elevated platform with a grace akin to blossoming lotuses, each step exuding an enchanting elegance. She has arrived. Lady Xin has come. Silence. Do not disturb Lady Xin. Upon the appearance of Xin Sherlu, the gaze of every young gentleman in the hall converged upon her, their faces adorned with expressions of infatuation, as if they were loath to miss even the slightest of her movements. Once again, a siren emerges, a seemingly inscrutable enchantress. Her cultivation level must have already ascended to the realm of martial saint, marking her as a demon king of that caliber. A flicker of unusual color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he remarked, "It is still difficult to discern the specific cultivation realm. Perhaps it will only be when my chi observation technique progresses from the elementary stage to a minor accomplishment that I can truly perceive the cultivation levels of warriors and even the enigmatic powers of demons. Lady 15 has met all the esteemed gentlemen. She is profoundly grateful for your affections. Now, Lady 15 shall present a melody in hopes that it may find favor with you all. Embracing her guqin, Lady Xin stood gracefully upon the elevated platform, offering a courteous bow to the audience. Her voice, soft and melodious, resonated with a captivating sweetness that penetrated to the very marrow as she spoke. Lady Xin, you are far too gracious. It is indeed my honor to be present at the Celestial Pavilion and to listen to your enchanting performance. Indeed, were I unable to hear Lady Xion's melody, I could scarcely muster the spirit to study. Likewise, to have the privilege of witnessing Lady Xion and to be serenaded by her music, should I meet my end, I would willingly accept it. Upon hearing these words, the young gentlemen were ablaze with fervor, their expressions akin to those of ardent admirers. In the depths of his heart, Chu Xiu quietly mused, impressive. The voice of Lady Xin Shiwu was imbued with an enchanting allure. Were it not for his steadfast resolve and his profound comprehension of the pure young sword intent and the slaughter sword intent, he would have succumbed to her captivating charm. Even with the sword intent suppressing his being, he still felt the pull of her seductive essence. If these individuals were aware that the delicate hand they held was, in truth, a furry fox paw, and that the one sharing their intimate moments at night was a spirit fox feeding on their vitality, they would likely be too terrified to even react, especially when realizing that their idol, Xin Shiwu, was a formidable demon king at the martial saint level. Thank you. Esteemed gentleman, Xin Shiwu said, her smile illuminating the entire hall, evoking the sensation of a garden in full bloom. As the young lords heard her mellifluous voice and beheld her breathtaking smile, they became entranced, their gazes vacant. Xin Shiwu gracefully seated herself, her eyes subtly darting towards Chu Xiu. After all, he was the only one in the hall who maintained his composure throughout, causing her to question whether her enchanting prowess had diminished. Regaining her focus, Xin Shiwu placed her delicate hand upon the guqin, with a gentle twist of her wrist. The music flowed forth like bubbling spring water, reminiscent of the howling mountain winds, at times vigorous and passionate, at others tender and lingering. Each note seemed to contain immense power, yet was gentle enough to touch the deepest recesses of the heart. Under her skilled fingers, the guqin transcended its role as a mere instrument, transforming into majestic mountains and flowing rivers, transporting listeners beyond the mundane, leaving them in awe of her artistry. As the final notes faded, the hall remained enveloped in the ethereal ambience of her performance. Even Chu Xiu could not help but marvel at Xin Shiwu's extraordinary skill, which had reached an exceptional level. What a pity! She was, after all, a spirit fox. As the saying goes, high mountains and flowing waters encounter a kindred spirit. And this piece was specifically performed for this gentleman. Xin Shiwu lifted the guqin and gracefully rose, her clear eyes fixed on Chu Xiu as she spoke gently and serenely. Might I have the honor of sharing a private chamber with you, esteemed sir, for an intimate conversation? As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The young lords turned their envious and resentful gazes towards Chu Xiu. They had come to the Celestial Pavilion solely to hear Lady Xin Shiwu play, never daring to hope for such an intimate encounter. Yet, their goddess had declared that this piece was performed for Chu Xiu. High mountains and flowing waters find their kindred spirits. What then were they? And to be invited to share a chamber together. This was unprecedented. Cici was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Xin Shiwu would extend such an invitation to Chu Xiu. In fact, it wasn't just Cici. None of the little foxes in the hall had expected this turn of events. Such was their wish, yet they dared not voice it. Chu Xiu gently released the delicate hand of Cici, rising to his full height, exuding a remarkable grace as he regarded Lady Xin 15 with a calm demeanor. He was curious to discover the mystery she was concealing. It must be noted that upon witnessing Chu Xiu's unparalleled beauty, coupled with his striking physique and commanding presence, the young gentlemen around him were suddenly engulfed by a sense of inadequacy. They began to comprehend why Lady Xin 15 overlooked them yet was captivated by Chu Xiu. Please, my lord, Lady Xin 15 said, cradling her guqin in her left arm while extending her right hand in an inviting gesture towards Chu Xiu. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu walked forward with an air of elegance. Observing Xin Shiwuniang depart with him, the young gentlemen were once again engulfed by a wave of envy. Feeling that the delicate hand they had been holding had lost its allure, Xin Shiwuniang led Chu Xiu to the third floor of the painting boat. Her smile radiant as she addressed him. This is our third floor of the painting boat. I am the sole occupant permitted to enter here. Any commotion will not reach the second floor. Oh, Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows and inquired, is that truly the case? Indeed, it is, replied Miss Xin Sherwu with a subtle smile. So, you intend to summon me here only to take my life? Chu Xiu gently smiled and inquired of Xin Shuanyang. He had yet to engage with a master of the martial saint realm and was curious about the prowess they possessed. Fortuitously, today presented an opportunity to test the capabilities of a martial saint master. Young master, you are not only handsome but also remarkably intelligent. I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you. Xin Shuanyang sighed softly, playfully reproaching him with her captivating charm. Do you know who I am? Chu Xiu regarded Xin Shiwen with a keen interest. Even if his earlier immunity to her allure had provoked her, it was unlikely she would have gone to the lengths of inviting him out with the intent of eliminating him. Unless, of course, Xin Shiwen had already discerned his true identity and was aware of his purpose at the banks of the Songlong River. The unparalleled genius of the Six Doors. Captain Chu Xiu, how could she possibly remain unaware of him? With a graceful smile, Xin Shiwen addressed Chu Xiu. Initially, I had no intention of taking action against you, esteemed captain. Yet, it appears fate has conspired to bring you to my celestial pavilion, leaving me no choice but to intervene and eliminate you. After all, you must have seen through my guise, have you not? Although I remain perplexed as to how you discern my identity, your clear gaze, imbued with a sense of vigilance, speaks volumes. Had you not perceived my true form, I could have feigned ignorance and spared you this fate. Alas, your keen observation and remarkable intellect are evident. It is no wonder the Celestial Pavilion has thrived in Songlong County for a year without detection. Perhaps it is not that no one noticed, but rather that those who did were swiftly dealt with by you? In Chu Xiu's gaze, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he addressed Miss Xin Sherwu. He pondered how it was possible that for an entire year, no one had discerned any issues with the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Within the Six Doors, there were also young captains adorned with bronze and silver insignias. Given the pressures faced by the Six Doors, it was quite customary to come to the banks of the Songlong River to unwind and alleviate one's spirits. Who does not relish the pleasure of listening to music in a brothel? Yet, remarkably, no one had noticed anything amiss. One reason could be that they concealed themselves exceptionally well, even the bronze and silver captains. Despite visiting the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, they failed to detect any irregularities. Another reason might be that if one were to realize their essence was being siphoned away, they would likely vanish without a trace. Within the entire pleasure boat, there were indeed two formidable martial sages disguised as fox spirits. Not only was Miss Xin Sherwu a martial sage, but that old matron was also at the same level, a cunning old fox spirit. Sir Chu, you have guessed correctly once more. However, I cannot allow you to leave. Had you been oblivious, I would have genuinely wished to spend a night with you, reveling in this splendid scenery, Miss Xin Sherwu remarked with a charming smile. Ping matron, do proceed. Escort Sir Chu on his journey. Yes, my old servitude obeys. An aged voice resonated as the old matron, Ping, who had previously been stationed outside the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, seemingly materialized on the third floor. Evidently, she had been waiting here all along. No rush. It is time for me to enhance my own strength. With the remaining 11 bottles of Sunfire Elixir, I should be able to ascend to the Grandmaster realm. With an expression of serene composure, Chu Xiu remarked as he retrieved a vial of the Blazing Sun Elixir. He poured its contents into his mouth, discarding the empty container casually, and then proceeded to open a second vial, consuming it entirely. Initially, he presumed that 50 vials of the elixir would yield only in excess of 2 or 3, not significantly more. However, he was astounded by the formidable digestive capacity of the gluttonous stomach. Merely after ingesting 39 vials of the elixir, he elevated his internal martial prowess to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm, now just a step away from the Grandmaster Realm. Though the Blazing Sun Elixir was not specifically designed for transcending to the Grandmaster Realm, 11 vials were sufficient for him to step into that exalted state. This exemplifies the remarkable strength of the gluttonous stomach. Even in the absence of specialized elixirs for breaking through realms, with the gluttonous stomach, one can transcend using ordinary elixirs, provided the quantity is ample. With a soft chuckle, Xin-15 said, Lord Chu, you cannot possibly believe that having ascended to the Grandmaster Realm, you can escape from my grasp and that of Granny Ping? Granny Ping showed no intent to act, her expression unchanged as she gazed at Chu Xiu. How naively optimistic. Chu Xiu wouldn't naively believe that having attained the Grandmaster Realm would enable him to escape from her grasp, would he? I am grateful to you for allowing me to consume all 11 bottles of the Fiery Sun Elixir. Chu Xiu hurled the final porcelain vial to the ground, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he gazed at Lady Xin Sherwu. The stomach of gluttony began to churn rapidly. assimilating the potent essence of the Sunfire Pill and seamlessly integrating its formidable energy into his dantian. Remarkably, the energy processed by the stomach of gluttony was devoid of any ferocity. Instead, it was exceptionally gentle and pure, causing Chu Xiu's innate true qi to expand at a visibly rapid pace. Lord Chu is quite courteous, Lady Xin Shiwu remarked with a subtle smile. Are you truly refraining from action? Do you intend to wait until I ascend to the first level of the Grandmaster realm? With a subtle arch of his brow, Chu Xiu turned to Xin Shiwuniang and Granny Ping, expressing his intrigue. I am quite eager to witness the prowess of a remarkable talent from the Six Doors. Like Lord Chu, who has ascended to the first level of the Grandmaster realm, what formidable strength might he possess? Xin Shiwuniang, her luscious lips glistening, responded with a spark of interest. Granny Ping, I find myself suddenly intrigued. If Lord Chu can indeed consume 11 vials of elixir without succumbing to their overwhelming potency, I implore you not to slay him, merely restrain him instead. I yearn to experience the essence of such an extraordinary talent from the Six Doors. As you wish, miss. Granny Ping replied with a respectful demeanor. However, it seems you may not have the opportunity to do so. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful aura that surged from his being, akin to the force capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. As if illuminated by 9 blazing suns, his Jiuyang True Qi, having filled his entire dantian, could no longer expand and began to compress continuously, ultimately transforming into drops that seemed to harbor unfathomable strength, each containing the essence of a primordial sun. The transition from the Master Realm to the Grandmaster Realm is marked by the liquefaction of true Qi. In the blink of an eye, 11 drops of primordial essence manifested, and the essence continued to coalesce. The potency of 11 bottles of blazing sun elixirs is undoubtedly immense. Lord Chu has truly achieved a breakthrough. Is this the extraordinary demeanor of the unparalleled genius of the Six Gates? Despite merely having just attained the initial stage of the Grandmaster Realm, his aura is already remarkably formidable, likely rivaling that of a 5th or even 6th-layer Grandmaster warrior. Miss Xin Shiwu displayed an expression of astonishment, exclaiming in admiration, it appears that Lord Chu's cultivation method is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this aura is intensely fiery and resolute, posing a significant threat to us. Should Lord Chu reach the Martial Saint realm, I fear that even I would not stand a chance against you. Thank you for your praise. Soon, I shall grant you a swift and painless demise. Chu Xiu's right hand rested upon the hilt of the dagger at his waist, his demeanor calm and unperturbed as he spoke. Ping Mama, proceed. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's expression, Xin Shilunyang felt an inexplicable jolt of unease and declared, do not hold back. Understood. For a brief moment, Ping Mama was taken aback, but in an instant, she transformed from a kindly old woman into a formidable old fox. Towering a yard in height, her gray fur bristling menacingly. Like a flash of lightning, she lunged towards Chu Xiu. Heaven-cutting 7 blades, first blade. In Chu Xiu's eyes, a terrifying killing intent erupted as he suddenly unsheathed his blade, striking towards Granny Ping with a single, decisive stroke. This blow seemed to cleave the very fabric of the heavens and the earth asunder, dividing the realms of yin and yang in twain. It was the quintessential first strike, perfected to its utmost form. However, Chu Xiu did not employ the pure yang sword intent. Instead, he infused the slaughter sword intent into it. Unlike his previous use of pure yang sword intent, which restricted him to a singular application of the first strike, any sword intent can be integrated within the 7 swords of heaven severing. Yet, to unleash the 8th sword of the 7 swords, a true amalgamation requires that each strike embodies a distinct sword intent, necessitating the comprehension of 7 different sword intents. Only in this manner can one manifest the true power of the 8th sword of the 7 swords of heaven severing. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, both Granny Ping and the refined Lady Xin displayed expressions of utter astonishment. This blow was unfathomably potent, powerful enough to leave them in sheer awe. It was far beyond the capabilities of a Grandmaster-level warrior. Were Chu Xiu a martial saint capable of unleashing such an overwhelming strike, they would harbor no surprise. For the renown of the 6 doors and the 7 swords of heaven severing had long since reached their ears. However, the fact that Chu Xiu, who had only just ascended to the Grandmaster realm, was able to grasp the 7 swords to such a terrifying extent and merge it with the slaughter sword intent to forge such a magnificent blow, left them utterly astounded. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the 3rd floor of the Celestial Fairy Pavilion. Chu Xiu stepped back repeatedly, leaving behind a series of imprints upon the unforgiving floor. Each mark now charred as if seared by an unrelenting inferno. This was the formidable might of the Jiuyang true essence. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The disparity between the Grandmaster realm and the Martial Saint realm was exponentially greater than that between the Master realm and the Grandmaster realm. This elucidates why. At higher levels of cultivation, the challenge of vanquishing foes of superior rank escalates dramatically. Not only did Chu Xiu retreat several steps, but the cunning old fox, Granny Ping, also withdrew, and by a considerable margin, over 10 steps. A gash exceeding 2 feet in length martyr form, within which lingered the essence of slaughter and remnants of the Jiuyang true essence. Astonishingly, this extensive wound bore no trace of demonic blood. Instead, it appeared as if it had been scorched to a crisp blackness, an alarming sight. At that moment, Xian Shuyang's countenance shifted dramatically. Her gaze towards Chu Xiu now tinged with a hint of trepidation. She had never anticipated that she would allow Chu Xiu to consume 11 bottles of the fierce sun pill or permit him to ascend to the Grandmaster realm before Granny Ping made her move. "I will take your life." Granny Ping shrieked with a piercing cry, infused with boundless agony, as she lunged toward Chu Xiu with even greater swiftness. Her chilling claws, enveloped in malevolence, seemed poised to rend him asunder. Slaughter, annihilation, this was the realization that struck him. Chu Xiu gazed at the approaching Granny Ping, feigning indifference. A look of dawning realization flickered across his countenance as he remarked, "Slaughter and annihilation are indeed intertwined and coexistent." A surge of destructive intent erupted from Chu Xiu, seemingly intent on obliterating everything, rendering it into nothingness. What is this notion that slaughter and destruction are inseparable companions? Witnessing Chu Xiu strike out with a blade, he grasped a profound understanding of a form of annihilating sword intent, which continued to amplify in intensity. If slaughter and destruction truly existed as companions, then those who comprehend the intent of slaughter or annihilation would not be capable of grasping another realm of understanding. Is this the kind of insight reserved for an unparalleled genius? Surely, this is nothing short of monstrous. The seventh blade of heaven, the second blade, stabilized the two forms. With a measured grace, Chu Xiu raised the long blade in his hand, delivering a decisive strike towards Granny Ping. This strike embodied the devastating intent of the 7 cuts of heaven. Each cut of the 7 cuts of heaven surpassed the last in potency. Since the first cut could not vanquish the cunning old fox, he would unleash the second. Both the second and the first cuts had attained perfection. Yet, the might of this second cut was already tenfold that of the first. As she beheld Chu Xiu's impending blow, a look of terror flickered in Granny Ping's fox-like eyes. She felt as though she had been ensnared by this strike. She could hardly fathom how a martial artist, recently ascended to the Grandmaster realm, could wield such terrifying power. How had his 7 cuts of heaven reached such an extraordinary level? Sister Xian's peach blossom eyes reflected disbelief, a hint of regret flickering within her gaze. She lamented allowing Chu Xiu to consume the Sunfire pill, enabling his ascent to the Grandmaster realm. She had presumed that, even upon reaching this level, he could never rival Granny Ping. Who could have anticipated that Chu Xiu not only grasped the essence of blade intent, but had also cultivated the legendary 7 cuts of heaven within the 6 doors to such an unparalleled degree? With a resounding crash, the strike fell. Granny Ping was cleaved in twain by Chu Xiu's blade aura. The transition from the Master Realm to the Grandmaster Realm was not merely a transformation of innate true energy into innate true essence or the liquefaction of true energy. It was far more profound. The most crucial aspect was that the Grandmaster Realm allowed true essence to separate from the body, manifesting as blade aura, sword energy, palm force, and finger strength, among others. "Now, it is your turn." Chu Xiu turned around and steadily approached Xian Shuyang. With each step he took, it felt as though he was treading upon her very heart, instilling profound dread within her. This was a terrifying aura, mingled with the power of having slain a formidable demon at the Martial Saint realm. "Please, do not kill me. I implore you, Lord Chu, spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you." Xian Shuyang stammered in fear, retreating repeatedly, her enchanting visage now marred by an expression of sheer terror. Having just barely stepped into the first level of Martial Saint, she was no match for Ping Mama, who had attained the second level of Martial Saint. Given that even her closest protector had perished beneath Chu Xiu's devastating 7 cuts of heaven, how could she possibly contend with him? That is out of the question. With an expression of indifference, Chu Xiu remarked, "If you do not perish, who shall the young gentleman, whose vitality has been drained by your heavenly immortal pavilion, turn to for recompense? Do not be deceived by their seemingly robust state. In truth, should they be subjected to the siphoning of their essence day by day at the heavenly immortal pavilion for merely half a month, they will inevitably fall gravely ill. Some may suffer severe depletion, while others may even meet their demise over the span of a year. Even if the seductive vixens of the heavenly immortal pavilion exhaust their resources, the number of lives lost due to their actions within the entirety of Songlong County could well exceed 1,000. Yet, Amidst a population of several million in the county seat, if you would take note of these young gentlemen's fates, they would merely attribute their downfalls to excesses and indulgence. The act of siphoning vitality is not my transgression. I have never partaken in such deeds. It is solely the actions of my subordinates, those little vixens. These essences are not for my cultivation. They are coerced from us by the Gao family, destined for their ancestral elder. If only Lord Chu would grant me a chance to escape, I would be willing to do anything for you. Upon hearing this, Xin Shi Yang, in desperation, began to plead without restraint. The Gao family? Once again, the Gao family? With a swift motion, Chu Xiu's brow furrowed as he plunged his long blade deep into Xin Shirlio's body, crimson blood seeping forth and staining her garments a vivid scarlet. How effortless this was. Though Xin Shirliu was indeed a warrior at the sacred martial realm, even if her strength paled in comparison to that of old Madame Ping, it would typically require the first strike of the 7 cuts of heaven to vanquish her. Yet, this little vixen had been so sheltered. And the mere act of her slaying old Madame Ping had shattered her resolve, leaving her utterly terrified. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dispatch Xin Shirliu with such ease. Confusion flickered in Xin Shirlio's peach blossom eyes as she gazed at Chu Xiu, unable to believe that he could truly commit such a ruthless act. Did she not possess beauty? This was not her desire. She merely acted on behalf of the Gao family. Why then must Chu Xiu seek her demise? You are a malevolent demon, while I am a human. If I do not slay you, I shall betray my own conscience. With a serene expression, Chu Xiu spoke calmly. However, in Xin Shirliu's eyes, a lingering doubt remained, as if she still struggled to comprehend the situation. Is it not a natural order for us demons to consume humans? She had not devoured any flesh. She merely allowed her subordinate foxes to draw a modicum of vitality. She had only eliminated a few who had uncovered the secrets of the celestial pavilion. Why then? Must Chu Xiu insist upon her? With a gentle push of his left hand, Chu Xiu moved aside the lifeless body of Xin Shirliu, slowly extracting the blood-stained long knife from her corpse. He gazed impassively at Xin Shirliu, whose pupils had faded, now transformed into a colossal azure fox. Discovering the destiny entries, azure fox bloodline, blue. Discovering the destiny entry, celestial melody, green. These can be plundered, solidified, or converted into destiny points. Azure Fox Bloodline possesses a certain probability of evolving into the 9-tailed Celestial Fox Bloodline of Chu Xiu, with unparalleled cultivation talent. Celestial Melody exhibits extraordinary talent in the realm of musical rhythm, possessing a certain aptitude for cultivating sound wave martial arts. Having slain 2 blood-soaked demons, he received a reward of 57,800 destiny points. Celestial Melody? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Xiu revealed a look of surprise. Considering it an unexpected gain, he held no regard for the Azure Fox bloodline, deeming such a lowly demonic lineage a desecration of his own human heritage. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared in his mind, seize the divine melody, shatter the Azure Fox bloodline, and transform it into destiny points. As his words echoed, in Chu Xiu's mind, a plethora of insights regarding musical melodies emerged, seemingly infused with the profound understanding of possessed by Xin Shirliu. This newfound knowledge greatly enriched Chu Xiu, who previously lacked any comprehension of the art of the guqin. He felt that with merely a casual effort, he could acquire the exquisite guqin skills of Xin Shirliu. The bloodline of the Qinghu transformed into a staggering 10,000 points of destiny value, causing Chu Xiu's previously dwindling destiny points to surge from 2,021 to an impressive 69,821. He began to search for any storage bags on their persons. Chu Xiu meticulously wiped the blood-stained long knife on the soft azure fur of Xin Shirliu, ensuring it was spotless. He then retrieved a storage pouch from her person. Subsequently, he searched the lifeless body of Granny Ping for another pouch but found none. Indifferent to this, he proceeded to collect their corpses into Xin Shirliu's storage pouch. Of course, he did not forget to secure Xin Shirliu's extraordinary guqin, which was clearly remarkable and likely a weapon of significant rank. With everything concluded, Chu Xiu slowly rose to his feet. He felt no particular surprise regarding this matter. Demons lack the ability to craft storage pouches. Thus, the majority of such items possessed by them originated from humanity. It was plausible that this storage pouch belonged to the Gao family, given their directive for the demons to gather and absorb vital essence. However, even Chu Xiu found himself perplexed by the Gao family's ancestral intentions behind this collection of essence. Was it perhaps to transcend the mythic realm and enter the legendary domain of martial arts? As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Xiu's expression grew exceedingly grave. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that should calamity befall, the elite of the 6 gates would undoubtedly intervene. His current strength was insufficient for such concerns. It was imperative that he swiftly cultivate his abilities and attain the power to subdue the Gao family before they made their move. Chu Xiu shook his head, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his eyes as he coldly declared, "It is time to deal with the remaining little foxes of the Celestial Pavilion." After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground before making his way towards the exit on the third floor of the painting boat. Each little fox represented an indispensable piece of destiny to him. All members of the Celestial Pavilion, 15th Miss has something to discuss with you. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance of the third floor of the painted boat, his voice low yet resonant, akin to a thunderclap, causing the entire vessel to tremble. In that instant, the young gentlemen were taken aback. Some, who had just shed their garments, fared better, while others, engrossed in their labors, were utterly startled and rendered speechless. They longed to voice their indignation but restrained themselves, not wishing to leave a negative impression on Miss Xian Shuanyang. After all, Chu Xiu was merely conveying her message. Before long, a number of disheveled women in white, their faces flushed, emerged from various rooms and made their way toward the third floor. There were also those who appeared composed and tidy, unaccompanied by any guests. Miss 15 instructs you all to wait inside. She has matters to discuss shortly. With a serene expression, Chu Xiu addressed the little foxes. This was the most effective way to resolve the situation, preventing the little foxes from acting out of desperation and inadvertently harming the young gentleman. Upon hearing this, the little foxes obediently made their way to the third floor of the painted boat. The young gentlemen, clad in their garments, emerged from their respective chambers, casting unfriendly glances at Chu Xiu. How infuriating! To be favored by Lady Xian Sherwu, to be granted the privilege of solitary moments with his goddess, was already intolerable. And now, their private affairs were interrupted by Chu Xiu. They were left to wonder if this would have repercussions in the future. In just a moment, all the little foxes had entered the third floor of the painted boat. Observing this, Chu Xiu followed suit, closing the door behind him with a sense of frustration. How could he be so brazen simply for his good looks? It was bewildering how Lady Xian could suddenly summon away these maidens. Such occurrences had never transpired before. Could it be that this fellow was particularly formidable, and Lady Xian, having just entered womanhood, was unable to resist his allure? Yet, that seemed implausible. He was not invincible. Even the self-proclaimed mightiest man of Songlong County could only contend with one maiden. Facing two would be beyond his capacity. As the door to the third floor of the painted boat shut, the young gentleman began to murmur enviously and resentfully. "Young master, do you know where the young lady is?" asked Cici, who had previously accompanied Chu Xiu, her demeanor radiating respect. The gazes of the little foxes directed at Chu Xiu bore a hint of reverence, evidently influenced by Lady Xian's special regard for him. "Lady Xian has already departed. She expressed her longing for you all, hence I am escorting you to accompany her on her journey." Chu Xiu smiled faintly, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath as he spoke. "This is bad. The young lady is in trouble. It was him. He has slain the young lady. Sisters, let us avenge her." The group of little foxes stood momentarily stunned, until one of them snapped back to reality, its face contorted in fury as it roared. With that, this little fox transformed into its true form and lunged at Chu Xiu. One by one, the other little foxes followed suit, their expressions fierce and murderous as they glared at Chu Xiu, each morphing into their original forms and charging towards him. Even Cici was no exception, her demeanor turning incredibly ferocious and violent. It was evident that this was the true nature of the little foxes. "You overestimate yourselves." A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he moved, his long blade slicing through the air towards the assembly of little foxes. Waves of blade energy emanated from his hand. Faced with a multitude of masters, at most merely newly ascended grandmasters among the little foxes, he felt no need to employ the 7 cuts of heaven, opting instead to wield the supreme art of slaughter with effortless ease. Even foregoing the intent of the killing blade, as the blade energy fell like rain, the little foxes were cleaved in twain, and in the blink of an eye, dozens lay lifeless beneath Chu Xiu's onslaught. Having vanquished 59 heinous fiends, he was rewarded with an astounding 73,580 points of destiny value. Destiny value, 143401. My destiny value has once again surpassed 100,000. This visit to the heavenly immortal pavilion has yielded immense rewards, allowing me to augment my purple attribute once more. Brother Qi has been of tremendous assistance this time. Observing the data panel displaying his destiny value, a smile grazed Chu Xiu's countenance as he spoke. With that, Chu Xiu approached the doorway to the third floor of the pleasure boat, opened the door, and stepped out. He regarded the throng of young gentlemen, who gazed upon him with envy and resentment, akin to stones longing for their husbands. "I am the gold medallion captain of the 6 gates. Today, I have come to the heavenly immortal pavilion to investigate the fiends lurking along the banks of the Songlong River. These fiends have long concealed themselves, siphoning the essence of our humanity. And these fiends are none other than the women within the heavenly immortal pavilion. What? The lady who accompanied me, Chu Xiu, is a fiend? I refuse to believe it. How could such a beautiful fiend exist? Indeed, it is impossible. This is the heavenly immortal pavilion. If the women here are all fiends, then surely 15 Young must be a fiend as well. How could 15 Young possibly be a fiend? Shameless, utterly shameless. You must be trying to deceive us. You are not truly the gold medallion captain of the Six Gates. Yes, you are undoubtedly deceiving us. Intent on monopolizing the entire heavenly immortal pavilion, denying us the pleasures of this earthly paradise. The assembly of young gentlemen could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a chorus of accusations directed at Chu Xiu. Do you not believe? Come closer, and you shall see for yourselves. Chu Xiu shook his head, clearing a path as he spoke. Were it not for my intervention, you would all be drained of your vitality each day. Even now, many of you have likely already suffered significant losses. It won't be long before you succumb to a grave illness. At best, your essence will be severely weakened. At worst, you may meet your demise. Upon hearing this, the countenances of the young gentlemen shifted. Yet skepticism lingered as they ascended the staircase to the third floor of the painted boat. However, as they entered the third floor, they were met with a chilling sight. Grotesque fox corpses lay scattered across the floor, each at least a meter in size, their blood staining much of the area in a gruesome display. This horrifying scene sent shivers down their spines, rendering their limbs cold and clammy, as though they were trapped in a frigid wasteland. Ugh! Soon, the young gentlemen found themselves retching, hastily retreating from the third floor of the painted boat. After a prolonged moment of nausea, they regained their senses, yet fear remained etched upon their faces. The celestial realm they had revered, the heavenly immortal pavilion, was, in fact, a den of malevolence, where all the maidens, including the ethereal Xian Shi Yang, revealed themselves as terrifying fiends. Now do you believe what I have said? Chu Xiu gazed calmly at the group of young gentlemen and spoke with an air of indifference. He had long anticipated their reactions. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. The young gentlemen exclaimed, falling to their knees in profound gratitude, their heads bowing in reverence. Any feelings of envy and resentment they once harbored towards Chu Xiu had dissipated entirely. Had it not been for him, they would undoubtedly have suffered grievous injuries or even faced death, just as Chu Xiu had forewarned. Moreover, some of the young gentlemen recalled that many among them had already been replaced. The youthful figures they had encountered upon their arrival at the celestial pavilion had long since vanished. It seemed they had met with a similar fate. It is time to withdraw. There is no need to linger in this den of demons, the celestial pavilion. Chu Xiu offered a tranquil smile and waved his hand at the group of young gentlemen, saying, Yes, my lord. The young gentlemen responded with utmost respect and promptly rose to their feet, hastily departing from the heavenly immortal pavilion. Although the demons within the pavilion had already been vanquished by Chu Xiu, they still harbored concerns about being tainted by the remnants of filth. Returning to the third floor of the painting boat, Chu Xiu meticulously collected the lifeless bodies of the small foxes into his storage pouch. It must be noted that the storage pouch he acquired from Xian Shuanyang was vastly superior in capacity compared to the one he obtained from Gao Changke, boasting a space several dozen times larger. This clearly illustrates the Gao family's profound regard for the demons associated with Xian Shuanyang. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted her with such an expansive storage pouch. Fortunately, it was thanks to this ample storage that Chu Xiu could gather all the fox spirit corpses. Delivering these corpses to the 6 doors would undoubtedly yield a significant number of merit points, as the exquisite fur of the foxes could be crafted into splendid garments with considerable defensive properties, potentially providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Having collected all the fox bodies, Chu Xiu strode purposefully out of the Tianstian Pavilion's painting boat. Upon exiting, he grasped the hilt of his blade at his waist, drawing it suddenly to unleash a single, powerful stroke towards the painting boat from a distance. This strike was devoid of any formal sword technique, purely a manifestation of his 9-yang true essence. It descended like an inferno upon the Tianstian Pavilion, igniting the vessel in flames that illuminated the entire riverside of Songlong. It seemed as though it were incinerating all impurities in the world. A fire had erupted. Where could it be? The Tianstian Pavilion was ablaze. How could the Tianstian Pavilion catch fire without reason? Who could say? Perhaps they had offended some powerful figure. This establishment only admits young gentlemen under 30. We can't even gain entry into the Tianstian Pavilion. How absurd. They act as if they were choosy about their customers. In an instant, the entire riverside of Songlong was abuzz with commotion. On the painting boats, whether it was the courtesans of the brothels, the wandering heroes of the martial world, or wealthy merchants, all turned their gazes towards the Tiansten pavilion, engaging in lively speculation. Chu Xiu, concealing his prowess and reputation, turned and departed. Leaving the banks of the Songlong River, he ambled towards the direction of the six doors. However, after walking merely a few miles, he halted. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Come forth. I have already seen you." His mastery of the art of divination had reached a fundamental level. With this skill, all manner of demons and anomalies were laid bare before his discerning gaze. He quickly discerned a monstrous creature lurking in the shadows. Impressive. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the darkness. Moments later, an enormous figure stepped into view. Standing an astonishing 3 zhang tall, it resembled a moving mountain. This was an immensely formidable and fearsome pig demon, far more terrifying than any he had previously slain. The aura of its vitality seemed potent enough to annihilate everything in its vicinity. A martial saint-level demon king, with a slight raise of his sword-like eyebrows. Chu Xiu gazed at the pig demon. The threat posed by this creature far surpassed that of the old lady Ping by several magnitudes. Among demons of equivalent rank, the pig demon's strength was not to be underestimated. It was certainly more formidable than that of an ordinary fox spirit. Indeed, you possess a certain discernment, it sneered. You have slain 26 of my minor demons from Wild Boar Ridge, and today I have come to settle that score with you. Your ability to vanquish the fox spirits lurking by the banks of Songlong River indicates that your prowess has ascended to the realm of martial saints. However, I shall ensure you comprehend what true martial saint strength entails. My power is not to be compared with those fox spirits by the Songlong River. The pig demon grinned menacingly, its fetid, viscous saliva dripping from its maw as it gazed upon Chu Xiu with gluttonous desire. What I relish most are the genuine geniuses of the six doors like you. Your flesh and blood are nothing short of exquisite. I will gradually instill despair in you, savoring each moment as I consume you piece by piece. Is that so? Calmly, Chu Xiu declared. First, take a blow from me before boasting. As his words echoed, a dazzling flash of blade light manifested across the heavens and the earth. The pig demon, upon witnessing this radiant arc, exhibited a moment of astonishment in its coppery eyes. How could a prodigious talent from the Six Gates, who had yet to step into the realm of martial saints, possess such formidable strength? With a swift motion, the blade descended. A colossal pig's head soared into the air. The pig demon had barely grasped the situation before meeting its demise beneath Chu Xiu's blade. It turned out that this was the extent of your prowess. I had thought you truly possessed remarkable strength. Chu Xiu paused momentarily, his expression peculiar as he spoke. He had merely unleashed the perfected realm, wielding the second strike of the 7 swords of heaven as cut, imbued with the essence of annihilation, and with a single blow. He had slain the pig demon. Was the pig demon overly feeble, or was his power simply overwhelming? He discovered a destiny attribute, bloodline of the cracked mountain pig demon, blue. This destiny attribute could be plundered, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. Bloodline of the cracked mountain pig demon, a lineage far superior to that of ordinary pig demons, possessing extraordinary potential, with a slight possibility of evolving into a mythical demon lord. By vanquishing a third-tier martial saint realm pig demon, he was rewarded with 27,000 destiny points. He chose to convert the bloodline of the cracked mountain pig demon into destiny points. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu declared in his mind. In an instant, his total destiny value surged by 30,000 points, reaching a remarkable total of 174,001. Once again, he had accrued a significant amount of destiny value. Chu Xiu collected the split corpse of the pig demon and returned to the 6 doors with great satisfaction. After a brief respite, he found himself in the task hall of the 6 doors. Chu Xiulong strode into the mission hall with the imposing gait of a dragon and tiger. Brother Chu, have you just returned from the outside? Upon noticing the attire of Chu Xiulong, Chi Xiu felt a stir in his heart and inquired, Did you go to the banks of the Songlong River for reconnaissance? Brother Chi, could you assist me in calculating my total merit points? Chu Xiulong replied, I have eradicated all the demons concealed by the Songlong River. And on my way back, I also dispatched a pig demon of the 3rd tier of the martial saint realm with ease. Chu Xiu removed the token from his person and handed it over to Chi Xiu. Chi Xiu gazed at him in utter bewilderment. You have just slain a demon king of the 3rd level of martial saint with such ease? Must you be so prodigious? Are you intent on surpassing me? What of my pride, then? Everything is documented. Brother Chi will see it all. Chu Xiu spoke with a calm demeanor. Brother Chu, your prowess is truly remarkable. I am in profound admiration, and I humbly offer my knee in reverence. Chi Xiu accepted Chu Xiu's token, gazing at him with profound respect, and replied, Begone. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and said, "Hee hee, how delightful. The faster my brother Chu grows, the more it signifies my discerning eye for talent." Chu Xiu chuckled and replied, "It won't be long before you are the one supporting me, brother Chu." Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Perfection. This was the pinnacle of the first strike of the 7 blades of heaven severing. Killing blade intent. I had anticipated that brother Chu, with his exceptional prowess, would surely comprehend the essence of the blade. Good heavens, the second strike of the 7 blades of heaven severing had also reached a state of completion. Moreover, there was the destruction blade intent. Brother Chu had indeed grasped 2 forms of blade intent. Chu Xiu, holding Chu Xiu's token, began to document the revelations, exclaiming animatedly. Even the esteemed Nangong Push would likely pale in comparison to brother Chu. Chu Xiu turned around, unfamiliar with Chu Xiu, feeling quite embarrassed by his naive demeanor. After a brief moment, he reflected on the mission assigned to him. Originally, the task was merely to ascertain the location of the lurking demons, which would yield a reward of 500,000 merit points. However, completing this particular investigation would grant a staggering 1 million merit points. Consequently, Chu Xiu received 1 million merit points for this endeavor. He had vanquished a first-level martial saint demon, earning 1 million merit points, while a second-level martial saint demon was valued at 130,000 merit points, and a third-level martial saint demon at 160,000 merit points. In total, this amounted to 490,000 merit points. Chu Xiu, with an air of lingering satisfaction, continued, in addition, brother Chu has also dispatched several demons of the Master and Grandmaster realms, which collectively contribute 159,000 merit points. Thus, the final tally reaches an impressive 649,000 merit points. Pausing for effect, Chu Xiu regarded Chu Xiu with a complex expression and remarked, "Brother Chu, I have submitted this mission on your behalf, and it won't be long before the rewards are credited. Shortly, you may proceed to the storeroom to collect your official attire and weaponry as a blue-clad notable capturer. From this moment forth, you shall stand alongside me as a member of the esteemed blue-clad notable capturers. Thank you, brother Chu." Chu Xiu smiled gently and expressed his gratitude to Chu Xiu. "What is there to thank? We are brothers. It is only natural that I think of you when there are benefits to be had. Moreover, I merely wish for you, brother Chu, to earn an extra 50,000 merit points." Chu Xiu sighed deeply, handing over Chu Xiu's token with a look of melancholy. "I never anticipated that not only did you uncover the truth, but you also completed the task directly." Although Chu Xiu had grown powerful enough to protect him, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the past, he had always been the one shielding others, merely voicing hopes that when they became strong, they would shield him in return. Now, he was genuinely in a position to be sheltered by Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu took the token, pondered for a moment, and then addressed Chu Xiu. "By the way, brother Chi, I overheard a secret at the Celestial Pavilion by the Songlong River, which is a hideout for the demons." "What secret?" Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, his expression turning serious as he waved his sleeve. With a decisive thud, the doors of the task hall closed tightly. "Now, brother Chu, you may speak freely. Our conversation will remain unheard by anyone." Chu Xiu regarded Chu Xiu with utmost seriousness, indicating that the task hall was indeed protected by a formation, ensuring that once the doors were shut, their discussion would remain concealed from all prying eyes. It was evident that Chu Xiu was a man of caution. "The secret is that the demons of the Celestial Pavilion consume the essence of life for the benefit of the ancestral figure of the Gao family. The essence they devour is all sent to the Gao household." With a grave expression, Chu Xiu spoke earnestly. He resolved to confide the secret to Chu Xiu, entrusting him to relay the information to the chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yuxian, so that Qin could be forewarned. "What?" Chu Xiu's countenance transformed dramatically, revealing a look of horror as he stammered, "Brother Chu, are you saying that these demons consume vital essence to offer it to the esteemed ancestor of the Gao family?" "Indeed," came the reply. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his expression turning grave. "Damn it. The Gao family is indeed in collusion with demons. They are allowing these fiends to consume vital energy to nourish their ancestral lineage, seeking to ascend to the mythic realm of martial arts." A surge of fury flashed across Chu Xiu's face as he spoke with unrestrained indignation. "If the Gao ancestor truly succeeds in entering the mythic realm, our entire Songlong prefecture may face imminent calamity." In that moment, Chu Xiu shed any semblance of his previous carefree demeanor, clearly incensed by Chu Xiu's revelations. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and turned to Chu Xiu, saying, "Brother Chu, you must confide this information only to me and no one else. If this secret were to leak, the Gao family would undoubtedly seek retribution against us." "Understood." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, "Were it not for the trust one place in Brother Qi, I would not have divulged this matter." He understood well that as the overseer of the task hall, Chu Xiu, like Elder Jiang and Zhao Qiming, was a person of great importance and trust to Chief Qin Yu. Otherwise, Qin Yu would never have entrusted the task hall to his care. "Brother Chu, after you step through this door, act as if nothing has transpired. This secret shall be personally conveyed to the chief by me," Chu Xiu advised Chu Xiu. "Understood." After contemplating, Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a white jade bottle intricately crafted from pure jade, which he presented to Chu Xiu, saying, "Brother Qi, within this jade bottle lies the essence I obtained from slaying a demon of the martial sage realm, extracted from its storage pouch. It is highly likely that this essence consists of the vital energy that the demons of the heavenly immortal pavilion have been consuming recently. This treasure is a trophy of my conquest, and I shall not claim it for myself." Chu Xiu cast a brief glance at the jade bottle and replied to Chu Xiu, "Though we cannot gather such items, as anyone who does becomes an enemy of our six gates and, indeed, a foe to humanity itself. The spoils of slaying demons, however, may be rightfully kept for oneself. Consuming this essence can significantly enhance our vitality." "Enhance our vitality?" With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu remarked with genuine interest, "Indeed, enhancing one's vitality is beneficial. However, for someone like Brother Chu, it may not be necessary to bolster your spirit just yet. It would be prudent to wait and see if it proves useful later on. This particular essence is best suited for the enigmatic and malevolent creatures." Chu Xiu shook his head and inquired, "Enigmatic creatures?" A stirring notion crossed Chu Xiu's mind. Could this be employed to cultivate Li Xinyue and enhance her prowess? The thought of absorbing the vitality of those young aristocrats left him somewhat unsettled. As a member of the human race, to partake in such essences seemed akin to the practices of demons and monsters. However, Li Xinyue was an entirely different matter. She was a calamity amidst the bazaar. For her, utilizing this energy was indeed fitting. Indeed, it was most effective against the malevolent beings. The elder of the Gao clan, in his quest to augment his vitality, had audaciously conspired with these demons, allowing them to gather essence within Artsonglong County City. Truly, this was a heinous crime. A flicker of rage once again crossed Chu Xiu's visage as he spoke with a menacing intensity. On Chu Xiu's face appeared a look of realization. It seemed that this vitality could indeed be utilized to nurture Li Xinyue. However, it offered little substantial assistance to him. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiu turned to Chu Xiu and said, "Brother Qi, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, Brother Chu, travel safely," Chu Xiu replied. Suppressing his anger, he resumed his usual carefree demeanor, and with a flourish of his sleeve, the grand doors of the mission hall slowly swung open. Chu Xiu nodded and proceeded toward the entrance of the mission hall. In a short while, Chu Xiu strode purposefully into the storeroom. "Ah, Chu lad, you arrived just in time. Your sword has been forged." Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Zhao Qiming greeted him warmly. "So soon?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qiming had indeed informed him that he would come to collect the sword in 3 days, but has that time not yet elapsed? Initially, it was meant to be 3 days later. Yet, the chief constable became aware of the situation. He personally took it upon himself to forge this for you. Zhao Qingming cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, "You've truly caught the chief constable's attention now. This marks the second occasion the chief constable has crafted weapons for us at the 6 doors." "Crafted by the chief constable himself?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback as he spoke. He had never anticipated that Qin Yu was not only a skilled blacksmith but had also personally crafted a blade for him. The chief constable is indeed the finest blacksmith within Artsonglong Prefecture's 6 doors. This blade you possess is not merely infused with the flesh and blood of the gluttonous specter and the millennium black iron I gifted you, but it also comprises numerous precious materials generously supplied by the chief constable. Such materials are more than sufficient for the creation of a 6th-tier renowned weapon. It is merely that the chief constable lacks the capability to forge such a weapon. Otherwise, he would likely have crafted a prestigious piece for you himself. Zhao Qiming gazed at Chu Xiu with evident envy and remarked. Upon finishing, he picked up a long blade with a pitch-black hilt and scabbard, indistinguishable from the standard weapons of the 6 doors, and presented it to Chu Xiu. "Thank you, Chief Constable, and thank you, Lord Zhao." Moved by the gesture, Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude before accepting the blade. The dagger felt surprisingly light in his hand, weighing approximately 10 pounds, comparable to the weapon he currently wielded. "No need for further thanks. Simply assess whether this blade meets your expectations," Zhao Qiming remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. A resounding clash of steel echoed. The blade, as white and lustrous as jade, seemed to harbor an incomprehensible force, its edge sharp enough to cleave through all existence. A chilling aura radiated from the blade, penetrating to the very marrow, causing the surrounding air to threaten to crystallize into ice. The ground beneath him, centered around Chu Xiu, began to form a thin layer of frost, extending outward in all directions. What a magnificent sword! A look of astonishment appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he spoke with admiration. Although his Nine Sun's true skill is a supreme art of utmost yang and rigidity, and his innate true essence radiates like the blazing sun, the fusion of this supreme yang essence with the bone-chilling cold would significantly enhance his prowess. Do you like it? Zhao Qingming said with a smile. If you do, use this blade to vanquish more demons. Chu Xiu gazed at the long knife in his hand and inquired of Zhao Qingming, My Lord Zhao, what is the name of this blade? He noticed that neither the hilt nor the blade bore any inscription. The chief constable had declared that this knife belonged to him. Thus it was his prerogative to name it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingming replied to Chu Xiu, From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Heaven-Slaying Blade. After careful consideration, Chu Xiu spoke with a chilling intensity. The demon-slaying blade and the monster-slaying sword do not possess the requisite grandeur. This blade of mine should be called the Heaven-Slaying Sword, a weapon destined to eradicate all malevolent demons and monsters that plague this realm. It shall pierce through the very fabric of this world. What a magnificent heaven-slaying sword it shall be. You, my friend, certainly possess the audacity. As unparalleled talents of the Six Doors, we must embody a spirit of unparalleled ambition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiming felt a surge of enlightenment and burst into hearty laughter. A hum resonated from the heaven-slaying sword, as if it too had been invigorated by Chu Xiu's formidable presence. Chu Xiu felt an uncanny affinity with the blade of heaven's severance, as if it were an extension of his very arm. He understood that this connection was not solely due to the influence of the illustrious title of Heavenly Blade Prodigy. There was also a profound recognition from the blade of heaven's severance itself. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed the heaven-slaying blade, removed the long sword from his waist, and placed it upon the table, before reattaching the heaven-slaying blade to his side. By the way, young Chu, is there a particular reason for your visit this evening? Zhao Qingming suddenly recalled that it was Chu Xiu who had taken the initiative to come, and thus inquired of him. Sir Zhao, I have come to collect the attire of the renowned Qingyi constable. With an expression of serene calmness, Chu Xiu remarked, What did you say? Zhao Qingming stared at Chu Xiu in astonishment, doubting whether he had misheard. Does Chu Xiu truly advance in rank once a day? Is it that tomorrow he shall seek to claim the crimson attire of the renowned bounty hunter? It is worth noting that within the entirety of Songlong County, there exists only one chief bounty hunter, Chu Xiu, adorned in such red garb. Chu Xiu retrieved the azure-clad bounty hunter token from his person and presented it to Zhao Qingming. The evidence spoke volumes. His merit points had been fully credited, and his token had once again ascended in rank. You truly are a prodigy, Zhao Qiming exclaimed through gritted teeth, each word seemingly forced from between his clenched jaws. You flatter me, Master Zhao. In comparison to the most exceptional geniuses or prodigies within our Six Doors, I am but an inconsequential figure. With a humble expression, Chu Xiu remarked, Nonsense. Zhao Qiming could not help but exclaim, Who says you are inferior to them? Can they match your extraordinary prowess? Advancing through ranks so swiftly, from a mere copper badge constable to a renowned blue-clad investigator in just a few days? Which of them has not spent over a year to achieve such advancement? By saying this, it seems I am indeed quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and remarked, It is not merely a semblance, it is indeed impressive. Enough of that. You need not address me as Lord Zhao anymore. You, my lad, are now akin to me, both renowned constables in our own right. Call me Zhao Lao instead. Do not think I am unaware. You refer to the old man Jiang as Jiang Lao, yet you call me Lord Zhao. What? Is your rapport with Jiang Lao more intimate? Zhao Qingming shot a glare at Chu Xiu, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, and said, Zhao Lao. Chu Xiu earnestly called out to Zhao Qingming. If he did not address him as old Zhao, it seemed that the old man might very well lose his temper. However, you truly are remarkable. Did you ascend from the first level of the Master Realm to the first level of Grandmaster Realm solely by relying on 50 bottles of Sunfire Elixir? And then, with your Grandmaster prowess, did you slay demons or experts at the Saint Warrior level? Zhao Qingming's face lit up with satisfaction, his gaze fixed intensely on Chu Xiu. He could discern at a glance that Chu Xiu had indeed reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Grandmaster Realm. Quite impressive. After thoroughly absorbing the entirety of the medicinal potency of the Sunfire Pill, Chu Xiu ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, achieving a significant breakthrough rather than merely a minor accomplishment within its first stage. Old Zhao, I seek your wisdom. This evening, while undertaking a mission, I encountered a demon of the Martial Saint realm. Unfortunately, this demon was aware of my recognition of its true identity and was intent on eliminating me. Initially, I had only advanced to the peak of the 9th tier of the Master Realm through the Sunfire Pill, a level of power that rendered me utterly incapable of contending with a demon of the Martial Saint realm. In a desperate bid for survival, I consumed all 11 remaining bottles of the Sunfire Pill in one go, and with their combined potency, I ascended to the Grand Master realm, achieving a remarkable breakthrough. With a face full of emotion, Chu Xiu exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? 11 bottles of Sunfire Elixir. Are you truly unafraid of being overwhelmed by its potency?" Zhao Qingming's expression shifted dramatically as he erupted in anger towards Chu Xiu. "This is not a matter of choice. If I do not break through, I shall never return. Fortunately, I have succeeded in my breakthrough, and I have slain the demon of the Martial Saint realm with a single strike." Chu Xiufeng spoke lightly. "You should refrain from such actions in the future. Moreover, you consumed 39 bottles of the Raging Sun Elixir so swiftly. Your cultivation has surged from the 1st to the 9th level of the Master Realm?" Zhao Qiming exclaimed, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, gazing at Chu with disbelief. "Is your capacity to absorb and refine medicinal pills truly so astonishing? A typical Master Realm practitioner would, at most, consume 3 to 5 bottles of the Raging Sun Elixir in a day. Even 3 bottles might lead to unstable cultivation. Yet, what of Chu? His cultivation exhibited no signs of instability. In merely one day, he had ingested the quantity that would ordinarily require several months for a conventional Master Realm warrior. His absorption capability surpassed Zhao Qingming's wildest imagination. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Indeed, this was a secret of his own. Everyone harbors a secret, after all. Noticing Chu Xiu's silence, Zhao Qingming's expression grew serious as he leaned in and spoke softly. "Young Chu, remember this, henceforth. You must claim that you have long been at the Grandmaster level, merely concealing your true strength, which is why you have advanced so rapidly. The swiftness of your breakthroughs and the speed at which you absorb elixirs must remain undisclosed to anyone. Should this secret come to light, it could potentially incite countless demons and strange entities against you. Even among our own kind, there would undoubtedly be many who covet your life." Grateful for Zhao's warning, Chu Xiu understood. With a solemn expression, Chu Xiu spoke, "As long as you understand." Zhao Qingming gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and replied, "Now that you have ascended to the Great Master Realm, your visit to me must certainly entail more than merely claiming the attire of the Qingyi Mingbu official. Speak freely. What else do you desire? I shall procure it all for you." "Zhao Lao, I require 50 bottles of essence pills," Chu Xiu stated. Chu Xiu nodded and spoke to Zhao Qiming. "The Divine Elephant Restraining Prison Technique requires the creation of a substantial quantity of particles, coalescing into the primal dragon elephants. The resources needed for cultivation far exceed those required for the 9 Suns True Art by several magnitudes. Within the same realm, the demand for resources multiplies significantly." He consumed essence pills and sunfire pills as if they were mere confections. Although he primarily ingested the sunfire pills, he had already depleted his stock of essence pills. Ultimately, after consuming all the essence pills, he had only managed to summon 317 primal dragon elephants. The second major achievement of the Divine Elephant Restraining Prison Technique necessitates 420 particles. This indicates that he is still 103 particles short of reaching the realm of external mastery. Subsequently, Chu Xiu prepared to diligently pursue the Divine Elephant Restraining Prison Technique to enhance his external cultivation level. The harmonious cultivation of both internal and external practices is the true path. 50 bottles of essence pills? Do you possess sufficient merit points, young man? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiming was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Xiu with astonishment. Each bottle of essence pills costs 50,000 merit points, and 50 bottles amount to 250,000 merit points. Although Chu Xiu had slain a demon of the Martial Saint realm, it seemed implausible for him to amass such a sum of merit points so swiftly. "Zhao Lao, sure, it is sufficient. I have slain quite a number of demons this time." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said, "Very well. I shall now assist you in procuring the official attire and the essence pill." Zhao Qingming also nodded, not pondering further, as he prepared to use Chu Xiu's token to exchange 2,500,000 merit points at the Black Jade Stone. "Zhao Lao, wait a moment. I have some corpses of demons here. Does the 6 doors accept them?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu inquired of Zhao Qiming, the corpses of demons? Indeed, however. Our 6 doors typically only accept the remains of demons at the lowest master level. Those of inferior ranks hold little value. Aside from the flesh and blood of the demons, which we can purify for alchemical purposes or concoct into medicinal dishes, their hides, claws, and fangs can also be utilized in the forging of weapons or armor. A flicker of intrigue passed through Zhao Qingming's eyes as he set aside Chu Xiu's token and spoke. Chu Xiu arrived at an open space, and with a flick of his sleeve, the corpses of numerous demons emerged in the hall from his storage bag. Fortunately, the storeroom's hall was sufficiently spacious, otherwise it would have been impossible to accommodate so many demon carcasses. Among them were 3 corpses of demons at the martial saint level, accompanied by dozens of corpses from the master and grandmaster realms. You've truly slain an impressive number of demons, Zhao Qiming remarked after a moment of silence. Observing the gruesome collection in the hall, he had initially assumed that Chu Xiu had only killed 1 martial saint demon, along with some lesser ones. Little did he know that there were 3 martial saint level demons present. With Zhao Qingming's keen perception, he could discern from the aura emanating from the 3 martial saint corpses that one was at the 3rd level, another at the 2nd level, and the last at the 1st level. The Grandmaster level Chu Xiu had triumphed over 3 martial saint demons, one of which was at the 3rd level. If word of this were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Songlong County and even the whole of Qizhou. Zhao Lao, could you assist me in calculating the total merit points these demons are worth? With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu spoke. The corpses of demons at the master level within our 6 doors are uniformly priced at 5,000 merit points, regardless of their minor realms. The corpses of demons at the Grand Master level are set at 50,000. However, the corpses of demons at the Martial Saint level are distinct, as they have reached the Martial Saint tier. Their fur, claws, and fangs serve as exquisite materials for crafting weapons and armor. The inner elixirs of these demons are treasures for alchemical concoctions. Zhao Qiming scrutinized the demon corpses and remarked to Chu Xiu, Young Chu, you haven't extracted the inner elixirs from these 3 demons, have you? If the inner elixirs were removed, their value would significantly diminish. No, Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu shook his head and spoke. He was well aware that when demons tread into the realm of martial saints, they could condense their inner elixir. Likewise, when warriors step into the realm of martial saints, they too can form their inner elixir, which is known as the martial Dao Golden Elixir. If the demon's inner elixir is not extracted, a corpse of a 1st-level martial saint demon is worth 500,000 merit points. A corpse of a 2nd-level martial saint demon is valued at 600,000 merit points, while a corpse of a 3rd-level martial saint demon is worth 700,000 merit points. These are the redemption prices for demon corpses in our 6 doors treasury. Should the demon's inner elixir be absent, the merit points would be halved. Here, you have 3 corpses of martial saint demons, totaling 1,800,000 merit points. Allow me to calculate the merit points for the corpses of the Grand Master and Master level demons, Zhao Qingming remarked to Chu Xiu before proceeding to tally the figures. In a short while, Zhao Qiming looked at Chu Xiu with a peculiar expression and said, in total, there are 50 corpses of Master level demons and 9 corpses of Grand Master level demons. Altogether, it amounts to exactly 700,000 merit points. The grand total is 2,500,000 merit points. Young Chu, you must have anticipated this, right? Exactly 2,500,000 merit points. Which means your essence elixir need not be deducted from the merit points. Clearing his throat, Zhao Laosher added, this is my first time selling demon corpses. All the previous ones were squandered. How could I have known the acquisition prices for these demon corpses? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and said, indeed. Very well, there is no need for your merit points now. Take back your token. I shall retrieve your official attire and essence pills. Zhao Qiming collected all the demon corpses, then turned and walked towards the storeroom. Chu Xiu stood silently in the hall, patiently awaiting. Before long, Zhao Qiming emerged from the storeroom, carrying a black bag, which he extended towards Chu Xiu, saying, Chu Xiu. Inside this bag are 3 sets of official garments of the renowned Qingyi constables, along with 50 vials of essence pills. Thank you, Zhao Lan. Chu Xiu took the black bag and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming, with a look of disdain, waved his hand at Chu Xiu and remained silent. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy before departing with the black bag in hand. Upon exiting the storeroom, he strode purposefully towards his courtyard, moving with great haste. In a short while, Chu Xiu stepped into his courtyard. Jiang Shishao was practicing her swordsmanship within the confines of the yard. while Li Xinyue sat on a stone bench at the stone table, lost in contemplation. After all, Li Xinyue was not human. She was an enigma, a calamity. She did not require training to continuously grow stronger. Upon the return of the young master, Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she sheathed her long sword and swiftly appeared before him. Li Xinyue also snapped back to reality and approached Chu Xiu. Yes, I've returned after completing my tasks. Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, My lord, are you weary? Would you like me to massage your shoulders? Jiang Xiaoxiao, with her enchanting eyes sparkling, gazed at Chu Xiu and replied with a radiant smile. Li Xinyue interjected, My lord, I could assist you with a leg massage. No need. I am not fatigued. I shall be stepping out shortly. Chu Xiuan smiled gently and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Oh. A trace of disappointment flickered across the delicate faces of Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. I am merely going to the armory, not to any other place. Chu Xiu chuckled softly and spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue finally felt a sense of relief. After all, they had been worried about him while he was out on his mission. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Xiu conjured a jade bottle, presenting it to Li Xinyue. Xinyue, this is a trophy from my recent expedition, a spirit essence drawn from the monsters lurking by the banks of the Songlong River. While it holds little significance for our kind, it may prove beneficial for you. Perhaps you can utilize it to enhance your strength. Young master, your kindness knows no bounds. Li Xinyue replied, her enchanting beauty illuminated by a profound sense of gratitude. Her clear eyes glimmered with a hint of mist as she gazed at Chu Xiu. Oh dear sister Xinyue, accept this gift from the young master promptly. The greater our strength, the more we can assist him, Jiang Xiaoxiao chimed in. Playfully snatching the jade bottle from Chu Xiu's hand and placing it into Li Xinyue's grasp, her expression radiating charm. Indeed, I must bolster my power, so I may aid the young master and avenge the grievances of the hundreds in Li village. Li Xinyue declared, clutching the jade bottle tightly, her demeanor resolute. Very well. I shall change into another attire and make a visit to the armory. I will return shortly. Chu Xiu addressed the two young women, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, before he retreated to his chamber, clutching a black package. After donning the attire of a renowned constable in azure, he exited his room and departed from the courtyard, heading towards the direction of the Six Doors Armory. Observing Chu Xiu's departure, Jiang Xiaoxiao resumed her sword practice, while Li Xinyue, holding a jade cleansing vase, made her way to her room, preparing to harness the vital essence contained within the vase. In but a moment, Chu Xiu stepped into the armory of the Six Gates. Upon seeing his arrival, Elder Jiang cast a glance in his direction and remarked, Young Chu, have you returned to accumulate merit points? Wait a moment, he continued, you've become a renowned constable in blue? Elder Jiang suddenly realized, rising abruptly with an expression of astonishment on his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu, unable to contain his exclamation. Indeed, Elder Jiang possessed a discerning eye. Instantly recognizing my elevation to the esteemed rank of a constable in blue, Chu Xiu flattered Elder Jiang, to which Jiang retorted, Are you mocking me, young man? My eyesight is perfectly fine. I can see you are donned in the attire of an esteemed constable. How could I possibly overlook that? Elder Jiang sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. How long has it been since Chu Xiu became a head constable? And now he has ascended to the rank of an esteemed constable? It won't be long before I must address him as Lord Chu. Cough, cough, Chu Xiu responded. How could I dare? Is it a fault to pay you a compliment? Chu Xiu coughed lightly and hastily clarified. Enough. No need for explanations. You, young man, are now akin to me, a renowned constable in blue. It won't be long before you ascend to the esteemed rank of a constable in red within our 6 doors. Even I shall have to address you as Lord Chu. With a cold smirk, Elder Jiang turned to Chu Xiu and remarked, What is there to fear? How could that be? My status as a constable in blue pales in comparison to someone of your caliber, Elder Jiang. Please do not mock me, Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and remarked, Moreover, even if one day I, Chu Xiu, were to become a renowned red-clad constable, I would still respectfully address you as Elder Jiang. How could I possibly allow you to call me Lord Chu? That would be quite beneath my dignity. He was not mistaken in his assertion. Within the 6 doors, not all blue-clad constables are created equal. Figures such as Elder Jiang and Zhao Qiming, the blue-clad constables, undoubtedly rank among the elite within the entire organization. Their cultivation levels likely approach the pinnacle of the martial sage realm, mere steps away from the mythic realm. Their prowess far surpasses that of the weaker practitioners within the martial sage domain. The more Chu Xiu learned about Songlong County, The more he felt that the strength of the 6 doors there was likely far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Clearly, there is not merely the chief constable Chu Xiu among the exceptional talents of Songlong County's 6 doors. Although Chu Xiu was unaware if there existed other red-clad constables of mythic caliber akin to Chu Xiu, he was certain that Zhao Qiming, who oversees the armory and storeroom, might be even more formidable than he had anticipated. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, Elder Jiang said, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he regarded Chu Xiu. Now, tell me, have you come to replenish the 50,000 merit points for the Qi observation technique? Or is there something else on your agenda? Elder Jiang, in addition to replenishing the 50,000 merit points for the Qi observation technique, I would also like to select 2 additional martial arts texts. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and then addressed Elder Jiang. Do you still wish to select martial arts? Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, as if he questioned whether he had misheard. Ahem, Elder Zhao, although I have already mastered numerous martial arts. For someone with my extraordinary comprehension, no matter how many I learn, it will have no significant impact. Chu Xiu nodded and addressed Elder Jiang. Very well. What martial arts do you seek this time? Elder Jiang waved his hand, weary of further discussion. One cannot overindulge, if I say another word. I would be akin to a fool. Chu Xiu is nothing short of a prodigy. He simply does not encounter such issues. While he occasionally selects a martial art from the armory, does it truly affect him? Not in the slightest. Such a concern is non-existent. His cultivation level ascends almost daily. Others say that even a mere 3 days apart from a scholar warrants a fresh perspective. Yet for Chu Xiu, nearly half a day of absence compels one to regard him anew. Elder Jiang, I have come this time to seek a martial art related to sound waves, as well as one pertaining to the spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu replied. He had already contemplated this before arriving at the arsenal. As a versatile warrior, it was essential to enhance his skills in all dimensions. While it was permissible to forego the study of soundwave martial arts, the mastery of mental martial arts was indispensable. At the very least, he needed to possess a method of mental defense, enabling him to withstand the assaults of demons adept in psychological attacks. Soundwave martial arts? Mental martial arts? You are straying further from the path, my boy. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang furrowed his brow and remarked, however, possessing expertise in these 2 forms of martial arts would indeed confer significant advantages. There are numerous types of soundwave martial arts. Which specific type do you require? Is there one that utilizes the Guqin? With a sudden inspiration, Chu Xiu turned to Elder Jiang and inquired. He had recently acquired an ancient zither from Xian Shuanyang, which he intended to utilize for the execution of soundwave martial arts. An ancient zither? Elder Jiang paused momentarily, then responded, Are you certain? To master this particular form of soundwave martial arts, you must possess a specialized zither-like weapon for performance. An ordinary ancient zither cannot endure the strain of soundwave techniques and will be reduced to mere dust in an instant. Elder Jiang, could you please assess whether my ancient zither qualifies as a zither-like weapon? With a mere thought, Chu Xiu conjured an ancient and majestic Guqin, which gracefully appeared at his fingertips. He extended it towards Elder Jiang, saying, Here. Elder Jiang's expression grew serious as he accepted the Guqin, examining it meticulously. Soon, astonishment flickered across his face, and he exclaimed, This Guqin is remarkable, crafted from the wood of the phoenix-perched parasol tree, and has attained the status of a 6th-tier renowned instrument. Moreover, it is a superior 6th-tier artifact. Wait, is this not the phoenix-perched treasure chain belonging to the Xian family of Little Qiu Mountain? How did you manage to retrieve it? With a raised brow, Chu Xiu remarked, I recently undertook a reconnaissance mission by the banks of the Songlong River, where I encountered a coven of enchanting fox spirits concealed within the celestial pavilion. The leader of these fox spirits is known as Xian Shuanyang, and I acquired this treasured Fengshi Baoyin after vanquishing her. Xian Shuanyang? Exclaimed Jiang Lao, indeed. You are quite the formidable one, capable of dealing with such a bewitching fox spirit. He regarded Chu Xiu with admiration, his voice thick with intrigue. You are ruthless and decisive. Upon hearing her name, I recognized that she must be a direct descendant of the esteemed Xian family from Shaoqiushan, particularly favored by their venerable ancestor. It is no small feat to have entrusted her with the treasured Fengshi Baoyin. Jiang Lao, are you praising me? Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang with an expression of peculiar curiosity, sensing an oddity in the old man's words. Naturally, I am extolling your virtues, Elder Jiang replied. The vixen of the Xian family is certainly no benevolent creature. However, you must remain vigilant, for these vixens are far from simple. Moreover, they harbor deep grudges. You have slain a direct descendant of the Xin family and seized the treasured Fengqi Guqin from their ancestral lineage. This old vixen will undoubtedly hold a grudge against you. She is bound to create trouble for you, though it is unlikely that she would dare to personally venture into our Songlong County to confront you. Nevertheless, she will send formidable experts from the Xin family in her stead. It would be prudent for you to refrain from leaving our 6 doors for the time being. Within the confines of our 6 doors, not even the Xin family's elite can pose a threat. Even if that old vixen were to come herself, I would ensure her demise, Elder Jiang stated with an expression of serene confidence. Elder Jiang, can you truly vanquish those of the mythical realm? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Xiu turned to Elder Jiang and inquired, the ancestor of the Xin family must be a being of the mythical realm. At the very least, correct? Elder Jiang smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Observing his demeanor, Chu Xiu discerned that the elder indeed possessed the capability to slay entities of the mythical realm. Doubts began to pervade his mind. Could Elder Jiang truly be merely a martial sage-level Qingyi renowned detective, or had he ascended to the mythical realm without advancing to the status of a Hongyi detective? However, it seemed improbable that if Elder Jiang had reached the mythical realm, he would continue as a Qingyi detective, as he would undoubtedly have progressed to a Hongyi detective. It was more plausible that he wielded the formidable strength to defeat foes beyond his level. If this were indeed the case, then Elder Jiang's prowess would be utterly terrifying. One must understand that as one's cultivation level rises, the difficulty of vanquishing adversaries of a higher tier escalates exponentially. Take good care of your Fengqi treasure zither. Since you possess this exquisite instrument, it is no wonder you wish to cultivate soundwave martial arts. Within our 6 doors, there exist suitable soundwave martial arts for zither-type weapons, and not just one variety. Elder Jiang extended the Fengqi treasure zither towards Chu Xiu, stating, in our 6 doors. Soundwave martial arts include the 8 melodies of the celestial demon, the 7 killing demonic sounds, and the emotionless heavenly tones, among others. The 3 I just mentioned are extraordinary martial arts that directly target the laws of the universe. The 8 melodies of the celestial demon requires an understanding of the true essence of the demonic path and even the laws of the demonic path to unleash its true power. The 7 killing demonic sounds necessitates the comprehension of the true essence of slaughter and the laws of slaughter. As for the emotionless heavenly tones, it demands an understanding of the true essence of emotionlessness and the corresponding laws. Interestingly, the 8 melodies of the celestial demon shares its origins with the light-footed technique you are currently training, the 8 steps of the celestial demon, both hailing from the celestial demon sect. The difference lies in that the 8 steps pertains to the true essence of space and the laws of space, rather than the true essence and laws of the demonic path. Elder Jiang, I choose the 8 melodies of the celestial demon. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke to Elder Jiang. Although he had grasped the true essence of slaughter, it would be more fitting for him to study the 7 slaughter demonic melody. However, for Chu Xiu, comprehending the true essence was as effortless as breathing or eating. As long as he desired it, his keen intellect would undoubtedly allow him to understand it. Given this, there was no need to cling to the choice of the 7 slaughter demonic melody, which he had already mastered. Instead, opting for the 8 demonic melodies could lead him to uncover another profound truth of demonic arts. The laws of demonic arts are among the pinnacle of the 3,000 laws. Very well, Elder Jiang said, casting a penetrating gaze at Chu Xiu. I have indeed thought of a mental martial art that would be exceptionally suitable for you. Please, Elder Jiang, enlighten me. Chu Xiu spoke with a serious expression. The Supreme Contemplation Method. Elder Jiang, with a grave demeanor, replied, this is one of the most profound teachings of the Supreme Tao. It is also an extraordinary martial art that can enhance one's mental strength and nourish the spirit. It allows one to attain an immortal soul, everlasting throughout the ages. The Supreme Tao, the Supreme Contemplation Method? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance as he spoke. Naturally, he was well aware of the illustrious reputation of the Supreme Tao. Within the Dazhou dynasty, aside from the powerful aristocratic families, there existed a multitude of sects, each possessing formidable strength. Among these, the Supreme Tao stood as one of the most prestigious sects, a holy land of existence. The leader of the Supreme Tao also served as the national master of the Dazhou dynasty. Indeed, our 6 doors possess the same supreme visualization technique. Should you manage to grasp the essence of this technique, it would enable you to enhance your spiritual strength and refine your soul. This would undoubtedly facilitate your future endeavors in reaching the mythical realm. Furthermore, although named the visualization technique, it encompasses methods of mental assault and mental defense. The mental assault technique is known as the Supreme Heavenly Blade, a manifestation of spiritual power forged into a blade that cleaves through the soul. This is an immensely potent form of spiritual attack. Conversely, the mental defense technique is termed the Supreme Golden Lotus, which manifests as clusters of golden lotuses formed from spiritual energy, shielding the user from all forms of harm. Elder Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu, remarking, however, within the Supreme Tao, the number of individuals capable of cultivating this supreme visualization technique in each generation does not exceed a handful. He had long discerned Chu Xiu's intentions. This young man had a penchant for cultivating extraordinary martial arts. Thus, he refrained from recommending ordinary techniques, opting instead to introduce the supreme visualization technique. This would also serve to enlighten the young man that not all remarkable martial arts are within his grasp. Should he truly master the supreme visualization technique, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. Conversely, should he fail, he could always return to select other spiritual martial arts. After all, given his speed in vanquishing demons, he was hardly lacking in merit points. In their 6 doors, extraordinary martial arts merely required a mere 50,000 merit points. A trifling sum indeed. Elder Jiang, this supreme visualization technique shall be my choice. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with utmost seriousness. How could he possibly neglect such formidable mental martial arts? Would he then pursue other forms of mental cultivation? Possessing the extraordinary trait of exceptional intelligence. Denoted by a purple descriptor, his comprehension was on par with the finest. Moreover, with the innate divine soul awarded by a blue descriptor, he harbored an unparalleled talent in the realm of mental martial arts. Very well, I shall take your token. Initially, you owed 50,000 merit points. And with the addition of the breathtaking techniques of the 8 sounds of the celestial demon and the supreme visualization method, the total amounts to 150,000 merit points. Elder Jiang nodded slightly and addressed Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu took out the token of the renowned Qingyi constable and handed it to Elder Jiang. He currently possessed a total of 6,525,430 merit points. Even after deducting 150,000 merit points, he would still retain 6,375,430 merit points. Elder Jiang swiped Chu Xiu's token against the black jade stone and returned it to him, stating, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall assist you in acquiring the 8 sounds of the celestial demon and the supreme visualization method. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu received the token and expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. "Since when have you become so courteous with me?" Elder Jiang shot a glare at Chu Xiu before striding towards the inner vault of the 6 doors. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. After a short while, Elder Jiang emerged, extending 2 jade slips towards Chu Xiu, and said, "Here, take your 2 extraordinary martial arts manuals and be on your way." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude, took the 2 jade slips, and turned to leave. Within the Great River Gang, a member hurriedly approached a courtyard deep within. His face etched with alarm as he bowed and said, "Master, there is grave news." The figure of Wei Qi Feng, the leader of the Great River Gang, seemingly materialized before the anxious member, his voice cold as he inquired, "What is it?" A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. Could it be? The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion is home to 2 formidable warriors, Lady Xin and Granny Ping. He had already sent word to warn Lady Xin. Could it be that Chu Xiu has discovered her presence? Even if he had arranged for the Beast King of Wild Boar Ridge to eliminate Chu Xiu after he left the banks of the Songlong River. Was there truly a slip-up? "Master." Upon arriving at the banks of the Songlong River, by chance, Chu Xiu entered the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Subsequently, he completely annihilated the pavilion. Now it lies in ashes, engulfed by flames. The member's voice trembled as he delivered the news. What? Wei Qi Feng felt darkness cloud his vision. His body swayed as he nearly collapsed. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lady Xin had been gathering vital energy for the Gao family's ancestor near the Songlong River. Now that the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion had been destroyed, how could he possibly explain this to the Gao family? As this thought crossed his mind, fear gripped his heart. Yet, having presided over the Great River Gang, the largest faction in Songlong County, for many years, he inhaled deeply and commanded. "Dispatch someone at once to Xiaoqiu Mountain to inform the Gao family's ancestor, so that he may send his kin to our city to serve the Gao family. If the Gao family is enraged, not only shall I perish, but the ancestor of the Xin family will also find no solace." Understood. The member hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Master, there is more to report." After Chu Xiu departed from the Songlong River, a 3rd-level martial saint from Wild Boar Ridge struck. However, this Beast King was also slain by Chu Xiu. Remarkable Chu Xiu. In one night, he has vanquished 3 martial saint-level beasts. Wei Chi Feng declared with a chilling intensity, this individual's rate of growth is astonishingly rapid. I have never heard of such a prodigy. If he remains alive, he shall undoubtedly become our greatest threat. Were there not 3 beast kings from Wild Boar Ridge? One is a 7th-level martial saint, the other a 9th level. Inform the leader of the Sandstorm Gang to collaborate with these 2 martial saints to eliminate Chu Xiu. Once he steps beyond the 6 gates, they shall make their move. Yes. The member responded with utmost respect. The bloody night would be temporarily paused. Once Chu Xiu was dealt with, it would resume. Wei Chi Feng rubbed his throbbing temples and addressed the member. That will be all. Attend to these 3 matters. Yes. I shall obey. The member answered, striding away with purpose. 6 gates. Chu Xiu alone strode into the courtyard with the grace of a dragon and the majesty of a tiger. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing echoed from within one of the chambers. An overwhelming aura erupted forth. This formidable presence had, in that fleeting moment, ascended to the realm of the martial sage. Moreover, it was far from being an ordinary martial sage aura. Chu Xiu even felt that the mountain-splitting pig demon he encountered tonight was far less terrifying than this overwhelming aura. Remarkably, Li Xinyue had only just achieved a breakthrough. Yet, the energy she unleashed surpassed that of the ordinary mountain-splitting pig demon by several folds. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of calamity. Young master, has Sister Xinyue made a breakthrough? Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired with a look of curiosity, gazing towards Li Xinyue's room. Indeed, it seems that Xinyue has absorbed the essence from the jade cleaning bottle, resulting in her breakthrough. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, Sister Xinyue is truly remarkable. Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke with a hint of admiration in her tone. Chu Xiu smiled gently and remarked, Xiao, you are quite remarkable yourself. You have already stepped into the 7th level of the innate realm, and your progress in cultivation is truly unmatched by many. Within our 6 doors, you can undoubtedly be regarded as a genuine prodigy, even a paragon. In fact, I feel that even the outstanding talents of the 6 doors may not surpass you, who could very well be the reincarnation of the moon goddess. I have increasingly observed that your swordsmanship has grown remarkably strong. I find it difficult to discern just how far your skills have advanced. In comparison, you still have much to learn from Sister Xinyue. Young master, I shall take my leave now, as I need to continue my cultivation, Xiao declared earnestly. Her delicate fist raised in resolve. Very well, continue your training at your own pace. I too shall retreat to the study to contemplate martial arts, he replied. Chu Xiu chuckled lightly, aware that even if Li Xinyue had achieved a breakthrough, she still needed to solidify her realm. As they walked, he spoke, Jiang Xiaoxiao. With an expression of obedience, nodded and resumed her cultivation within the study of the courtyard. Chu Xiu placed the jade slip of the heavenly demon 8 sounds against his forehead. In an instant, an overwhelming multitude of information regarding the heavenly demon 8 sounds flooded into his mind, as if it were inscribed within the very fabric of his consciousness. With unparalleled wisdom, Chu Xiu began to comprehend the 8 sounds of heavenly demons. Truly, his extraordinary intellect was remarkable. He had swiftly grasped the fundamentals of this intricate art. After a considerable period, he gradually opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his cheeks as he remarked, if I accumulate sufficient destiny points, I shall elevate my unparalleled wisdom from a purple tier to a golden tier. I wonder to what terrifying heights my enlightenment will ascend once I attain the golden tier. It was now time to explore the Taishang visualization method. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu picked up the jade slip containing the Taishang visualization method. A look of anticipation illuminating his face as he pressed it against his forehead. His choice to study the 8 sounds of heavenly demons first was due to his greater reverence for the Taishang visualization method. For its significance to him far surpassed that of the 8 sounds of heavenly demons. Thunder rumbled in that instant. In Chu Xiu's mind, a thunderous roar seemed to reverberate. Countless thoughts regarding the supreme visualization technique surged within his consciousness. Beyond the myriad concepts of this technique, a vivid visualization unfolded gradually in his mind. Within this image, there stood an imposing Taoist priest, robed in celestial garments, exuding an aura reminiscent of immortals. One hand pointed to the heavens, while the other gestured towards the earth, proclaiming his unparalleled supremacy over all. Thus, the supreme visualization technique is none other than the contemplation of this revered immortal who imparted the supreme visualization technique. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, his sword-like brows arching as he pondered the Taishang visualization method. He mused, can I visualize myself? If I believe I am the strongest, then indeed, I am the strongest. There is no need to visualize others. After a moment's reflection, he deemed this entirely feasible. He directly accessed the essence of the Taishang visualization method, adopting the imagery but merely altering the figure being visualized. With this thought, Chu Xiu closed his eyes and began to conjure images within his mind. The first step of the Taishang visualization method, and indeed the most challenging, required him to sketch a scene in his mind to embody the essence of the Taishang immortal, commanding the spiritual realm. Fueled by his remarkable insight, a figure soon emerged in his mind. This figure, however, was not the Taishang immortal, but rather Chu Xiu himself, clad in a Taoist robe. Chu Xiu pointed heavenward with one hand and earthward with the other, exuding an unparalleled majesty that proclaimed his supremacy over all realms. He vividly conjured the ethereal aura of the supreme immortal, albeit embodying it in his own essence. As Chu Xiu's figure materialized within the realm of consciousness, he felt an extraordinary vision unfolding in his mind, a cascade of golden lotuses emerging from the depths of the earth, accompanied by a celestial shower of blossoms. Ultimately, these golden lotuses gracefully merged into Chu Xiu's mental prowess, causing an instantaneous surge in his spiritual energy. In a brief moment, Chu Xiu's mental prowess surged exponentially. It escalated from several dozen zhang to an astonishing 200 zhang, even extending beyond the confines of his courtyard. After all, the array within the courtyard could thwart the prying eyes of others, yet it posed no hindrance to its master, allowing his mental force to manifest outside the courtyard. Every movement within a radius of 200 zhang lay under the vigilant gaze of Chu Xiu. His mental strength functioned as his very eyes. Chu Xiu merely sensed for a moment before retracting his mental energy to begin condensing the supreme golden lotus. The supreme visualization technique? In the deepest recesses of the six gates, Chief Qin Yuxian displayed an expression of astonishment as he gazed towards Chu Xiu's courtyard, exclaiming in wonder, "A prodigy! This is an unparalleled genius of our six gates. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but he also demonstrates astonishing aptitude in the art of body refinement. Remarkably, he even possesses a gift for soul cultivation. He has mastered the supreme visualization technique, a martial art of remarkable renown. It is not only our Songlong County six gates, even the six gates of Qizhou City may struggle to retain Chu Xiu. His future undoubtedly lies within the headquarters of the six gates of the great Zhou dynasty." Upon finishing his words, a glimmer of anticipation emerged in Qin Yuxian's heart. If their Songlong County six gates could produce a talent capable of standing firm at the headquarters of the great Zhou dynasty's six gates, there was even a possibility of him becoming the deputy chief, or perhaps the chief himself. Their Songlong County six gates would then gain renown throughout the entire great Zhou dynasty. Could it be that this lad sought out old Jiang in the armory for the supreme visualization technique? In the armory of the six gates, Zhao Qiming stared in shock towards Chu Xiu's courtyard, unable to restrain his astonishment. Meanwhile, old Jiang in the armory gazed blankly in the same direction. He was aware of Chu Xiu's extraordinary talents, but he never anticipated that Chu Xiu possessed such terrifying aptitude in the realm of the soul. The supreme visualization technique is indeed one of the most exalted and unparalleled skills. Has there truly been so few who could cultivate it in each generation? Surely not. I too aspired to cultivate the supreme visualization technique in my youth, yet after expending vast amounts of time, I could not even reach the threshold of entry. There can be no mistake. After a brief silence, old Jiang scratched his head in annoyance and remarked, "But how can this young man be so extraordinary? Why does he learn everything so rapidly? Does he not possess a single flaw? Could he possibly be a reincarnated celestial being? A reincarnated immortal? Or perhaps the reincarnation of a heavenly emperor?" Soon, a golden lotus platform materialized beneath Chu Xiu's feet. However, this golden lotus was still somewhat ethereal upon its initial formation. "I have succeeded," he thought. "Now, I merely need to invest time to gradually solidify the supreme golden lotus, thereby enhancing my mental defenses to ever greater heights." Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his cheeks as he remarked, "It is now time to enhance my fortune attributes. Destiny attributes: 9 Yang sacred body, gold; extraordinary intellect, purple; aristocratic air, blue; golden tendons and jade bones, blue; carefree wind riding, blue; vitality like a river, blue; blade mastery, blue; unmatched fist and foot techniques, blue; gluttonous stomach, blue; innate divine soul, blue; celestial melody, green; destiny value, 170. For 01 unbeknownst to me, I have accumulated 11 attributes. Now, with a destiny value of 170,000, I am poised to manifest a second purple attribute." As Chu Xiu gazed at the myriad of destiny attributes displayed on the data panel, an overwhelming sense of anticipation filled his heart. From his unparalleled intellect, he discerned the formidable power inherent in the purple attributes. Contemplating the various destiny attributes, he found himself lost in thought. After a while, Chu Xiu's expression shifted to one of unwavering determination, and he spoke solemnly, "The second purple attribute must enhance my knife talent. My greatest strength lies still in the art of the blade. The enhancement of my knife talent will yield the most pronounced increase in power. When I accumulate sufficient destiny points in the future, I shall elevate the third purple attribute, focusing on the golden muscle and jade bone. With this resolution firmly established, Chu Xiu resolutely commanded in his mind, "System, elevate my knife genius." No sooner had he uttered the words than a tremendous wave of blade energy surged within his consciousness. Subsequently, a figure manifested in his mind, executing the 7 cuts of heaven. Soon, multiple figures emerged, each one a reflection of Chu Xiu, each practicing a distinct knife technique. Countless insights into the art of the blade flooded his mind, techniques such as the 7 cuts of heaven, the lunar blade technique, and the 5 elements blade technique, all of which he had long since mastered to perfection, danced before him. A torrent of blade intent erupted from Chu Xiu: pure yang blade intent, slaughter blade intent, annihilation blade intent, lunar blade intent, 5 elements blade intent, Qian blade intent, and thunder blade intent, all 7 forms of blade intent. Among them, the pure yang blade intent possessed the most terrifying power, with the slaughter and annihilation blade intents following closely behind. The lunar, 5 elements, Qian and thunder blade intents were newly comprehended. Had it not been for the array's obstruction in the courtyard, Chu Xiu might have astonished the entire 6 doors of Songlong County. However, within the courtyard, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, who had just stepped out of her room, were already in a state of shock. The 2 women gazed in awe at Chu Xiu's study. "Sister Xinyue, has the young master truly comprehended 7 forms of blade intent?" Jiang Xiaoxiao trembled as she spoke. "No. You are not mistaken. The young master has indeed grasped 7 forms of blade intent," Li Xinyue replied, her eyes reflecting a trace of reverence as she regarded Chu Xiu's study. "I recall my master mentioning that the young master practices the 7 cuts of heaven, renowned as the world's foremost blade technique. The 7 cuts of heaven requires the comprehension of 7 forms of blade intent, which must then be fused, ultimately culminating in the convergence of 7 principles to unleash its true power. If the young master has now comprehended 7 forms of blade intent, does that not mean he can achieve the unity of the 7 blades once he fully masters the 7 cuts of heaven?" Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face lit up with admiration. With such astonishing talent in the art of the blade, the young master will undoubtedly master the 7 cuts of heaven. Li Xinyue nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the young master can certainly accomplish this." Jiang Xiaoxiao echoed enthusiastically, having successfully expended 100,000 destiny points. The knife genius, blue, was upgraded to blade god talent, purple. Blade god talent, an extraordinary aptitude in the art of the blade, akin to a blade deity among mortals. 2 notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the prompt before him, his heart brimming with indescribable joy. Merely possessing the innate talent of the blade god was sufficient to render his training in the art of the blade remarkably effortless, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Furthermore, he was endowed with the exceptional wisdom denoted by the term peerless enlightenment. The confluence of these 2 violet attributes significantly propelled Chu Xiu's comprehension of the blade, resulting in a substantial breakthrough from the very inception of the blade god's talent. He had grasped the concepts of the Tain blade intent, the 5 elements blade intent, the Qian blade intent, and the thunder blade intent. Not only had he comprehended these 4 forms of blade intent, but even the pure yang blade intent, the killing blade intent, and the destruction blade intent had also seen enhancements. The pure yang blade intent transitioned from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, while both the killing and destruction blade intents advanced from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. Lastly, his understanding of the 7 blades of heaven was profound. The 3rd blade had originally reached a state of great accomplishment, but now it had attained a state of perfection. Remarkably, even the 4th blade of the 7 blades of heaven had reached a minor accomplishment. My choices have undoubtedly proven to be correct. At this moment, my strength may very well allow me to contend with masters at the 5th and even 6th levels of the martial saint realm. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and gazed upon the destiny attribute. After all, he still had 70,000 destiny points remaining, which allowed him to enhance the green attribute of celestial melody. He spoke solemnly in his mind, "System, enhance celestial melody." In an instant, in Chu Xiu's mind, an array of insights regarding the 8 sounds of the celestial demon emerged, propelling him forward significantly in a realm where he had merely begun to tread. Although he had yet to attain the minor completion of this art, he had garnered numerous revelations. It would not be long before his mastery of the 8 sounds of the celestial demon would reach that minor completion stage, successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. The heavenly melody, green, was upgraded to the resonance of 3 days, blue. Resonance of 3 days. His talent in the realm of melody had reached an extraordinary level. A prompt appeared once more, signifying perfection, with over 60,000 destiny points remaining. Now, he awaited the accumulation of 100,000 destiny points to give birth to the third purple attribute. Chu Xiu rose from his seat, stretching languidly with a look of contentment adorning his face. Having spoken, he made his way towards the door of the study. This time, he did not employ his innate true essence. Instead, with a mere thought, a wave of mental energy surged forth towards the study's entrance. Creak. The door slowly swung open. Chu Xiu strode out of the study with great determination. Young master, have you completed your training? Upon seeing Chu Xiu emerge, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, who had been waiting outside the study, revealed expressions of delight and approached him eagerly. Within this courtyard, it was not only the entire area that was enveloped by an array, the study itself was also protected by a distinct formation. However, this particular formation was designed solely to muffle sound, rendering the interior invisible. Nevertheless, they could sense the surge of blade intent that Chu Xiu had just unleashed. Indeed, I have finished my training. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Young master, have you comprehended the 7 distinct intents of the blade? Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired with an expression of curiosity. Li Xinyue's gaze was also fixed upon Chu Xiu, although she had already sensed the 7 different blade intents moments ago. Chu Xiu affirmed, indeed, I have grasped the 7 intents of the blade. However, I implore you both to keep this matter confidential. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed the 2 young women, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Rest assured, young master, we shall not divulge this to anyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao replied with a playful smile, adding, not even to our master. Li Xinyue, with a gentle nod of her graceful head, remained silent. Within the 6 doors, she only knew Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiu gazed at Li Xinyue and inquired, Xinyue, have you ascended to the martial saint realm? Your grace, she replied. I have just recently transcended to the martial saint realm and have achieved the initial stage of its first level. Li Xinyue nodded gently and remarked, upon breaking through to the martial saint realm, I feel as though I have acquired several new abilities. What abilities? Chu Xiu's eyes brightened as he looked at Li Xinyue and inquired. Jiang Xiaoxiao also turned her gaze towards Li Xinyue, eager to ascertain whether her sister Xinyue, as a calamity, had indeed become more formidable with her breakthrough in cultivation. She had now come to a profound understanding of the essence of calamity. Realizing that beings like Li Xinyue possessed an extraordinarily high ceiling of power, rendering them fearsome entities, in comparison to the ordinary anomalies. Li Xinyue was in a league of her own. Assimilation? Indestructibility? Heart sword? Invisibility? Li Xinyue contemplated for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. With a subtle arch of his brows, Chu Xiu contemplated the 4 extraordinary abilities, each seemingly remarkable in its own right. Indeed, the current Li Xinyue must possess such powers akin to immortality. Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Li Xinyue, her expression one of astonishment. She was already aware of the terrifying nature of calamities, yet she could hardly fathom that upon stepping into the realm of martial saints, Li Xinyue could wield these 4 abilities. Though she was somewhat unfamiliar with the concept of assimilation, the other 3 abilities, immortality, the heart sword, and invisibility, were formidable just by their names alone. My lord, assimilation refers to the capacity to integrate humans, monsters, or the peculiar into my domain, thereby rendering them a part of it. Once assimilated, they become unwaveringly loyal to me, akin to puppets under my command, Li Xinyue softly explained. As for immortality, it differs from the conventional understanding. This immortality implies that no matter the circumstances, even if one possesses greater cultivation, they cannot harm me within my domain. In this realm, I embody an utterly indestructible existence. There is no possibility of my domain being breached or requiring reconstitution. In the past, while I was also deemed immortal, should I be struck down, my domain would shatter, only to re-emerge later. However, such an event would deplete our essence. Although this essence could gradually be restored, it is no longer a concern for me now. Even if beings more powerful than I dwell within my domain, they cannot threaten me, just as I cannot threaten them. Upon hearing this, both Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao displayed expressions of profound shock. Was this an enhanced version of immortality? It granted Li Xinyue an absolute invincibility. For according to her words, each death would indeed consume her essence. If the instances of death exceeded a certain threshold, calamities would not be truly immortal. Achieving such a state, however, proved to be exceedingly challenging. This elucidated why calamities were deemed indestructible. The notion of indestructibility did not imply that calamities were genuinely immortal. Rather, when one's strength reached a certain level, the possibility of vanquishing calamities would arise. The heart sword, perhaps related to the vital essence bestowed upon me by my lord. I sense that this essence has fortified my soul, resulting in a transformation as I ascended to the realm of martial saints. My mental power converged into a heart sword. With this heart sword, I possess the ability to attack the spirit and even the soul. Pausing for a moment, Li Xinyue continued her explanation. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed upon Li Xinyue. Jiang Xiaoxiao also looked at Li Xinyue with intense curiosity, eagerly anticipating whether the final ability of invisibility would align with her expectations. The last power, as its name implies, is the ability to become invisible, rendering oneself unseen. Even those with a cultivation level significantly superior to mine would be unable to detect my presence lurking in the shadows. Li Xinyue continued to elaborate. As she spoke, her form seemed to vanish from the courtyard, as if she had never been there at all. However, Chu Xiu discovered that he could still perceive Li Xinyue. Not due to his prowess, but rather through the art of qi observation. It was this skill that enabled him to see her. Without it, he would remain oblivious to her presence. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, as if to convey, Sister Xinyue, I can see you. Young master, you and Xiaoxiao can truly perceive me? Li Xinyue's form materialized once more, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao. I can see you because I have cultivated a technique of qi observation. It is through this practice that I am able to perceive your existence. Were it not for my mastery of this art, I would undoubtedly be unable to see you. Chu Xiu nodded and remarked, I see. Li Xinyue's cheeks displayed a look of realization as she turned her gaze toward Jiang Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiu's gaze also shifted towards Jiang Xiaoxiao, for he possessed the art of divination. Yet, what perplexed him was how Jiang Xiaoxiao could perceive Li Xinyue. This inquiry lingered in his mind. A faint blush adorned Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face as she spoke. I saw a sword, a small blade, as translucent as jade. It is my heart sword. You can see my heart sword? Li Xinyue gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao with a look of astonishment. Although they had grown quite close, akin to sisters, and Li Xinyue was well aware of Jiang Xiaoxiao's remarkable talents, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship, she was still taken aback that Jiang Xiaoxiao could discern the sword within her sea of consciousness. Indeed, I can see it. Though I am unsure of the reason behind this ability, Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded, her expression radiating innocence. A flicker of unusual color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Is the moon goddess reincarnation truly so formidable? Or is it that Jiang Xiaoxiao is not as simple as he had imagined regarding the moon goddess reincarnation? I see now. Li Xinyue couldn't help but exhale in relief. At last, she understood that it was not her invisibility ability that was lacking, but rather that both Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao were exceptionally unique. Xinyue, your 4 abilities are indeed formidable. A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he addressed Li Xinyue, saying, with these 4 abilities, your strength shall undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Li Xinyue responded with a playful smile, clenching her fist, feeling that she had taken a significant step closer to avenging herself. Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Li Xinyue's thoughts and vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Sister Xinyue, I will surely assist you when the time comes. I will strive to cultivate my skills to help you seek revenge. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, Li Xinyue replied, her heart warmed with gratitude. All right, it is nearly time. Let us all take some rest. Chu Xiuxuan smiled gently and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Indeed, my lord, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue replied in unison. Chu Xiu strolled slowly towards his room. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue also returned to their respective quarters to rest. Upon entering his room, Chu Xiu did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he retrieved a spirit essence pill and tossed it into his mouth, treating it as mere confectionery. Having vanquished a pig demon of the 3rd realm of martial saint today, he knew that stronger fiends might soon emerge. He could not afford to be complacent. Enhancing his strength was imperative. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was time for the update of the Hidden Dragon list. Early in the morning, a bronze badge captain from the 6 doors rushed in with palpable excitement, exclaiming, the Hidden Dragon list has been updated. 4 individuals from our 6 doors have made it onto the list. This announcement reverberated throughout the entire 6 doors. Most ordinary constables had never heard of the Hidden Dragon list, yet some had, and they felt a surge of exhilaration at that moment. Eyes from the depths of the 6 doors turned eagerly toward the bronze badge captain. 4 of our 6 doors have made it onto the Hidden Dragon list. A golden badge captain seemingly appeared before the bronze badge captain, his gaze intense as he inquired. Indeed, my lord, 4 individuals have made it onto the Hidden Dragon list. They are Lord Nangong, Lord Chu Xiu, Lord Qi Xiu, and Lord Gao Chanfeng, the bronze badge captain replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Lord Chu? The golden badge captain's eyes flickered with surprise. He was well aware of Chu Xiu's reputation. although Chu Xiu himself might not have realized it. His name had already spread throughout the 6 doors. In a short span, he had ascended from a bronze badge to a renowned constable. It was unprecedented for such a prodigious talent to emerge from the 6 doors of Songlong County, let alone the entire 6 doors of Qizhou. Describing Chu Xiu as a genius would not be an exaggeration. However, the bronze badge captain had ranked Chu Xiu second, suggesting that he had surpassed Chu Xiu and Gao Changfeng on his first entry into the Hidden Dragon list. Indeed, my lord. Lord Nagong has once again advanced in rank on the Hidden Dragon list, moving from 69th to 17th place, an impressive leap of 52 positions. He is the only prodigy from our Songlong County to break into the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon list. The bronze badge captain continued with utmost respect. As for Lord Chu, although it is his first appearance on the list, he has secured the 81st position. Lord Qi ranks 136, while Lord Gao is positioned 169. Both Lord Qi and Lord Gao have made considerable progress compared to their last ranks. Impressive, remarked the golden badge captain, his face reflecting admiration. While the Hidden Dragon list published by the Tiangong Pavilion may not be entirely accurate, it certainly attests that Chu Xiu's current prowess likely far exceeds that of Chu Xiu and Gao Changfeng. It is worth noting that the Hidden Dragon list encompasses only 200 unparalleled geniuses under the age of 30 from across the state, all at the Grand Master or Martial Saint level. Those who make it onto the list possess the strength to contend against opponents of higher realms. Thus, being ranked on the Hidden Dragon list indicates that even a Grand Master has the capability to slay a Martial Saint. The higher the rank, the greater the talent and strength. Before long, news of Chu Xiu's position on the Hidden Dragon list spread throughout the 6 doors. Even those constables who were previously unaware of the Hidden Dragon list grasped its significance and held Chu Xiu in the highest regard. Beyond the courtyard of Chu Xiu, a figure seemingly materialized out of thin air. It was Chu Xiu. He called out loudly towards the inner courtyard, "Brother Chu, come out quickly." As soon as his words fell, the protective array of the courtyard vanished, revealing Chu Xiu seated at a stone table. Li Xinyue and Jiang Xiaoxiao were engaged in conversation nearby. "Chu Xiu, what brings you here?" With a look of bewilderment, Chu Xiu turned to Chu Xiu and inquired, "Could it be that there is yet another task?" "Indeed, there is a task," Chu Xiu replied, his face alight with excitement. "But my visit this time is not solely for that purpose." "Brother Chu, are you familiar with the Hidden Dragon ranking?" "I am aware of it," came the response. Chu Xiu nodded and remarked, "Are you aware?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, as he had assumed that Chu Xiu was oblivious to the matters concerning the Hidden Dragon rankings. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu continued, "Since you are aware of the Hidden Dragon rankings, that is splendid news. Brother Chu, do you realize that you have made it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings? Furthermore, you have achieved the remarkable position of 81st. This is your inaugural entry, and you have directly surged into the top 100. The 81st position on the Hidden Dragon rankings?" With a slight arch of his sword-like brows, Chu remarked, "Indeed, the 81st position on the Hidden Dragon list." Chu Xiu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Brother Chu, are you aware of what it signifies to hold the 81st rank on the Hidden Dragon list?" "What does it signify?" Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a keen interest. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue's attention was likewise captivated, both women looking at Chu Xiu with expressions brimming with curiosity. To secure a position among the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon list signifies possessing a strength surpassing the 6th level of Martial Sage. Being ranked within the top 50 grants one the prowess exceeding the 7th level of Martial Sage. Those within the top 20 boast a strength beyond the 9th level of Martial Sage. The fact that Brother Chu now ranks among the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon list indicates that his power has indeed surpassed the 6th level of Martial Sage. "Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable," Chu Xiu exclaimed, astonished. "Among the unparalleled geniuses of Qingzhou under the age of 30, you have ascended to the ranks of the top 100. Few in all of Qizhou can compare with you, Brother Chu. You are so impressive," Jiang Xiaoxiao cried out. Her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Chu Xiu. Although Li Xinyue remained silent, her gaze sparkled with admiration towards Chu Xiu. What rank does Nangong Push hold on the Hidden Dragon list? Chu Xiu felt a stir within his heart and turned to Chu Xiu with a query. He harbored a deep curiosity regarding Nangong Push, the foremost among the younger generation of the 6 doors of Songlong County. That extraordinary individual had already secured the 17th position. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu shuddered, a look of dread manifesting on his face, as if he had recalled something exceedingly terrifying. Had Brother Qi been bested by Nangong Push? Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's expression, Chu Xiu couldn't help but respond with a peculiar look. "I have indeed struck him, and not just once." with a bitter countenance. Chu Xiu lamented, "Brother Chu, you cannot fathom the terror of this woman. If you ever have the opportunity, you must assist me in delivering a blow to this Nangong Push." The question remains, what warranted such a beating? Chu Xiu smiled wryly and remarked, "This is truly infuriating. Merely because I was engrossed in reading within the task hall, I was spotted by the deputy of Nangong, who scolded me for being indecent, proclaiming that as captains of the Six Gates, we should not indulge in such literature. She accused me of tarnishing the reputation of our esteemed institution. Not only did she ruin a rare and valuable book of mine, but she also gave me a thorough beating, leaving me unable to rise for 3 days." Chu Xiu, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "How can she be so unreasonable?" In response, Chu Xiu gave Chu Xiu a thumbs up and said, "Impressive. So you still dare to read such books in the task hall? It seems the deputy did not punish you too severely." Chu Xiu shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "I know she is not within our 6 gates. She is likely not even in Songlong County anymore. Where she is gone is anyone's guess. Since she is no longer affiliated with the 6 gates, why should I fear her?" With an unusual gaze, Chu Xiu glanced at Chu Xiu, choosing not to dwell on the previous topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation and inquired, "Brother Qi, do you possess the complete list of the Qianlong rankings?" "Indeed. I have procured it all," Chu Xiu replied. "I was certain that Brother Chu would be eager to explore the extraordinary talents within our Chu Xiu through the Qianlong rankings. The version I acquired is comprehensive. It not only includes the rankings, but also detailed profiles of each contender, outlining their cultivation levels and martial arts specialties. While it may not be entirely infallible, it is largely accurate. You may find it quite insightful." As he spoke, Chu Xiu retrieved a pristine booklet from his sleeve and extended it towards Chu Xiu, adding, "Thank you, Brother Qi." Chu Xiu received the brand new booklet and expressed his gratitude to Chu Xiu. "Brother Chu, you needn't be so courteous. Just remember, once your strength surpasses that of Nangong Push, it would suffice to give her a sound thrashing. This woman is exceedingly fierce. It seems only someone of your caliber can subdue her. While she may be intimidating, she possesses remarkable beauty, and I am certain you will not come to any disadvantage." Chu Xiu leaned closer to Chu Xiu and whispered softly. With a light chuckle, Chu Xiu fell silent and began to peruse the Qianlong list. "Brother Chu, take your time. I shall take my leave," Chu Xiu remarked as he turned to depart. After taking a few steps, Chu Xiu suddenly halted and inquired, "Brother Chu, do you still require the task?" "What task?" Chu Xiu set down the hidden dragon list, realizing only now that Chu Xiu had mentioned there was still a task at hand. In the county town, a multitude of demons had once again emerged. With a grave expression, Chu Xiu stated, "Last night, at least dozens of demons wreaked havoc. However, this time the situation is particularly dire. It is highly likely that demons of the martial saint level are involved. Therefore, this mission is not limited by numbers. Our 6 stores has already dispatched over 20 silver medal captains and gold medal captains to tackle this task. The copper medal captains are not even qualified to take it on. Yet, even with the silver and gold medal captains, it may not suffice to quell the demon's rampage. I have come to inquire about your intentions, Brother Chu. Should you choose to accept this mission, there will be no second Qingyi renowned captor taking it on. Conversely, if you decline, another Qingyi renowned captor will step in. Dozens of demons, indeed?" With a subtle arch of his brow, Chu Xiu sensed that this time the malevolent creatures were undoubtedly targeting him. However, even if he suspected that they aimed to ensnare him, he felt compelled to venture out and ascertain the truth of their intentions. Indeed, there were more than several dozen of these fiends. Chu Xiu slightly nodded, flipping his right hand to reveal a signaling arrow, which he extended toward Chu Xiu, saying, "If Brother Chu intends to go, it would be prudent to take this signaling arrow with you. It is specially crafted by our 6 gates within our organization. One can exchange it for merely 10 merit points. Consider it a gift from me to you, Brother Chu. Should you encounter insurmountable adversaries, you may activate this arrow using your own strength. Once the arrow ascends, it will be visible throughout the entire county city. At that moment, our 6 gates will surely dispatch true experts to assist you. With Brother Qi having prepared the signaling arrow, how could I possibly refrain from going?" With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu took the signal arrow from Chu Xiu's hand. "Ah, no, Brother Chu, I merely offered a suggestion. The choice to go or not is entirely yours. If you decide against it, you may keep the signal arrow. After all, it holds little value," Chu Xiu remarked, rolling his eyes at Chu Xiu. "All right, Brother Qi. I comprehend your intentions. However, I must admit I am quite intrigued. This evening, I shall venture out to gain some experience." Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, "Very well. I shall undertake this task for Brother Chu. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Brother Chi, take care. Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu's departing figure and spoke. Chu Xiu did not turn back, merely gesturing with his hand towards Chu Xiu. After watching Chu Xiu leave, Chu Xiu resumed his perusal of the Qianlong list. Beyond Songlong County. Upon a small vessel stood a young gentleman clad in pristine white, exuding an air of elegance and grace. With a long sword slung across his back and flowing hair that danced in the wind, he stood with arms crossed, radiating unparalleled charm and charisma. This unaccompanied craft glided through the waters like a swift arrow, heading towards Songlong County. Chu Xiu, he mused, contemplating the 81st position on the Qianlong list. To think that our 6 doors in Songlong County has produced yet another extraordinary talent. How fortuitous it is that I shall return and witness for myself the exceptional aptitude you possess, allowing you to ascend from a mere copper badge captain to a renowned constable of our esteemed 6 doors in such a brief span. As the young gentleman cast his gaze towards the direction of the 6 doors, he spoke softly. At this moment, in the Dajiang gang, the leader declared, "Everything has been arranged. Tonight, hundreds of demons gathered in the county town will unleash chaos, enticing Chu Xiu to emerge from the 6 doors." A member of the Dajiang gang bowed respectfully to the leader, Wei Qifeng. "Excellent. I refuse to believe that this time Chu Xiu will escape death." Wei Qifeng's eyes flashed with a chilling glint of malice, his expression fierce as he proclaimed, "This individual began as a mere captain of the 6 doors. Yet his rate of growth has surpassed my expectations, achieving the 81st rank on the Qianlong list in such a short time. He has become a grave threat to our Dajiang gang. If he remains alive, it is only a matter of time before we meet our doom at his hands. I shall not allow such a fate to transpire." As night fell, the entire Songlong County was enveloped in darkness. Within a courtyard, the time was drawing near. Chu Xiu rose to his full height, gazing towards the direction beyond the 6 gates, and spoke with a calm demeanor, "My lord, return early. I shall await your return at home." Jiang Shishao, observing Chu Xiu's departing figure, murmured softly, although Li Xinyue remained silent. A trace of concern was evident in her eyes as she watched Chu Xiu fade into the distance. Despite the prowess of her lord, tonight appeared to harbor an ominous threat. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, without turning back, merely waving his hand towards Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue behind him. Upon exiting the 6 gates, Chu Xiu traversed the county town, each step he took resonating several zhang away. Suddenly, upon reaching an open expanse, he halted, raising his sword-like brows as he declared, "Come forth, I have seen you." A colossal shadow loomed over Chu Xiu, belonging to a wolf demon towering at a height of 1 zhang, its waist bound by a tattered, filthy hide, exuding an aura of ferocity and dread. The wolf demon glared down at Chu Xiu, foul saliva dripping from its maw in a grotesque manner. Drip drop, its blood-red eyes, brimming with avarice, fixated on Chu Xiu, as if it yearned to devour him whole. "So eager to meet your demise? I am not addressing you." Without even casting a glance at the wolf demon, Chu Xiu disdainfully remarked, "Howl, I shall devour you." Upon hearing this, the wolf demon appeared deeply insulted and lunged at Chu Xiu with the swiftness of thunder. Its gaping maw, large as a blood-stained basin, aimed to bite down upon him. With a resounding clang that echoed like a blade-esque cry, the wolf demon's body was cleaved in two by a sharp surge of sword energy. A notification box materialized before Chu Xiu, stating that he had slain a vicious 5th-tier wolf demon, earning a reward of 2,900 points of fate value. Contemplating this notification, Chu Xiu mused to himself that it was indeed a worthwhile gain, as his fate value had increased once again. "I told you, I was not referring to you. Why are you so eager to meet your demise?" Chu Xiu shook his head and spoke with remarkable calmness. "What about you? Are you not coming out?" Relying on his ability to perceive the aura of others, he knew that any strange demon appearing in his vicinity could not escape his keen gaze. Impressive indeed. No wonder he was able to slay so many of our brethren from Wild Boar Ridge, and even vanquish a demon king of the 3rd tier of the Martial Saint realm. Truly, he possesses some skill. It is not in vain that my brothers and I have come together to confront you. From a distance, 2 colossal figures approached, each step reverberating through the ground as if weighing thousands of pounds. These 2 figures were formidable pig demons, each adorned with a grotesque pig's head. The aura emanating from the 2 pig demons was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if their every movement could rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. One was at the 7th minor level of the Martial Saint realm, while the other had reached the 9th major level. "You truly hold me in high regard." Chu Xiu spoke with a solemn expression. He had long since noticed the 2 demon kings, the pig demons, lurking in the shadows. However, He had never anticipated that these two demon kings had truly reached such a formidable realm of cultivation. Indeed, Chu Xiu's art of divination has progressed from the novice stage to a realm of minor accomplishment. This is the extraordinary function of the rare purple attribute of unparalleled wisdom. Having reached this minor accomplishment, he is now capable of discerning not only the presence of hidden demons and strange creatures nearby, but also the energies of mountains and rivers. He can perceive the essence of both the demons and the cultivation levels of human martial artists. Have you cultivated the eye technique? A mere grandmaster is able to perceive the cultivation levels of us brothers. You are truly remarkable. The enormous eyes of the pig demon, at the minor accomplishment of the 7th level of martial saint, revealed a hint of astonishment. Previously, it had speculated on how Chu Xiu discerned their hidden presence. Now it understood that he had mastered an exceedingly rare eye technique. It is known that eye techniques are inherently rare in martial arts, and mastering such a technique is no trivial feat. Moreover, Chu Xiu's eye technique not only reveals their concealed forms but also their cultivation levels, indicating that his practice of this technique is likely quite formidable. The pig demon at the 9th level of martial saint, having attained great accomplishment, remained silent, gazing at Chu Xiu with an expression akin to that of observing a corpse. Just right. I too wish to ascertain whether my current strength is sufficient to slay demons of the 7th level of martial saint and above. Who among you shall meet their end first? Chu Xiu gazed at the two pig demons with an air of utter indifference. Arrogant, sneered the pig demon, who had reached the minor completion of the 7th realm of the martial saint level. With a single step, it advanced like a tempest, charging toward Chu Xiu. A colossal pig hoof descended upon him with great ferocity. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, as if the very heavens and earth were being utterly crushed beneath the weight of that hoof. Severing the heavens, second blade stabilized the two forms. Chu Xiu's expression grew serious as he raised the heavenly slaying blade, striking at the pig demon who had reached the minor completion of the 7th layer of the martial saint realm. As the blade was unleashed, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were shattering. The power of this strike far exceeded the limits achievable by even the Grandmaster realm. The pig demon, despite its formidable status, displayed a look of shock, evidently unable to fathom that a martial artist of the first major completion in the Grandmaster realm could wield such terrifying strength. Even though it was aware of Chu Xiu's prowess, having made his mark on the hidden dragon ranking of the Great Zhou dynasty, sitting at the esteemed 81st position, the pig demon felt a sense of gravity descend upon it. In that instant, its trotters expanded, growing several times larger, as if a tremendous force was coalescing within. Boom! A deafening roar erupted into the night, reverberating as if the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. The sound was so clear that it could be heard several miles away, startling countless citizens from their slumber, their faces etched with terror, trembling in fear. Those who had yet to succumb to sleep hastily bolted their doors, too frightened to venture outside. Ah, a demonic presence? A creature of the 7th layer of the martial saint realm? Is this a renowned constable from the 6 gates engaging in battle with a demon? A youth, clad in white as pure as snow, strikingly handsome, had just returned to the Songlong County city aboard a small vessel, making his way towards the 6 gates when he heard the thunderous sound. How intriguing. So, the demons of the martial saint level dare to brazenly wreak havoc in our Songlong County? This young master shall see whether these demons have grown weary of life. With an arched brow and a glint of icy murderous intent in his eyes, the young master stepped forward, hands clasped behind him, and soared towards the side of the confrontation between Chu Xiu and the pig demon. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Xiu retreated over 10 steps, leaving behind a deep footprint in the ground, approximately several inches in depth. Moreover, it was not merely a footprint. Surrounding each impression were fissures that spread out like a spider's web in all directions. It took him a full 10 steps to dissipate the entirety of the formidable power wielded by this pig demon, which had reached the minor completion of the 7th level of the martial sage realm. He could distinctly sense the terrifying force contained within that recent strike from the pig demon. How is it that you remain unharmed? Upon witnessing Chu Xiu retreating over 10 steps unscathed and appearing entirely uninjured, the pig demon, whose eyes were as large as copper gongs, widened in astonishment. For the first time, the pig demon, who had attained the major completion of the 9th level of the martial sage realm, regarded Chu Xiu with a newfound seriousness. With such power, do you truly intend to slay me? A hint of playful amusement flickered across Chu Xiu's cheeks as he cast a mocking gaze upon the pig demon, who had attained the minor success of the 7th realm of the martial sage. Excellent, he declared, you have completely incited my wrath. I shall not merely extinguish your life. Instead, I will leave you in a state of ruin, savoring each bite as I consume you, allowing you to revel in endless agony. The pig demon's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie aura as it advanced step by step toward Chu Xiu. With each stride, its presence intensified, as though it were gathering strength for an impending onslaught. When it finally unleashed its power, it would undoubtedly create a cataclysm, severing the heavens with the seventh blade, the third slash, disrupting the three talents. As Chu Xiu gazed at the approaching pig demon, he raised the slaughtering heaven blade once more, striking at the creature with ferocity. With this strike, he infused the essence of his two-tenths mastery of the blade of slaughter into the blow. The slash unleashed a realm of carnage, painting the night sky in a crimson hue. Each of the 7 blades of heaven surpassed the last in might. However, there were no strict requirements regarding the type of blade intent to be harmonized with each strike. Thus, he could seamlessly meld the intent of slaughter with any blade technique. The reason he refrained from employing the most potent pure yang blade intent, which had reached a mastery of 40%, was due to the fact that this pig demon, a mere minor consummation of the 7th layer of martial saint, was unworthy. Additionally, there was the matter of discretion. Should he reveal his pure yang blade intent, the Gao family might deduce that Gao Changtha had met his demise at his hands. Upon witnessing this strike, the pig demon's expression morphed into one of horror, a palpable sense of impending death looming over it. Yet, it soon realized that it was irrevocably locked onto Chu Xiu's blade, even if it wished to retreat. Escape was no longer an option. Retreat quickly. The pig demon of the 9th layer of martial saint, witnessing the turmoil, shouted at the lesser pig demon, as it too charged towards Chu Xiu. Its approach was solely due to the relentless insistence of the leader of the Sandstorm gang. It truly underestimated Chu Xiu, a mere first-tier warrior of the Grandmaster realm, despite his rank on the so-called Hidden Dragon list at 81st. With a thunderous crash, the blade fell. A colossal pig head was sent flying, and a torrent of pig's blood erupted from the severed neck. At the moment when Chu Xiu decisively struck down the pig demon of the 7th level of the martial saint realm, he stepped forward and executed the heavenly demon 8 steps, deftly evading the assault of the pig demon at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Reappearing over 10 paces away, I have underestimated you. The pig demon, now panting heavily and with eyes fixed intently on Chu Xiu, emitted a thunderous growl akin to rolling thunder. Its breath quickened, revealing its astonishment. It had never anticipated that a pig demon of the 7th level could not withstand Chu Xiu's strike. It had misjudged this unparalleled genius of the human race, whose cultivation was merely at the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm. Come forth. Let me witness the true power of a pig demon at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. With a piercing gaze, Chu Xiu fixed his eyes upon the formidable pig demon, who had attained the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the martial sage realm, and eagerly proclaimed his intentions. As his words echoed, a tremendous surge of vital energy erupted from Chu Xiu, soaring towards the heavens. This overwhelming force coalesced into a magnificent canopy of vitality, suffused with ethereal violet hues, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. In that moment, Chu Xiu appeared to be akin to a divine being. Chu Xiu no longer concealed his divine elephant suppression technique. His mastery of this technique had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, manifesting in the formidable force of 632 wild colossal elephants. This power was formidable enough to rival the formidable 9 yang true essence of a first-stage Grandmaster. After all, the strength of this 9th stage martial saint-level pig demon was incomparable to that of a mere 7th stage martial saint-level pig demon. He needed to combine his physical prowess with the 9 yang true essence, layering the two to vanquish this 9th stage martial saint-level pig demon. His cultivation level remained too low, as he was only at the 1st stage of the Grandmaster realm. Had his internal cultivation reached the 7th stage or above, or had his divine elephant suppression technique ascended to that level, dispatching these 2 pig demons would be as effortless as slaughtering mere pigs. Although they were indeed pig demons, they had attained the rank of demon kings, specifically those above the 7th stage of the martial saint realm. You have even mastered the horizontal refinement path. The 9th stage martial saint pig demon's face displayed a hint of astonishment as it gazed at Chu Xiu. Its expression grew increasingly solemn, no longer perceiving Chu Xiu as merely a prodigious talent of the 1st stage Grandmaster realm, but rather as a seasoned expert of the human race. Having surpassed the 7th stage of the martial saint realm, sever the heavens with the 7th blade, 4th blade, annihilate the 4 symbols, slay. With a formidable aura radiating from him, Chu Xiu unleashed a thunderous roar, executing the 8 steps of the celestial demon, akin to a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the 9th level pig demon of the martial saint realm. In his grasp, the demon-slaying blade was wielded with his utmost strength. This strike was not merely infused with the essence of the 9 suns, but also bore the tremendous force of 632 wild giant elephants from the divine elephant suppression law. The two formidable powers merged flawlessly. One stroke that could astonish the heavens. Kill. The ninth-level pig demon bellowed furiously, launching itself toward Chu Xiu with equal ferocity. A colossal pig hoof descended upon him with overwhelming force. This was pure might. It aimed to crush Chu Xiu with the sheer, unyielding power of a fully realized martial saint. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, resonating across the night sky, as if the very firmament were shattering in that instant. After Chu Xiu executed his strike, he retreated several feet away. The blade of the sky-slaying sword hung limply in his hand, crimson pig's blood dripping slowly from its edge. The rhythmic dripping echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. The formidable pig demon, at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of martial saint, fixed its gaze upon Chu Xiu and inquired, "Is this the true power of the top 100 prodigies of the human race as hidden dragon list?" In response, Chu Xiu regarded the formidable pig demon with an air of calmness, remarking, "What significance does your question hold when you are on the brink of death?" "Indeed, I am about to perish." The pig demon's pupils began to fade, and it collapsed to the ground. It was only after its fall that cracks appeared upon the body of this ninth-layer martial saint pig demon, resembling shattered porcelain. A surge of sword chi erupted from the corpse, utterly disintegrating it into fragments. A notification appeared. Destiny item acquired. Innate divine strength green. Another notification. Destiny item acquired. Cracked mountain pig demon bloodline blue. Destiny items can be plundered, solidified, or converted into destiny points. Innate divine strength. Possesses extraordinary natural strength and remarkable talent in physical cultivation. Cracked mountain. Successfully slayed 2 pig demons of the 7th layer of martial saint or above, classified as demon kings, earning a reward of 42,800 destiny points. A series of prompts materialized before Chu Xiu. Is it yet another cracked mountain pig demon bloodline? Chu Xiu raised his brow, realizing that the wild boar spirits of the wild boar ridge, upon reaching the realm of martial saints, could potentially possess such a bloodline. The term cracked mountain boar spirit speaks volumes about their formidable strength, which has indeed reached an extraordinary level. Thus, the emergence of a natural divine power attribute is quite understandable, converting the cracked mountain boar spirit's bloodline into destiny value, seizing innate divine strength. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu contemplated within his mind. As soon as his thoughts concluded, Chu Xiu sensed a mysterious and unfathomable power manifesting within his body, rendering him seemingly stronger than ever. An overwhelming force was birthed from within him, not merely augmented by the auspicious attributes of golden sinews and jade bones, nor the flowing vitality of his life essence. Instead, it was the innate divine strength that emerged. With these 3 elements converging, Chu Xiu felt his physical prowess and innate potential ascend to a terrifying new level. Accompanying the emergence of this innate divine power, particles began to activate spontaneously, and colossal primal elephants materialized before him. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression technique manifested 19 minuscule particles. Chu Xiu gazed upon his destiny value. This time, the 2 formidable pig demons at the martial saint level had bestowed upon him an astonishing increase of 52,800 destiny points. His destiny value surged once more. Destiny value, 116, 101. He could now augment his attributes with an additional purple inscription. Chu Xiu gazed at the numerical value of his destiny points, a sense of delight blossoming within him. Each emergence of these points promised a substantial enhancement to his prowess. Whether it be unparalleled wisdom or the innate talent of a blade master, both were equally significant. This time, perhaps he should opt for a destiny attribute that focused on cross-training, thereby amplifying the might of his divine elephant suppression technique. Suddenly, Chu Xiu sensed an extraordinarily terrifying demonic aura emerging not far away. His gaze sharpened. The sheer terror of this demonic presence even left him astounded. Mythical realm. This was undoubtedly a demon of the mythical realm caliber. In an instant, Chu Xiu felt as though his scalp was on fire. Despite his current prowess, capable of vanquishing a formidable pig demon at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, he knew that such a creature was not particularly powerful within the hierarchy of demons. The true terror lay in the demon kings possessing horrifying bloodlines. Even against those at the 7th level of the martial saint realm, he would likely falter. And the thought of facing demons of the mythic realm was even more daunting. Even the weakest among them would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Suddenly, a captivatingly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of unparalleled charm, entered Chu Xiu's line of sight. A seductress? He pondered, Recalling the ancestral figure of the Xian family from Xiao Mountain, Chu Xiu took a deep breath, steadying his breath. With a single thought, a signaling arrow materialized in his left hand. He had not anticipated that Chu Xiu had prepared this signaling arrow for him so casually. And now it was indeed going to be of use. Even more surprising was that the ancestral figure of the Xian family dared to set foot in the city of Songlong County. Did the murder of Xian Shuanyang provoke such wrath from the Xian family patriarch that he would risk entering the heart of Songlong County to seek retribution? Or was it due to the Fengqi Baoyin he had obtained from Xian Shuanyang? Fortunately, he had come in person. It was unexpected that these two foolish brutes could not even defeat a minor master of the human realm. The soft, sticky voice of the Xian family ancestor seemed to evoke a sensation that made one feel utterly weak, blood surging, with only one part remaining resolute. With his innate divine soul and the practice of the Taishang visualization method, Chu Xiu was unaffected by the influence of the ancestor of the Xian family. Instead, he regarded the ancestor with a wary gaze. Bring forth my treasured Fengqi zither. You have slain 15, and undoubtedly, my zither has fallen into your possession. The ancestor of the Xian family, taken aback, cast a gentle glance at Chu Xiu and spoke with an air of tenderness, as if harboring no animosity towards him whatsoever. It was as though they bore no grievances against one another. If you take my life, you shall naturally reclaim the Fengqi zither. Chu Xiu gripped the signal arrow tightly in his left hand, while his right hand slowly raised the blade of heaven's severance. One of the mythical realm-level demons. He, Chu Xiu, had arrived in this world not to bow in submission to such creatures, whether they be demons of the mythical realm or those of the martial arts mythical realm. He dared to raise his blade to fight them all. What spirit? Fear not, I shall not take your life. A talent of your caliber, a prodigy of the potential dragon list among humanity, even I am tempted upon seeing you. At the very least, as long as I do not grow weary, I shall spare you. I intend to take you back to our little hill mountain for my own enjoyment. The elder of the Xian family chuckled gleefully. His gaze greedily fixed upon Chu Xiu, as if wishing to envelop him within his very being. This is my territory, the county city of Songlong County, the domain of my 6 gates. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Did this cunning old fox intend to abduct him and make him a consort? Such a notion was utterly absurd. His left hand was already poised to unleash a signal arrow, determined to leave the shameless patriarch of the Xian family firmly within the confines of Songlong County City, the territory of the 6 gates. The patriarch of the Xian family burst into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "What if this is indeed your 6 gates domain? With but a moment's effort, I can capture you entirely. By the time your esteemed experts from the 6 gates arrive, I shall have whisked you away from this very city. Is that so?" A voice, chilling to the bone, resonated from afar. A dazzling sword light surged forth, as if piercing through the darkness of the heavens, illuminating the entire realm into a splendid world of swords. The legendary Tiandun sword technique of the 6 gates. Upon witnessing this breathtaking sword light, the patriarch of the Xian family was overtaken by profound terror, exclaiming in sheer horror. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. The legendary Tiandun sword technique of the 6 gates? Surprise flickered across Chu Xiu's visage. Was it one of the renowned scarlet captains from the 6 doors who had made a move? Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The formidable defense of the elder of the Xian family was pierced by a breathtaking sword light, leaving a gaping wound in her chest. Vivid crimson blood flowed incessantly from her body, staining her garments a deep scarlet. The elder of the Xian family plummeted from the sky, landing on the ground with a face as pale as parchment and eyes dimmed, exuding an aura of utter weakness. Yet, she dared not move an inch. A thread of sword intent enveloped her, and any attempt to stir would surely spell her demise. Terror etched upon her face, the elder stood frozen in place, consumed by dread and regret. Why had she come to the Songlong County City? The 6 doors were terrifying. How could such a freak of nature exist? This was the legendary celestial escape sword technique. She had long believed that this technique from the 6 doors had not been seen for over a century, convinced that no one could have mastered it. To her astonishment, upon her arrival in Songlong County, she encountered an individual who had indeed learned the celestial escape sword technique. The sword that had pierced the elder of the Xian family returned to the direction from whence the sword light had originated. A young man, clad in pristine white and possessing an unparalleled elegance, approached with his hands clasped behind his back, gliding through the air as if riding the wind. Resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Ultimately, the sword light settled into the scabbard he bore on his back. Such a young Scarlet Captain? No, it was impossible. There could not be such a youthful Scarlet Captain in our Songlong County 6 doors. If there were, I would surely have known. Thus, she is the 17th on the Hidden Dragon list, Nangong Push. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated that the patriarch of the Xian family would make a move against him tonight, only to encounter the illustrious Nangong Push. According to the descriptions in the Qianlong ranking booklet, it was indeed true that Nangong Push favored wearing white garments rather than the official attire of the 6 doors. Furthermore, there was another distinguishing trait. Although Nangong Push was a woman possessed of unparalleled beauty, she preferred to don male attire. With a thought, he stored the signaling arrow in his pouch. You must be Chu Xiu, ranked 81st on the Qianlong ranking of our Songlong County's 6 doors, she remarked. Her expression one of satisfaction as she assessed him from head to toe, noting his youthful appearance and exceptional talent as the booklet had described. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Nangong. Chu Xiu clasped his hands respectfully towards Nangong Push and spoke. The mere display of Nangong Push's prowess earlier commanded his respect. Furthermore, should she desire it, her strength could easily surpass the ranks and vanquish demons of the mythical realm, allowing her to ascend as a renowned crimson-caped constable of the 6 gates. Like you, I am also a constable in the green attire. There is no need for such formality. Even if I were a crimson-caped constable, I would permit you to address me as Brother Nangong. Nangong Push waved her hand dismissively. Unconcerned, Chu Xiu looked at Nangong Push with a bewildered expression. Are you certain you wish for me to call you Brother Nangong? Nangong Push paid little heed to such details and instead gazed calmly at the distant figure of the elder of the Xian family, saying, Chu Xiu, do you dare to slay her? What is there to fear? He replied. However, since this is Brother Nangong's quarry, would it not be inappropriate for me to intervene? Chu Xiu furrowed his brows and inquired of Nangong Push. Naturally, he yearned to eliminate the ancestor of the Xian family. He could forego the merit points for vanquishing the ancestor, but he coveted the destiny value that the ancestor possessed. This was what he truly prized. Moreover, there existed the possibility that the ancestor of the Xian family could yield him a formidable destiny attribute, which was not out of the realm of possibility. Yet, the ancestor had been gravely wounded by Nangong Push. What is there to hesitate about? The reason I did not slay her with a single strike earlier and merely inflicted severe injuries was to leave her for you. Though she is currently gravely wounded, she still possesses the peak strength of a 9th-layer martial saint. In fact, her prowess surpasses that of an ordinary 9th-layer martial saint. After all, she is a master of the mythic realm. Should you manage to slay her, her merit points shall belong to you. Nangong Push waved his hand grandly, exuding a sense of bravado as he proclaimed, For me, a being of the mythic realm is merely a target to be eliminated at will. Her merit points shall be regarded as my support for you. I aspire for our Songlong County 6 doors to produce another in the top 10 of the. Another in the top 10 of the? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu raised his elegant brows, having grasped the true intent of Nangong Push. Although Nangong Push held the 17th position on the Qianlong ranking, this rank evidently did not reflect her true prowess. Chu Xiu harbored little doubt regarding this matter, for his own strength far surpassed that which was indicated by the rankings. The elder of the Xian family clenched her delicate fist, filled with profound indignation, lamenting that as a being of mythical caliber, she was so dismissively regarded by both Nangong Push and Chu Xiu. Yet, she could only seethe in silence, unable to voice her frustration. This opportunity, I concede to you, Nangong Push remarked to Chu Xiu. Very well, I appreciate it, Brother Nangong. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Nangong Push, then turned his gaze towards the elder of the Xian family. 3 moves. I will only make 3 attempts. If you survive beyond that, you are free to go. Nangong Push stated with an indifferent gaze directed at the elder of the Xian family. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The elder of the Xian family, who had just been filled with indignation and resentment towards Nangong Push, now transformed his fury into joy, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, as a cunning old fox of the mythical realm. The elder of the Xian family naturally discerned that Nangong Push was an extraordinary beauty disguised as a man. However, upon hearing Nangong Push request Chu Xiu to address her as Nangong brother, she surmised that she preferred being perceived as male. Nangong Push stood with her hands clasped behind her back, choosing to remain silent. With the celestial slayer in his hand, Chu Xiu slowly raised it and addressed the ancestor of the Xian family. Brother Nangong, you overestimate your abilities. I do not require you to withstand 3 strikes. I shall deliver but 1. Should you survive this single blow, you may depart. Upon hearing this, Nangong Push's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a captivating interest graced her exquisite features. She too yearned to witness the potency of Chu Xiu's strike, which he claimed could vanquish the ancestor of the Xian family in a mere instant. Even a severely wounded figure of the mythical realm still held considerable might. Such audacity toward the extraordinary. The ancestor of the Xian family seethed with fury, her gaze ablaze as it locked onto Chu Xiu. In an instant, her form transformed from a stunningly graceful woman into a colossal azure fox, several meters in size. Heavenly severing 7 blades. Kill. With a decisive step forward, Chu Xiu unleashed the formidable heavenly demon 8 steps, akin to a bolt of thunder as he surged toward the ancestral figure of the Xian family. He raised the sky-slaying blade, executing a single, powerful strike. This blow shattered the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Empowered by his unparalleled intellect and the divine gifting of the blade god, both remarkable attributes, he made a significant discovery. The 7 blades of Heaven's interception could indeed meld more than just 7 blades. Even 2 or 3 blades could be fused together. His most potent strategy now lay in merging the first 4 blades of the 7 blades of Heaven's interception, for he had only grasped these 4 blades to a modest degree. However, to eliminate an ancestral figure of the Xian family, the fusion of 4 blades was entirely unnecessary. The might of merging 3 blades far surpassed that of the 4th blade, which he had only comprehended at a rudimentary level. The fusion of 3 blades, the blade of slaughter, the blade of destruction, and the blade of the dark moon. Moreover, each of these 3 blades had likely attained a level of mastery that transcended mere proficiency. Yet, the true challenge lay in harmonizing these 3 distinct blade intents into one cohesive force. This was the ultimate test. His extraordinary talent in the art of blades and his exceptional comprehension were both indispensable. Nangong Push's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "A prodigy indeed! Who could have imagined that such a remarkable talent would emerge from the 6 doors of Songlong County? This is a fortuitous development. It shall render our 6 doors even more formidable." Witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, the once skeptical ancestral figure of the Xian family now exhibited a glimmer of fear in his gaze. He moved with the swiftness of a blue lightning bolt, attempting to evade the impending blow. As a being of mythical stature, the ancestral figure of the Xian family dared not confront Chu Xiu's strike. Yet, despite the ancestral figure's speed, Chu Xiu was even swifter. Severely wounded and drained of vitality, the ancestral figure of the Xian family found no advantage in speed against Chu Xiu's heavenly demon 8 steps. With a resounding crash, despair filled the ancestral figure's eyes as he beheld Chu Xiu's descending blade. Would he perish in the Songlong County city, regardless of Nangong Push's intentions? How could the 6 doors of Songlong County harbor so many extraordinary talents? In that instant, Chu Xiu's strike cleaved the ancestral figure of the Xian family in twain. One blow, a swift annihilation. In that moment, he discovered the fateful attributes: Azure Fox bloodline, blue; fortunes and misfortunes intertwined, green; extraordinary comprehension, green. These fateful attributes could be seized, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. Fortunes and misfortunes intertwined. Blessings and curses coexist. Misfortunes may transform into fortunes, and fortunes may revert to misfortunes. Extraordinary comprehension, an innate understanding that greatly benefits one's cultivation. Having slain a majorly accomplished demon of the mythical realm, accumulating a staggering reward of 121,899 destiny points, a series of notifications appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. The Azure Fox bloodline, being a recurring attribute, did not come with an explanation this time. Upon seeing the notification box, Chu Xiu was filled with immense delight. His joy stemmed not from the emergence of 3 fateful attributes, but rather from the astonishing figure of 121,899 points of destiny value. Truly, this was the work of a mythical-grade, old cunning fox. With this additional 121,899 points of destiny, combined with his original destiny value, he now possessed more than enough to elevate 2 blue attributes to purple ones. Such a favor was overwhelmingly significant. In Chu Xiu's heart, he has etched the immense favor of the South Palace envoy. Were it not for the South Palace envoy, how could he have possibly slain the venerable old fox spirit of the Sun family, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the mythical realm? He seized the intertwining fortunes and calamities, transforming the Azure Fox bloodline and extraordinary comprehension into a destiny value. Chu Xiu took a moment to steady his breath and address the system in his mind. This time, he felt nothing unusual. After all, the concept of fortune and misfortune being intertwined is intangible. He merely observed through the data panel that the destiny entry had been updated to include the phrase fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The transformation of the Qinghu bloodline yielded 10,000 points of destiny value, while the extraordinary comprehension contributed 1,000 points. The destiny value of Chu Xiu has once again increased by 11,000 points, bringing it to 249,000. Chu Xiu, your comprehension is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Keep striving. I am confident that it will not be long before you ascend to the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. At that time, I shall be first, and you shall be second. Nangong Push gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and spoke. Ahem. Chu Xiu coughed softly, remaining silent. Achieving the second place on the Hidden Dragon list was not particularly challenging. His concern lay in the possibility of a reversal with Nangong Push. Having been away for quite some time, he decided it was best to return to the Six Doors. From now on, he intended to remain within their ranks, inviting anyone in need of assistance to seek him out at any moment. Nangong Push addressed Chu Xiu with a few words, then gracefully moved. Each step reminiscent of a blooming lotus, as if a blue lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet with every stride. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night. As for the corpse of the Xian family's ancestor, she did not cast a single glance in its direction. Truly, she was a formidable entity at the mythic level, carrying with her a storage pouch. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu picked up a storage pouch that had fallen from the elder of the Xian family. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and with an expression full of anticipation, he remarked, as a mythical level demon, the storage pouch of the elder must surely contain numerous treasures, does it not? Alas! How is it that you, even upon reaching the martial saint realm, possess not even a single storage pouch? After speaking, Chu Xiu cast a disdainful glance at the corpses of the two martial saint pigs, revealing a trace of contempt on his cheek. Having slain these two demons, he found himself with naught but a modest amount of destiny value, merit points, in their lifeless forms. Not a single treasure had been bestowed upon him. Chu Xiu shook his head, collecting the corpse of the ancestral figure of the Xian family, along with the remains of two martial saint realm pig demons and the initially slain master realm wolf demon, all of which he stored in a spatial pouch. After all, these demon corpses could be exchanged for valuable merit points and should not be squandered. Even the master realm wolf demon's remains held significance. Once everything was settled, Chu Xiu moved swiftly, continuing his search for demons within the county city. Although the art of qi observation was extraordinary, it served as an auxiliary martial skill inherently linked to one's cultivation level. Even though he had achieved a minor proficiency in this art, the range within which he could discern was limited to a mere 100 feet. Any demon presence beyond that distance eluded his perception. After wandering through the county city, Chu Xiu returned to the Six Doors headquarters. There, he had encountered only the two martial saint realm pig demons intent on ambushing him, along with the ancestral figure of the Xian family, a mythic realm demon who sought his demise. Additionally, he had come across 3 great master realm demons, which yielded him 5,600 points of destiny value. Clearly, the remaining demons had either been vanquished by the silver and gold badge captains of Six Doors or had concealed themselves away. The destiny entries had not appeared. Upon his return to Six Doors, Chu Xiu made his way towards the task hall. Inside, not only was Chu Xiu present, but also over 10 silver and gold badge captains, all evidently having returned without locating any demons. Greetings, Lord Chu. They bowed respectfully as he entered, their eyes filled with profound admiration. After all, Chu Xiu had risen to become the unparalleled genius of the Six Doors in Songlong County, second only to the esteemed Nangong Push. There is no need for excessive formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively at the group of captains from the Six Doors. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows at Chu Xiu, as if to convey, Brother Chu, your influence is truly remarkable. Chu Xiu chose to overlook Chu Xiu's antics, treating them as if they were invisible. Thank you, Lord Chu, expressed the group of captains from the Six Doors. Lord Chu, perhaps you would like to go first? One of the esteemed captains, adorned with a golden badge, suggested, extending a hand in invitation. No, you may proceed ahead of me. I shall arrive last. It would be improper for me to cut in line. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and replied, My dear sir, we are genuinely curious to know how many demons you have vanquished this evening. Another captain of the Golden Badge spoke with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. I wonder if you might indulge us, Master Chu, and grant us a glimpse. Upon hearing this, The captains of the 6 doors fixated their eager gazes upon Chu Xiu. "Brother Chu, come now. It would be beneficial for them to broaden their horizons." Chu Xiu beckoned towards Chu Xiu, speaking earnestly. "Very well," replied Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu immediately walked towards Chu Xiu's desk. The captains of the 6 doors parted to create a passage. Chu Xiu approached Chu Xiu, removing the azure-clad constable's token from his possession and extending it forward. "Brother Qi, could you assist me in calculating the total merit points?" "Certainly," Chu Xiu responded, taking the token from Chu Xiu. Before long, Chu Xiu's expression became vacant with astonishment as he exclaimed, "What on earth? Brother Chu, have you slain the ancestral figure of the Xian family from Xiaqiashan?" In that moment, the heads of the various constables from the 6 doors felt a jolt of shock, their expressions laden with disbelief as they turned to gaze at Chu Xiu. The name of the ancestral figure of the Xian family was one they could not possibly be unfamiliar with. This individual was a true master of the mythic realm, a figure of fearsome reputation throughout the entire Songlong prefecture. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Although the ancestor of the Xian family met his demise at my hands, without Brother Nangong's intervention, I would have never been able to slay him." "Brother Nangong? Has the Nangong envoy returned?" Chu Xiu's expression changed dramatically. He hastily set aside Chu Xiu's token and concealed the book, the colorless monk, which had driven countless female immortals into a frenzy, beneath the table, thumping his chest and gasping for breath. Fortunately, he had not been spotted by the Nangong envoy. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits once more. The captains of the 6 doors, initially taken aback, now regarded Chu Xiu with peculiar expressions. Clearly, they had heard whispers regarding the Nangong envoy's preference for being addressed as Brother Nangong. However, not everyone had the privilege to do so. Within the entire 6 doors, only Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu were deemed worthy of such an honor. Those who were not true prodigies would never catch the Nangong envoy's eye. They were well aware that Chu Xiu had been thrashed by the Nangong envoy, primarily due to his brazen reading of such literature in the task hall. Indeed, had it not been for the encounter with Brother Nangong today, I might have had to resort to using the signal arrow gifted to me by Chu Xiu. Moreover, the location where I confronted the ancestor of the Xian family was quite distant from our 6 doors. Even if I were to return, I would likely be grievously injured. Nodded solemnly and remarked, "What level of strength has Brother Nangong attained?" Chu Xiu, filled with curiosity, gazed at Chu Xiu as he posed the question. The eyes of the various captains of the 6 doors also turned toward Chu Xiu, brimming with intrigue. They were particularly fascinated by Nangong, the foremost prodigy of the 6 doors in Songlong County. Although they were aware that Nangong had secured the 17th position on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the significance of that rank remained unclear to them. They recalled the moment when Brother Nangong had dispatched a sword strike that had terrified the ancestral figure of the Xian family. Despite the ancestral figure's attempts to flee, she was still pierced through the chest by Brother Nangong's blade, sustaining grave injuries. Following this, Brother Nangong elegantly approached and, as he recounted, had he desired to slay the ancestral figure of the Xian family, a single stroke would have sufficed. However, he had chosen to test his own prowess by engaging in combat with the already severely wounded ancestral figure. Consequently, he dispatched the Xian family matriarch with a single blow, largely due to her diminished strength in her injured state. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for him to have triumphed over such a formidable foe. With a demeanor of utmost humility, Chu Xiu remarked, "What an anomaly. Chu's prowess was already remarkable, yet Nangong's abilities surpassed even that. Had she not only departed from our Songlong County 6 doors half a year ago? In that brief span, she managed to slay the ancestral figure of the Xian family, a being of mythic caliber. Although this ancestral figure was among the weaker entities within the realm of myth, the fact remains that she was still a being of that caliber." Chu Xiu could not help but interject, a sudden realization igniting a fervent gaze directed at Chu Xiu as he exclaimed, "Yet, Chu, you are the greater anomaly. You are still so young, several years junior to Nangong. Even if Nangong delivered a devastating blow to the ancestral figure of the Xian family, she remains a being of myth. The fact that you could vanquish her suggests that in the realm of martial saints, there are now few who can rival your strength." The captains of the 6 doors looked upon Chu Xiu with expressions of profound awe, having drawn the same conclusion. The speed at which Chu Xiu's strength has augmented is astonishing. It has reached a point where they can only revere him, unable to even hope to catch up. He is an unparalleled genius within the 6 gates, no less remarkable than the esteemed Nangong Push. In comparison to Chu Xiu and Gao Chanfeng, he is even more extraordinarily talented. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. By the way, Brother Chu, will the merit points for vanquishing the elder of the Xin family be awarded to you, or to Brother Nangong? Or perhaps you shall share them equally? Noticing Chu Xiu's silence, Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Grant them to me." Brother Nangong indicated that this merit shall be considered as her sponsorship of my endeavors. Chu Xiu shrugged and spoke. He had already received such a significant favor from the minister of Nangong, and thus he was indifferent to this merit point. Moreover, as the minister of Nangong had stated, the merit points for slaying the ancestral figure of the Xin family were beneath her notice. If she desired merit points, she could easily obtain them by vanquishing a demon of mythical stature. So, does this imply that Brother Chu has betrayed our brotherly bond? Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of deep sorrow, as if he had transformed into a mercenary who forsakes loyalty for profit and abandons love at the first sign of advantage. Chu Xiu chose to disregard it entirely. It was what it was. The day promised rain, and his mother was to remarry. Should Brother Chu truly become a pair with Brother Nangong, it would indeed be a match of talent and beauty, a union ordained by heaven. Chu Xiu let out a profound sigh, picking up Chu Xiu's azure-clad constable token from the table, and continued to read. The group of captains from the 6 doors turned their heads, pretending they had heard nothing. Were these words meant for their ears? No wonder Chu Xiu faced the wrath of Sir Nangong. Such a loose tongue. If Brother Chi were unperturbed by the prospect of being overheard by Brother Nangong and receiving another beating, I would be indifferent. Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a peculiar expression and remarked, "Isn't this the same situation where Nangong Push failed to intimidate him?" Chu Xiu trembled slightly and hurriedly defended himself, saying, "I haven't said anything at all. I was merely assisting Brother Chu in calculating merit points." Chu Xiu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The ancestral figure of the Xin family at the first level of the mythical realm is valued at 10 million merit points. A monster at the 7th level of the martial sage realm is worth 280,000 merit points. A monster at the 9th level of the martial sage realm is assessed at 340,000 merit points. Lastly, a monster at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm is worth 22,000 merit points. Altogether, this amounts to 16,220,000 merit points. It won't be long before the funds are credited. Brother Chu, do remember to verify it then. After calculating the merit points, Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. My suspicions were indeed correct. The 2 martial sage realm monsters are at least of the 7th level, with one even at the 9th level. Given Brother Chu's current strength, it is highly plausible that he is truly invincible beneath the mythical realm. The heads of the 6 doors had gained a deeper understanding of Chu Xiu's capabilities. 16,220,000 merit points? With a flick of his brow, Chu Xiu realized he previously possessed over 600 merit points. Had he suddenly amassed more than 20 million merit points? This was indeed an extraordinary windfall. For the foreseeable future, he would no longer need to fret about merit points. By the way, Brother Chu, having slain the ancestor of the Xin family, do you intend to become a renowned red-cloaked constable of the 6 doors? Chu Xiu inquired, extending Chu Xiu's green-cloaked constable token towards him. The expressions of the various constables of the 6 doors grew solemn. Chi, are you jesting? To be a red-cloaked constable, one must possess at least the strength of a mythic realm. Do you truly believe that I, a mere warrior who has just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, possess such prowess? Chu Xiu accepted the token of the renowned blue-clad constable, stowing it away, and rolled his eyes as he spoke. If Brother Chu thinks this way, I can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu could not help but exhale in relief. The group of captains from the 6 doors also displayed expressions of profound relief. Had Chu Xiu ascended to the status of a red-clad constable, he would have easily drawn the attention of malevolent spirits, becoming a target for calamity. Although currently ranked 81st on the Hidden Dragon list, which already placed him among the fated, he had yet to achieve the staggering feat of slaying the ancestral demon of the Xin family. However, it did not take long for everyone to regain their composure. Upon recently entering the realm of the Grandmaster, Chu Xiu has already demonstrated the capability to slay demons of the 9th layer of the Martial Saint realm. Is it not conceivable that once he ascends to the level of Martial Saint, he may indeed possess the power to transcend and vanquish those of the mythical realm? A true prodigy. Very well, Brother Chi, I shall take my leave now. Chu Xiu waved his hand and turned away. After watching him leave, Chu Xiu's expression grew serious as he addressed the gathered captains of the 6 doors with a solemn tone, regarding Brother Chu's slaying of the old ancestor of the Xin family. No one is to utter a single word. Otherwise, all shall be dealt with as traitors to our 6 doors. Understood. The captains of the 6 doors replied with utmost respect. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he looked at the crowd and said, "Now, let me assist you in calculating your merit points for tonight." Chu Xiu exited the mission hall and swiftly made his way towards the storeroom. Having amassed a considerable number of merit points, he was poised to exchange them for some cultivation resources. In no time at all, Chu Xiu stepped into the storeroom and approached Zhao Qingming at the table, cupping his hands in greeting, and said, "Master Zhao, what do you need? I shall fetch it for you." Zhao Qingming replied succinctly, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. After all, this young man dared to enter the storeroom, surely possessing ample merit points. "Master Zhao, I wish to purchase 50 bottles of True Sun Elixir." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Zhao Qingming. The True Yang pill is a medicinal elixir cultivated by warriors of the Grandmaster realm, with a single pill costing 10,000 merit points. A vial of True Yang pills amounts to 100,000 merit points, while 50 vials total 5 million merit points. "Is there anything else?" Zhao Qingming remarked nonchalantly. Already aware of Chu Xiu's attainment in the Grandmaster realm, making the purchase of True Yang pills quite ordinary. "Zhao Lao, do we have any materials for weapon crafting in our 6-door storeroom, such as fine iron, meteorite iron, or cold iron?" With a piercing gaze, Chu Xiu inquired of Zhao Qingming. He still possessed 25 bottles of essence pills, which should suffice for him to cultivate the divine elephant prison law to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the master realm. Thus, he began to contemplate whether to consume some refined iron, pondering if it could further enhance his defensive capabilities. The stomach of the glutton possesses an extraordinary digestive ability, capable of devouring metals to extract energy and bolster both strength and defense. Previously, Chu Xiu had refrained from purchasing such materials due to the time required to absorb the solar essence and essence pills. However, he was now prepared to attempt the consumption of refined iron. "Are you planning to forge a weapon? Do you not already possess the heaven-slaying blade?" Zhao Qingming furrowed his brow, regarding Chu Xiu with a look of confusion. "Zhao Lao, while I do have the heaven-slaying blade, my acquisition of these materials serves additional purposes." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu spoke. "Within the storeroom of our 6 doors, we indeed possess materials for forging weapons. 1 pound of refined iron is valued at 100 merit points in our institution. As for meteorite iron, it is categorized into 100-year and 1,000-year varieties. 1 pound of 100-year meteorite iron requires 10,000 merit points, while a pound of 1,000-year meteorite iron demands 500,000 merit points. Similarly, cold iron is also divided into 100-year and 1,000-year types, with prices akin to those of meteorite iron. If you seek even more advanced materials such as 10,000-year iron essence, 10,000-year meteorite iron, or 10,000-year cold iron, our 6 doors in Songlong County unfortunately do not hold any. However, should you truly desire them, I can arrange for someone to contact our 6 doors in Qizhou City to procure them. Be advised, this will come at a considerably steeper price, 100 times that of 1,000-year meteorite and 1,000-year cold iron. 1 pound will necessitate 1 million merit points. The value and rarity of these materials differ significantly. Nevertheless, my young friend, you do not possess enough merit points for such an exchange." Zhao Qingming replied with an air of calmness. "You know I lack the merit points for such a transaction, yet you still mention it?" Chu Xiu directly disregarded Zhao Qingming's words and stated, "Old Zhao, I require 10 pounds each of 100-year and 1,000-year meteorite iron." "Are you certain?" Zhao Qingming paused momentarily, staring at Chu Xiu with a look of astonishment. This young man has truly gone mad. 10 pounds of 100-year meteorite iron amounts to 100,000 merit points, which is not particularly significant. However, acquiring 10 pounds of 1,000-year meteorite iron indeed necessitates 5 million merit points. Nonetheless, I have a minor request. I would like our 6 doors blacksmith to forge it into a sphere the size of a thumb. I am willing to pay an additional fee." Chu Xiu nodded and addressed Zhao Qingming. "This matter is straightforward. I shall take charge and exempt you from it. 50 bottles of True Yang elixir require 5 million merit points. 10 pounds of 100-year meteorite iron cost 100,000 merit points. And 10 pounds of 1,000-year meteorite iron amount to 5 million merit points. In total, you will need to pay 10 million and 10,000 merit points." Zhao Qingming waved his hand and replied, "Please bring forth your token." "Wait a moment, Zhao Lao. I also have some demon corpses here." Chu Xiu walked to a relatively spacious area of the hall and retrieved the demon corpses from his storage bag. One by one, the bodies of the demons materialized within the hall, including that of the ancient fox spirit of the Exine family's ancestor and the corpses of 2 pig demons at the martial saint level. Is this the ancestor of the Xian family? Zhao Qingming seemed to appear out of thin air before the ancestor's corpse, sensing the mythical aura emanating from it. In disbelief, he remarked, "Indeed, Elder Zhao possessed a discerning eye, recognizing it at a glance." Chu Xiu complimented Zhao Qingming, saying, "How did you manage to slay the ancestral figure of the Xian family?" Zhao Qingming gazed intently at Chu Xiu, his expression one of astonishment, as he replied, "It was Brother Nangong's intervention that severely wounded the ancestral figure of the Xian family, allowing me the fortunate opportunity to deliver the final blow." Chu Xiu spoke calmly. "I see. It was indeed the return of Nangong Push." Zhao Qingming's face revealed a moment of realization, and then he continued, "Although the ancestor of the Xian family has been severely injured, your ability to slay it is commendable. This particular corpse belongs to a first-tier mythical realm demon, with a recovery value of 5 million merit points. Additionally, you possess a 7th-tier Martial Saint Realm Demon Corpse and a 9th-tier Martial Saint Realm Demon Corpse, valued at 110,000 merit points and 130,000 merit points, respectively. Lastly, the corpse of the Master Realm Demon is worth 5,000 merit points. In total, this amounts to 745,000 merit points. After deducting these merit points, you will need to pay an additional 269,500 merit points. Zhao Lao, here's my token." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, retrieving the token of the renowned blue-clad hunter and presenting it to Zhao Qingming. After a moment's calculation, he realized that, after deducting the accumulated merit points, he would still retain a total of 19,230 merit points. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Qingming gathered all the demon corpses before accepting Chu Xiu's token. He approached the table, brushed it against the black jade stone, and placed it down, saying, "Chu Xiu, take your token. I shall procure the true yang pill for you. The 100-year meteorite iron and the 1,000-year meteorite iron must be forged into a spherical shape. Return tomorrow to collect it." "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Chu Xiu approached, stowing away the token and expressing his gratitude to Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming waved his hand and proceeded towards the storeroom. In the Great River Gang, a member hurried into the hall, bowing respectfully to the gang leader, Wei Qi Feng, who was seated at the head of the main table. "Report, leader. All the demons have been eradicated by the 6 doors." "All eradicated?" Wei Qi Feng's expression shifted as he fixed a cold gaze upon the gang member. "Did the 2 demons from Wild Boar Ridge perish as well?" For the death of ordinary demons, Wei Qi Feng showed little concern, having prepared many such creatures to stir trouble in Songlong County City in the future. It was imperative that the 6 doors remained occupied, diverting their attention from the Great River Gang and the Gao family. However, the situation with the 2 demons from Wild Boar Ridge was different. One was a 7th-level Martial Saint, and the other a 9th-level Martial Saint Pig Demon, the very ones he had dispatched to eliminate Chu Xiu. "Report, leader. The demons from Wild Boar Ridge have indeed fallen at the hands of Chu Xiu. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Xian family has also been killed," the gang member said in a hushed tone. The ancestor of the Xian family. Wei Qi Feng was taken aback. When did that cunning old fox arrive in the county? Did it also perish at the hands of Chu Xiu? The gang member hesitated before responding. "I am unsure of when the Xian ancestor came to the county. It is likely that upon learning of Xian 15th Lady's death at Chu Xiu's hands, the Xian family followed suit. Yet, the Xian ancestor fell to Chu Xiu not due to his strength but because he was fortuitously encountered by Nangong Push, who severely wounded him, enabling Chu Xiu to deliver the fatal blow. Damn it." Wei Qi Feng cursed inwardly. What was that fool doing coming to the county? And to be so unlucky as to cross paths with Nangong Push. He deserves his fate. A weight lifted from his heart. As long as Chu Xiu had not attained the level of mythic power, all was well. Regardless, the Gao family had tasked him with eliminating Chu Xiu, and he had to fulfill that duty. If Chu Xiu had indeed reached mythic strength, how could he possibly carry out the order? Would he have to confront him personally? Even if he were willing, could he truly defeat Chu Xiu? What if he were to be slain by him? Fortunately, the cunning members of the Xian family had not been present with the Xian ancestor. Otherwise, if they too had perished, he would have failed the Gao family's task of collecting vital essence. Wei Qi Feng took a moment to exhale deeply. "What shall we do now, leader?" the gang member inquired tentatively. Wei Qi Feng rubbed his aching forehead. Chu Xiu has already matured into a formidable force. To eliminate him now is no simple task. We must consolidate our strength to have any chance of success. For the time being, allow things to quiet down and let me devise a strategy. We should permit the lesser demons to occasionally prey on people in the county. As for the demons of Martial Saint level, they must remain hidden and refrain from taking action. Even the cunning members of the Xin family must exercise caution. When collecting vital essence, they must be exceedingly careful to avoid detection by the 6 doors. After a moment's thought, Wei Qifeng added, moreover, they must be protected by our great river gang members. They are only to attend to their clients to prevent any mishaps. Understood, the gang member replied obediently. Wei Qifeng waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave. The gang member bowed and exited. In a courtyard of the Gao residence, a tremendous aura surged forth. Ha! My realm has finally stabilized. Gao Changfeng emerged from a room, brimming with vitality and exuding confidence. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. A throng of maidservants knelt before Gao Changfeng, their faces alight with joy. No need for such formalities, Gao Changfeng waved his hand, addressing the maidservants. During my seclusion, has the Hidden Dragon rankings been updated? Indeed. Young master, the Hidden Dragon rankings have been updated, a maidservant replied respectfully. Oh, Gao Changfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What rank do I hold this time? He had not just recently ascended to the martial saint realm. He had been solidifying his strength since then, and today marked his true emergence from seclusion. With utmost reverence, the maidservant reported, you are ranked 169th, an increase of 20 places since the last announcement of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Only 20 places? Gao Changfeng frowned, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What of Chu Xiu's rank? I expected his position to be lower, given my advancement to the martial saint realm. The maidservant hesitated before responding. Chu Xiu is ranked 136. Chu Xiu. Gao Changfeng's eyes darkened, realizing that even in the martial saint realm, he was still overshadowed by Chu Xiu. The maidservants trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Has Chu Xiu entered the Hidden Dragon rankings? Gao Changfeng suddenly inquired, recalling Chu Xiu. Yes, young master. Chu Xiu has indeed made it onto the list, and he ranks 81st, the maidservant stammered. Gao Changfeng was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting through shades of green and white. He had never anticipated that Chu Xiu's growth would be so rapid. While he languished at 169th, Chu Xiu had leaped ahead to 81st. This placed him among the true elite of the Hidden Dragon rankings. In the face of Chu Xiu, Gao Changfeng's own strength felt utterly insignificant, akin to that of an ant. It was entirely plausible that Chu Xiu could eliminate him without needing more than 3 moves. A chill coursed down his spine, filling him with a sense of dread. For the first time, he questioned whether it had been wise to provoke Chu Xiu. The real issue lay in the fact that he had not yet eliminated Chu Xiu after instigating him. I must seek out my second uncle. Gao Changfeng's mind was consumed by a singular thought as he moved, vanishing into the courtyard. Upon witnessing his departure, a group of maidservants collectively exhaled in relief, their expressions reflecting a sense of liberation, collapsing onto the ground as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. In a mere moment, Gao Changfeng found himself deep within the Gao residence, bowing respectfully and stating, Changfeng seeks an audience with second uncle. Indeed, his cultivation had reached a stabilized state. Gao Jinyu emerged from within the courtyard, his gaze filled with admiration as he regarded Gao Changfeng. Second uncle. Chu Xiu has ascended to the 81st position on the Hidden Dragon list. Gao Changfeng inhaled deeply, cupping his hands in respect as he replied, I am already aware of this matter. Gao Jinyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, I shall inform Wei Qifeng of this. This time, even if he must act personally, he will take Chu Xiu's head. We can no longer harbor this threat. Thank you, second uncle, Gao Changfeng responded, his cheeks brightening with delight. His eyes filled with gratitude as he spoke. There is no need for such formalities. In truth, I have begun to entertain a suspicion, Gao Jinyu remarked, his tone grave. What do you mean, second uncle? Gao Changfeng's pupils constricted in shock. It seems you have come to the same realization, Gao Jinyu observed, his gaze piercing as he continued. Previously, I had not focused my attention on Chu Xiu. I was investigating the talents of the 6 doors in Songlong County and their renowned Qingyi captains. However, no matter how I searched, I could uncover no traces, as if the death of Changhe had no connection to them at all. Yet, upon seeing Chu Xiu rise to the 81st rank on the Hidden Dragon list in such a short time, coupled with his rapid ascent during this period, a question struck me, could it be that Chu Xiu is the very one who killed Changhe? Pausing, a glint of insight flashed in Gao Jinyu's eyes as he spoke with conviction. After all, his talent is extraordinarily formidable. With such exceptional abilities, it is not out of the realm of possibility that he could have comprehended the pure young blade intent and slain the master-level Su Yunlong before even becoming a copper badge captain. On the contrary, Su Yunlong would never suspect that a mere junior officer from the Six Doors could grasp the essence of blade intent. The likelihood of him being killed by Chu Xiu is exceedingly high. Second uncle, it must be him. It can only be him. Gao Chanfeng suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, I heard that Chu Xiu possessed extraordinary talent and sought to recruit him to our Gao family as a vassal. At that time, he was quite wary of our family. I did not think much of it then, but now, upon hearing your analysis, I believe he truly may have been the one to kill Chang'e. In light of this, we cannot afford to let him live. However, having killed a direct descendant of the Gao family, he will not be allowed to die easily. A cold glimmer crossed Gao Jinyu's eyes as he spoke icily. I must ensure that Wei Qifeng captures Chu Xiu alive and brings him back to our Gao family for questioning. Once he is in our grasp, I will ascertain whether Chang'e met his end at his hands. Second uncle is wise, Gao Chanfeng said, his demeanor respectful. Chanfeng, you have also stepped into the martial saint realm. It is time to utilize this drop of essence blood. Once you merge with it, your strength will greatly increase. By then, what is Chu Xiu to you? Even against Nagong Push, you shall not be inferior. With a flourish of his sleeve, Gao Jinyu sent a jade bottle flying towards Gao Chanfeng. His eyes brightened with surprise as he caught the bottle and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, second uncle. There is no need for thanks. This is a privilege afforded to all direct descendants of the Gao family. Go into seclusion. I hope that when you emerge, it will be at the peak of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. All necessary resources will be sent to your courtyard. After you merge with this essence blood, focus solely on your cultivation. I will handle the rest, Gao Jinyu instructed, waving his hand. Understood, I shall obey. Gao Chanfeng replied before turning to depart. Chu Xiu? Gao Jinyu's gaze turned cold as he looked toward the direction of the Six Doors in Songlong County, declaring, having killed a direct descendant of the Gao family, even with the protection of the Six Doors, I will ensure you are brought back to our family. In the study of the courtyard, the destiny entries read, Nine Yang Sacred Body, Gold, Extraordinary Wisdom, Purple, Blade Goddess Talent, Purple, Aristocratic Young Master, Blue, Golden Muscles and Jade Bones, Blue, Carefree as the Wind, Blue, Vitality like a River, Blue, Master of both Fists and Feet, Blue, Gluttonous Stomach, Blue, Innate Divine Soul, Blue, Resonating for 3 days, Blue, Innate Divine Strength, Green, Fortune and Misfortune Intertwined, Green. Destiny Value, 249,000. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chu Xiu gazed intently at the destiny attribute displayed on the data panel. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. System, enhance my golden muscles and jade bones. The augmentation of his sinews and bones would significantly aid his practice of the divine elephant prison method. The advancement of his cultivation speed was lagging behind the progress of his inner martial arts, primarily due to his insufficient physical endowment. The Nine Suns scripture boasted the golden attribute of the Nine Suns sacred body. Even though he had not yet truly awakened this sacred body, it provided considerable benefits, allowing his inner martial arts to progress at a rate surpassing that of the divine elephant prison method. Should his physical endowment be enhanced, the speed of his cultivation in the divine elephant prison method would surely soar. No sooner had he uttered these words than a mysterious force surged into Chu Xiu's body, causing his sinews and bones to undergo a remarkable transformation at that very moment. With each passing second, the strength of his physical body swelled tremendously. Countless particles were continuously unfurling in response to his corporeal feedback. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's divine elephant prison method had unleashed 800 particles. Within each particle, ferocious primal giants roared, unleashing an unfathomable power. A tremendous surge of vitality erupted from Chu Xiu. And had it not been for the array within the study that isolated all, his vitality might well have astonished the entire Six Gates. This enhancement was not merely confined to his sinews and bones. The transformation of his sinews and bones ultimately led to an overall augmentation of his physical form. Flesh and skin were continuously reinforced, making Chu Xiu feel as though he had become as resilient as diamond, impervious to all. This metamorphosis endured for a full half-hour. Eventually, Chu Xiu discovered that his divine elephant prison method had opened up 2,798 particles. He now possessed the strength of 2,798 primal giants, successfully consuming 100,000 destiny points. The golden muscles and jade bones, Blue, upgraded to the diamond divine body, Purple, diamond divine body, indestructible, unyielding, impervious to all, possessing unparalleled defense, and endowed with supreme talents in the realm of horizontal refinement. Two prompt boxes appeared before Chu Xiu. Diamond Divine Body. Upon seeing these two prompt boxes, Chu Xiu's cheeks displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the elevation from golden sinew and jade bone to a purple attribute would lead to the manifestation of a divine physique. This indicates that the purple attribute is indeed representative of a divine body, while the golden attribute embodies the supreme sacred body. No wonder he could simultaneously unleash over 2,000 particles, achieving the minor completion of the Grand Master realm in external martial arts. His current pure strength has surpassed the 9-yang true art of the minor completion stage of the Grand Master realm. With this formidable power alone, he could likely vanquish a demon of the martial sage level with a single punch. If he were to employ the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, even a demon at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial sage realm could be subdued with just one strike. However, his most powerful martial art is not the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, but rather the 7 cuts of heaven severing. Should he utilize the might of the divine elephant suppressing prison technique to execute the 7 cuts of heaven severing, his strength still falls short, lacking in sufficient prowess, as there remains a considerable gap to the mythical realm. After all, his true cultivation level is merely at the minor completion of the Grand Master realm. Chu Xiu shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "However, I still possess 149,000 destiny points, allowing me to ascend to another purple attribute. I shall continue to select one that enhances my physical form, enabling my corporeal strength to reach its true zenith." With this thought, Chu Xiu's eyes once again fixated on the data panel. He scrutinized the 2 destiny attributes, vitality like a river and innate divine strength, for an extended period. Ultimately, a resolution formed within him, and he mentally commanded, "System, enhance vitality like a river." Although innate divine strength currently manifested as a green attribute, he could elevate it to a blue attribute first before making a selection. However, in Chu Xiu's perspective, the elevation of innate divine strength to a blue attribute would likely still pertain to the realm of strength, while vitality like a river distinctly served to augment his overall vitality. Once elevated to a purple attribute, this singular enhancement could undoubtedly amplify his capabilities significantly, propelling his divine elephant suppression technique forward by leaps and bounds. No sooner had he spoken than a mysterious and unfathomable power surged forth once more, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. At this moment, the vitality within Chu Xiu surged dramatically. It was as if a tranquil river had transformed into a mighty dragon of vitality, infusing him with the formidable strength of an ancient divine dragon with every gesture. As his life force surged, minute particles were continuously unleashed, and colossal primal elephants roared defiantly towards the heavens. This magnificent display persisted for an entire hour. Chu Xiu's vital energy had finally reached a state of complete stability. He successfully expended 100,000 destiny points, upgrading his vital energy like a river, blue, to vital energy like a dragon, purple. Vital energy like a dragon, a magnificent and boundless force of vitality, akin to a true dragon, possessing an unparalleled grandeur. 2 prompt boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Vital energy like a dragon had opened a total of 3,988 particles, surpassing the number of particles unlocked by the diamond body. Currently, my divine elephant suppressing prison technique has opened a total of 6,786 particles, endowing me with the immense strength of 6,786 primal giants. I am now very close to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, which requires 8,400 particles. Even without employing the 6 paths reincarnation fist, my sheer strength alone is sufficient to shatter myriad laws and vanquish countless peak 9th layer martial saints, is it not? Chu Xiu felt an immense surge of power coursing through his body, and a look of profound astonishment appeared on his face as he spoke. He had never anticipated that the addition of 2 purple attributes would lead to such a terrifying enhancement of his strength. Destiny points, 49,000. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. Gazing at the numbers on the destiny value display, he spoke, "I still have 49,000 points of destiny value remaining. Both natural divine power and the intertwining of fortune and misfortune can be elevated to blue attributes." Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu then communicated within his mind, "System, enhance natural divine power." Boom. A mysterious and unfathomable force manifested once again. Chu Xiu sensed the burgeoning power within him, as if his very being harbored an immense force. This formidable strength was not derived from his sinews or vital energy, but was an innate power he had possessed from birth. This force had remained dormant within his body, yet to be fully realized. The innate divine strength was, after all, a manifestation of his physical gifts. Thus, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression technique once again unlocked a multitude of particles. After a brief moment, having successfully expended 10,000 destiny points, his innate divine strength, green, ascended to boundless might, blue. Boundless might. You possess an extraordinarily terrifying strength, a prodigious talent in the art of forging. 2 prompt boxes once more materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes. Indeed, the efficacy of the blue inscription was vastly superior to that of the purple. The enhancement of innate divine strength merely led to the unlocking of 96 particles, augmenting his power by 96 colossal forces of the wild elephant. Chu Xiu shook his head and once again spoke in his mind. System, enhanced the intertwining of fortune and misfortune. Fortunately, he had long been mentally prepared, so there was no significant surprise. This time, Chu Xiu did not perceive any change, successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. The intertwining of fortune and misfortune, green, upgraded to profound fortune, blue. Profound fortune. You possess an innate and enduring luck, with good fortune frequently accompanying you, making it easier to encounter various opportunities and attain enlightenment. A prompt box reappeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Oh, this blue attribute is quite impressive. As Chu Xiu gazed upon the profound blessings of fortune, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The transition from a duality of fortune and misfortune to a state of abundant blessings signified not merely the absence of negative influences, but also the potential to encounter myriad opportunities. While he did not place excessive importance on the ease of enlightenment, he was particularly captivated by the preceding description. After all, endowed with unparalleled wisdom, the pursuit of enlightenment was not a formidable challenge for him. Wait a moment, he pondered. Now that I possess this blue attribute of profound blessings, will it facilitate a greater likelihood of uncovering treasures when I access my storage pouch? In a moment of inspiration, Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a storage pouch that had appeared in his palm. This very pouch had been acquired from the remains of the ancestor of the Exine family. He thought to himself that he would soon find out its secrets. After a brief contemplation, Chu Xiu began to refine the storage pouch. In no time, he successfully infused it with his essence and beheld the space within. The size of this pouch was approximately 100 cubic meters, a staggering 20 times larger than that of Gao Changhe's storage pouch. However, it paled in comparison to the one he had obtained from Exine Shiliang. Chu Xiu was not overly surprised by this. After all, the pouch from Exine Shiliang had likely been bestowed by the Gao family. Inside the pouch lay a plethora of garments in various colors, including intimate apparel for women, clearly belonging to the cunning ancestor of the Exine family. Additionally, Chu Xiu discovered numerous spiritual herbs within the storage pouch. Yet, that was not the most significant find. The most critical discovery was a golden token, alongside a large chunk of a jet-black stone emanating an icy aura. This stone radiated a chilling energy that seemed potent enough to freeze the very heavens and earth. What is this? Chu Xiu gazed in astonishment at the pitch-black stone before him, a sudden revelation illuminating his mind. Eternal cold iron, he exclaimed. This was indeed a piece of eternal cold iron. Chu Xiu's countenance grew increasingly fervent, for it was imperative to note that his sky-slaying blade had been infused with cold iron. However, it was merely a millennium-old cold iron, which bestowed upon it an essence of frigidness. Indeed, the millennium cold iron is also referred to as millennium shin iron. If my sky-slaying blade could be melded with 10,000-year cold iron, its power would undoubtedly become even more formidable. It would not be beyond the realm of possibility to forge it into a 6th-grade supreme weapon or even a 7th-grade supreme weapon. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and exclaimed in astonishment. One must understand that such treasures within the 6 gates are undoubtedly of immense value. If I were to exchange them for merit points, it would require an exorbitant amount to obtain even a small portion. Just for a single pound, one would need a staggering 100 million merit points. Accumulating even a single merit point before stepping into the realm of myth is no trivial task. Yet now, the storage bag of the ancestral elder of the Exine family has provided me with a piece of eternal cold iron. This piece appears to weigh at least several dozen pounds. The term blessing of profound fortune is indeed apt. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu focused his thoughts, and a massive jet-black stone materialized within the study. Chu Xiu embraced the ancient cold iron with both hands, weighing it thoughtfully. With a peculiar expression, he remarked, "It seems I have underestimated this. This is not merely a few dozen pounds, but rather several hundred pounds of millennia-old cold iron. Let me see if I can scrape off a bit and test the efficacy of the gluttonous appetite." Chu Xiu gazed at the millennia-old cold iron, pondering for a moment before drawing his blade. With the celestial slayer in hand, he began to scrape the ancient metal. Despite the extraordinary hardness of the cold iron, it had yet to be forged into a weapon. However, with the razor-sharp edge of the celestial slayer combined with Chu Xiu's immense strength, he managed to carve off a fragment. Chu Xiu sheathed the blade of heaven's decapitation and picked up a small piece of eternal cold iron, placing it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, an icy chill enveloped him, as if it sought to freeze him into a block of ancient ice. However, before the supreme resilience of the nine-yang sacred body, the eternal cold iron proved ineffective, and he effortlessly swallowed it. Once it entered the belly of the gluttonous beast, Chu Xiu could distinctly sense the organ writhing, secreting copious amounts of gastric fluid to digest the eternal cold iron, absorbing its frigid essence to temper his physical form. There was an effect, albeit a modest one. Chu Xiu could perceive that the ancient cold iron had indeed provided some assistance to his physical form. However, it did not yield the effects he had anticipated. It should not merely be attributed to the blue attribute of the gluttonous stomach. Rather, it was his body that had grown so formidable that even the ancient cold iron could not fully manifest its potential. After all, he currently possessed two purple attributes, bloodline of the dragon and the indestructible body. Notably, the indestructible body endowed him with four remarkable traits: invulnerability, indomitable strength, the ability to withstand all, and unparalleled defense. These attributes alone had elevated his physical defenses to an extraordinarily fearsome level. Additionally, the gluttonous stomach's ability to absorb energy from metal was further enhancing his defense. Had he not possessed the indestructible body, the gluttonous stomach would indeed have augmented his defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu's face illuminated with a dawning realization. He shook his head and remarked, "Fortunately, the primary function of the gluttonous beast's stomach is to aid in the rapid digestion and absorption of elixirs, ensuring that the potency of the medicinal substances remains wholly intact. Even without its ability to assimilate energy from metals, it bears no consequence for me. Now, let us examine the other materials for refining." Chu Xiu placed the ancient cold iron, which had been preserved for millennia, into his storage pouch and began to examine the other materials for refining. Naturally, the storage pouch of the ancestor of the Xian family contained more than just a piece of ancient cold iron, albeit that being the most precious. Upon a casual inspection, Chu Xiu discovered a plethora of various refining materials within the pouch, each weighing no less than a dozen pounds, with some reaching hundreds or even thousands of pounds of millennium meteorite iron. "What is this stone?" With a flick of his right hand, Chu Xiu conjured a palm-sized stone, resplendent and translucent like jade, yet distinctly different from it. He sensed that this white stone was feather-light, suggesting an extraordinary nature, though he could not discern its true identity. After all, his understanding of materials for refining was still rather limited. Never mind, that thought could wait. Chu Xiu carefully stored the white stone, feeling an innate sense of its extraordinary value, perhaps even surpassing that of the legendary myriad-year cold iron. After all, the ancestral figure of the Xian family had merely tossed the myriad-year cold iron into a storage bag. In stark contrast, this white stone was ensconced within a gilded brocade box. These jade purity vials resembled the ones I had previously acquired from Xian Shuoyang. Could it be that the ancestor of the Xian family was secretly amassing spiritual essence? Upon counting, Chu Xiu discovered to his astonishment that there were indeed 8 jade bottles within the storage pouch. Contemplating this revelation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "This implies that the Xian family possesses not only the celestial pavilion in our Songlong County city for the purpose of gathering vital essence, but it is highly probable that similar establishments exist across various counties. This matter must be conveyed to Brother Qi, so that our silver badge captains, and even the gold badge captains, can investigate these locations thoroughly. Now, it is time to examine what this token signifies." Having completed a meticulous inventory of the items within the storage chamber, Chu Xiu focused his thoughts and retrieved the golden token from the pouch. The secret realm of the 5 elements? Chu Xiu gazed in astonishment at the golden token inscribed with the words 5 elements secret realm. pondering its significance and the mysteries that lay within. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to his feet and exited the study. By this time, the night had deepened, and Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue had already retired for the evening. Chu Xiu strode towards the mission hall with the grace of a dragon and the prowess of a tiger. Brother Qi, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chu Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu, who appeared to be lost in thought within the task hall, seemingly engulfed by ennui. It was apparent that he was aware of Nang Gongpu's return, and Chu Xiu dared not peruse the miscellaneous books inside the hall for fear of incurring punishment. However, in the absence of such distractions, he found himself succumbing to boredom. Brother Chu, have you not yet taken a rest? Chu Xiu roused himself and inquired of Chu Xiu. I was just immersed in my training, Chu Xiu replied. However, I have stumbled upon a matter that I must discuss with you, Brother Qi. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed, Brother Chu is truly diligent. Chu Xiu, with admiration evident on his face, responded, No wonder Brother Chu has progressed so swiftly in his cultivation. Qi brother, it is not convenient to converse at the moment. Chu Xiu did not respond, but instead cast a glance at the entrance of the mission hall, proclaiming, Understood. Qi Xiu's countenance grew solemn, with a flick of his sleeve. The doors of the mission hall promptly shut. Qi brother, I have discovered numerous jade purity vials within the storage bag of the ancestral elder of the Xian family, identical to those previously found in the storage bag of Xian Xinyang. Although it remains unclear whether these vials were collected for personal cultivation by the Xian family's elder or intended for the elder of the Gao family, this matter warrants significant attention. Qi brother, it is imperative to issue a task for us, the silver medal captains of the 6 gates, and even the golden medal captains, to investigate throughout the various counties of our Songlong prefecture. Chu Xiu spoke with a serious expression. What? Qi Xiu's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, I understand now. I will promptly issue a mission to have our silver medal captains, and even the gold medal captains, conduct thorough investigations across all the counties in our Songlong prefecture. Very well, Brother Qi, I have relayed the matter to you. There is nothing more to discuss. I must visit the storeroom now, so I shall take my leave. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed Qi Xiu. Well, take care, Brother Chu. Qi Xiu returned the gesture with a nod and with a flourish of his sleeve. The grand doors of the task hall creaked open. He then retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and began to inscribe the new assignments. As Chu Xiu exited the mission hall, he strode purposefully towards the storeroom. Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Zhao Qingming, with a look of astonishment and suspicion, remarked, Young Chu, what brings you here once more? Clearing his throat, Chu Xiu replied, I have an important matter to discuss with Elder Zhao today, and I would also like to purchase some medicinal pills. Chu Xiu coughed softly and addressed Zhao Qingming. What is it? Zhao Qingming glanced at Chu Xiu and replied, Zhao Lao, I no longer require the 100-year-old meteorite iron or the 1,000-year-old meteorite iron. With a serious expression, Chu Xiu gazed intently at Zhao Qingming and said, Old Zhao, could you assist me in returning it? After all, the Millennium Cold Iron holds little significance for me now, let alone the Century Meteorite and the 1,000-year meteorite. He had not anticipated that the golden muscles and jade bones could indeed be upgraded to the Diamond Divine Body. Not needed? Zhao Qiming replied. If you wish to return it, I can notify our blacksmiths at the 6 doors shortly. He cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xiu, somewhat perplexed by the fact that he had just made a purchase and was now seeking to return it. However, it seemed that the blacksmiths had likely not yet begun their work. Even if they had started, the transformation into a circular form would not pose any issue. Thank you, Old Zhao. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Qingming. No need for that, Zhao replied dismissively. What elixir do you wish to purchase? Master Zhao, I seek to acquire the Guiyuan pill. The Jinyuan pill holds no further benefit for me. Pondered for a moment and said, Moreover, I possess 25 bottles of essence pills. Is it possible to return them as well? The essence pills are elixirs utilized by martial artists at the Master Realm for their cultivation, and he has now reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master Realm. The potency of these pills holds little significance for him at this stage. Change invariably outpaces planning. He could not have anticipated that the emergence of 2 corporeal pathways, represented by the purple attributes, would elevate his divine elephant suppression technique to the Grand Master Realm's pinnacle. His prowess in the path of external cultivation has now far surpassed that of the 9 Yang True Arts' internal skills. It has truly become his ultimate trump card. Certainly, as long as the essence pills have not been used, I can repurchase them at their original price and exchange them for return essence pills. In the future, Any unused elixirs can be returned to me, the old man Zhao Qiming stated with a calm demeanor. Now, tell me, how many bottles of return essence pills do you desire? Thank you, Elder Zhao. I would like 100 bottles of return essence pills. Chu Xiu once again expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingming. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, a multitude of bottles containing essence pills appeared upon Zhao Qingming's desk. 25 bottles in total, none missing. Indeed, this time, Chu Xiu was not merely purchasing 50 bottles of the returning essence pills. He was acquiring 100. He even harbored doubts that 100 bottles might not suffice to elevate his mastery of the divine elephant confinement technique to the zenith of the Grand Master realm. Currently, he had unlocked 7,786 microparticles, while the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm required the unlocking of 8,400. This left him short by 1,600 microparticles. As one ascends to higher realms, the difficulty of unlocking microparticles increases significantly. Eventually, it becomes commonplace for one or even several pills to be required to unlock a single microparticle. The total value of 100 bottles of returning essence pills amounted to 10 million merit points, equivalent in price to the True Yang pills. You have returned 10 pounds of 1,000-year meteorite iron and 10 pounds of century-old meteorite iron, which together are worth 510,000 merit points. The 25 bottles of essence pills are valued at 125,000 merit points. Thus, you are entitled to a refund of 635,000 merit points. Zhao Qingming calculated. After deducting the cost of the returning essence pills, you still owe 365,000 merit points. Old Zhao, here is my token. Chu Xiu retrieved the token of the renowned Qingyi constable and extended it towards Zhao Qingming, saying, Young Chu, take the token back yourself. I shall assist you in procuring the return to origin pill. Zhao Qingming, holding Chu Xiu's token, brushed it against the black jade stone, placed it upon the table, and gathered all the essence pills before heading towards the storeroom. Very well, he replied. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and tucked the token away. Before long, Zhao Qingming emerged from within, carrying a large black bag, which he placed upon the table. He waved at Chu Xiu and said, All right, young lad. I have retrieved the Guiyuan Dan you requested. If there is nothing else, you may return. Zhao Lao, have you ever heard of the secret realm? Chu Xiu tentatively inquired. The reason for his haste to the storeroom was not only to gather information regarding the secret realm from Zhao Qingming. While Chu Xiu might not possess knowledge of the secret realm, Zhao Qingming, as the overseer of the storeroom within the 6 doors of Songlong County, was an esteemed veteran at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. It was quite possible that he was privy to the secrets of the realm. Indeed, Zhao Qingming's true cultivation level was the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. Furthermore, Chu Xiu sensed that Zhao Qingming could potentially step into the mythical realm at any moment. He simply chose to suppress his cultivation level and had not yet crossed that threshold. After all, having reached a minor accomplishment in the art of gazing, he was now capable of discerning the cultivation levels of individuals. Not only was Zhao Qingming at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm, but also Nangong Push and Elder Jiang were at the same level. Among the three, any one of them surpassed the myriad of martial saints at the 9th layer that Chu Xiu had encountered by several folds. Yet, through the art of gazing, Chu Xiu perceived Elder Jiang as the most formidable, not Nangong Push. From Elder Jiang, he sensed an overwhelming threat, as if a tremendous sword intent lay concealed within him, a sword intent capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder. The secret realm? Zhao Qingming exclaimed in astonishment, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. Naturally, I am aware of the secret realm. Within our 6 doors, the existence of a secret realm is indeed a reality. Do we have a secret realm within the 6 doors? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhao Qingming with an expression of utter astonishment. As a renowned constable of the 6 doors, how could he be unaware of the existence of a secret realm? Indeed, within our 6 doors, there exists such a hidden domain. However, it is not the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture, but rather that of Qingzhou's capital. Zhao Qingming spoke with a grave demeanor. This secret realm is known as the Kanglan Secret Realm. Kanglan Secret Realm? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu expressed his intrigue and remarked, when discussing secret realms, we must inevitably mention the realms of cultivation. The martial saint realm is characterized by the condensation of true essence into a martial golden core. Beyond the martial saint realm lies the mythic realm, where one condenses the martial primordial spirit. Zhao Qingming, with a serious expression, continued, furthermore, the realm above the mythic realm known as the martial legend realm, essentially signifies the opening of a celestial cave. Each secret realm is, in fact, formed after the demise of an unparalleled master at the martial legend level. However, it is important to note that the vast majority of these extraordinary masters do not leave behind celestial caves upon their passing. Each celestial cave is, in essence, a deliberate separation made by venerable warriors just prior to their demise, manifesting into the tangible world. "I see," came the understanding response. A flicker of realization crossed Chu Xiu's cheeks. Thus, the five elements secret realm in his possession was likely a world formed after the fall of a legendary figure at the mythical level of martial arts. The Kanglin's secret realm, in truth, was bequeathed by an unparalleled master known as the Kanglin Sword Saint, who once graced our Qingzhou. Within the Kanglin secret realm, a plethora of treasures and the legacy left by the Kanglin Sword Saint await discovery. Every 50 years, we in Qingzhou would unlock the Kanglin secret realm. Although this realm is under the jurisdiction of the 6 gates of Qingzhou, the allocation of spots is not solely reserved for our ranks. The 6 gates of Qingzhou can claim 100 slots, while the remaining 100 are distributed among various factions in the state city. With less than 6 months remaining until the Kanglin secret realm opens, Zhao Qingming cast a glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, "With your current standing of 81st on the potential dragon ranking, the 6 gates of Qingzhou will undoubtedly grant you a place. However, once you enter the Kanglin secret realm, you must exercise caution. Killing is permitted within the realm. Not only are there monsters present, but fellow humans may also engage in deadly conflicts. It is only amongst us from the 6 gates that we shall refrain from combat. Yet, we cannot guarantee the restraint of others from different factions. Are there indeed monsters within the Kanglin secret realm?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback and spoke. "Indeed, within the Kanglin secret realm, there exist various demons and monsters. When the Kanglin Sword Saint fell, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the martial arts myth, merely a step away from the realm of terrestrial immortals. Prior to his demise, he traversed the entire region of Qingzhou, dispatching numerous demons into the Kanglin secret realm. The most formidable demons residing there have even attained the martial arts myth realm, while those of the martial saint realm and the mythical realm are abundantly numerous. These demons have completely taken root within the Kanglin secret realm. As you venture into this realm to vie for resources, you will inevitably encroach upon their cultivation resources, leading to confrontations with the demons within. Moreover, these demons consider the talented human beings who enter the Kanglin secret realm as the prime source of cultivation resources. Truly a boon for them." Zhao Qingming slightly nodded, gazing at Chu Xiu, and remarked, "However, with your prodigious talents, you need not be overly concerned about these demons. As long as you do not enter the core of the Kanglin secret realm and refrain from provoking those of the martial arts myth level, you shall encounter no peril. Conversely, your utmost attention should be directed towards the talents of other factions." Chu Xiu pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "Old Zhao, are the geniuses from other factions truly that formidable? One must not underestimate the talents of other forces. Each time the Kanglin secret realm is unveiled, it is not solely our Qingzhou's potential dragon list talents that emerge. For instance, within our Qingzhou, every prominent family harbors hidden geniuses to varying degrees. Particularly among the 4 great families of Qingzhou, each one potentially conceals an extraordinary genius. These individuals have remained in the shadows from the outset, known only to the most direct descendants within these illustrious families. Their strength is immensely formidable. They are the beneficiaries of their entire family's resources, nurtured from a young age. When the Kanglin secret realm opens, these unparalleled geniuses, who have long dwelt in obscurity and have not ascended to the potential dragon list, will undoubtedly make their appearance. Furthermore, it is not just the extraordinary talents of Qingzhou that will emerge when the secret realm opens. Remarkable geniuses from beyond Qingzhou may also manifest. Zhao Qingming spoke with profound significance. You must understand that these families, or other factions within Qingzhou, may have connections with influential figures from other states. These individuals could very well acquire opportunities from them, journeying to our Qingzhou capital to enter the Kanglin secret realm. Each time the Kanglin secret realm is unveiled, it truly becomes a gathering of genuine talents. "I understand now." Chu Xiu nodded gently. From Zhao Qingming's words, he gleaned a fragment of understanding. The hidden dragon list is yet incapable of encompassing all the talents across the vast expanse of Qingzhou. Some remain shrouded in obscurity, eluding even the scrutiny of the list. Thus, Despite his current rank as the 81st on the Hidden Dragon list, there are undoubtedly many whose prowess surpasses his own. Regarding the 4 prominent families of Qingzhou mentioned by Zhao Qingming, his knowledge was limited. However, one truth was evident. Each family was extraordinarily formidable, akin to the stars in the heavens compared to the dust upon the earth, utterly incomparable. If a family wishes to establish itself within a single county, it must possess a figure of mythic caliber to preside over it. Conversely, a family spanning an entire province must, at the very least, be anchored by a martial legend of equal stature. When time permits, you should frequently visit our Six Doors Armory to peruse its tomes. These volumes contain extensive records, not only of our entire Qingzhou state and its numerous counties, but also of the 108 provinces of the Great Zhou dynasty, including the capital and the Divine City. Zhao Qingming waved his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu, his expression one of disdain, and remarked, "With your talent and insight, it would be inconceivable for you to remain confined to our Songlong County's 6 doors. Like Nangong Push, your aspirations lie beyond Qingzhou's 6 doors, even within the illustrious capital of our great Zhou dynasty. Do not limit yourself solely to cultivation. The world outside warrants your exploration as well." "Thank you, Elder Zhao. I understand," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, swiftly stowing the large black bag filled with elixirs into his storage pouch. He then clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Qingming, who nodded in acknowledgement before taking a seat in the chair. Chu Xiu turned and departed, heading towards the direction of the Six Doors Armory. As Zhao Qingming had remarked, his realm did not reside within the 6 doors of Songlong County. It was indeed essential for him to gain a comprehensive understanding of the outside world. "Ah, Chu lad, you have arrived once more," Elder Jiang exclaimed, jolted to attention as he instinctively rose from his seat. His initial reaction was that Chu Xiu had come again to select martial arts. "Elder Jiang, I am not here this time to choose martial arts." Chu Xiu coughed lightly and addressed Elder Jiang. "Are we not selecting martial arts? Have you come merely to engage in idle chatter with me?" Elder Jiang rolled his eyes and replied, "Young man, I have come to inquire about the comprehensive information regarding our entire Qingzhou and even the vast Zhou dynasty." With a faint smile, Chu Xiu addressed Elder Jiang. "Do you wish to peruse these materials? They are located in the miscellaneous section on the 1st floor. You may select what you desire. Once you have made your choices, feel free to take them with you. Return them whenever you have finished reviewing." Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang cast a penetrating glance at Chu Xiu and replied, "Indeed. It seems you should familiarize yourself with matters beyond our Songlong Prefecture." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang before making his way towards the miscellaneous section on the 1st floor of the armory. Upon arrival, he discovered that the records of each province within the Great Zhou dynasty were divided into 3 volumes, indicating a total of 3 books. With over 108 provinces in the Great Zhou dynasty, this amounted to several hundred volumes. Additionally, there were documents pertaining to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty and introductions to various demonic forces. Ultimately, Chu Xiu collected over 1,000 books in one go, storing them in his spatial pouch, eager to peruse them at his leisure. With the insatiable appetite of a glutton, he could simultaneously enhance his strength while studying. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chu Xiu refrained from consuming the Jinyang pill or the Guiyuan pill. Instead, he opted for rest. His power had surged significantly that day, and there was no urgency to train. Balancing work and relaxation was of utmost importance. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Chu Xiu remained at home, engrossed in his reading and partaking of the Jinyang and Guiyuan pills. Meanwhile, the entire Songlong County saw a period of tranquility, with no notable events occurring. Even the demons seemed to have vanished without a trace. Of course, due to Chu Xiu's timely warning. The 6 doors discovered instances of fox spirits from the Little Qiu Mountain, siphoning vital energy in several counties beneath Songlong County. These fox spirits met their demise at the hands of Captain Jin Zhang of the 6 doors, in stark contrast to his previous encounter with the formidable fox spirit, Lady Xian 15, who was at the martial saint level and had a protective elder fox spirit. These fox spirits in the counties possessed relatively low cultivation levels, at most reaching the Great Master rank. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from one of the rooms. "Sister Xinhua has broken through again," exclaimed Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been practicing her swordplay in the courtyard, her delicate features reflecting astonishment as she gazed toward the room. Indeed, she had made another breakthrough. Xinyue had likely ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial saint. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his cheeks betraying a look of astonishment as he spoke. Li Xinyue herself was a calamity. Even without any effort, her cultivation level would continuously ascend. Moreover, with the 8 jade bottles he had acquired from the ancestral figure of the Exine family, each of these bottles brimmed with an abundance of vital energy, surpassing that of the jade bottle he previously received from Exine Shuyang. As a result, Li Xinyue's cultivation rapidly surged from the 1st to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the martial saint realm within a remarkably short span of time. Wouldn't it be soon before Sister Xinyue stepped into the realm of myth, enabling her to seek vengeance against the 7th chieftain of the Baidi Mountain, Duguming? Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she inquired of Chu Xiu. However, it was not as simple as it seemed. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Once a natural disaster steps into the martial saint realm, the speed of cultivation will gradually decelerate. Currently, it is only due to the vital essence I acquired from the ancestral figure of the Exine family that Xinyue's progress has been so rapid. Without that essence, Xinyue will require a considerable amount of time to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. To transcend into the mythical realm will demand an even more protracted period. This is the constraint of longevity, and indeed, immortality. During this time, I have perused numerous texts and gained a certain understanding of natural disasters. Does this mean I have the opportunity to catch up with Sister Xinyue and assist her in avenging her grievances?" Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. You have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Master Realm. You are on the verge of stepping into the Grand Master Realm. With your innate talent and aptitude, it is likely that you will not have to wait long before you catch up with Xinyue." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoxiao, offering a soft chuckle as he spoke. His heart was filled with profound astonishment. While he had been indulging in various drugs, Jiang Xiaoxiao, aside from partaking in dishes crafted from an array of medicinal herbs and the flesh of mystical beasts alongside him, consumed not a single pill. Remarkably, she had relied solely on absorbing the essence of the moon, causing her cultivation level to surge dramatically. Chu Xiu began to harbor doubts regarding whether Jiang Xiaoxiao was truly the fabled daughter of destiny. Fortunately, during this period, his own cultivation advanced at an impressive pace. His internal martial arts reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, standing just a step away from the martial saint level. His external martial arts had also ascended to the summit of the Grand Master realm, bestowing upon him the formidable strength of 8,400 savage giant elephants. The sole predicament he faced was the complete depletion of his merit points, though not entirely. He still possessed 430 merit points. The remainder had been exchanged for true yang pills and returning essence pills. It was precisely due to the substantial accumulation of merit points that he was able to elevate his cultivation levels to the zenith of the Grand Master realm in both internal and external disciplines within a mere fortnight. Creak. The door slowly opened. Li Xinyue emerged from her chamber, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she addressed Chu Xiu. "Thank you, young master. There's no need for such formality." Chu Xiu waved his hand, a hint of a smile gracing his cheeks as he said, "After secluding yourself for half a month, you have finally reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the martial sage realm. It is now time for you to take a well-deserved rest." I understand," Li Xinyue replied, nodding her head gently with a look of obedience on her face. "All right, I too should take a stroll outside now." Chu Xiu stood up and addressed Li Xinyue and Jiang Xiaoxiao. He had been in seclusion for half a month and felt it was time to venture outside. Primarily, he had exhausted his merit points and completed all his reading. "Young master, aren't you going to finish your dinner before heading out?" Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired, her adorable eyes blinking in curiosity as she looked at Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue also gazed at him with eager anticipation. "No, you both enjoy your meal," Chu Xiu replied. "It is getting late." A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Upon finishing his words, he proceeded toward the courtyard's exit. Once outside, he first returned all the books to the armory of the 6 doors before heading towards the mission hall. "Oh, Brother Chu, what a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out." At the entrance of the mission hall, Chu Xiu fortuitously encountered Chi Xiu. "Brother Chi, do you happen to have another task that would suit me?" With a slight arch of his brows, Chu Xiu gazed at Chi Xiu and remarked, "Brother Chu, let us enter and converse." Chi Xiu stepped forward, draping his arm over Chu Xiu's shoulder, and replied, "Very well." Chu Xiu nodded and followed Chi Xiu into the mission hall. Once inside, Chi Xiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Although the celestial pavilion has been eradicated by Brother Chu, and with the intelligence provided by you, we at the Six Doors have successfully eliminated all the hidden Xiao Qiushan fox spirits in the various counties of Songlong Prefecture. However, I am concerned that there may still be Xiao Qiushan fox spirits lurking within the prefectural city. After all, the elder of the Gao family certainly requires these fox spirits to provide him with vital energy. Thus, I dispatched individuals to investigate, and indeed, we made a discovery. Along the banks of the Songlong River, Xiao Qiushan fox spirits have re-emerged, drawing upon vital energy. Yet, this time they are far more concealed. It is unlike the previous Celestial Pavilion incident. In the Baohua Tower, there are not only Xiao Qiushan fox spirits, but also ordinary women. Moreover, the Baohua Tower is managed and guarded by the members of the Dajiang Gang. It is speculated that at least a formidable expert at the Martial Saint level from the Dajiang Gang is secretly protecting them. Would you like to take on this mission, Brother Chu? Naturally, Chu Xiu was well aware of the Six Doors' efforts to root out the Xiao Qiushan fox spirits from the counties of Songlong Prefecture. His immersion in books did not imply ignorance of significant matters. Chu Xiu had specifically come to inform him of this situation. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The 100 Flowers Pavilion? I shall undertake this task." Well, since Brother Chu has taken on this task, it is now entrusted to him. Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod. However, Brother Chu, if you are to venture to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, you must exercise utmost caution. Oh, a flicker of inquiry crossed Chu Xiu's mind as he gazed at Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, he began, you must also be aware that during this period, the entire Songlong County city has been eerily tranquil, devoid of any trace of demons or monsters. Yet, the more serene it becomes, the more anxious I feel. There is an unsettling sense, as if a storm is brewing on the horizon. Chu Xiu hesitated momentarily, his expression grave as he replied, "Were it not for your previous assurance, Brother Chu, that you would be informed immediately should any tasks arise, I would not have sought you out for this mission. I understand now. Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution." With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu patted Chu Xiu on the shoulder. Observing that the sky had completely darkened, he strode out of the mission hall and headed towards the gates of the Six Doors. No, my brother Chu must not encounter any trouble. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, then swiftly made his way towards a courtyard deep within the Six Doors. Before long, Chu Xiu stepped out from the Six Doors and walked slowly towards the banks of the Songlong River. Dajiang Gang. I report to the leader that Chu Xiu has left the Six Doors. A member of the Dajiang Gang entered the hall and bowed respectfully to Wei Qifeng, the leader of the Dajiang Gang, who was seated at the main position. At last, he has emerged. I thought this Chu Xiu would remain a coward, hiding within the Six Doors. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Wei Qifeng's eyes as he spoke with chilling ferocity. Leader, it appears that Chu Xiu is heading towards the Songlong River. After a moment of contemplation, a member of the Dajiang Gang informed Wei Qifeng. The Songlong River? Wei Qifeng's gaze sharpened, and he cursed. Damn it, the dogs of the Six Doors have an uncanny sense. Even under our concealment, the fox spirits of Xiaoqiushan have been discovered. Leader, should we instruct the fox spirits of Xiaoqiushan to hide? The expression of the Dajiang Gang member changed slightly as he inquired. Wei Qifeng rubbed his forehead and commanded, "Send the order down to relocate all the fox spirits of Xiaoqiushan. Furthermore, they cannot remain in the county city. I have heard that the Six Doors have conducted a sweep through the various counties beneath Songlong County. Many of those fox spirits have been caught by them. Let them go to those counties to gather energy for the Gao family's ancestors. After all, members of the Gao family are present within the Six Doors. Therefore, many matters within the Six Doors cannot elude the Gao family's scrutiny and their sycophant, Wei Qifeng. Leader, your wisdom is remarkable. Could this be what they call darkness beneath the lamp?" A member of the Dajiang Gang gazed at Wei Qifeng with admiration. Wei Qifeng shook his head and said, "Although the county has already been inspected by the Six Doors, they must still remain vigilant upon their arrival there. Moreover, we, the Dajiang Gang, will continue to provide covert protection." Understood, we shall obey. The member of the Dajiang Gang responded with utmost respect. In addition, send word to gather all peak 9th level demons of the Martial Saint realm. This time, we must ensure the demise of Chu Xiu. No, we cannot kill him. He must be captured alive. I will personally oversee the operation. Wei Qifeng declared with a resonant and powerful voice, suddenly recalling that the Gao family had commanded him to capture Chu Xiu alive and deliver him to them. Understood, we comprehend. The members of the Dajiang gang replied with profound deference. Wei Qifeng waved his hand dismissively, falling silent. The members of the Dajiang gang bowed once more and retreated. Chu Xiu, with 5 ninth-level martial saints and 1 half-step to the divine realm, I shall see how you escape this time. Wei Qifeng remarked darkly as he watched the members depart. The 9th-level martial saints are true experts, even in the Wild Boar Ridge. Last time, 3 martial saint-level demon kings perished at Chu Xiu's hands, one of whom was